Chapter 1. LeBron James is merely a product of hype. He is not as formidable as he is made out to be. Trevor Ariza, the star player from Westchester High School, was undergoing a pre-game interview with an ESPN reporter. On February 8, 2003, the 18-year-old LeBron James made his much-anticipated return after a Hummer and jersey controversy. He and his teammates were determined to teach this obliviously arrogant star player a lesson. Ariza was ranked 18th among high school players nationwide, yet LeBron was already being hailed as the king by many. He was universally acknowledged as the number one of his class. This year, both LeBron James and Ariza had the potential to enter the NBA. In pursuit of a better draft position, Ariza's uncle orchestrated a media frenzy surrounding the game. The statement "LeBron is just an overrated first" instantly drew a multitude of eyes. They meticulously planned this match, aiming to thoroughly dismantle young James. Ariza's uncle publicly proclaimed to the media before the game, "Trevor Ariza, my precious nephew, is going to make little LeBron look like a helpless baby." He was convinced that Ariza would lead his team to victory over LeBron and emerge as the best player in the nation. Ariza was incessantly brainwashed by his uncle and the sycophants around him. His confidence skyrocketed, and he felt as if he were the greatest in the universe. Thus, during a pre-game interview, he casually remarked, "Who is LeBron?" The reporters were taken aback by Ariza's audacity, especially considering that James had lost only a handful of games throughout his high school career. The only defeat in that season was due to a ruling against SVS for violating regulations. The success of St. Vincent St. Mary High School is attributed to its abundance of elite players, not solely to LeBron. Is that so? Indeed, I will personally ensure he remains ineffective. Ariza's tone was as cold as a killer's. He averaged 21 points, 14 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals this season. He intended to utilize this game to shatter LeBron's reputation and rise above him in this year's draft. Ranked 18th nationwide? No, they were underestimating themselves. Taking down LeBron could very well secure the top pick for him this year. Ariza cracked his knuckles, preparing to step onto the court. His face was impassive, yet his heart burned with intensity. In New Jersey, this match also drew considerable attention, with over 8,500 spectators in attendance. Wherever LeBron played, throngs of fans would appear. The freshly turned 18-year-old LeBron sometimes even attracted the likes of superstar Shaquille O'Neal to watch him play. In black jersey number 4, Ariza faced off against LeBron in white jersey number 23. As the crowd erupted in cheers, the referee tossed the ball high into the air at center court. From the outset, Westchester High School seemed to be the first team to find its rhythm. Number 4, Ariza built his reputation on defense, his aggressive playmaking causing discomfort among the players from St. Mary High School. Ariza's hands were as tenacious and slippery as an octopus tentacles. Like Squidward, his defense momentarily left the newly returned young king, James, struggling to adapt. Smack! The slender James was slapped to the floor, sitting in disbelief as he looked toward the referee. No whistle. Meanwhile, Ariza was already dashing down the court with the ball. He raced like a wild dog unleashed. Boom! Ariza slammed the ball into the hoop with a thunderous dunk. Trevor, he stole it from LeBron. Oh, he sprinted down the court for a one-handed dunk. In the incredulous commentary of the ESPN announcer, Ariza had stolen the ball from LeBron James and executed a ferocious dunk. After the dunk, Ariza remained expressionless, coldly staring at LeBron James. In that moment, Ariza seemed almost divine, standing over the young king. The game has only just begun. He spat venomously at James, who was retrieving the ball from the baseline. LeBron appeared to tremble in silence, his demeanor subdued. Ariza's confidence swelled further, as if declaring, "I am the true king." King LeBron? All mere hype. At this moment, Ariza's uncle in the front row was also cheering, pumping his fist in excitement. That's right, show that hip-it-up kid what reality looks like. On the Westchester High School bench, backup center Zhang You received a system notification. Wilt Chamberlain's static attributes have merged, progress at 100. The basketball B system is officially activated. With the system now active, Zhang You couldn't help but stand up in excitement. Everyone assumed he was thrilled by Captain Ariza's passionate dunk against James. But that was not the case. Zhang You had spent most of his high school career as a backup guard. However, in his senior year, he unexpectedly acquired the Basketball B system. The system initially allowed him to choose a historical player for template fusion. Among the many NBA legends, he chose to merge with Wilt Chamberlain's template due to their shared surname. Thus, throughout his senior year, as the progress bar gradually filled, he grew from 1.91 meters to 2.12 meters, with a wingspan of 2.34 meters. His weight also reached 118 kilograms. His hand size measured 24.1 centimeters, expanding to 29.2 centimeters when spread. With hands of such size, he could grip a basketball with just his thumb and index finger, let alone catch it with one hand. Having reached this level of fusion, he paused his height growth for enhanced speed and agility while allowing other developments to proceed normally. Today, he finally completed the fusion. According to the system, a player named Anthony Davis would also receive the system in his senior year, potentially experiencing a similar growth spurt. The system panel opened. Name: Zhang You. Speed: 67. Strength: 71. Vertical leap: 51. Durability: 45. Mid-range shooting: 75. Rebounding: 55. Long-range shooting: 65. Passing: 70. Ball handling: 71. Driving: 67. Interior defense: 50. Perimeter defense: 73. Star skill set: none. Fortunately, the B system was no exaggeration. Faced with the 18-year-old LeBron James, now unleashed, the system activated his very first career mission. Ding dong. Newbie Task 12. Request to confront LeBron James on the court, immediately activating the dynamic attributes of the fused template star during their peak: speed, vertical leap, durability, strength. Additionally, a historical-level dunk skill package from Stephen Curry permanent, explosive dunk 22. Zhang Yu's spirit sword. Even without the technical advantages of the elder Zhang, possessing the dynamic attributes of Wilt would allow him to hone his skills over time. After all, if talent was lacking, he could always rely on his innate gifts. It wasn't a significant issue. As for the gifted Stephen Curry dunk skill, he was unsure of its specifics. However, the system indicated it was of historical caliber. It was presumably a legendary dunking ability destined for the annals of history. The description suggested it was capable of shattering the rim, quite terrifying. On the court, LeBron was now revitalized, executing steals, blocks, three-pointers, dunks, and assists. He soared across the court, omnipresent. Westchester High School's head coach, Horton Lee, rested his chin in his hand, watching as LeBron James emerged from his dormant state. At that moment, he felt a slight itch in his lower back. Someone was poking him. "Coach." Now, as he admired James' ethereal prowess, Coach Horton Lee was interrupted by a voice. Upon closer inspection, it was a young Asian player who had nudged him with his finger. At the far end of the bench, Zhang, his expression a mix of shyness and excitement, was slightly out of breath, seemingly eager to play. "Coach, I want to go in." Horton Lee's previously indifferent expression shifted slightly. The other players on the bench were tempted to mock this knave giant. However, with the team on the verge of being overwhelmed by James, none dared provoke the coach's wrath. At that moment, Zhang You surprised everyone once more. "On guard, LeBron." As Zhang's words echoed, the atmosphere on the bench froze. With the first quarter not yet concluded, LeBron had already amassed 15 points. Upon reflection, the star player Ariza on this side seems utterly disoriented. He moves about the court like a mere shell of a man, a shadow of his former self. After executing a steal and a dunk, he now finds himself watching Superman soar through the air. LeBron James, who is currently in a frenzied state. "Huh." A nearby African-American player couldn't help but let out a chuckle upon hearing Zhang Yu's comment, prompting some to mistakenly believe he had passed gas. This young Zhang is but an invisible presence within the team. It is a well-known fact that individuals of Asian descent are not particularly suited for such physically demanding sports. This is a realm meant for us, the black athletes. "Courageous, you say?" Coach Horton Lace cast a scrutinizing glance at this player from Huaxia. His eyes, clear and sincere, glistened with an earnestness that stirred something within Coach Lace. Zhang You, a backup point guard for the school team, has experienced rapid growth this year. Thus, he has been forced to operate within the paint, but his strength in that area is as feeble as that of any other Asian player. His perimeter skills have also become somewhat sluggish as he has grown taller. How many can match the likes of James, who is not only tall and fast, but also possesses remarkable agility and technical prowess? This match, it could be said, is Ariza's opportunity to step over LeBron and ascend to greatness. Everyone wishes to impart a lesson to the strongest high school athlete, hoping to use him as a stepping stone on their path to fame. Yet, over the years, without exception, they have all faced the relentless onslaught of the young king, LeBron James. Wait a moment, Coach Lace addressed Zhang You. Even Ariza, ranked 18th nationally and known for his defensive skills, would not escape the wrath of LeBron. This washout player, Zhang You, was akin to attempting to shatter a rock with an egg. As the first quarter drew to a close, young James executed another fast break dunk, bringing his score to 18 points. An impressive 18 points in a single quarter, LeBron James returned from his hiatus without needing any adjustment period. After enduring Ariza's taunts, LeBron unleashed his fury, delivering powerful blows both physically and psychologically to Ariza. Once he was substituted out, his teammates caught an Joyce 3 and others surrounded him, playfully punching their fists against their chests in celebration. LeBron will score over 50 points tonight, shouted his former high school teammate, Willie Mackey. LeBron is going to demolish that arrogant Trevor Ariza. The players from St. Mary's High School appeared exceptionally relaxed, having established a substantial lead after just one quarter. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the Westchester High School bench was frigid. Ariza slumped down onto the bench, utterly defeated. The entire bench was enveloped in a palpable gloom. The coach had opted not to send him back onto the court, a decision Zhang You had anticipated. After all, even during garbage time, he rarely saw any playing time. Yet, he had achieved his objective of entering the game, signifying that his rookie mission had been accomplished. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Dynamic peak talent template activated reward. Stephen Key's dunking technique advanced, along with 2 explosive dunks. Wilt Chamberlain, the pride of the Zhang family. In an instant, a surge of warmth flooded through his entire being. Zhang You felt the undeniable, hardcore prowess of Wilt. Overwhelmed with excitement, he trembled. The dynamic talent of Wilt Chamberlain, a veritable marvel from an era when players donned canvas shoes, was nothing short of a game-changing phenomenon. Old Zhang's bench press of 465 pounds surpassed that of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal by 2 pounds, though O'Neal's greater weight contributed to his slightly superior lower body strength. A 10.09-second 100-meter dash could secure a gold medal at the Rome Olympics. Achievements such as 49 seconds in the 400 meters and 1 minute 58 seconds in the 800 meters would earn medals at the national games. A high jump of 1.98 meters and a long jump of 6.71 meters, these records were accomplished in an era with minimal scientific training and wearing basic footwear. Possessing large hands, impressive height, speed, strength, and vertical leap, he delivered a dimensional blow to his contemporaries. In the present day, such physical gifts are among the pinnacle of athleticism. Of course, another remarkable trait was old Zhang's endurance. Averaging 45.8 minutes per game over his career, he played 43.2 minutes at the age of 36. After retirement, he transitioned into coaching, acting, volleyball, and nightlife ventures. After all, the moniker 2000 Master was not bestowed lightly. At this moment, Zhang You had integrated the dynamic and static abilities of the peak Zhang Dasha. He did not inherit old Zhang's height of 2.16 meters, thus endowing him with greater speed and verticality. Now he surpassed the airborne prowess of the strongest high school athlete, LeBron, in speed, height, and strength. Speed, 98. Strength, 99. Vertical leap, 97. Endurance, 100. Mid-range shooting, 75. Rebounding, 75. Long-range shooting, 65. Passing, 70. Driving, 75. Ball handling, 71. Interior defense, 80. Perimeter defense, 73. Skills, Curry dunk technique advanced. Explosive dunk 22. The surge in strength, endurance, speed, and jumping ability was remarkable, even slightly surpassing the limits of old Zhang. After assimilating old Zhang's dynamic talents, other abilities experienced a modest enhancement as well. While the capabilities were already sufficient, the technical aspects, aside from his own signature moves against defenders, still exhibited some shortcomings in both skill and awareness. Nevertheless, Zhang You harbored a firm belief that, coupled with forthcoming competitive experiences, modern scientific training management, and subsequent system rewards, his abilities and awareness would evolve into something even more formidable. The match continued into the second quarter, where LeBron James increasingly found his rhythm. Perhaps the remark from a teammate suggesting he could score over 50 points that night spurred him on, coupled with the pre-game taunts from Ariza and his uncle. The youthful LeBron showed no signs of easing up, even with a substantial lead. Spectators in the stands began to voice their complaints. LeBron is just padding his stats. William, quick, defend. After being overtaken by a swift step from James, Ariza shouted for his teammates to help. Although his interior teammates raised their hands high in an attempt to block James, he was simply too fast and leaped too high. In midair, James executed a deft maneuver. Boom. A resounding dunk that seemed capable of ripping the rim from its moorings, graceful yet powerful. As James descended from the hoop, he retreated to defend, his gaze fixed on the now-dazed Ariza. Without uttering a single trash talk, the young king's expression remained icy. The fully occupied New Jersey arena erupted into a thunderous cheer. At halftime, St. Vincent St. Mary High School led Westchester High School 41-24. Both teams returned to their locker rooms. Trevor Ariza sat on the bench, stripped of his pre-game bravado, stunned and rigid. The notion that LeBron is just a product of hype was cast far from his thoughts. Coach Hortonlace, observing the young players seemingly devoid of spirit, could not contain his frustration. Get your act together. Didn't you claim LeBron was no big deal? Where has your pre-game momentum gone? In the second half, we will employ double-teaming and tighten our interior defense. I hope to thwart LeBron James. In response to the coach's fervent exhortations, the young players wore expressions of dismay. Ariza shook his head and spoke up. Coach, LeBron is too strong. We simply cannot defend against him. If even our team's star player cannot hold him, how can the rest of us? Following Ariza's words, other players chimed in, unable to suppress their own sentiments. Ian, don't give up. Despite being seated at the far end of the bench, Zhang You clapped and encouraged his teammates as they returned from the timeout. He waved a small white towel, offering his teammates bottles of Hawala mineral water with great enthusiasm. Coach Hortonlace cast a glance at him, then surveyed the listless players on the court. Zhang, you're up. Remember, as a player, you may lose, but you must never give up. With LeBron's presence, this ordinary high school basketball game transformed into something extraordinary. New Jersey was abuzz with NBA scouts, star players. And there was LeBron James, already taking 3 steps before launching the ball high into the air. It was a high bank shot. At that moment, both James, ascending for the layup, and Ariza, defending, felt an overwhelming pressure. A shadow loomed over them. Wham! A one-handed chase-down block sent the basketball crashing against the backboard before it was forcefully deflected away. The ball ricocheted powerfully to midcourt, followed by the imposing figure of the perpetrator barreling in. He forcefully pinned both James and Ariza beneath him. Who could it be? Before them lay a shroud of darkness, leaving them bewildered and filled with a multitude of questions. They could only hear the waves of exclamations from the crowd. It's Zhang. How did he get there so quickly? The astonishment was palpable. The ball was blocked by Zhang You, and subsequently, a teammate received it near the halfway line, advancing to the three-point line to effortlessly sink a three-pointer. Well done. Do it again. Zhang Yu was exhilarated, knowing that his relentless defense had earned the team 3 points. He shouted to invigorate the team's waning spirits. In that moment, his emotions found release. Over the years, he had been marginalized by his teammates in the school team and faced a measure of discrimination as an Asian student. Enough is enough. Now is the time to realize his potential. St. Mary's High School called for a timeout. They were concerned that LeBron James might encounter difficulties when confronted by this formidable giant. The large screen on-site repeatedly replayed the moment when Zhang You failed to dunk, followed by LeBron's fast break, only for Zhang You to recover and block LeBron's shot. Speed, strength, elevation, and coupled with this individual's towering height, Coach Lace observed the behemoth, resting his chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, NBA scouts in the stands whispered among themselves, some engaged in phone calls. Before 6 p.m. tonight, I need the complete dossier on Westchester High School's number 5. Upon further inspection, it appeared he was merely a bench player, lacking extraordinary talent. Perhaps we should keep an eye on him. We might be able to draft this Asian player with a second-round pick in the future. Their opinions diverge. Yet the match is far from over. They still need to observe further. In this highly anticipated high school game that has captured nationwide attention, could there be unexpected surprises beyond the prodigious LeBron and the Californian Ariza? During a timeout, after being blocked by Zhang You, LeBron James sat on the bench munching on his fingers, casting glances toward the towering opponent. The more he savored his fingers, the faster he consumed them, and his thoughts became increasingly intricate. How could I have been blocked? I had already surged to the front court. He had just completed a dunk. How could he return so swiftly to contest my shot? Surely, That must have been a goaltending violation. I should lodge a protest with the referee. In his mind, the image of that towering Asian athlete soaring through the air with his cap flew vividly. In the audience, the bald slam dunk maestro Jefferson of the New Jersey Nets and the legendary dunker Vince Carter were engaged in a lively discussion. They jested about Zhang Yu's dunking prowess. "Richard, this Asian dunker is quite impressive," Vince remarked. "If you join our team next season, I will concede that your dunks surpass his." Haha. "I certainly won't miss and fail to dunk. Absolutely not. Are you flying to Atlanta shortly for the All-Star game? Will you concede the starting spot to Michael?" "Yes. I also intend to invite LeBron along, although he seems to have no shortage of invitations." Amid their banter, the exhibition match featuring the young emperor continued. The formidable performance by the Asian player instilled immense confidence in the underdog team. What was initially expected to be a 52-point domination by LeBron over Ariza took an unexpected turn. The wheels of history seemed to shift. Under their coach's guidance, Westchester High School began to engage in a strategic battle against St. Mary's High School. Zhang You, blending both dynamic and static talents, stood invincible before this group of high schoolers. When the team's star player, Ariza, began passing the ball to Zhang You, all teammates started to believe in him. No one could fathom why this tall player suddenly became extraordinarily fierce. He never resorts to backing down in the paint. Instead, he approaches the opposing center with the finesse of a guard, rendering himself unstoppable. Moreover, he appears to possess an immense affinity for passing. At this moment, he is able to fully unleash his guard-like maneuvers without any encumbrance. While he may be merely average in the NBA, he is more than sufficient against high school players. After serving 2 easy assists to his teammates, he begins to showcase his ability to penetrate the defense, executing a crossover beneath his legs to evade his defender. Whether he changes direction or not has become inconsequential. The interior players from St. Mary's High School simply cannot contend with such agility. They are unable to keep pace. Zhang You surges forward once again, leaping effortlessly from the free throw line. This time, LeBron James arrives to provide defensive support. He engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Zhang You in midair. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Come on, LeBron." The towering figure, standing at 2.12 meters, faced off against the 2.6-meter LeBron James in an aerial duel of titans. At first glance, the slender James appeared to be on an entirely different level from Zhang You. However, only those who have contended with James, like Ariza, can truly comprehend his extraordinary prowess. LeBron James is a beast who once made the All-American football team during high school. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that Zhang You, with equally impressive musculature, possessed strength and leaping ability that reached the pinnacle of NBA standards. Now, in this aerial contest, the historically exceptional young LeBron James found himself utterly outmatched by Zhang You. The advantages in wingspan, strength, and vertical leap were manifestly clear. The high-flying bombardment from the colossal number 5 of Westchester High School was nothing short of spectacular. With his terrifying wingspan and astonishing vertical leap, he seized the basketball with both hands and brought it crashing down from above. He disregarded LeBron James' leaping obstruction. He raised his arms high, his head nearly brushing the rim. With a thunderous crash, Zhang You, no longer relying on Curry's dunk package, executed a breathtaking two-handed slam from the heavens. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the New Jersey arena. Buzzing filled the air as James, suspended in flight, felt the incessant hum of bees buzzing in his ears. As a man capable of achieving a score of 5 from a mere 1, he had always excelled physically among his peers. Yet now, reality reveals to him that the physical prowess he once took pride in is now utterly vulnerable. He previously relished the exhilarating triumph over Ariza in Game 4. Now, however, he too was overwhelmed. This is the reckoning of the present. Life is indeed unpredictable. Apart from the fierce confrontation with Cameron Anthony at Oak Hill Academy last year, he had never experienced such immense pressure from a peer. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. It must be a mere coincidence. Little LeBron nervously nibbled on his fingers, continuing to execute baseline plays. The game persisted. A hat trick over LeBron. A two-handed dunk over him. From the moment he stepped onto the court, he completely dominated the young king. Incredible! Who is he? This obscure Asian prodigy is destined to become the focal point of the media and various teams post-game. Even the ESPN commentators were at a loss on how to introduce this player. After all, he was merely a fringe player on the bench. All they knew was that he was number 5, Zhang You. The scouts from the California Lakers were the first to acquire information about Zhang You. Zhang You, oh. He was adopted by a Chinese foster mother at a young age and has just turned 18, slightly younger than LeBron. He has played as a guard and possesses a commendable court vision and passing awareness. Should they consider drafting him with a second-round pick? Zhang You, having just turned 18, chose to represent his Chinese heritage, renouncing the opportunity to become a citizen of the United States. This information regarding the interior player quickly became widely recognized. During his senior year of high school, he experienced an astonishing growth spurt, increasing by over 20 centimeters, leaving everyone in awe. With shoes on, he now stands at an impressive height of 2.14 meters. The manner in which he broke through indeed exemplifies a maneuver characteristic of a defender. This match, unlike the media-hyped dialogue between LeBron and Carmelo, often likened to a youthful exchange between the magician and the bird, garnered its own share of excitement. Once the protagonist, Ariza has now been relegated to the sidelines as a mere observer. Zhang, has he truly supplanted Trevor in his dialogue with LeBron? This sentiment resonates among many at Westchester High School, St. Mary's High School, and even within the arena. The status of Asians in American society remains rather precarious. Zhang You has nearly existed on the periphery within the team, frequently deprived of playing time. Yet now, he seizes the opportunity to assume the spotlight. From the moment he executed that soaring dunk, it was as if a switch had been flipped. He erupted, on both defensive and offensive fronts. He has become an undeniable force. He is an interior player, yet he astonishingly receives the ball from the perimeter to orchestrate and initiate the offense. This is truly remarkable. On the defensive end, he equally exudes an imposing presence. With his age-defying height and physique, he completely dominates the boards. Even LeBron found himself bewildered by his block. The audience erupted into applause, standing in admiration. Aside from witnessing LeBron, they had discovered a new marvel. In this particular play, Zhang You called for the ball in the post, only to be met with a frenzied triple team from St. Mary's High School. What? His strength. It is overwhelming. Before the St. Mary's players could fathom the situation, Zhang You backed up, leaping to catch the high pass. In the midst of the triple team, he soared once more. Boom. He executed a powerful dunk with his back to the basket, his expression as calm as if he were merely sipping water. Give me the ball. At this moment, fire ignited in LeBron's gaze. Upon securing the ball, he began to orchestrate the offense, determined to teach number 5 a lesson in his own way. Observing the interior number 5, he seemed somewhat intimidated. He no longer charges towards the basket. After a feint, he swiftly releases the ball. LeBron James delivers a bounce pass to Willie McGee for a cutting play. Will Willie McGee score with a layup? Bang. As Willie McGee prepares for the layup, he is met with a thunderous block from Zhang You. Despair. James, attempting a creative assist, no longer matches up against Zhang You. It's not that simple. Retreat. Retreat. The players from St. Mary's High School quickly fall back at James's command. However, what they witness next is nothing short of astonishing. The towering figure, standing at 2.12 meters, receives the ball from a teammate, but does not pass it to a guard. Goodness. He is charging down the court. The bench players of St. Mary's High School are left in shock, cursing in disbelief. He is a guard by nature. Observing Zhang Yu's unrelenting speed, Ariza suddenly comprehends. Has this once invisible Zhang Yu now been activated by LeBron? The young players from St. Mary's are simply brushed aside by Zhang Yu. He has abandoned all pretense of movement. A change of direction is merely a courtesy. He once again entered the restricted area. LeBron James, having sprinted from the backcourt, arrived with unyielding determination. The indomitable young king sought to repay the favor to number 5 with a resounding block. Was it feasible? 1 step, 2 steps. Abandoning the dunking techniques of Stephen Curry, Zhang Yu relied on his raw strength as he leapt from the free-throw line. He aimed for a two-handed dunk. LeBron James, arriving a moment too late, could only watch. Boom. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced through the air as LeBron James committed a foul while attempting to block. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu hung precariously from the rim, causing the backboard to shudder with cracks appearing. With a thunderous crash, the backboard shattered. Zhang Yu, still grasping the rim, lost his balance and was about to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, below him was none other than LeBron James, ready to cushion his fall. The impact from Zhang Yu was enough to elicit a grunt from James. He was about to be crushed by number 5. Throughout the first half, the rim endured a relentless barrage from LeBron. In the second half, it suffered multiple powerful assaults from the formidable number 5, proving utterly incapable of withstanding such force. All the players had their heads in their hands at this point, and every spectator's mouth was agape, including that of the legendary dunker, UFO Carter, on the sidelines. What on earth was happening? Was this truly a high school game? The fans of James in New York began to chant fervently, FK Zhang You. FK Zhang You. The chorus echoed with a fervor that was almost overwhelming. We need to acquire him. Indeed, we should invite him for a tryout. The NBA scouts were eager and restless. The game was halted, and the replay center incessantly showcased the terrifying two-handed dunk. The backboard and rim could not bear such immense power and weight. It had been assaulted in both halves. It was only natural that it could not endure. Time seemed to stand still in the arena, as everyone's mouths hung open, as if they could accommodate a donkey's egg. Zhang Yu felt somewhat speechless. The randomly generated explosive dunk from the system had already been utilized once. The backboard was shattered by the player number 5 from Westchester High. By mutual agreement, this friendly match was brought to an early conclusion. Ultimately, St. Vincent St. Mary High narrowly triumphed over Westchester High with a score of 65-59. James concluded the game with an impressive 40 points, 5 assists, 7 rebounds, and 3 steals. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, with limited playing time, managed to score 17 points, grab 5 rebounds, achieve 5 blocks, and provide 5 assists in the second half. Notably, he missed only one shot, which was the one that got blocked. He dominated both the interior and exterior lines. We should be able to secure victory in this match, as we are on the rise. In a post-game interview, Ariza spoke eloquently, as if they were not the losers. In this match, he scored 8 points. Indeed. As the leader of the team, although he did not outshine LeBron, his teammate Zhang Yu certainly did. Zhang effectively neutralized LeBron. Listen, he is a prodigy. LeBron is not invincible. Trevor Ariza is now brimming with confidence. Yes, LeBron. Did you see that? Our bench player dominated you. At this moment, Ariza's uncle also made an appearance, smiling at the media cameras, stating, with confidence, even the marginal players can achieve what my nephew Ariza has accomplished. The reactions of the winners and losers, however, are starkly contrasting. James, when interviewed at St. Mary's High School, maintained a stoic expression. LeBron. What do you think of the Asian players? He is quite impressive, powerful, and has great leaping ability. How would you assess his dunks? What preparations do you have for this year's McDonald's dunk contest? I am focused on the draft and the games. I have no intention of participating in the dunk contest, as I am not interested in dunks. Having been emphatically dunked on by a marginal player, the young Emperor LeBron James now harbors a profound disdain for dunks. He expressed his unwillingness to participate in this year's McDonald's Slam Dunk Contest and future NBA dunk contests. After the match, James approached Zhang You to exchange jerseys. He looked up at the towering figure and remarked, Zhang, I never anticipated such remarkable talent from an Asian player. You are truly impressive. Possessing the capabilities to compete in the NBA. I underestimated you. We shall meet again in the NBA. Zhang You smiled in response. He received the high school jersey of the young emperor, and together with James, they took a commemorative photograph. Although they did not win the game, his performance earned him the respect of all. At the venue, even the all-star Vince Carter approached him to extend greetings. Zhang, your performance was simply extraordinary. I would like to invite you to the NBA All-Star Weekend in Atlanta. Wow, that's so cool. Zhang You replied with a beaming smile, graciously accepting Carter's invitation. However, as he was about to leave, he was halted by the bald Jefferson, who demanded, pay up. The 2002-2003 NBA All-Star Weekend in Atlanta holds a special significance for many in the basketball community, as it marked the farewell performance of the basketball legend, Michael Jordan. Zhang You received an invitation from Vince Carter, yet was also threatened by the bald Jefferson of the New Jersey Nets to pay money. Trevor Ariza sensed that this young man might be on the verge of soaring to great heights. Nevertheless, it was possible that his performance was merely a fleeting moment. As during high school, everyone knew each other's capabilities, and some players indeed experienced a temporary surge in performance in 1 or 2 games. After the match, Zhang You unexpectedly found himself facing numerous interviews from the American media. They ensconced themselves in an impenetrable cocoon. Confronted with the media, he found the situation somewhat cumbersome. Only the team's star player, Ariza, enjoyed such privileges. After hastily addressing a few questions, he slipped away. You damaged the backboard. Did Richard Jefferson demand compensation? I apologize. But I have yet to earn an income, and I am reluctant to overextend my credit card, Zhang You lamented, as American media seemed fond of posing rather trivial inquiries. Following the match, it was anticipated that his performance would soon grace the pages of major sports newspapers and websites. He had spectacularly dunked on the emerging star, LeBron James. Yet for reasons unknown, the video failed to circulate. Many, upon learning of his prior performances, shared Ariza's sentiment that it might merely be a fleeting brilliance of a single game. Even some scouts from NBA teams and prominent AA schools present at the time maintained a profound silence. They harbor their own hidden agendas. The prowess of Asian players is limited, rendering them incomparable to their African-American counterparts. Even Yao Ming, who made the All-Star selection this year, owes his recognition to the sheer size of the Chinese population. Regarding the accolades and criticisms directed at him, Zhang You remains unfazed. As Jordan's retirement performance approaches, he bids farewell to Coach Rice and his teammates, who gaze upon him with envy and admiration. Zhang You hurriedly prepares to board a flight to Atlanta. Meanwhile, Coach Rice and Ariza engage in discussions about this year's draft prospects. I have made my decision. I will enter the AA League for refinement. I cannot contend with LeBron at this moment, and perhaps Zhang has surpassed me. Your choice may indeed be the right one. It remains uncertain whether the rising star Zhang You will leap directly into the NBA. News of a high school prodigy from China dazzling the young emperor emerged later in esteemed outlets such as the Associated Press and ESPN. They emphasized the extraordinary talent of this Chinese high school student, possessing a prehistoric beast-like gift, standing barefoot at an impressive height of 12 meters. With hands as unparalleled as the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain, one cannot overlook his astonishing speed and leaping ability, which seem incongruous with his physique. As the top high school player in the United States, wherever LeBron James appears, attention inevitably follows. However, in an era where information is not yet overwhelmingly explosive, one high school student's performance in a single game may not be perceived as exceptionally formidable. A day later, the world's gaze had shifted. Captivated by the NBA All-Star Game of the 2002-2003 season, where the basketball legend Michael Jordan delivered his final performance on the All-Star stage, he will conduct his final farewell battle for his illustrious career here. The illustrious Kobe Bryant triumphantly claimed the title of the most voted player with an impressive 386 votes. It was the inaugural All-Star journey for the newly crowned 2002 number 1 draft pick, Yao Ming. The high school prodigy Zhang You, often referred to by the media as a prehistoric behemoth, unexpectedly received an invitation from Vince Carter to witness this grand basketball spectacle at the Phillips Arena in Atlanta. Across the land of China, basketball enthusiasts eagerly gathered around their televisions, while in internet cafes across cities of all sizes, fans momentarily set aside their games. The bandit is down. I've taken him out with a headshot, haha. What's wrong? Not off to complete your missions? Gamers engrossed in titles such as Stone Age, StarCraft, Red Alert, Empire, and Legend pause their pursuits. They incessantly refresh the live text updates and images from Suwa Sports and Wangxin Sports. How exasperating. Boss. Is this an internet CAF running on dial-up? I just witnessed Naruto mastering the shadow clone technique. Isn't this supposed to be fiber optic? This dreadful connection. When will I finally get to see the grand finale? Some fellow fans, infuriated by the sluggish speed, are up in arms, cursing vehemently. In contrast to the domestic enthusiasts, Zhang You is fortunate to be present at the venue, enjoying an uninterrupted experience. At the arena, Zhang You finds himself seated in the front row among numerous celebrities. Yet he is unfamiliar with any of them. He was utterly oblivious to the multitude of scouts from various leagues and influential figures from the entertainment industry who were situated right beside him. He borrowed Carter's mobile phone to call his adoptive mother, Zhang Xini, to assure her of his safety. Mom, I have arrived in Atlanta. What about the game? It's too noisy over there. I am aiming for the NBA. If they aren't foolish, they will surely select me. Upon hearing his words, the scouts from the Lakers and the Knicks furrowed their brows, feeling a chill at the nape of their necks. This young man possesses considerable talent. Yet there seems to be a disconnect in his reasoning. It felt as though they had been slightly offended. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country, over 10 million viewers tuned in to watch the All-Star game broadcasted by TNT. The Rookie Challenge posed no suspense, as the second-year players triumphed over the first-year players. With the Warriors' twin stars shining brightly, Gilbert Arenas began to reveal his killer instincts as Agent Zero, and it is rumored that he will be heading to Washington next season. In the inaugural skills competition established by the NBA, the versatile Warrior Jason Kidd of the New Jersey Nets faced off against Gary Payton of the Supersonics in a decisive showdown. They eliminated Parker of the Spurs and Marbury of the Suns. Ultimately, it was Kidd who emerged victorious. The three-point contest saw the King sharpshooter Stojakovic claim the title. Following Weber's injury, Peja assumed the mantle of leadership for the team, despite being plagued by persistent ankle troubles and experiencing a decline in his career. However, he validated his prowess by successfully defending his championship. The slam dunk contest was equally captivating. The bald Richard Jefferson, who had cost Zhang You some money, faced off against the supersonic Stunker Mason, the Suns rookie Stoudemire, and Richardson of the Golden State Warriors. The judging panel featured luminaries such as Jordan, Dr. J, Wilkins, and the diminutive Weber. Hey, kid, witness my dunk, and make sure you don't miss next time. Jefferson jested at Zhang You, who was seated in the front row. Due to their shared presence in Atlanta, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Zhang You smiled and made his gesture across his chest, replying, Brother, perhaps you are foretelling your own fate, as I have rebounded from your words. Shut up, you immature brat, Jefferson retorted, feeling a pang of anger at the 18-year-old's taunt. Watch my perfect dunk, he declared, as he took a deep breath to maintain his focus. The seasoned dunker tossed the ball high into the air and raced towards the hoop. He soared high, resembling an eagle striking through the vast sky. As the ball rebounded from the ground into the air, he deftly caught the basketball mid-flight. A reverse dunk, an emphatic slam. The sound echoed. Perhaps Zhang You had cast a spell, as Jefferson ultimately executed a reverse dunk only to crash to the floor, tumbling like a turtle turned on its back. Hilarious laughter erupted after a collective gasp from the audience. In the front row, Vince Carter roared with laughter, amusing a multitude of spectators. Such a performance, however, did not garner high scores, merely 30 points. The subsequent contestant, Stoudemire, also faltered. Eventually, it culminated in a climactic showdown between 2001 dunk champion Mason and 2002 dunk champion Richardson. After Mason's misstep, Richardson launched the ball from the sideline, caught it in midair, and executed a behind-the-back reverse dunk. Boom. With effortless precision, Richardson raised a finger skyward, proclaiming his invincibility. This astonishing maneuver ultimately secured him the title of dunk champion for the 2002-2003 All-Star Game with a score of 96-93. Jefferson watched as Richardson triumphantly lifted the dunk champion trophy, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Zhang You, meanwhile, wore a knowing smile. Jefferson shot him a glare, muttering, You rascal. You must possess some mysterious Eastern sorcery. Zhang You continued to smile knowingly. Just as the award ceremony concluded, Jefferson congratulated Richardson, the dunk champion of the Warriors, by patting his bald head and whispering in his ear, Congratulations, Jason. Thank you, Richardson replied. No need for thanks. That kid who got destroyed by LeBron said your dunk resembled a pile of dog excrement. Even his grandmother could win the championship. Richardson? Observing the camaraderie between the two bald men as they shared hushed words, Zhang You offered his warmest smile to these two eminent stars. Shortly thereafter, dunk champion Richardson approached him. Are you the kid who defeated LeBron? If you can dunk better than me, I'll hand you this trophy, he said, cradling the dunk champion trophy under his arm. Unexpectedly, the challenge regarding the dunk champion received a response from the system. Ding. Newbie Task 22. Complete the wager of the dunk champion, randomly reward 40 ability points, and match a corresponding skill package. Null. The 2003 NBA All-Star Weekend finally came to a close. Although Kobe Bryant stole a bit of the spotlight during the All-Star game, the undisputed stars of the past 2 days were Michael Jordan. When reporters inquired, "Michael, do you have a clear successor in mind?" Jordan calmly smiled and replied, "Tracy McGrady." Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, Shaquille O'Neal, or the rookie Yao Ming could all be potential successors, but at present, Kobe Bryant is leading the charge. He spoke these words. Yet his gaze wandered restlessly, recalling the figure of yesterday's slam dunk. It would be prudent for him to avoid drawing too much attention. Should he lend a hand to the Bulls and the Wizards? Such a prodigy could serve as a significant asset in my ambition to lead the team. Upon discovering his heritage as a Huaxia individual, various teams were positively aglow with excitement, for the commercial value of the great Yao has begun to emerge prominently. Zhang You? Though he has remained relatively obscure, his remarkable performance that overshadowed LeBron, coupled with his visibly extraordinary talent, suggests that even as a high school student still in the throes of development, he could be worth nurturing. Director Zhang of Huaxia Television expended considerable effort to recruit Zhang You. "Ah, young Zhang, it appears we are in good fortune. Your dunks are simply astounding. I heard you previously matched up against the top draft prospect, LeBron. How did that go? Will you be entering the draft this year?" In response to the enthusiastic director Zhang Yu smiled and affirmed, "Of course. I believe I am ready for the NBA. With the support of the system, honing his skills in the NBA would surely lead to continual improvement." As discussions unfolded amidst swirling smoke and echoes of gunfire, song, and laughter, April 2003 approached, heralding the unveiling of various prestigious awards and the commencement of the playoffs. With Jordan's retirement, the league entered a new era, a battleground of fierce competition where heroes faced the twilight of their careers. At Westchester High School's basketball team, Ariza's leadership delivered a significant blow to LeBron James, consequently boosting Ariza's draft stock. However, he too has resolved to compete in AA, marking the end of his high school basketball career, though the team occasionally gathers for practice. Cherishing these final moments together, Zhang You showcased his capability to match LeBron's prowess on the court. "Everyone, get moving. As your coach for the day, I expect diligence." "Understood." "Zhang, you go inside." No. Why are you handling the ball again?" "Hey, you must remember, you Haven T played as a guard for 2 years. During team practice, Zhang Yu exhibited an astonishing dominance in both offense and defense. Against a squad of slender high schoolers, he resembled an ancient deity. His only flaw? He has a penchant for usurping the guard's responsibilities. His speed as he surged forward was astonishing, and his passing skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Without breaking a sweat, Zhang Yu led the second team to utterly dominate Ariza's first team in this training match. Boom. With a graceful fast break, Zhang Yu executed an explosive slam dunk that resonated through the arena, signaling the end of the game. He casually scored 20 points and delivered 15 assists. "Zhang, you have entirely demonstrated your capability to play in the NBA. I swear, perhaps LeBron is not even as formidable as you," lamented Trevor Ariza, rubbing his chest in a somewhat melancholic manner. As a specialist in steals, he had initially believed he could secure a steal from Zhang Yu with absolute certainty. However, he was taken aback when Zhang Yu executed a powerful slam dunk after a direct collision. Despite Zhang Yu's cheerful demeanor, with his eyes squinting into mere slits, he showed no mercy as an opponent. Upon hearing this, head coach Horton Lace turned to Zhang Yu, affectionately addressing him. "Zhang, are you truly not considering college? Numerous institutions have already extended invitations to you." "Indeed, coach, I am participating in the draft this year. My family's financial condition is not optimal, and my mother is preparing to relocate to the Bay Area for work," Zhang Yu replied. Horton Lace expressed his understanding and offered his counsel. "Zhang, your physique is nothing short of extraordinary. Your recent performances are simply astonishing. In my eyes, you are a fortified version of LeBron. Your ball handling skills have reached LeBron's level, and your strength, jumping ability, and wingspan even surpass his." He initially expressed affirmation, coupled with some regret for not having recognized Zhang Yu's potential sooner for focused cultivation. However, as he continued, Coach Horton Lace's expression grew troubled. "Your skills in the paint are indeed quite rudimentary. In contrast to the interior game, you seem more suited for the perimeter. Though you must temper your imaginative passing with a touch of simplicity." Horton Lace appeared somewhat exasperated. This may also be attributed to Zhang Yu's prior experience playing the point guard position. Perhaps his frequent exposure to street ball had instilled some undesirable habits. Navigating the NBA as a high school player undoubtedly necessitates greater experience, as most 18-year-olds have yet to reach their physical peak. How many can dominate their peers or directly contend with NBA players, as LeBron and Zhang Yu do? Coach Horton Lace analyzed the state of the league with Zhang Yu, discussing which teams might suit his playing style. Following his match against LeBron, he had received numerous invitations for workouts from various teams. Scouts had visited Zhang Yu's school to observe his training and further assess his capabilities. Let us see. The Cavaliers, Bulls, and Hornets seem fitting. And the Lakers have invited you for a workout, though the chances may be slim. The Lakers are an option, but the Warriors would be ideal. Still, I'd prefer to stay close to my family. Oh, you wish to join the Warriors? Yet they have Eric Dampier and Anton Jamison in the paint. Opportunities in Los Angeles would be even scarcer with Shaquille O'Neal there. Coach, a professional player should not shy away from challenges. Observing the spirited determination in Zhang Yu's eyes. He was undoubtedly a passionate youth. In the end, Coach Hortonlace patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Very well. Although they haven't invited you for a workout, Eric Musselman, a friend of mine, will receive my recommendation. Go for it, kid." "Thank you, Coach. Oh, by the way, that fellow is quite a drinker. You might want to bring him some fine Huaxia wine." With the old coach's promise, Zhang Yu trained with even greater fervor. Despite the strength of the system, he did not forsake his daily training. When not engaged in system tasks, self-training was exceedingly challenging, but it had become his habit. Surprisingly, he found that his perimeter shooting skills improved far more rapidly than his interior game. Relying solely on physical prowess to dominate high school opponents yielded no growth in ability. Meanwhile, with the enhancement of his passing skills reminiscent of white chocolate, his passing ability had increased by 2 points over this training period, reaching a commendable 92. His skills in ball handling and passing from the perimeter have reached the pinnacle of excellence. In addition to his daily technical training, he has also developed the passing finesse reminiscent of white chocolate. However, as a towering presence in the paint, his post moves remain somewhat rudimentary, revealing a stark contrast between his proficiency in back-to-the-basket play and his capability in face-up situations. It is rather absurd. The NBA season of 2002 to 2003 continues to thrive. The GDP trio of San Antonio is beginning to take shape, with Tony Parker firmly establishing himself as a starter. Tim Duncan's averages of over 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks per game have solidified his position as the first player since Michael Jordan to consecutively win the regular season MVP award. The Spurs are dominating the regular season, while the Lakers are grappling with injuries, and the rift between Kobe and Shaq is widening. As the regular season draws to a close and the 2003 NBA draft approaches, Zhang Yu boards a flight to San Francisco with his mother. San Francisco is home to the largest Chinatown in the United States, and the stories of Chinese Americans striving for success have become an integral part of the city's history. Upon arriving at a modest rental apartment, a simple 2-bedroom unit, Zhang's adoptive mother, Zhang Xini, who possesses considerable culinary skills, intends to open a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. Having secured a small shop through acquaintances, at over 40 years old, Zhang Xini feels immense pride for the child she has raised. Zhang Yu was adopted by her as she sought a better life in America. Unlike many other Chinese immigrants who have prospered, Zhang Xini has faced her share of misfortune. The American boyfriend she had envisioned a future with quickly abandoned her upon discovering she had brought a Chinese child into the relationship. For years, she has persevered alone, relying solely on her own efforts to provide for her child. Zhang Yu has always enjoyed playing basketball with the children of the local community. Initially, it seemed his passion for the sport was merely a hobby, but as he entered high school, his height surged dramatically. Zhang Xini worried he might be suffering from gigantism and took him to the hospital, only to discover her fears were unfounded. Recent developments suggest that her seemingly haphazard decision to adopt could have nurtured a talent comparable to that of Chinese basketball superstar Yao Ming. In a modest 20-square-meter shop in San Francisco's Chinatown, Zhang Yu assists with the preparations. Zhang Xini has invested all her savings into this venture, determined to break into the Bay Area's food industry. Yet, she does not wish to become an impediment to Zhang Yu's aspirations. "You little rascal, are you boasting? If so many teams are inviting you for tryouts, why are you trailing behind me like a shadow?" Zhang Xini feigns nonchalance, hoping to alleviate any psychological burdens he may bear. "Go ahead, do it today. I want to try out for the Warriors and the Lakers. They're closer to you," Zhang Yu casually remarks while moving tables. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xini pauses her work. "Come here, I need to talk to you," she says with a smile, beckoning him outside. Zhang Yu is puzzled, wondering if she has found a new boyfriend. Perhaps she is pleased that he chose to remain in the Bay Area for her sake. However, Zhang Xini's expression shifts, and she states flatly, "You're 18 now. Seeing you only frustrates me. It would be best if you kept your distance. You should be on the basketball court, not in a restaurant. If you can't make it to the NBA, don't come back." With a thud, she tosses 2 bottles of premium liquor at him and slams the shop door shut, locking Zhang Yu outside. He stands there, dumbfounded. What an unpredictable woman. Yet, he soon chuckles, clutching the fine beverages as he departs. At this moment, he is filled with confidence in his evident talent. He believes that after the tryouts, it would be inconceivable for any team not to be intrigued by his abilities. Meanwhile, Zhang Xini leans against the door, feeling a sense of relief wash over her now that he has left. Her eyes brim with pride as she murmurs to herself, "Persevere to the end." In Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, the Lakers have invited several rookies for tryouts, and Zhang Yu is among them. Standing barefoot at 2.12 meters tall, weighing 118 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.34 meters, he is indeed an imposing figure. Even the evaluators cannot help but marvel at Zhang Yu's dynamic athleticism. He is a born athlete. Following a series of static skill assessments, the dynamic tests commence. Zhang Yu and a group of rookies begin their evaluations. Since the Lakers secured the championship last season, they only possessed the 24th pick in the first round of the draft, leading many sought-after players to forego the tryout. Phil Jackson is absent from the tryout, having recently undergone heart bypass surgery. The session is overseen by assistant coaches Iverson and Hamblin. Bench presses, shuttle runs, and vertical jumps ensue. Incredible! How can he run so fast? During the shuttle run, Zhang You completely outpaces the guards running alongside him, leaving everyone in astonishment. When he showcases his talent, jaws drop in disbelief. His strength surpasses even that of Shaquille O'Neal. He reaches the rim with astonishing ease, truly terrifying. The two assistant coaches exchange glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. Setting aside the technical aspects, this talent appears even more extraordinary than LeBron's. O'Neal bench pressed 200 kilograms, James 190 kilograms. While this high school prodigy reached an astonishing 205 kilograms. James' vertical jump is 98 centimeters from a standstill and 118 centimeters with a running start, which is already phenomenal. Zhang You, however, achieved a vertical jump of 101 centimeters from a standstill and 121 centimeters with a running start, significantly surpassing LeBron. Coupled with his remarkable wingspan, it is only reasonable that he can reach the rim. This talent is reminiscent of Wilt Chamberlain. They recalled another legendary figure from the Lakers. A slightly shorter version of Chamberlain, or perhaps a more enhanced iteration of James. It was imperative to report this to the general manager without delay. Before long, Kupchak arrived. His demeanor serious. The other rookies also began to recognize their own talents, which paled in comparison to the remarkable individual before them. Goodness! How could an Asian athlete possess such strength? Perhaps he had specialized in track and field, lacking in skill. Maybe so. Yet there were whispers that he could hold his own against LeBron James. As the other rookies exchanged hushed remarks, the assistant coach organized a scrimmage between two teams. This confrontation was purely to assess the individual abilities of the newcomers. Hardly anyone was willing to pass the ball once they obtained it. They engaged in their own solo maneuvers. Hey, big guy, what are you doing out there? Get inside. To their astonishment, Zhang You, upon receiving the ball in the paint, actually stepped out to face the basket. He executed a simple feint before effortlessly dribbling past his opponent. He stormed in like a bundle of dynamite, instilling fear in everyone around him. The young player, poised to commit a foul against Zhang You, tightly shut his eyes, terrified of being obliterated by him. Was he about to charge at me? No. Upon encountering the help defense, Zhang You executed an under-the-legs pass to the completely unguarded 6-meter-tall power forward, Brian Cook. Stationed beneath the basket, Cook skillfully banked the shot in. It was a splendid assist. Perhaps next time, he should refrain from passing. Cook gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. He was truly moved deep within his heart. This could be considered a fateful trial, as he unexpectedly fed me the ball. We must share a special bond. Zhang You was perhaps the only player on the court with a lackluster desire to attack. Beyond his physicality, he aimed to showcase his most proficient skill passing. In this context, Kupchak had also reviewed Zhang Yu's scouting report. The report indicated that his static talent was exceptional, and he possessed a rare combination of speed, jumping ability, and strength. Transitioning from a point guard to a forward, his passing was precise, accompanied by a top-tier vision. Though at times, it bordered on the extravagant. His shooting was below the league average, and his defensive awareness was mediocre, albeit with significant coverage. His most glaring deficiency lay in his rudimentary post skills. He was not adept at low-post isolation, occasionally opting for reckless steals and fast breaks, making him suitable for orchestrating offense with the ball in hand. Upon reviewing this scouting report, Kupchak was taken aback, questioning, with such exquisite passing. You dare to label him a center? How absurd. He couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. What to do? I desperately want him tall, strong, and fast. In comparison to Chamberlain and James, he bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Magic Johnson from the era of the formidable Lakers. Observing such a player leaves the management in a state of indecision. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Yu's exceptional talent is undeniable. Standing at 12 meters. Could he be the next Magic Johnson for the Lakers? Kupchak is uncertain. Yet, one thing he knows for certain is that Zhang Yu will undoubtedly be a lottery pick. Despite his lackluster skills in the paint, he is merely 18 years old. However, his physical attributes are truly extraordinary. His passing is nothing short of breathtaking, showcasing remarkable team spirit. Could he be a blend of LeBron and Chamberlain? Perhaps he resembles a Magic plus? The trajectory of this player's development remains somewhat ambiguous. But as long as he commits to transformative training, he will surely evolve into an exceptional interior player given time. Ultimately, Kupchak conveyed to Zhang Yu, our draft position is somewhat lower, but if the teams ahead of us overlook you, we will certainly select you with the 24th pick. Kupchak hesitated, hinting subtly, you could exclusively participate in our team's tryout. If we draft you, Shaquille O'Neal will be your mentor. One can only imagine the ramifications if Zhang Yu were to audition for other teams. Such an outstanding player would not go unnoticed by others. After all, who else could they trade for during the draft? There is simply no one else available aside from O'Neal. Kupchak felt a profound sense of helplessness. Hence this promise to Zhang Yu. He even contemplated, in a moment of impulse, trading the injured O'Neal, which would have been utterly reckless. The management would never consent to such a drastic measure. They are determined to continue their quest for the championship. Today, a special player graced the Auckland arena. Coach Eric Musselman received a call from a seasoned veteran. The prodigious student he recommended wishes to audition for the Golden State Warriors. To be candid, Such endeavors typically fall within the purview of scouts. However, the allure of those 2 bottles of exquisite Huaxiao wine, said to have been buried for 2 decades, proved irresistible. At the mere thought, saliva pooled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I hold Coach Horton in the highest regard. He is truly remarkable. I have every confidence in his players, and I see great potential in you, young man, he remarked earnestly, giving the talented Zhang You a reassuring pat. Yet, he was keenly aware that the Warriors have faced considerable challenges in recent years. In fact, it has been a decade since they last reached the playoffs. The management has even hinted at a complete overhaul once the season concludes. Failure to produce results could spell doom for them as well. Chris, here is Zhang Yu's scout report. Take a look, he said. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Muselman handed the report to a particularly esteemed assistant coach. He is none other than Chris Mullin, famously dubbed the left hand of God. He possesses an extraordinary proficiency in shooting 3-pointers with his left hand, achieving a remarkable 3-point shooting percentage that ranked him second to third in the league during the years 1997 to 1999. Even more commendable is that his attempts from beyond the arc placed him among the top 10 in the league. Furthermore, he contributed to his national team's triumph by securing gold medals at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics and the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. He is an exceptionally efficient 3-point shooter. Chris Mullin has joined the management of the Golden State Warriors as a special assistant coach. According to reliable sources, barring any unforeseen circumstances, next season will proceed as anticipated. He has become the assistant general manager of the team, and perhaps he may ascend to the position of general manager. The two were taken aback after reviewing Zhang Yu's scouting report. The scout's professionalism was indisputable. While Zhang Yu was undergoing physical assessments, they took the opportunity to watch footage of his high school match against LeBron James. In that game, they did not witness Zhang Yu's passing prowess, however. They were astounded by his extraordinary physique, which was visibly superior to that of James. Following the physical evaluations, they were equally astonished by the concrete statistics they received. His strength exceeded that of Shaquille O'Neal, and his leaping ability surpassed that of Vince Carter. Even though he was merely a high school student with rudimentary skills, he was certainly worth nurturing. Without hesitation, Mullin declared, "Coach Eric, let us promptly organize a team training session." Eric Musselman swiftly gathered the Warriors players. "Gentlemen, today we have a young prodigy. I trust you have heard how he triumphed over the most formidable high school player coveted by every team, LeBron James. Now, we shall conduct a routine team training session. Jason and Gilbert, you will each lead the first and second teams, allowing this young man to practice alongside you," Musselman instructed. Clapping his hands, everyone turned their attention to the towering figure. The team had seemingly resigned themselves to missing the playoffs, approaching training with a lackadaisical attitude. However, was the standard for this private tryout not a bit elevated? The team center, Dampier, chuckled. "He's just a high school student. I could easily pin him down and make him call me daddy. Haha." Amid the playful banter, Jason Richardson yawned and casually glanced over. The innocent smile on Zhang Yu's face sent an unsettling shiver down his spine. He suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness, it's you." The person before him was none other than the little brat who had shown disdain for him, a 2-time slam dunk champion. It had been several months since they last met. He truly lingers like a restless spirit. Zhang Yu also offered him a friendly smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Jason, my old friend, did you ever expect this?" The two teams quickly arranged themselves. Zhang Yu and Dampier were preparing for the jump ball. At this moment, Zhang Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. Standing at 12 meters, Dampier faced the now earnest-looking Asian lad, who still maintained a relaxed smile. He even teased Zhang Yu about his demeanor. "Your gaze is impressive. I admire the competitive fire in your eyes," Dampier remarked with a grin. Soon, he would make this 18-year-old youth aware of the harsh realities of society. Yet, in the next moment, he could no longer muster a smile. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped him. Beep. As the whistle blew, the speed of the young man opposite him was astonishingly swift. As a member of the second team, Zhang Yu effortlessly leaped over the sluggish Dampier. Even though Dampier had already emerged as a prominent center in the league, Zhang Yu's jumping ability utterly surpassed him. Dampier's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He had actually been outperformed by a high school student? "Rookie, did you think the mighty Dampier was easy to bully?" He immediately clung to the young player like sticky toffee. At this moment, his expression remained relaxed. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Richardson, and then executed a screen at the arc's pinnacle. A handoff pass ensued, albeit the quality of the screen left much to be desired. After delivering the ball to Zhang Yu at the arc, Richardson sought to regain possession and continue orchestrating the play. However, Zhang Yu, possessing the ball at the arc, dribbled a couple of times to create space. "Pass me the ball," Richardson exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Yet, he received no reply, for Zhang Yu, propelled by his speed, surged into the right lane. Astonishingly, the 12-meter-tall Dampier was effortlessly outpaced. Can you believe it? A towering figure of 12 meters exhibiting first-step speed that outstripped that of a guard. Zhang Yu had not mastered any flashy dribbling techniques. His approach was refreshingly unpretentious. Dampier's feet seemed as if they were encumbered with lead. The rookie, yet to play in the NBA, had seemingly dispatched a starting center of the league with ease. As the team's leader, Jameson sensed that this rookie was exceptional. The interior defense collapsed. In a fit of frustration, Dampier charged forward, intent on blocking him. "I'll deny you the shot," he vowed, determined to prevent any attempt, even if he couldn't keep pace. The Warriors, in a display of teamwork, aimed to teach this star-studded trial player a lesson. The paint transformed into a trio of defenders surrounding Zhang You, yet he remained unperturbed as he leaped into the air. Jameson also took to the skies. They formed a confrontation in midair. Zhang You, with his back turned towards the hoop, appeared poised to take a shot. Meanwhile, Dampier rushed in to block. Could this be a reverse layup? Yet, in the air, Zhang You deftly passed the ball behind his right hand, threading it through Jameson's armpit and launching it toward the backboard. The dunking king Richardson instinctively leaped high, seizing the basketball with one hand from the air. Boom. He executed an aerial relay dunk with remarkable finesse. Richardson appeared utterly at ease. Zhang Yu's pass was nothing short of a silky smooth delight. He relishes such passes. Although his collaboration with Arenas is satisfactory, they are both of a similar ilk, each preferring to score individually. In contrast, Zhang You, a formidable presence in the paint, favors the art of passing. After drawing the defense, he astonishingly executed a 360 spin in midair and precisely located his teammate. It was truly unfathomable. However, Richardson, with a playful tone, chattered at Zhang You, "As a tall player, you should refrain from ball handling. That is the duty of a guard." To his surprise, the dunking king was met with a cheerful retort from Zhang You. "If memory serves me right, you have only 3 assists this season." "Damn. Listen. I am the guard here. The ball should be passed to me," Richardson insisted with utmost seriousness, entirely oblivious to the joy of his previous scoring opportunities. This rookie, yet to be drafted, was undeniably audacious. Observing the two bickering after a successful shot left the others somewhat speechless. Perhaps, they truly shared a bond of affection. On the other hand, the expressions of the entire team were far from pleasant. The team's leader, Jameson, along with starting center Dampier and small forward Dunleavy, found themselves outmaneuvered as Zhang You completed an elaborate alley-oop. The two coaches pondered deeply. Indeed, he is, as the scout report described, a player proficient in passing and ball control within the paint. It is quite remarkable. One wonders why he had not previously come to prominence. However, it is fortunate that this is the case. It is said that Zhang You only had tryouts with 2 teams, and in less than a week's time, the draft is set to commence. They have a significant opportunity against Zhang You. The training match is not yet concluded. As the defense transitions, Dampier, in a fit of rage, ironically chuckles. He feels mocked, an affront that is unforgivable. "By age, I am a decade your senior, thus you must address me as uncle. It is unfilial to disturb an elder's peace." In this offensive sequence, Dampier intends to back down Zhang You in the paint. Everyone has spread out, eager to witness Zhang Yu's defensive prowess. Although Dampier is accustomed to doing the dirty work and is proficient at scoring easy baskets, he is a seasoned veteran of the league, and surely overpowering a high school student should not pose a challenge. "I push. Once, twice. Remarkably, I cannot budge him." Dampier is taken aback internally. Yet, unwilling to concede, he executes a spin move and then attempts a layup towards the basket. His attempt was rather reckless. With a resounding smack, he executed no feint whatsoever. Dampier's offensive prowess was indeed lacking. Although Zhang Yu's defensive awareness and skills have yet to reach elite levels, his wingspan and athleticism are unparalleled. As the saying goes, when ability falls short, talent compensates. The emphatic block came crashing down upon Dampier's face, exerting such force that it contorted his features into a parodic beak-like shape. The onlooking players gaped in astonishment. But that was not the end of it. After Zhang Yu's block landed squarely on Dampier's face, the ball ricocheted back into his hands. Richardson and his fellow teammates surged forward. "Pass," Richardson called out, seemingly urging him to swiftly distribute the ball. Yet, Zhang You paid him no heed. He charged forward with the ball like a frenzied wild dog. Oh my heavens. He wouldn't actually collide with me, would he? The diminutive Boykins, standing at merely 165 meters and averaging 8 points per game this season, utterly lacked the courage to confront the colossal beast that is Zhang Yu head on. He attempted to retrieve the ball from the side. Yet it was entirely under Zhang Yu's control. There was no opportunity. He himself was merely nudged and went sprawling. "Oh, I have fallen," Boykins exclaimed as he collapsed along the sideline. Zhang Yu looked at Richardson and gestured upwards with his finger. He raised his hand towards the basket. Richardson's heart soared with joy. Although Arenas was obstructing him, he was confident that he could leap higher than his opponent to complete this aerial relay. He shamefully took off again. There was no choice. The pass from Zhang Yu was simply too delightful. He felt utterly embarrassed, knowing that he was not supposed to handle the ball or make the pass, yet he found himself savoring the moment more and more. Wait, Richardson was taken aback. Where's the ball? He surprisingly leaped into solitude, leaving Arenas, who was diligently defending, utterly bewildered. He and his close friend Richardson unexpectedly shared a moment of solitude in their jump. The ball was a behind-the-back pass. Ultimately, it reached the corner where Bob Sula waited. Sula has achieved a three-point shooting percentage of 32.9 this season. During the fast break, he found himself completely unguarded in the right corner. The ball landed perfectly at his chest level. Comfortable. He raised his hand and shot directly. Swish. It was astonishingly effortless. Goodness. Are you teasing me on purpose? Hey, Jason. That was an exquisite pass, wasn't he it? In response to Richardson's inquiry, Zhang You chuckled. Clap, clap, clap. Coach Eric Musselman arrived, applauding as he called for a halt to the game. Zhang Yu's performance was beyond doubt, even more formidable than the scouts' report suggested. He bears no resemblance to a novice. Rather, he resembles a seasoned veteran who has navigated the league for many years. He undoubtedly possesses the ability to aggressively penetrate the paint. Yet he chooses to play with finesse. This illustrates his remarkable intelligence. On the defensive end, he effectively utilizes his wingspan and vertical leap to guard against the formidable and robust Dampier. While he may not be on par with LeBron James, he is undeniably a superstar in his own right. He may indeed be a prodigious talent akin to the likes of Kobe, LeBron, and Garnett. Emerging from the realm of high school, presently, their sole concern revolves around the actions of other teams holding lottery picks. Following the conclusion of practice, the players of the Warriors express considerable curiosity about this towering Chinese athlete. Perhaps he will join them as a colleague next season, or potentially emerge as a formidable rival. With the exception of the somewhat introverted Dampier, everyone extended their encouragement. Arenas patted Zhang You on the back, remarking, "You are performing better than I did when I first entered the league." The zero-numbered agent, emerging from the bench, holds great optimism for Zhang You. Indeed, it appears that Zhang You has captured the favor of the team. His prowess is akin to that of a lottery pick player. What is paramount is that he is merely 18 years of age. Arenas was merely a second-round selection. However, through relentless effort, he has achieved an average of 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists this season, earning him the title of the league's most improved player. Next season, his affordable rookie contract will expire. The Warriors are in need of a rebuild and lack sufficient salary cap space. Both he and Jamison are likely to transfer teams, and this may be his final training session with the Warriors. Thank you, Brother Gilbert. You are destined to become an all-star player in the future. Zhang You also chimed in cheerfully. Hey, Zhang, do not even think about joining me on the first team. Your passing irks me. I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. If you come to the Warriors, I will have to make you fetch my shoes and buy me hamburgers every day. Richardson threatened as Zhang Yu departed. In high spirits, Zhang Yu recognized that training with NBA stars was an entirely different experience, perhaps due to his rookie phase. His passing ability had surprisingly improved once again. He clashed with the pass. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and remarked, "That's a splendid idea. The loser of the dunk contest must wash the other's socks." Richardson chuckled, "You truly are quite adorable." The training camp concluded here. After a discussion, the two coaches made a decisive decision. As they departed from the Oakland arena, Mullen sought out Zhang Yu privately. "We hold the 11th pick, given your abilities. I believe you should be within the top 10. However, as you know, this year is a bountiful draft year, teeming with talent, and no one can assure anything. Your playing style aligns perfectly with our team. If you are not selected in the top 10, we will undoubtedly choose you, I assure you." Mullen spoke with sincere eyes. It was no secret that team owner Raoul coveted the Rockets' Yao Ming, drawn by his commercial allure. The Warriors, located in a region with a significant Asian population, stood to gain substantially if they acquired Yao. Thus, they aimed to trade Jamison and Arenas. Yet, why would the Rockets part with such a sought-after star center? The Warriors' maneuvers seemed somewhat surreal. Now, however, they had an additional option. After 2 days of tryouts, Zhang Yu received the answer he desired. After all, as a high school player, he had very few templates to draw from. Securing a promise to be selected within the top 11 was already a considerable satisfaction. His choice to audition for these two teams stemmed from personal motives. One was proximity to home, and the other was the significant Chinese community on the West Coast. If he, as a member of the Chinese heritage, could succeed, it would afford him greater access to resources. This thought mirrored that of the Warriors owner. Now, he awaited the 26th of June, 2003, for the NBA draft to be held at Madison Square Garden in New York City. During this period, the 2002 to 2003 playoff season was fiercely contested. Zhang Yu had become somewhat of a drifter. His mother forbade him from returning home, so he took refuge with Jason Richardson. As they lived nearby, "Come on, I'm still under a rookie contract. I still need to juggle dates with my girlfriend and ex-girlfriend. You are such a nuisance." "No worries. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Whatever you two get up to, I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing." Despite his grumbling, Richardson welcomed this bothersome guest. Tattooed on Richardson's forearms were 4 Chinese characters: father, strength, talent, and agility. Perhaps this was their fateful connection. When Zhang Yu noticed the tattoos, Richardson explained, "These 4 characters represent my 4 beliefs. Father signifies being a good parent. Strength means to possess power. Talent indicates my capabilities. And agility? It means I am quite nimble on the court." Richardson's abode was modest, yet conveniently close to the Oakland arena. He intends to secure a lucrative contract next season, and his first act will be to purchase a grand house for his mother. Zhang Yu listened with a cheerful demeanor as the African-American rambled on, occasionally interjecting with witty remarks. Richardson grew up in Saginaw, Michigan, and it is here that his story began. His 2-year-old daughter, Jara, resides with Richardson's mother. He has scarcely experienced paternal affection in his recollections. It appears that his father never engaged in play with him. When I was merely 2 or 3 years old, my father departed from my life. He recounted the remarkable achievements of his mother. As a single parent, she managed to raise 6 children while juggling 2 jobs, one at a lobster restaurant and the other at a toy store. Simultaneously, she pursued a bachelor's degree in psychology at Seg State University. I feel as though she possesses the strength of 3 beings. My greatest aspiration in high school was to purchase the largest house for my mother. Wow, you're on the verge of realizing that dream. It's truly impressive, Zhang You marveled. Despite his somewhat tumultuous personal life, he is indeed the true king of dunks in Golden State. Having entered the league in 2000, he is currently earning a staggering $2.79 million this season. His next contract will undoubtedly be worth millions. A salary of $10 million was the benchmark for star players in the early 2000s. However, the exceptionally gifted Kevin Garnett is raking in an astounding $25 million this season. Zhang, share your story, he urged. Well, we are quite similar. I too wish to buy a grand house for my mother. As they conversed, they turned on the television to watch the NBA playoffs. Time indeed flew by swiftly. The 3-time champion Lakers found themselves in a predicament. They encountered the Spurs in the Western Conference semifinals of the NBA playoffs. However, the Lakers faced a plethora of injuries. Shaquille O'Neal was unable to perform at his full capacity due to a foot injury, and the small forward roster was collectively incapacitated. Even the Zen Master underwent heart bypass surgery during the playoffs, shattering the Lakers' dreams of a 4th consecutive championship. The Spurs triumphed over the Nets to claim the championship, with Tim Duncan achieving remarkable statistics of 24 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks, earning him the Finals MVP. Admiral David Robinson, with tears in his eyes, chose to retire. On the evening of June 26th, the anticipated day arrived. The time in China is 12 hours ahead of that in America. Although there was no live broadcast, various websites, including Longxin News and Sports News Network, began providing live text updates. Numerous basketball enthusiasts and fans incessantly refreshed their web pages. Unexpectedly, after a year, another Chinese player made his entrance into the NBA, upholding the tradition of China producing exceptional big men. This player is also a remarkable interior player. While the Domestic Basketball Association remained oblivious to this individual, media coverage was scarce. However, some American sports outlets had thoroughly investigated Zhang Yu's background. The renowned NBA journalist O.J. Wojnarowski dedicated some ink to Zhang Yu in his rookie feature section. This extraordinary giant possesses an Eastern magic. His static and dynamic talents evoke memories of Wilt Chamberlain. He dominated the boards against the formidable high school phenom LeBron James, executing dunks from the free throw line with ease. Yet, his greatest prowess lies in his passing ability. I prefer to refer to him as the Eastern magician. From obscurity to entering the NBA draft, he stands poised to compete against the prodigious LeBron James. His ascent to fame occurred in less than 6 months, catalyzed by a single competition. What is even more astonishing is that he remains a high school athlete. Perhaps it was LeBron who instilled in him the courage to directly channel his prodigious talent into the NBA. This is indeed remarkable. The achievements of this Chinese player have also reached domestic shores, where everyone hopes he will become the next Yao Ming, making a name for himself in the NBA. With the addition of Zhang Yu, we could boast 3 exceptional interior players in the NBA, the Clippers Ji, the Rockets Yao, and this Zhang Yu. Not to mention, there seems to be another Chinese player, Shui Yuxiang, in this draft. May they all flourish. It would be ideal for Zhang Yu to join the Rockets as Yao's successor. At just 18 years old, one wonders how far he can go. Wait a moment, I just saw in the news that he entered the green room? What is the green room? I entered the black room using a hack. Someone took a moment to enlighten me. The green room is not an actual room, but a customary term for draft night. Players who ascend to the green room are those selected by votes from NBA team managers. Those in the green room are accompanied by friends and family, witnessing the moment when childhood dreams materialize into reality. The performance during trials significantly influences the recognition from team managers. Due to the limited references from Zhang Yu's games and trials, his acknowledgement from NBA managers was relatively low, placing him at the bottom of the list. There are also players with commendable skills who, due to a lackadaisical attitude during trials, later shine in the NBA, only to find themselves drafted in the second round, like the subsequent DeAndre Jordan. In the hallowed grounds of basketball, the Madison Square Garden, NBA President David Stern unveiled the envelope and announced to all, with the first pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. There was no suspense. When Cleveland drew the top pick with a 25 chance, the script for the next Jordan seemed already written. A local prodigy from the small town of Akron, Ohio, destined to rescue the Cavaliers from despair and lead them to an NBA championship. Everyone knew that LeBron James's name would be the first to echo in New York's Madison Square Garden. For James and the Cavaliers, the draft was merely a formality. Clad in a custom white suit, LeBron donned a red cap, embracing his mother and friends one by one. Although he had anticipated this moment for quite some time, James still radiated excitement. As the host remarked, he repaid his mother, Gloria, for her efforts. The child born in Akron at the age of 16 now secured a 7-year, $93 million shoe contract. This signified transformation. It meant no longer living in a 17-month rental, heralding monumental changes for his family, and ensuring that the name LeBron James would be inscribed in NBA history. At this moment, James smiled and took the stage to embrace Stern for a photo. While everyone believed he was the next Jordan, James's gaze fell upon the figure in the corner, applauding him, the Eastern magician, as pinned by OJ. He conceals a dagger behind his smile, leaving himself in a state of numbness. Among this year's selection, the individual he fears the most has emerged. Having arrived in the NBA without engaging in AA, does this mean he intends to pursue and confront me? His machinations are truly terrifying. What? The Warriors wish for us to select Zhang You from Westchester High School, and they propose to trade him for Dampier? This is impossible. They must be out of their minds. What we desire is Darko Milicic, a player who is even stronger than Yale. Has the situation changed again? Now they want to exchange Jamison? That simply cannot happen. Although I am tempted, our salary cap does not align. Jamison's contract is far too substantial for a successful rebuild. It is not only the general manager of the Pistons who faces this dilemma. Almost all general managers within the top 10 picks have received offers from both the Lakers and the Warriors. They aspire to select Zhang You from Huaxia. The Lakers are willing to exchange all assets except for their star player, while the Warriors have even offered their renowned power forward Jamison and the promising center Dampier for consideration. However, Jamison's hefty contract is undesirable for high-ranking teams, and despite his scoring ability, he has failed to lead his team to victory. Dampier is indeed a potential candidate. But wait, Zhang You? Numerous general managers swiftly acquired his scouting reports. The Bulls and the Knicks extended invitations for tryouts, yet he declined to attend, displaying an air of arrogance. He merely showcased a few commendable performances against LeBron, possessing only a modicum of talent. What does it matter if he possesses some skill? After all, he is of Asian descent, prone to injuries and lacking in stamina. A Huaxia player with physical potential limited by such factors? They harbor considerable skepticism. Pat Riley of the Miami Heat hesitated for a prolonged moment. During the tryouts, they simultaneously evaluated Dwayne Wade and Chris Common. Initially, they were inclined to select Common, a formidable presence in the paint. However, upon witnessing Wade's performance, Riley experienced a pang of regret. Wade's innate talent and maturity profoundly moved him. Zhang You, despite his prowess, remained merely a high school student. Jamison, on the other hand, was a star-caliber interior player. Was this Chinese talent, Zhang You, truly worthy of such investment? Or was the Warriors' reconstruction inevitable? The astute Riley stroked his chin, ultimately shaking his head. He leaned towards the option of rebuilding. A venture without assurance was not worth pursuing. Seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. David Stern continued to open the envelopes, and as in history, nothing had changed. Carmelo Anthony was destined for the Denver Nuggets. The future Dragon King was set to arrive in Toronto, and the Flash made his way to the warm southwestern shores of Miami. The Warriors and Lakers felt both anxious and hopeful. When the Clippers received the call, the general manager promptly reported to the owner. Should they trade for Dampier? However, the Caucasian owner simply shook his head. The overall caliber of our Chinese player is merely average, and after all, he is just an 18-year-old. Are you joking? Is he akin to high school prodigies like Kobe, LeBron, or Garnett? Even the Bulls received trade proposals, and their management sought Jordan's opinion. It seemed Jordan had heard of this player and had even invited him for a tryout, although he failed to show up. Zhang You? That child is exceptionally talented. Do not select Collins. Choose him. It is undoubtedly the right decision. Upon hearing the basketball deity's endorsement, the Bulls management experienced an epiphany and made their choice. David Stern then proceeded to open the Bulls envelope, announcing, the Chicago Bulls select Kirk Hinrich. Upon hearing Stern's words, Michael Jordan was momentarily frozen, his expression darkening. What does this mean? Is he disregarding my input? He promptly made a call to the Wizards to offer his advice. As long as his judgment proved correct, his vision would be vindicated. In fact, he had prepared himself to take on a minor ownership role with the Wizards. Jordan earnestly informed them. If New York and Milwaukee do not select Zhang You, I advise you to choose him. His talent is on par with Shaquille. Understood, Michael, I acknowledge your advice. Responded Wizards general manager Ernie Grunfeld with utmost seriousness. Such promptness? Jordan regarded him with skepticism. Just after hanging up, Grunfeld hastily instructed his staff, verify our list. You didn't heed Michael's warning, did you? Jordan is akin to a jinx, much like the infamous Crow's curse. I trust you not at all. His designated candidate, Kwame Brown, participated in 80 games last season, starting in 20. As an interior player, he averaged 7.4 points and 5.3 rebounds, with a shooting percentage slightly above 40. Look at this. Is this the player you wish to share the court with as the top pick? Huh? Both the Warriors and the Lakers are bewildered. Why did they not select Zhang You? They seem disinterested in our players. Are all the rookies in this draft so formidable? Even someone like Zhang You has gone unnoticed. Are we truly about to discover a hidden gem? The Lakers must not dismantle the OK duo. It is their assurance for securing the championship next season. However, Fisher, Fox, and Devin George have inquired extensively. When they posed their question to the Warriors at the 11th pick, General Manager Mullen's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, the Lakers, having evaluated Zhang You during the tryouts, recognize his talent. But if you are unwilling to part with okay, what is sufficient? Well, Mr. Kupchak, you are indeed generous. If you were to package Fisher and Fox, we would consider it. That is impossible. He is merely an 18-year-old rookie. We would only part with one of those three. Oh, then we shall deliberate. We desire the Frenchman, Pietrus. If Fisher is off the table, the other two are acceptable. Two seasoned strategists are engaged in negotiation. Meanwhile, the Bucks have selected TJ Ford. The management in New York has also received a call. The Westchester High School player, Zhang You? A high school athlete from a district in New York State? Yes, he performed admirably in that game. Are you considering the sweet-shooting Michael Sweeney instead? Imagine the lineup with Dampier. Upon hearing the report from President and General Manager Isaiah Thomas, Knicks owner Dolan ultimately made an enthusiastic decision. Compared to rookies, New York requires immediate impact players. Dampier will be an excellent addition. Just think, next season we will have Marbury, Houston, and Hardaway. And Dampier paired with Mutombo will be a formidable weapon against the Lakers' Shaquille O'Neal in the West. Dolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized this was an opportunity. Soon after, TJ Ford posed for a photograph with the league president, David Stern. The 9th overall pick was officially revealed. When David Stern opened the envelope for the Knicks, he was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this would be a high school player from China. Amidst his surprise, he seemed to contemplate something. He wore a benevolent smile. In the 2003 NBA draft at the 9th pick, the New York Knicks selected the high school player from Westchester, Zhang You. When David Stern announced Zhang Yu's name that evening, many were taken aback. The host at the venue was momentarily stunned, glancing towards the player introduction. Zhang Yu was unaware of the trades made by the teams. However, arriving in the lottery zone was entirely unexpected for him. He rose to his feet and donned a blue cap. Oh, Zhang Yu, you have indeed entered the lottery zone. Curse it. I should have participated in the draft as well. As friends and high school teammates, Ariza excitedly embraced Zhang Yu. You've made it, kid. Remember, this is just the beginning of your journey. Coach Horton also embraced him, offering words of encouragement. Naturally, Zhang Yu did not forget to hug his emotional mother, who was brimming with tears. At this moment, words were unnecessary. Mom, you've worked hard. Just as he began to express his feelings, Zhang Yu heard his mother's reply. At 18, you can fend for yourself now. Amidst the cheers and applause of the crowd, many New York fans in attendance erupted in shouts. Aha, this is a high school player from New York State. I know him. He dominated LeBron. A well-known middle school fan yelled from behind James. Soon, many New York fans joyously joined in the chant. One fan even unfurled a poster of Zhang Yu dunking ferociously to welcome his joining the Knicks. The New York fans began to chant, FK Zhang Yu, FK Zhang Yu. The host on site finally managed to uncover Zhang Yu's story. Oh, this young man seems to be quite popular. He also gave his mother a hug. His mother had raised him in New York through her work as a street vendor. After learning to play basketball, he had been performing modestly as a point guard until he experienced a growth spurt of 20 centimeters in his senior year. Indeed, he had gained the upper hand in this year's match against LeBron, even dunking fiercely on the boards. He possessed the physical prowess of a prehistoric beast, effortlessly executing tasks from the free throw line. His draft comparison included Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, and Kevin Garnett, while other teams may not be familiar with him. For those in New York and New Jersey who witnessed that game in February, Zhang Yu had truly overshadowed LeBron. New York fans were still buzzing with excitement about what this high school player would bring to the season in terms of explosive basketball. However, they soon received the news. The Golden State Warriors had traded Eric Dampier for the newly drafted high school player, Zhang Yu. Stunned, frozen, the New York fans were instantly dumbfounded. FK, Dolan is such a fool. He should have let me be the general manager. We've grown weary of that dull basketball. Finally, we had an electrifying player. And I want to see some dunks. Yet, it must be said, with Dampier on the team, we might very well contend for the championship, as Zhang is, after all, a rookie. The New York fans, cursing, ceased their cheers. At that moment, Kupchak was also left speechless. He gazed incredulously towards the Warriors' management, realizing that his hopes of acquiring a gifted interior player for nothing had ultimately been in vain. His old friend Mullen gestured with a playful "ye" and winked at him. Kupchak wore a somber expression. He placed a call to Phil Jackson, assuring him that next season he would secure the finest allies for Kobe and Shaquille. He confidently proclaimed that they would clinch the championship. Shaquille also reached out to Kupchak, providing him with reassurance. Peyton and Malone had both agreed to visit him in Orlando, seemingly valuing the championship more than monetary gain. The draft ultimately concluded, and the rookies from various teams reported in an orderly fashion. With new arrivals, there were also departures. Dampier, preparing to leave Oakland, granted an interview to an ESPN reporter, echoing the sentiments often expressed by players during trades. The NBA is fundamentally a business. Players are merely commodities. We cannot affect change. We can only strive to adapt to our teams. When asked if he had any advice for the rookie, Dampier smiled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor to share his insights. The young player certainly possessed talent, agile, athletic, with impressive wingspan. However, he emphasized that young athletes must first learn patience, seek guidance from seasoned teammates, remain humble, and commit to rigorous training if they hope to earn playing time and survive in the league. Observing Dampier's articulate discourse, the reporters understood. Perhaps leaving the Golden State Warriors for New York was a commendable choice for Dampier. When asked about his next goal, he replied calmly, "Indeed. My aim is to focus on becoming the league's premier center and securing a championship." Ultimately, Zhang You fulfilled his wish to remain close to home, and the team presented him with a rookie contract under the 3-1 standard. His contract amount exceeds that of Michael Pietrus, who was selected 11th overall by the Warriors, reaching over $200 million per year. He held in his hands a size 15 jersey, 2 sizes larger than that of Chamberlain, beaming as he posed for the official photographs. During the off-season, the players seemed to indulge in much-needed respite. Some engaged in fishing, others were lifting tires, while a few underwent surgical procedures. Meanwhile, the team management tirelessly worked to bolster the roster in preparation for the upcoming season. After the painful loss of a potential 4th consecutive championship, the Lakers assembled a formidable F4 lineup featuring Payton, Kobe, Malone, and O'Neal, with Malone nearing the age of 40 and Payton also advancing in years. The allure of what remained elusive became even more intense. They have yet to savor the taste of a championship. Even in their twilight years, they were still scoring over 20 points last season. Everyone is apprehensive of the maneuvers executed by the Lakers. Warriors general manager Bob Myers was taken aback, as he did not anticipate that Pelinka would have further strategies in his arsenal after the loss of Zhang You. Astonishingly, the Lakers managed to acquire the legendary mailman Malone and the glove Payton with just a few million in veteran contracts and mid-level salaries. Whether they can still wield their swords with vigor remains to be seen. The Los Angeles Lakers seem to have perpetually occupied the spotlight of the league. Wojnarowski has also summarized the summer's developments and shared his insights. While the Lakers possess formidable strength, the aging Malone and O'Neal carry potential injury concerns. Furthermore, Kobe Bryant encountered off-court troubles on July 1st, and the relationship within the OK duo appears somewhat strained. It is uncertain whether they can secure a 4th championship. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors, following their owner's directive, have parted ways with Jameson, Arenas, Sura, and Boykins, yet they have not acquired the illustrious Yao Ming from China, leaving the owner somewhat disheartened. The consolation may lie solely in the draft pick of Zhang You. Clifford Robinson, known for his 3-point shooting and defensive prowess, born in 1966 and hailing from the Detroit Pistons, will likely assume the role of the team's new starting power forward or center. Additionally, the 1998 NBA All-Star, nicknamed Madman Nick Van Exel, has been traded from the Mavericks. One is 38, the other 34. There is also the 34-year-old power forward, Channing. The undrafted and renowned Little General Avery Johnson, born in 1965, was initially set to be signed by the Warriors. However, the coaching staff opted against the signing. Considering the development of Zhang You and Pietrus, Little General Johnson chose to remain with the Mavericks as an assistant coach, leaving Warriors fans pondering whether, aside from the Lakers' aging roster, they too are a second retirement home. In the upcoming season, the Warriors may field a starting lineup consisting of Nick Van Exel, point guard, Jason Richardson, shooting guard, Mike Dunleavy, small forward, Troy Murphy, power forward, and Clifford Robinson, center. It is also possible that the injury-plagued Murphy will be given additional rest, allowing Robinson to play the 4 and Zhang You to take the 5. On the bench, there are promising supplements such as the 11th overall pick Pietrus, Clay Skilton, and Channing. Of course, should Zhang Yu's performance in training camp and the preseason fail to meet expectations, his playing time will be significantly reduced. On August 7, 2003, the NBA announced the schedule for 116 preseason games on a Thursday. The Warriors gathered their new roster of players, preparing for a period of cohesion to swiftly transition into regular season form. However, they were taken aback when newly appointed general manager Mullen brought in a new assistant coach for the head coach on the very first day of training camp. Ladies and gentlemen, considering the characteristics of our players and addressing the deficiencies on both offensive and defensive fronts, I have secured the finest assistant for Coach Eric Musselman. Indeed. Let us extend a warm welcome to this mustachioed gentleman, the best defender in the Italian League in 1990, Mike D'Antoni. During the Warriors' inaugural intra-squad practice at the Oakland Arena, the new assistant coach D'Antoni expressed his dissatisfaction. His arrival served to assist Coach Musselman in refining the offensive strategies. During the training sessions, he discovered that the Warriors possessed remarkable talent, particularly the 18-year-old rookie center. His athletic prowess is truly astonishing. It is no wonder he is often likened to the likes of Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, and Garnett. It is difficult to fathom that someone of his stature can dribble and drive to the basket even faster than the notoriously frenetic Van Exel. His hands are excessively large, granting him exceptional control over the ball. However, during the scrimmage segment, irrespective of the defensive strategies, Coach D'Antoni observed that the offensive tactics of this Warriors team appeared rather disorganized. This may also be attributed to the integration of new players. They exhibited a notably low efficiency in their offensive strategy, reminiscent of the Warriors' traditional style of play. The rookie center, Zhang You, found it exceedingly challenging to receive the ball in the paint. He obtained the ball with the intention of passing it out, yet there was hardly anyone making a move. Everyone was engaged in their solitary battles, particularly fond of isolating plays. D'Antoni quickly discerned the root of the issue. This team possessed remarkable athletic prowess, yet lacked a suitable offensive strategy. What was to be done? D'Antoni pondered. If they continued to play as they had in the past, the team's chances of making the playoffs seemed bleak once more. As the coaches ruminated, the scrimmage persisted. Both teams, reliant on isolation plays, found themselves struggling. One team, Dunleavy, contending against the defensive Murphy from the second team, finally managed to sink a three-pointer. Zhang You, stationed at the corner, passed the ball to Richardson. In an unexpected turn, Richardson returned the ball to Zhang You, signaling him to take control. The primary ball handler for the second team, Claxton, stretched out his hand, bewildered. Just last season, I had clinched the championship with the Spurs. Was I not brought in this season to shoulder the responsibility? What was happening? Richardson was allowing the center to take charge of the ball. D'Antoni furrowed his brow in confusion, yet head coach Musselman seemed to grasp the situation. Coach Michael. Just wait and see. This kid will understand. Although Musselman also found the notion of a center handling the ball somewhat absurd, he thought it worthwhile to observe this novel approach to offense during practice. Once Zhang You took control, he exuded a sense of confidence as if he commanded the entire court. He now resembles a commander on the field. The team center, Clifford Robinson, finds it somewhat amusing. He could hardly be bothered to extend his hand even while standing at the apex of the arc. However, his smile swiftly faded. Whoosh! Zhang You effortlessly pulled the ball to the right, creating a vast opening. He surged forward with the speed of a heavy truck. The lane was utterly vacant. He charged straight in. Boom! The four players created space for him, and he effortlessly maneuvered past the towering Robinson, executing a one-handed dunk with ease. It was astonishingly simple. The new recruits were left in awe. Even Coach D'Antoni, with his trademark mustache, raised an eyebrow in disbelief at the spectacle before him. The scrimmage continued. Do you know Kobe Bryant? In '96, when he first joined the Lakers, I completely overwhelmed him. The eccentric Van Exel declared before challenging Zhang You to a one-on-one. Everyone cleared out. With a deft shift of his guard, Van Exel suddenly accelerated, slipping into the lane. Success. But, alas, with a resounding clap. Van Exel realized he had underestimated his opponent. Zhang You, utilizing his long reach, disrupted the layup attempt, effectively blocking the shot. Seizing the rebound, Zhang You launched into a frenzied fast break. He is a towering figure, swifter than the defenders. Quick, impede him. Uncle Robinson has completely lost pace with Zhang You. His legs were too weary. A team of challengers approached, eager to seize the ball. However, Zhang You deftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, outmaneuvering this exceptionally skilled forward. As he advanced to the front court, Zhang You spotted Murphy, who had fallen behind the three-point line. Yet, the ball had already soared near the basket. Boom! Richardson leaped into the air, performing an alley-oop dunk. This was a no-look pass from Zhang You, undeniably exquisite. As he witnessed this scene, D'Antoni seemed to experience a sudden epiphany. If someone of Zhang Yu's height played as a point guard, the results could be astonishingly effective. His mastery over the ball is unparalleled, rendering his opponents out of position. Shall we put it to the test? After a brief intermission, the second team's primary ball handler, Claxton, expressed his grievances regarding Zhang Yu's control of the ball. Coach, isn't this just chaotic play? Which big man holds the ball outside? Perhaps he truly is the Eastern magician. Perceiving himself as the next Irvin Johnson, Claxton felt utterly disheartened. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. Coach D'Antoni astonishingly concurred with his viewpoint. You are correct. Let Zhang assume the role of point guard while you take a break. What? Claxton was utterly bewildered. I am a backup guard for a championship team. Not only am I not starting, but now my position is usurped by a center? D'Antoni indeed proved to be a coach renowned for his innovative experiments. The first team continued to execute their established offensive strategy, while the second team centered their plays around Zhang, embracing a fast-paced approach. What? D'Antoni's words left everyone in stunned silence. Are we really allowing a high school rookie to play point guard? Subsequently, D'Antoni reconfigured the lineup. Zhang You at point guard, Richardson at shooting guard, Pietrus at small forward, and Dunleavy at power forward. All players chosen possessed exceptional mobility and the ability to shoot from beyond the arc. Furthermore, D'Antoni specifically instructed Zhang to push for a fast break, encouraging the players to penetrate the paint for scores or to distribute the ball swiftly. I thought I was the mad one, but this coach is even more eccentric. They need to witness our prowess. We have been in this league for quite some time. This style of play is nothing short of absurd. Van Exel and Robinson were genuinely perplexed by the new coach's tactics. It was merely two good plays. Was it really necessary? They could understand the desire to develop this exceptionally talented rookie, but this seemed a bit far-fetched. Boom, boom, boom. This rookie is a tough nut. Quickly, let's double-team him. The first team soon realized something was amiss. This number 9 rookie was indeed peculiar. His ball control skills are remarkably exceptional. His breakthrough is devoid of flashy techniques, relying solely on fundamental skills. At most, there is a simple change of direction. Yet, his impact is profound. With his long arms, Scoring comes effortlessly. As he charges in, it culminates in a bank shot or a thunderous dunk. Robinson steadied himself, holding his breath. As he watched this towering figure charge in once more, bang, he closed his eyes, anticipating a collision that would send him flying. Yet, in a twist of fate, Zhang You delivered a precise pass to Petrus, who was sprinting in the opposite direction. The latter effortlessly executed a layup, successfully scoring. Indeed, the two coaches exchanged glances. Although Zhang Yu's shooting may be mediocre at present and his skills in the paint are unremarkable, his unexpected prowess in driving to the basket and facilitating passes is remarkable. In the midst of the competition, Zhang You flawlessly showcased his passing talent and ability to penetrate the rim. It is merely a straightforward three-step layup. Yet its impact is formidable. Uncle Robinson was even pushed out of bounds by him during a single play. Although his interior skills are rather ordinary, his wingspan is exceptionally long. On the defensive end, his athleticism and tenacity create a suffocating presence for his opponents. Given time, he is destined to become a superstar. Imagine utilizing Zhang You as a focal point to draw double teams, subsequently distributing the ball to four players poised to shoot three-pointers. Or allowing Zhang You to orchestrate ball control and fast breaks. D'Antoni ponders this with an intrigued expression. He must practice his new tactics. But will the seasoned guards of these leagues be convinced? Perhaps he will prove to be on par with Shaquille O'Neal in his rookie season. At this moment, Coach Musselman revealed a confident smile and continued to explain. Coach Michael, we actually intended to select him with the second pick. D'Antoni appeared surprised, yet it seemed somewhat anticipated. The Warriors have seemingly stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. Could it be that he is superior to Carmelo Anthony, who led Syracuse University to an NCAA championship? I am now utterly convinced that his ability to outshine LeBron James is no mere coincidence. Upon hearing D'Antoni's words, Coach Musselman nodded, captivated by D'Antoni's strategy. I have a bold idea. Los Angeles Staples Center, a versatile arena, serves as the home for the Lakers, Clippers, the WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks, the NHL's Los Angeles Kings, and the AFL's Los Angeles Avengers. Numerous world-class events have taken place here, including the 2002 U.S. Figure Skating Championships, for Grammy Award ceremonies, and the Theater, among others. The arena is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and exquisite decor, exuding an air of prestige that complements Los Angeles' luxurious style. Even during the preseason, over 10,000 spectators fill the seats to capacity. They are here today to witness the debut of the Lakers F4. Prior to the game, Shaquille O'Neal granted an interview to an ESPN reporter. Shaquille, what do you think of the Warriors' new recruit from Huaxia? The reporter inquired. By the way, I recall your first duel with the Huaxiao prodigy back in January, where you were blocked several times right at the start. How polite of you. O'Neal feigned nonchalance, replying, Oh, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. In that match, I completely overpowered you. If memory serves, I scored 36 points and grabbed 13 rebounds. And let's not forget the second match in March, where I also dominated him. The reporter pointed out that in O'Neal's debut against Yao, he lost, having been blocked consecutively. O'Neal chuckled at the reporter's remark. Huh, you really are quite the clever one. This fool successfully stirred up his pregame nerves, questioning his prowess. After the media sensationalized the Yao-O'Neal showdown, they now began to hype up the absurd matchup of Yao against the rising star. It must be noted that the opponent is merely a child. Even if they were to do it intentionally, it would be inconsequential. His status as the universe's premier center is beyond dispute. In the preseason, the Warriors will face the newly formed Super F4 Lakers in their first two games. Oh. It appears O'Neal is somewhat disappointed. Before the game, he declared his intent to mercilessly dominate the Huaxia high schooler, yet he finds himself matched against the 1966-born Uncle Clifford Robinson. Haha. Yes, I like Uncle Cliff for his excellent three-point shooting. It seems the rookie from Huaxia has yet to earn the team's trust. Amidst the teasing from the sideline commentators, the game soon commenced. Zhang You was designated to the bench, while Uncle Robinson braced himself to face O'Neal. At the outset, O'Neal effortlessly leaped for the ball. Peyton and Kobe partnered in the backcourt, while Malone and O'Neal formed a formidable inside duo. The pressure they exerted on the Warriors was indeed overwhelming. The Warriors' backcourt duo of Van Exel and Richardson performed commendably. It is worth noting that Nick Van Exel was once Kobe's mentor. Yet, with the arrival of the dynamic duo, he had to step aside, much like Zhang You now. This arrangement had previously left him somewhat disgruntled. During Lakers practice, he often sought one-on-one matchups, directly overpowering Kobe. This experience introduced Kobe to the realities of the NBA, and it fostered a bit of rivalry between them, culminating in Van Exel's departure. Years later, when reflecting on this incident, Kobe remarked, "The first opponent to give me a tough time was Nick Van Exel. He nearly dismantled me during practice. He incessantly taunted, 'Come near me, and I'll show you what,' which truly drove me insane." Even in the preseason, Kobe showed no signs of leniency against a former adversary who had once bested him. During this tumultuous period, as he frequently found himself in court, the basketball court transformed into a sanctuary for his frustrations. His first play saw him aggressively attack Nick Van Exel, thunderously slamming down a reverse dunk. Van Exel felt a mix of dejection and nostalgia. Having once relished in dominating Kobe, the tides had turned. Such is the unpredictability of life. Despite facing off-court troubles, Kobe maintained an unwavering focus on the court. After the Warriors failed to score, Payton and Malone connected, proving their enduring prowess. O'Neal then asserted his dominance in the paint with a powerful dunk. The Lakers showcased their might in full splendor, eliciting jubilant cheers from their fans. Robinson and Chaney, partnered in the paint, were decisively overwhelmed by O'Neal and Malone. Both of these formidable giants are not to be trifled with. Robinson was swiftly overpowered by O'Neal's spin move, leading to a thunderous dunk, while Chaney fell victim to Malone's post play, yielding a face-up jumper right in his face. Meanwhile, Payton's tank still had plenty of fuel left. After a seamless cut from Kobe, he received the ball and executed a reverse layup, completing an and-one that once again rendered the wild man, Van Exel, a mere spectator. By halftime, the Warriors found themselves trailing significantly at 32-60. In an era where the league's average score ranged from 90 to 100 points in 2003, a halftime tally of 60 points was indeed a considerable disparity. Even the commentators on the sidelines jested, suggesting that the warm-up match had devolved into garbage time. The Lakers players ambled toward the bench, their expressions relaxed and carefree. Conversely, Van Exel of the Warriors shook his head, visibly disheartened. It appeared that the days of reckless abandon were long behind him. Each player was now seasoned, and he was but a few years their junior. One couldn't help but wonder what sort of elixir Malone and Payton had consumed. Moreover, former teammate Kobe was no longer the rookie he once was. His skills and physical attributes seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his career. The individual once traded from the Hornets to the Lakers on draft night was gradually assuming the mantle of leadership, poised to overshadow O'Neal. In this match, Zhang You was substituted in but played only a brief stint. The Lakers had also sent in their reserves. Zhang You, with a casual finesse, dished out 2 assists in the paint without scoring. Ultimately, the Warriors succumbed to a staggering defeat, 78-115. The Lakers, though seemingly disinterested, exhibited a profound sense of relaxation among their ranks. Post-game, reporters caught up with O'Neal, who had clocked 17 minutes, amassing 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Yet, he spoke earnestly about the game, stating, "I still bear injuries, but contests like this are beneficial for my physical recovery and for regaining my competitive edge." He made no mention of the promising newcomer from Huaxia, who had been compared to the talents of Chamberlain and Johnson by the assistant coaches in Kupchak. The child, who couldn't even guarantee playing time, held no interest for him. Does he truly believe himself to be LeBron? Phil Jackson even directly informed the players that the injured Shaquille O'Neal and Gary Payton would sit out the next game. This match was somewhat disappointing for the fans in China, who had hoped for another NBA-caliber center following Yao Ming. It appears they were overly optimistic. One center merely passed the ball twice during garbage time, leaving little hope. O'Neal was not mistaken. He is merely 18, still a child. Let us hope to witness a dunk from the prodigy in the upcoming game. The videos circulating on foreign websites showcase his remarkable dunks and a 360 leap from the free throw line that surely cannot be fabricated. Although the preseason has not garnered much attention, the presence of Chinese players inherently attracts viewership. One need only look at Yao Ming's first season, where he achieved a staggering number of votes for the All-Star game, to understand this phenomenon. On the Warriors' side, the aging Robinson and the eccentric brother have come to realize the gap between themselves and the ferocious beast of the Lakers. It seems that while Payton and Malone may defy their age, we cannot afford to do the same. Coach D'Antoni, witnessing the arrogance of the veterans being humbled, has formally announced his decision. After this inaugural match, we shall officially adjust our lineup, employing the optimal roster and the most effective tactics to embrace the forthcoming regular season. Coach Musselman, after a brief hiccup, nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, the responsibility for the team's offense rests with you, Coach Michael." He was still somewhat dazed. By the way, the exquisite Huaxia wine that Zhang You presented to him yesterday was truly delightful. It was remarkable. As long as he remained with the Warriors, he would savor the fine Huaxia wine and the delectable Huaxia cuisine prepared by a single mother. Having consumed merely a few dishes, he was already quite tipsy. The disheartening defeat to the Lakers in the first warm-up match had made the overly proud veterans within the team realize the stark reality. Now, the Warriors desperately needed a potent remedy. However, Mourinho appeared unfazed, nonchalantly delegating authority to the assistant coaches. Under D'Antoni's orchestration, 2 days later, the Lakers and the Warriors met once again at the Staples Center. The Warriors had indeed altered their lineup. Van Exel, Richardson, Dunleavy, Robinson, and Zhang You. The 9th overall pick of 2003, Zhang You, was partnering in the paint with the 9th overall pick of 1989, Uncle Robinson. Zhang You was playing the power forward position today. Hey, Uncle Cliff, who would have thought we have truly aged? Let us be more open-minded. It's time to focus on the younger generation. Let us get ready to enter the court. Van Exel and Robinson were still engaged in discussion. Meanwhile, D'Antoni was eagerly rubbing his hands, preparing to experiment with a new strategy centered around Zhang You. Musselman yawned and remarked, "I call Michael's strategy 1 core and 4 shooters. Let the Lakers have a taste first." The players had completed their entrance. Clifford Robinson and the Lakers' backup center Horace Grant were preparing for the jump ball. Tonight, Zhang Yu would directly face off against the infamous enforcer of the league, the iron-willed warrior, Mailman Malone. Prior to the game, some Huaxia media had learned of Zhang Yu's starting position and were quite exhilarated. It seemed that Zhang Yu had not faced exclusion within the team, despite not being utilized in the first game. Yet now, in the second match, he had earned a starting role. Quite so. It is inconceivable for a 9th overall pick to be squandered in such a manner. One must afford him the opportunity to showcase his abilities. During this time, the audacious journalist from Huaxia Media, Li Dong, boldly approached head coach Muselman to inquire about his views on Zhang Yu. It was anticipated that coach Eric would respond with a scowl, yet his demeanor was surprisingly amiable. Zhang possesses remarkable talent. In addition to his physical attributes and athletic prowess, his passing skills are exceptional, and his attitude is commendable. At merely 18 years of age, he is bound to astonish everyone. Li Dong was equally taken aback by the coach's genuine concern for Zhang Yu. He also placed the dynamic interview text directly onto the live broadcast webpage. Is it not absurd that after just one lackluster game, the praise has already begun? Perhaps he was merely engaging in pleasantries. Indeed, 2 assists in the first match is quite impressive. There is no denying that the Chinese market is vast, and the Americans have tasted its sweetness. It is possible that Xiao Zhang is well versed in the intricacies of Chinese social customs, which endears him to the head coach. Could it be that Xiao Zhang, with his profound understanding of Chinese culture, offered a toast to the coach? Many netizens quickly analyzed the situation. The match officially commenced. Robinson leaped to score the opening point, while Van Exel crossed the halfway line and directly passed the ball to Zhang Yu for organization. Everyone began to shift positions. Not only the fans present, but also the players on the Lakers were left in a state of confusion. This was because, upon receiving the ball, Zhang Yu did not merely facilitate a transition, he boldly confronted Karl Malone and surged past him. Goodness, Karl Malone is certainly no pushover. His position as the second highest scorer in NBA history serves as the finest testament. However, Zhang Yu's strides are simply too swift. He adhered to his usual practice, charging in from the accustomed right side. With a powerful 3-step approach, he reached the small restricted area. Malone was caught off guard, responding to his teammates' call for swift defensive support. The Lakers forward, Devin George, was just preparing to assist, but had yet to react. Zhang Yu, however, leaped directly into action. Boom. He executed a 2-handed dunk that sent shockwaves through the Staples Center, leaving the audience in awe. Gasps filled the air as if the very skin on their heads might lift. This towering figure from Huaxia displayed a level of finesse that belied his stature. Furthermore, the distance he covered in those 3 steps was nothing short of astounding. My goodness. As he soared upward, I felt as though I might be crushed beneath him. The journalist standing beneath the Lakers basket had his heart racing wildly. Shaquille O'Neal, impeccably dressed on the Lakers bench, widened his eyes and shouted at Malone. This kid may lack other skills, but he certainly knows how to dunk. He undoubtedly recalls the highlight of that dunk during the All-Star game in February. A familiar scenario indeed, although it may be understandable to face off against high school players. He was caught off guard in an actual game by none other than Karl Malone. Malone's expression reflected his embarrassment. Having been showcased by a high schooler right from the outset, it was indeed a humiliating moment. Yet, Zhang Yu, leveraging his athletic prowess and an unexpected approach, scored the first goal. The Basketball Beast system's tasks reappeared with a chime. The preseason has concluded, securing his position as a starting player on the team, with certain statistics reaching the pinnacle among his teammates, thus earning him a random skill reward. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of skill rewards had emerged once more. Given the constraints of time, his current skills remained quite rudimentary, primarily grounded in the fundamentals of basketball. However, even these basic skills, when augmented by his natural athleticism, could become exceptionally formidable. The new skill felt like a timely blessing. With this thought in mind, he steeled his resolve. My passing is exceptional. I will pass with all my might. With the regular season looming, he aimed to acquire yet another skill. Following a transition from defense to offense, Malone positioned himself low and firmly demanded, "Give me the ball." He intends to impart a lesson to this ignorant high school student, and then utters the phrase, "Welcome to the NBA." Even at the age of 40, Jordan can still score over 20 points. He aims to demonstrate that he too can achieve this feat this season. His average of 23 points and 7.8 rebounds per game last season has already attested to his prowess. Upon advancing the ball into the front court, Kobe also comprehended Malone's intentions. He delivered a powerful strike to the earth, directing it towards the interior where Marlon awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Marlon, with his back to the opponent, made a strong push inward. Astonishingly, he remained utterly unmoved. This scene cast a shadow over his heart. He trains in the gym, forging a physique as solid as iron, his speed rivaling that of a nimble forward. When he sprints, he resembles a truck barreling through with reckless abandon. Even as he approaches the age of 40, he shows no signs of vulnerability against the league's younger players. He was indeed capable of contending with the peak performance of the great Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, to my astonishment, he now finds himself unable to withstand even a high school student. Am I truly aging? Upon encountering an impasse, he immediately began to turn away. He pivoted with remarkable swiftness, his elbow executing a grand motion. His elbows swung with the ferocity of a chilling gust, earning him the moniker of Iron Elbow. Zhang Yu, a fearless young bull, boldly confronted him head-on. As a result, he was struck in the chest, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back a step. In a decade's time, this would undoubtedly be deemed an illegal foul. Yet, Zhang You, resolute in his stance, did not falter, and the referee chose to remain silent. Ma Long seized a moment of space, poised to effortlessly deposit the ball into the hoop. With a resounding smack, Zhang You, enduring the pain, surged forward, executing a powerful volleyball spike that sent the ball soaring out of bounds. It was a scene of sheer brutality. The ball went out, leaving Ma Long momentarily stunned. Believing he had literally elbowed Zhang You to death, only to be met with a block from him. He then erupted in a fervent shout at the referee, declaring it a foul. "Calm down, Carl. I didn't call a foul when you elbowed me." The white referee, Williams, pointed at Ma Long, urging him to lower his voice. The instant replay began to unfold in slow motion, revealing Ma Long's iron elbow in stark clarity. Even the Lakers fans present could no longer tolerate it, with many Chinese fans in Los Angeles vocally expressing their discontent. In the 1990s, he had injured stars like Jordan, Thomas, and Grant. Indeed, in 1998, due to a harsh remark from David Robinson, Ma Long nearly ended his life on the court. How amusing. One might think Carl only knew how to use his elbows. But in the 1998 playoffs, he executed a flying kick that landed squarely on Duncan's face, leaving both opponents and teammates in shock. Moreover, he once shattered Tang Eo Marshall's rib with a knee. Such underhanded tactics are a two-pronged assault, virtually impossible to defend against. This 18-year-old lad is remarkably strong, enduring Ma Long's elbow without collapsing. Perhaps Ma Long is merely aging? Why don't you test it? Zhang You retorted. I shall. Even in the face of Ma Long's cunning tactics, Zhang You managed to deliver a successful volleyball-style block, his wingspan proving formidable. The home crowd of the Lakers now erupted in a chorus of boos. Ma Long cast a dark glance at the young man, who, surprisingly, touched his chest and flashed a grin in response. In Marlon's eyes, his smile appeared utterly distasteful and insincere, as if he were on the brink of death from the blow inflicted by Marlon himself. He must be feigning. I truly wish I could land a blow that would shatter his face into pieces. The competition continues to unfold. The Lakers, despite having Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and Karl Malone leading the Jackson Triangle offense, appear to be struggling to achieve efficiency. They encountered a stagnation in their offensive strategy, succumbing to the inefficiency of individual isolation plays. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's defensive presence in the paint was overwhelmingly substantial. Ma Long felt a twinge of discomfort. Even Kobe's penetration into the lane was adversely affected, resulting in a diminished scoring efficiency. His defensive habits may not be top tier, yet his footwork and large hands create an intricate web of defense. The Zen Master S triangle offense was not fully realized. The triangle offense and the Zen Master S version cannot be equated as absolute equals. The origins of the triangle offense can be traced back to the legendary coach Tex Winter in Kansas, who devised the sideline triangle attack. The triangle offense is merely a concept. As long as players do not align in a straight line, a triangle can be formed at any moment. The Horns offense is one such example. On the court, circumstances change rapidly, and at times, a poorly executed triangle offense devolves into free play. Phil Jackson's triangle offense coincided with Michael Jordan's struggles against the isolation rule and the Jordan rules imposed by the Pistons in 1989. Extreme double-teaming compelled Jackson to devise ways to create one-on-one opportunities for Jordan. When the rules restrict spacing, he would shift the strong and weak sides. This led to the formation of his Zen Master Triangle, allowing for uncontested one-on-one plays. After the strong point initiates the play, the orchestrator of the tactical system becomes crucial. They ensure the functioning of the system, akin to Scottie Pippen with the Bulls and Pau Gasol with the later Lakers. However, during the era of Kobe and Shaq, the triangle resembled the triangle the least, primarily due to the uncontainable force of the dominant low-post presence of Shaquille O'Neal. Today, the Lakers do not seem to be in peak form. Under the pressure from Richardson, Kobe has struggled with his shot. Bang! Robinson instinctively snatched the defensive rebound and passed it to Zhang You. Grasping the ball, Zhang You has already initiated a fast break. Little Fisher quickly turned to return on defense. Yet, Zhang You, with his imposing frame, is akin to a powerful war machine on the move. His corporeal form was utterly incapable of resistance. A mere collision with him could spell my demise. Fisher pondered this and feigned great effort, gesturing with his hand. However, under Fisher's distraction, the Lakers' defensive response was swift. Karl Malone, stationed at the arc's apex, had transformed into an imposing barrier. Whoosh! Zhang You passed the ball. Once again, it was a no-look pass. He grasped the ball with one hand, swung his arm in a wide arc, and released it with great force. The speed was impressive, the impact substantial. Zhang You aimed to deliver the ball to his teammate. Alas, the artillery-like, flamboyant pass struck Malone squarely in a most sensitive area, ricocheting off the baseline. Malone grimaced, clutching his nether regions, his expression a mask of agony. The entire audience, including his Lakers teammates, stifled their laughter, feigning solemnity as they bowed their heads in mock mourning. Fortunately, this disruption thwarted the Warriors' fast break. After the Warriors' sideline inbounds, the ball found its way back into Zhang Yu's hands. Malone immediately lunged forward, his teeth gritted, his large hand poised, muttering under his breath, "Little brat. Don't even think about driving again." Yet, Before he could finish, he realized the ball had vanished from Zhang Yu's grasp. Instinctively, Malone squeezed his legs together, adopting the stance of a bashful young girl. Can he wield magic? As Ma Long's thought emerged, he was met with a resounding cheer from the crowd. It's number 15. Zhang You. He passed the ball through Ma Long's legs to Jason Richardson, who executed a spectacular windmill dunk after making a cutting move. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, the dunk king Richardson received the bounce pass from Zhang You that had traversed through Ma Long's legs. He soared into the air, his form elegantly extended, executing a windmill dunk with a flourish. The altitude of his leap and the finesse of the windmill were nothing short of breathtaking. The precision of his pass and the spectacle of the windmill dunk left the audience in awe. They were truly a match made in heaven, perfectly synchronized. One might ponder, should it not be the guard delivering the pass while the interior player executes the aerial catch? The Lakers bench was left in a state of shock. Zen master Phil Jackson adjusted his glasses, having missed Zhang Yu's tryout due to his prior heart bypass surgery. However, from the accounts of the assistant coaches in Kupchak, he was vividly described as possessing the physique of Wilt Chamberlain and the passing vision of Magic Johnson. He had previously considered it somewhat exaggerated. In hindsight, it appears entirely reasonable. Had they selected Zhang You in this year's draft, his triangle offense would undoubtedly flourish. With O'Neal in the mix, the experience is profoundly lacking. Shaq and Bryant's synergy is increasingly strained. Should they fail to secure the championship this season, it is inevitable that Shaq will depart. Regrettably, we missed the opportunity to acquire Zhang You. Jackson gazed at the 18-year-old on the court, filled with regret. Perhaps it would have been wise to trade for Big Shaq? He immediately dismissed the notion. No, Zhang You merely embodies the future, while Shaq symbolizes the championship. The Warriors, in a surprising turn of events, initiated a ground game that caught the Lakers off guard. They regarded the 18-year-old high school student as the focal point. His physical condition is truly remarkable. Under the influence of Zhang You, the Warriors displayed a diversified offensive strategy. Crazy brother Nick once again showcased his dazzling skills. Whoosh. He successfully showcased his prowess before his former junior, and from under Kobe's legs, he also passed the ball to Zhang You. Zhang You then effortlessly broke away from Malone to execute a one-handed slam dunk, securing 2 points. In contrast, the Lakers struggled, as Malone's shooting accuracy was adversely affected this evening. It appeared he was entranced, lacking any synergy with Kobe. Both players resorted to isolating plays. Zen Master Jackson shook his head, considering this game merely an opportunity for them to regain their rhythm. By the end of the third quarter, the Warriors astonishingly led by 15 points, with a score of 90-75. Zhang You achieved a perfect 4 for 4, amassing 8 points, all from aggressive drives to the basket, in addition to tallying 10 assists and 7 rebounds. His flamboyant passing was accompanied by some turnovers. As the fourth quarter commenced, neither coach appeared inclined to substitute their starters. In this preseason match, the Lakers allowed the Warriors to claim a round, ultimately providing their main players a chance to find their form. Your passing relies solely on luck. Do you dare to take me on one-on-one? Zhang You remarked as Malone, holding the ball in the low post, began to chatter in his ear. All right, uncle, Zhang Yu responded with a smile, leaning against Malone, while all his teammates spread out. Kobe remained vigilant, ready to double-team the formidable 18-year-old rookie. His gaze was earnest, devoid of any trace of disdain. As he looked at Zhang Yu, his eyes were filled with the reflection of his own self when he first entered the league at the age of 18. He, like himself, possessed an exceptionally strong talent coupled with an intense competitive spirit. Upon receiving the indication that Zhang Yu intended to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, his teammates readily created space. Jason Richardson was left speechless. He was acutely aware of the young man's capabilities. With such underwhelming low-post techniques, he was likely inferior even to himself. Having never encountered a pig, could one not have observed a pig run? Zhang Yu recalled the footage of Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal's one-on-one battles and immediately executed a half-turn. After shaking off Ma Long by half a body length, he abruptly halted, feigning a shot. No way. Ma Long lunged forward in response. Kobe also rushed in, aiming for a soaring block. Yet, Zhang Yu merely faked a jump shot. He did not leap. Immediately, he prepared for another attempt. There was no time left. Ma Long fiercely tugged at Zhang Yu's collar. However, it seemed that Zhang Yu was utterly unfazed, forcefully leaping into the air. He glared furiously and soared into the sky. Ripping sound. Zhang Yu's collar was torn apart. Bang. Simultaneously, his elbow struck Ma Long's neck with force. Rather than a collision of muscles, it resembled a brutal clash of a meat grinder. Boom. Zhang Yu executed this shot entirely through the sheer prowess of his physical gifts, fiercely confronting Ma Long. He executed a powerful two-handed dunk with remarkable finesse. This breathtaking display not only sent Malone sprawling to the ground with a sharp elbow, but also knocked Kobe aside as he attempted to assist. The electrifying scene ignited the Warriors bench, causing them to leap to their feet in ecstatic shouts. He is unequivocally our shark, Uncle Robinson bellowed. The Lakers, however, were visibly unsettled. Observing Malone and Kobe on the floor, several players rushed in, eager to stage a confrontation. The only player capable of matching Zhang Yu's height was Horace Grant, who approached him for a playful chest bump. Crazy brothers surged forward, delivering a swift slap to the sky. Hey, "Brother, are we about to fight?" In response to their banter, Zhang You simply smiled and nodded. "Come on, old chap, put some effort into it. Haven't you had your hamburger for dinner?" Zhang Yu actually responded to their trash talk with a grin. At this moment, the smile on his face appeared cruel in the eyes of the fallen Malone. Pain. Excruciating pain. His vision blurred. Fear engulfed him. Beep, beep, beep. The referee hurried over, attempting to separate the two strong men. Alas, it was futile. External assistance was needed. For Zhang Yu was currently engaged in a bumper car game with the substitute center Grant. Bang. The two collided in a playful clash, and to Zhang Yu's astonishment, he had not even exerted himself. The Lakers' substitute center, Grant, stumbled and fell flat on his back, even flipping over in the process. Oh, are we about to witness a homicide? Please, not now. This is merely a preseason game. Despite Grant's imposing physique, his strength was woefully inadequate. Was he made of paper? Lakers players quickly surrounded the scene, joined by the Warriors. Jason Richardson shouted loudly, "I am the boss here. What are you all trying to do?" The ever-kind Fisher interjected. "Calm down. Everyone must remain composed." Even Shaquille O'Neal stood up, clapping his hands. The fans roared with excitement, eager for the court to transform into a boxing ring. That guy Carl had been elbowed to the ground. It was utterly thrilling. Though we are Lakers fans, I must admit, that was impressive. I never expected the Chinese players to be so formidable. It completely altered my perspective. This brief interlude concluded with both teams substituting their star players. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 110-87, avenging their previous defeat. Zhang Yu's toughness and court vision took everyone by surprise. Even the veteran players had to concede. Karl Malone was nearly elbowed into oblivion by Zhang Yu. The boastful Grant was directly toppled by Zhang Yu's robust chest. Experiencing the brutal impact of an elbow, Malone finally grasped the extent of the pain he had once inflicted on those young players. However, during the post-game press conference, he appeared to have regained his composure, seemingly indifferent. "Carl, what do you think of the rookie at number 9? He was asked. His elbow strike felt like a mere tickle to me. The physique of Chinese high school students is indeed impressive, but his skills are utterly lacking. He must have picked up some bad street ball habits in New York. Do you have any advice for him? Haha. I recommend you shove your mouth into your own rear end. That would help you keep your filth to yourself." Malone's expression remained stoic. Yet he was cheerfully instructing the post-game interviewer to silence himself. Nonetheless, once the season commenced, they would soon encounter the Warriors again. Let us hope that by then, with O'Neal's return, the young lad can still bring them unexpected surprises. In this game, Kobe and Malone combined for 40 points, but their shooting percentage fell below 40%, forming a duo of bricks. On the Warriors' side, after adjusting their lineup, Zhang Yu emerged as the core organizer, scoring 11 points, along with 10 assists and 8 rebounds, nearing a triple-double through fast breaks and decisive passes. Moreover, he effectively orchestrated the team's offense, with even the starting center, Uncle Cliff Robinson, sinking a three-pointer. Their three-point shooting percentage reached 42 tonight. Nick Van Exel generously extolled Zhang Yu during the post-game interview. His tenacity was astonishing to everyone. Despite knowing that Carl is notoriously known as a rough player in the league, the 18-year-old exhibited no fear. He commanded profound respect from the entire team. Gaining the trust of teammates and coaches may only require a single game or even a single play. The delight of the Chinese media and fans watching the game was palpable. As the Warriors prepared to return to Oakland, reporters and local Chinese fans flocked to the hotel. It was truly chaotic. There are indeed many Chinese people in both Los Angeles and Oakland. Teammates were somewhat taken aback by the throngs of enthusiastic fans seeking Zhang Yu's autograph. Eric Musselman politely declined numerous media interviews, opting to answer just a couple of questions to prevent excessive pursuit. Coach Eric, does the Warriors intend to make Zhang Yu a starter and build a strategy around him? That will depend on his performance. Yes, I have long stated that he is a remarkable young man, and he has truly astonished us. Did he sustain an elbow injury from that Carl guy? Will he sit out the preseason? We will need to have the team physician evaluate that. To be honest, the journalist reminded himself of something significant. No wonder Yao Ming showcased incredible commercial value shortly after making his mark in the NBA. It appears that Zhang Yu is on a similar trajectory. Just one preseason game generated such fervor. News of this reached fans back home in China, who celebrated as if it were the new year. However, basketball commentator Zhang Ji and others urged fans to remain calm. This isn't to suggest that Zhang Yu is superior to Malone or capable of defeating Kobe. We must take things one step at a time, as not every high school player can be as remarkable as Kobe or LeBron. Additionally, this season, in addition to broadcasting Rockets games, Warriors games have also been introduced for interested fans. We hope more Chinese players can carve out their own space in the NBA. In an era devoid of online video streaming, gathering around the television to watch the NBA and support Yao Ming, much like supporting one's home team, was already a moment of pure joy. Unexpectedly, there is now an additional team to support. This sense of happiness is self-evident for fans of this era. October in Oakland brings perfect weather. For NBA teams, entering October signifies the final preparation phase before the regular season. The coaching staff must conduct an F drills for every lineup and strategy, while also validating them during the preseason. The match against the Lakers has already confirmed the feasibility of Coach D'Antoni's tactics. The strategy centered around Zhang You, featuring a focus on perimeter shooting combined with a triangle offense, alongside a fast-paced ball movement for defensive counters, is highly suitable for the current Warriors team. After facing the Lakers, they continued to compete against the Kings, Supersonics, and Clippers, who primarily fielded role players and rookies for development. The Warriors steadfastly implemented the new strategy centered around Zhang You, who performed exceptionally well, solidifying his starting position with impressive averages of 10, 8 points, 13, 2 assists, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks per game. His statistics in blocks, rebounds, and assists rank first among the entire team, with an impressive shooting percentage exceeding 70%. Additionally, his efficiency rating is also the highest on the team. Zhang Yu's extraordinary performance is on par with that of top draft picks like LeBron James and scoring machines such as Anthony, even Chris Bosh. The 4th overall pick and fellow interior player does not exhibit the same level of court efficiency as him. Both Bay Area and Chinese fans eagerly anticipate the rise of a superstar. However, industry commentators and players hold varying opinions. Preseason games are, after all, merely preseason affairs. The Warriors' peculiar strategy of relying on newcomers as core players may not lead them to the playoffs. Karl Malone has expressed to the media his anticipation for a matchup against Zhang during the regular season, acknowledging his considerable talent. In comparison, I believe his current performance surpasses that of Malisic. At this moment, Zhang You has rightfully received a system reward. Ding. Preseason task completion, SSS. With assist and block statistics leading the team, earning him the passing skill of NBA star Nikola Jokic, advanced. Passing 2, interior defense 2. Zhang You nearly thumped his chest in excitement. He has likely intruded upon the domain of a star endowed with exceptional passing skills. Upon reviewing the details, it becomes evident that Nikola Jokic is an international talent poised to enter the NBA, standing over 7 feet tall and possessing a physique reminiscent of a robust figure, often referred to as the embodiment of human excellence. However, his most significant asset lies in his passing ability, which, beneath his languid playing style, exudes an astonishing aura of dominance. He has become the first player in NBA history to achieve at least 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds, and 500 assists in a single season. During the match against the Kings, once they adjusted their strategy to apply pressure, your passes became overly flamboyant, resulting in 4 turnovers. Simplicity in your passing would serve you well. Understood, coach. I shall strive to improve my passing next time. Alas, your shooting percentage from open looks is rather dismal. Just as luck would have it, we have enlisted the help of a shooting coach. I believe additional practice would benefit you greatly. With the regular season approaching, the Warriors, under the directive of owner Chris Cohan, have treated Zhang You like a burgeoning superstar in their development program. Jason Richardson, astonished, couldn't help but express his grievances to Zhang You. Oh, I am the leading scorer and dunker on the team. You, my friend, are enjoying far better treatment than I. Zhang You raised an eyebrow, dismissing his words. Jason, my friend, how does my success taste to you? Rookie, you are becoming increasingly endearing. Following the team's training session, the Warriors arranged for a new shooting coach to provide Zhang You with specialized attention. Everyone, come and see who we have here. To align with our new strategy, I have secured a valuable ally for all of you. General Manager Mullen introduced a gentleman of similar stature to Richardson, a friendly African-American man who flashed a bright smile. Mr. Del Curry, the NBA's 6th Man of the Year for the 1993-94 season, the all-time leading scorer for the Hornets, and a career total of 245 three-pointers, boasting an impressive 47.6 shooting from beyond the arc during the 1998-99 season. Indeed, he is the sharpshooter who has bested me, and from this day forth, he shall teach you the art of shooting proficiently. As Mullen introduced him, he noticed Robinson was entertaining Del Curry's 2 children, who were eagerly watching Uncle Robinson perform dunks. Seth, Stephen, what are you doing? You are not permitted to join me for work next time. Go along and play. Del Curry scolded, albeit affectionately. Del, you rascal, you are merely 2 years my senior. So quit pretending. I have a fondness for these 2 children. Stephen, that little rascal can shoot threes better than I. Robinson retorted, somewhat displeased with Del Curry's attitude. Seth Curry, Stephen Curry? Wait a moment. Zhang You sensed something was amiss. Upon activating Chamberlain's dynamic talent, the first skill he acquired was none other than Stephen Curry's dunk skill set. Can you believe it? This adorable, petite young lad. After witnessing Robinson's spectacular dunks, the Curry brothers commenced a shooting contest. Following the shooting practice led by Coach Del, the players gathered around, grinning as they observed the match between the youngsters and the older gentlemen. Seth Curry, at nearly 13 years of age, struggled with his shots. In contrast, his brother Stephen Curry exhibited a rather peculiar shooting form, yet his accuracy was remarkable. Swish, swish, swish. He effortlessly sank 10 consecutive shots, each a perfect swish. The Warriors players erupted in applause and cheers. Del Curry raised his hands in exasperation, never anticipating that his initial shooting lesson would transform into a showcase of his son's shooting prowess. Zhang You recalled the system's designation of Stephen Curry as a historically elite player. He could not help but say to Del Curry, "Coach Del, this child is destined to become a superstar." Del Curry glanced at the exceptionally talented 18-year-old youth from Huaxia. Although Curry was only 3 years his senior, this young man was already poised to be the future cornerstone of the Warriors. He chuckled softly, a hint of regret in his voice. Stephen has cherished basketball since childhood. His shooting skills are commendable, yet his physique is rather frail. Standing at merely 1.7 meters and weighing just over 60 kilograms, his jumping ability falls short. Indeed, he ranks low in the latter part of the top 200 in the nation, and even Coach K from Duke has remarked that he cannot compete at the AA level. Zhang You understood upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he gazed upon the passionate young lad with a love for the game. His potential to evolve into a historically significant basketball star is no mere coincidence. In truth, it is of little consequence. Players like the diminutive Bogues, the compact Weber, and even the recently transferred Boykins from our Warriors possess rather unimpressive physical attributes. However, as long as Stephen wields his exceptional shooting prowess, I believe he is more than capable of making a name for himself in the NBA. Stephen Curry can shoot without any preparatory movements, effortlessly seizing the ball to take a shot in any condition, truly remarkable. Zhang Yu's analysis illuminated Dale Curry's perspective. He was taken aback that this prodigious rookie, nearly 3 years older than Stephen, would hold such a favorable view of his son's talents. Indeed, Dale Curry scrutinized Stephen's shooting technique closely. He does not even possess the standard of his brother, Seth. His movements were exceedingly unconventional, deviating from the traditional notion of a shooting technique. However, this peculiarity bore a significant advantage. As Zhang You mentioned, his release was remarkably swift. "Stephen, come over here," Dale beckoned Stephen forth. Stephen Curry gazed curiously at this towering figure of Asian descent, feeling that he was not much larger than himself. Yet, the imposing stature and physique undeniably exuded a sense of intimidation. "Didn't you admire his dunks during the All-Star game against LeBron? You should practice shooting together when you have the chance," Dale Curry suggested, facilitating a connection between the two. After engaging in conversation with Zhang You and witnessing his son's rather awkward shooting form, Dale resolved to rectify Stephen's shooting technique, steering his son back onto the right path. Given that his son idolized Zhang Yu's dunks and they were of similar ages, training together would surely yield mutual improvement. "Zhang, could I have your autograph?" Stephen Curry approached Zhang You with the excitement of a starstruck admirer, his eyes sparkling with a hint of nervousness. He was well prepared, having retrieved a poster from his luggage that showcased Zhang You executing a 360 dunk from the free throw line against Jason Richardson during the All-Star game. Hey, I'm the dunk king of Golden State. You could certainly learn a thing or two from me." Jason Richardson could no longer contain himself and interjected at this moment. Stephen Curry shook his head and replied earnestly, "I am aware of your wager. Did you not lose to Zhang? Did you hand over your dunk champion trophy to him?" "Haha, kid, you were even more charming than Zhang." Richardson laughed heartily, then playfully ruffled Stephen Curry's hair, prompting a delighted exclamation from Curry. Subsequently, Richardson threw his head back and laughed heartily as he attempted a three-pointer. Bang, bang. As Richardson began to miss his shots, Zhang You smiled and signed his name. Ding dong. The system task was activated. Long-term mission, cultivation plan for the dunk king of Golden State. Provide a systematic approach to train the historically significant star, Stephen Curry, to attain the prowess of the league's dunk champion. The host's three-point shooting ability will correspondingly enhance, with the current progress at 0. Upon seeing the task, Zhang You glanced at the small figure before him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. If Stephen Curry were to master the art of dunking, then his own dunking skills would surely improve as well. Moreover, considering the historical significance, Stephen Curry had inherited his father's three-point shooting technique. His three-point shooting will undoubtedly be remarkably precise in the future, if he possesses the dynamic and static talents akin to that of Chamberlain. Combined with an exceptionally accurate three-point shot, it would be terrifying. Contemplating this, Zhang Yu resolved to progress alongside his younger brother, Stephen. "Mr. Del Curry mentioned that he could train with him, and that he could call him Brother Yu." Zhang Yu revealed a radiant smile, his gaze gentle. "Oh, all right, Brother Yu. No problem. Do you want to practice shooting with me?" Stephen Curry exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, and Zhang Yu offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "In addition to shooting together, I will also teach you how to enhance your jumping ability and strength. I believe you will undoubtedly become the dunk champion of the league in the future." "Really? I am serious. You possess immense talent." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's earnest words, Stephen Curry could not help but feel a rush of exhilaration, his face flushing with excitement. Breathing slightly heavier, his eyes sparkled brighter. Over the years, he had faced various doubts regarding his physical abilities and whether he could ever make it to the NBA. Yet, he never imagined that his idol, with a physique of Asian descent, could not only compete in the NBA but also frequently execute explosive, thunderous dunks. He is bound to possess the enchanting magic of the East. Zhang Yu thought of the anime he had recently been following, smiling gently as he ruffled Curry's hair. "Oh, foolish younger brother. Forgive me, I beseech you. I look forward to you becoming the dunk champion of the league, while I aspire to be the three-point king. Come, challenge me." At the Oakland Warriors training facility, Del Curry proved to be an exceptional shooting coach. With the regular season on the horizon, Del's shooting drills infused with coach Mike D'Antoni's offensive strategies, yielded remarkable results. The entire team brimmed with newfound confidence in their shooting abilities. However, the coaching staff was disheartened by some technical issues pertaining to Zhang You. Zhang, your shooting is quite commendable, yet your release is too slow, making you susceptible to defensive interference. Today, you must shoot an additional 1,500 shots. Understood, coach. Zhang, after positioning yourself for a rebound, learn to anticipate the trajectory of the ball. Relying solely on your physicality to secure rebounds is exhausting. You must employ your intellect. Absolutely. The coaching staff felt a sense of relief watching Zhang You train diligently. This young man maintained an unwavering commitment to his training, embodying a humble demeanor. Yet, once in competition, he exhibited a commanding presence and tenacity. In contrast to the score-focused Jason Richardson, the young Zhang You appeared more suited to lead the team forward. After completing the training session, Zhang You and Stephen Curry engaged in additional practice. During this time, Stephen was pushed to his limits. Del Curry insisted that he must elevate the ball above his head before shooting. Once a shooting form is established, altering it becomes exceedingly challenging. Yet, under the watchful eye of his strict father, Stephen complied. Zhang Yu also offered him methods to enhance his jumping ability and strength, such as carrying progressively heavier tires and ascending numerous steps. The system meticulously focused on augmenting Stephen's power and leaping ability in pursuit of his goal to become the dunk champion, extending even to adjustments in his regimen and diet. Stephen Curry wholeheartedly embraced the advice of his idol, Zhang Yu, even bringing an extra egg to school each day. Under Zhang Yu's training regimen, he discovered a marked improvement in both his strength and vertical leap. He firmly believes that by the next semester, he may very well be able to execute a slam dunk. This invaluable preseason and training period has once again enhanced Zhang Yu's capabilities. Name: Zhang Yu speed, 98 strength, 99 jumping ability, 97 endurance, 100 mid-range shooting, 75-2 rebounding, 75-1 long-range shooting, 65-4 passing, 94 breakthrough, 75-1 ball control, 91 interior defense, 82 perimeter defense, 73-1 skill set. Stephen Curry's dunking skills. Jason Williams' passing skills. Nikola Jokic's passing skills task. Golden State Dunk King development plan. Completion. 5. Long-range shooting 1. As his personal statistics continue to ascend, the difficulty of further enhancement becomes increasingly formidable. The regular season draws nearer. Following a lengthy off-season, teams have fine-tuned their preparations and are poised for the battles of the regular season. On October 28th, the 2003-2004 NBA regular season officially commences. On the inaugural day, the reigning champions, the Spurs, narrowly triumphed over the Suns by a single point. The Lakers effortlessly secured victory against the visiting Dallas Mavericks. Peyton recorded an impressive 21 points and 9 assists, while Malone contributed with 15 points and 10 rebounds. Even with Kobe Bryant preoccupied with personal matters, the Lakers triumphed with 6 players scoring in double digits. The Heat, however, fell short against the Philadelphia 76ers at their home ground. Dwayne Wade, the first player from Marquette University to be named to the All-American First Team and the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, delivered a remarkable performance. He displayed remarkable talent, achieving a stat line of 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. However, Allen Iverson's 26 points and 11 assists served as a reminder that the answer still lay in his hands. The first day's games were nothing short of spectacular, featuring the explosive talent of rookies, breathtaking dunks, and an exhilarating battle of offense and defense that left fans in rapture. On the second day of the season, the Huaxia team also presented the matchup between the Warriors and the Mavericks. This marked the NBA regular season debut for Huaxia High School rookie Zhang You. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with this step. Greetings to all viewers. Today is Thursday, October 29th, 2003. And we bring you the game between the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. Joining me for commentary is Coach Zhang. Under the authoritative voice of the renowned announcer Sun Ping, numerous Huaxia fans eagerly gathered in front of their televisions. Coach Zhang was introducing this emerging Huaxia High School player. His physical prowess is truly astonishing, with explosive drives, swift passes, and impressive dunks. In comparison to Yao Ming's debut, the anticipation surrounding Zhang Yu's dynamic playing style and dazzling passing skills is even greater, even as many students are occupied with academic studies. Some teachers arranged for students to watch Zhang Yu's debut in multimedia classrooms, reminiscent of the 2002 World Cup when fans gathered to support the Huaxia team. At the Oakland Arena, the DJ was passionately introducing the players as they jogged onto the court. Warriors radio host Tim Roy was already discussing the new Warriors with his partner Barnett. This year marks Tim Roy's 8th season working for the Warriors. It is indeed a new season. From 1994 to 2003, we have endured years of dismal performances that have tested our hopes. Nevertheless, I now see our new hope. Our fans remain enthusiastic, and in such an atmosphere, my work feels even more fulfilling. Roy's live commentary is cherished by the locals. His fluid expression and rhythm create an immersive experience akin to a symphonic composition. In our beautiful nation, listening to a game on the radio is a customary activity for driving fans. In the Bay Area, many fans watch the television with the sound muted. opting to listen to Roy's commentary on the radio. Pre-game interviews and warm-ups have concluded. Fans waiting in front of their televisions can hardly contain their excitement. The starting lineup for the Warriors tonight includes Van Exel, Richardson, Dunleavy, Robinson, and Zhang You. The Mavericks starting lineup features Steve Nash, Michael Finley, Dirk Nowitzki, Antoine Walker, and Tony Delk. On paper, the Warriors appear to be at a disadvantage. The Mavericks boast Nash, Walker, and Delk, all members of the illustrious 1996 draft class. Nash, the engine of the team, averaged 7 points and 3 assists last season, with shooting precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Antoine Walker, nicknamed Fat Buddha, is often referred to by the media as the successor to Larry Bird, who himself regards Walker as a second Magic Johnson. Last season, he managed to achieve a stat line of 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. However, his lackluster defense has led many to dismiss him as not particularly useful. As for the German machine, there's no need to elaborate. An All-Star member last season, he averaged 25 points and 10 rebounds. On the bench sits the Warrior star, Antoine Jameson, who averaged 7 points and 3 rebounds last season, but now plays as a backup to Nowitzki. This only underscores the formidable strength of the Mavericks. What kind of performance will Zhang You deliver in his debut game? The powerful Mavericks will not show mercy, as they do not wish to start the new season with 2 consecutive losses. As Coach Sun Ping finished speaking, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Zhang You and Nowitzki leapt simultaneously. As the debut commenced, Zhang Yu was astonished to discover that he had reactivated the system task. A magnificent beginning. The first game of a player's career in the NBA is a significant milestone. For most players, it is a game of adaptation to this league. While some players are inherently suited for grand stages, legends such as Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Elgin Baylor, Magic Johnson, and Shaquille O'Neal all posted astonishing statistics from the outset. On October 24, 1959, at the age of 23, Chamberlain made his debut representing the Philadelphia Warriors against the New York Knicks. Standing at 2.16 meters with a wingspan of 2.34 meters, Chamberlain left the Knicks utterly helpless against such a colossal force. His teammates understood that all they needed to do was pass him the ball. Thus began the extraordinary career of this prehistoric phenom. In his debut, he astonishingly scored 43 points and secured 28 rebounds. As one of the most gifted players in NBA history, his physical prowess during that era was a formidable force that overwhelmed his contemporaries. In an age where the physical attributes of players have gradually diminished, it is unlikely that anyone will replicate the sheer terror of Wilt Chamberlain's inaugural performance. The objective of the current system task is to produce a debut performance worthy of a superstar, with greater completion yielding richer rewards. For Zhang You, as a professional athlete, the moment he steps onto the court signifies an unwavering commitment to excellence. His professional career commenced with the tip-off. Dirk Nowitzki stands slightly taller than Zhang You, yet he finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of vertical leap and wingspan. Under the dominion of Zhang Yu's formidable reach and astonishing leaping ability, Nowitzki, the tallest player on the Mavericks, is no match for him in the jump ball. As the Warriors leaped for the ball, the exuberant Nick Van Exel received it and swiftly passed to Zhang You. During this period of team training and preseason games, they had cultivated a certain level of synergy, positioning, relentless movement. In response to the rookie Zhang Yu's rapid breakthrough speed, Mavericks head coach Don Nelson had devised a strategy beforehand to utilize the slightly shorter yet robust Walker, known for his versatility, to guard him. On the first play, Zhang Yu decisively charged into the paint with the ball, only to find Walker closely shadowing him. As Zhang Yu ventured deeper into the lane, they have closed the doors. However, Zhang Yu stands apart from other players, as he possesses an exceptionally broad vision during his rapid breakthroughs. He had already spotted Uncle Cliff Robinson lurking in the corner from his vantage point. Consequently, he executed a behind-the-back pass to Robinson. Upon receiving the ball, Uncle Cliff found himself faced with an expanse of open court. "Good job," Robinson exclaimed, wearing his headband. Upon receiving the pass, he displayed a relaxed expression, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer from the corner. Although he is renowned as an Iron Man in the NBA, he finds great pleasure in effortlessly performing his duties in the twilight of his professional career. After sinking a three-pointer, he swiftly moved to disrupt the Mavericks' inbounds pass to prevent a fast break by the opposing team. His strength has diminished. In his youth, he triumphed through agility and speed. Yet now his legs move slowly, though his awareness remains intact, particularly his exceptional defensive acumen. In 2002, at the age of 36, he was still selected for the NBA's second defensive team. Overall, he is versatile, exhibiting balance on both offensive and defensive fronts. However, as a center, his rebounding ability leaves much to be desired. Robinson's smooth three-pointer swished through the net, and Zhang You effortlessly recorded an assist. The game continued, with the Mavericks, under Nash's command, initiating their offensive play. At this juncture, Van Exel refrained from typical guard duties, channeling his energy into defensive efforts. Last season, he was the point guard for the Mavericks, but this season he has exchanged teams with Jameson. Nash, undeterred by Van Exel's relentless defense, deftly passed the ball to Nowitzki in the paint. This exemplified a structured triangle offense. At this moment, Nowitzki found himself matched up against the youthful Zhang You. He exhibited no hesitation, swiftly executing his signature move. The golden rooster stands on one leg. With a resounding swish, the ball, propelled at an extraordinary arc, found its mark in the net before Zhang You could even react. Coach Sun Ping promptly commented on the play. Nowitzki may not be the most exceptional shooter, but he possesses the audacity to take the shot, and indeed, he has the knack for making it. Coach Zhang added, truly impressive. The fervent fans of the Warriors erupted with shouts, "You God, go vanquish the silver-horned king." This playful comparison arose due to the recent popularity of the sequel to Journey to the West, which had amusingly drawn parallels between Nowitzki and the silver-horned king. The chants from the sidelines brought a smile to Dirk's face. After nailing a mid-range shot, Nowitzki tossed his tousled golden locks and nodded, as if to challenge. "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" Zhang You did not disappoint the fans. In the subsequent play, he retaliated with a commanding shot. The Warriors once again surged forward. As Zhang You received the ball beyond the three-point line, he charged toward the inner lane like the silver-horned king. This was the first time Nowitzki had encountered such a terrifyingly swift interior player. He found himself unable to keep up. Zhang You executed a fast break, barreling through Nowitzki for a thunderous dunk. Nowitzki barely managed to raise his hand in a defensive gesture, nearly losing his balance. With a resounding thud, Nowitzki's shot found its way in, and Zhang Yu's ferocious dunk served as a powerful response. Both teams quickly found their rhythm. The clash was fierce. As if the battlefield were stained with blood, the horses drank from the autumn waters, the chill of the wind sharp as a blade. Nash's three-pointer pierced the heart of the Warriors. Now it was Nick Van Exel's turn to showcase his talent. As he surged towards the basket following a screen set by Zhang You, a deceptive maneuver ensued. Nash fell for the ruse. With a swift behind-the-back dribble, Van Exel executed a flawless layup off the glass. In the years to come, as Rondo frequently employed this technique, one could not help but recall his idol, the enigmatic Nick. Well done, Nick. Oh, I almost forgot. Before the emergence of white chocolate, this player was undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing point guard in the league. Without exception, the live commentator, Tim Roy, exuberantly narrated the unfolding drama. "Oh, that's rather unfortunate. Now our team boasts two flamboyant players," chuckled his partner, Barnetta. In an era marked by tedious half-court battles, Van Exel shone like a meteor, captivating the entire league. Now, with the addition of white chocolate and the Eastern wizard Zhang You, the Warriors found themselves transformed in style after this summer. Who are these extraordinary figures? Are they perhaps products of the legendary Rucker Park streetball scene? Fans were ecstatic to witness this transformation of their team, even if playoff contention eluded them. At least ticket sales would rise. On the defensive end, the strategy was to exploit the strong point of Nowitzki against the rookie Zhang You, learning from his past experiences. Zhang applied just enough resistance to make Nowitzki's shot less comfortable. The German powerhouse attempted to overpower his opponent with his footwork, only to discover that Zhang's agility was superior and his strength formidable. Stalemate ensued. He intended to rely on Zhang You to drive into the paint, yet unexpectedly, the more he pushed, the further he drifted away. It was quite peculiar. He nearly overwhelmed himself with his own efforts, filled with regret. He should have simply taken the shot. However, with no turning back once the bow was drawn, although his attempt was not blocked, it ultimately lacked precision. Clattering against the rim. Bang. Zhang You swiftly turned around to secure another rebound. Run. Jason Richardson had already dashed to the front court. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Jokic's passing prowess was about to shine. Seizing the moment, Zhang You swung his arm in a wide arc, launching the ball forward with one hand. This was a full-court pass. Whoosh. Empowered by Zhang Yu's formidable strength, the ball flew with astonishing speed. All eyes were captivated by this remarkable play. Commentator Tim Roy exclaimed, "A rainbow has sliced through the night sky of Oakland tonight." The ball seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Finley leaped into the air, attempting to intercept this pass, confident he could secure the steal. He could even sense that his fingernail had brushed against the ball, yet he was perplexed by the sensation. A slight miscalculation could lead to a significant divergence. As he approached the three-point line, Richardson had just galloped in, perfectly positioned to receive the pass. The timing was impeccable. The dunk king, Richardson, had arrived. The fans stood in rapture, proclaiming that to conquer the world, one must first establish one's martial prowess. Behold, as I, the dunk king Richardson, draw back the bow to its fullest. Aiming northwest, I unleash upon the celestial wolf. Boom. A thunderous, full-moon slam dunk. The ambitious spirit of the youthful dunk king is unyielding. This connection between dunk king Richardson and Zhang You showcases their remarkable synergy. It seems the ball is indeed in play. Wouldn't you agree, Coach Zhang? Quite splendid. The two ace commentators from Channel 5 had scarcely finished their remarks when the game entered a timeout. In this brief span, Zhang You had already amassed 4 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds, and the first quarter had only just begun. Don Nelson gazed incredulously at the Warriors coaching staff on the bench. Head coach Eric Musselman wore a solemn expression, neither joyful nor sorrowful. When had he developed such resolve, allowing a big man to orchestrate the play? Furthermore, employing a barrage strategy? Don Nelson found it baffling. When had Eric, the notorious drinker, become so talented? Nevertheless, he was not one to be underestimated. In response to the highly efficient newcomer from Huaxia, Don Nelson and his young strategist, Johnson, along with the Silver Fox, Harris, began to recalibrate their tactics. We must avoid direct confrontations. Dirk can attack following a pick and roll, and our guards should attempt to penetrate with their footwork. Those old-timers may play fast, but we can match their pace. Indeed, our rebounding has been utterly dreadful. We must position ourselves against the rookie, compared to the elder Nelson. Young strategist Johnson exhibited a more fiery temperament. Antoine, continue to use your strength and speed to entangle him. Do not allow this young whippersnapper to run rampant over you. He, alongside the Silver Fox Harris, is jointly responsible for the Mavericks' defense. He has now suggested that the young Zhang You engage in league-level competition after the two teams restructured. The match resumed. Judging by his brief performance, Zhang You has already become an indispensable core player for the Warriors. The Mavericks had not anticipated that an 18-year-old rookie would exert such immense pressure upon them. He executed technical maneuvers that were entirely inconsistent with his height. His lightning-fast passes and speed sent a thrill through the heart. After a timeout, the Mavericks adjusted their offensive and defensive strategies, under the insistence of the venerable Nelson. The Mavericks surprisingly entered a whirlwind of fast breaks. At this moment, Nash stepped forward. He is truly deserving of the title Son of the Wind, especially after utilizing the towering figure's screen. His three-point shots and breakthroughs are beginning to showcase their power. Whoosh! He glided into the paint like oil on a slick surface, then delivered the ball to the fast-breaking Walker, who, with effortless grace, caught it and scored a layup for 2 points. Halfway through the first quarter, the score stood at 15-12, with the Mavericks trailing by 3. After the Warriors launched an impressive 8-0 run, the Mavericks responded effectively with timely adjustments. Nash, serving as the orchestrator on the court, skillfully rallied the entire team, enabling the Mavericks to catch up. Should we call a timeout? Assistant coach D'Antoni inquired of head coach Eric Musselman. However, at that moment, Coach Eric remained silent, his back turned to him. D'Antoni nodded and took a seat. Despite his relatively young age, Eric possessed a remarkable composure. In truth, Coach Eric Musselman felt somewhat dazed. This morning, he indulged in a few drinks and now stands on the sidelines, somewhat lost in a reverie. It seems he hears someone calling his name. Mourinho bellows. Pass the ball to Zhang You. The Warriors are grappling with a scoring drought. With only 24 seconds left, the substitute guard, Speedy Clayston, is controlling the ball under the tenacious defense of Josh Howard. As the clock dwindles to 2 seconds, he hears the coach's urgent shout. He deftly shifts the burden to Zhang You, who is entangled in a struggle with Walker in the paint. In a moment of haste, Zhang You launches a high-arcing shot. Clang! The ball strikes the rim. He fights for the rebound. Walker has Zhang You firmly behind him and leaps into the air. Just as his fingertips are about to graze the basketball, a colossal shadow descends like a dark cloud. Oh no! Walker thinks to himself, but it is already too late. Zhang You descends from above, seizing the offensive rebound and, in a spectacular display, executes a reverse dunk. Boom! The rim reverberates with a thunderous sound. The hefty figure is left reeling from Zhang Yu's self-assured second-chance effort. The arena DJ exuberantly shouts Zhang Yu's name. The home crowd erupts once more. Fans roar in frenzy, with some female supporters shrieking in excitement, tearing at their garments. Young General Johnson can hardly contain himself any longer. He was lamenting to the referee. That play was a foul for rebounding. However, the referee paid him no heed. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and could only suppress his fury. Antoine, are you made of toilet paper? He exclaimed as he entered, asserting his physicality. And what about you all? Do you know how to double team? The young General Johnson shouted furiously from the sidelines. Yet, Johnson's outburst had yet to rouse the slumbering Mavericks. The former Warriors veteran Jameson was also playing with considerable discomfort. He faced Zhang You, taking 3 shots in succession, yet he failed to score even once. As a master of mid-range shooting, his touch was lamentably cold this evening. Conversely, Zhang You became increasingly invigorated as the game progressed. Throughout the first quarter, he found himself in a remarkably comfortable state, filling the stat sheet with points, assists, and rebounds. The Mavericks' interior players, though tall, could not match his speed, and the shorter ones were rendered powerless despite their intentions. It was as if the mightiest and swiftest of contenders was utterly overwhelmed in terms of height, strength, and speed. Zhang You dominated the boards with utter freedom. While the Warriors extended their lead once again, Zhang Yu's enthusiasm grew with each play. The enigmatic coach Mourinho remained silent on the sidelines, imparting but a single strategy to the entire team: deliver the ball to Zhang You. His words provided the entire team with a renewed understanding of Zhang Yu's tactical significance and his standing within the squad. Could it be that Zhang Yu is a favorite child of Mourinho? Inspired by Mourinho, Zhang Yu seemed invigorated, displaying an omnipresence on the court. With only 1 possession remaining in the first quarter and the Warriors leading 28-20, Clay Skelton dribbled past the half-court line and once again passed the ball to Zhang Yu. Instead of maneuvering to a low post, Zhang Yu seized the ball with one hand, positioning it behind him as he focused intently on the 24-second shot clock. With his prowess, he has now earned the trust of the entire team. Antoine Walker is panting heavily. Born in 1976, he is 9 years senior to Zhang Yu. Among the entirety of the Mavericks, he is the only one exhibiting a semblance of defensive effectiveness. Does this young lad not require any respite? What is the matter with their coach? Is he asleep? Will there be no substitutions? He was inwardly grumbling furiously, yet he steeled himself to thwart Zhang Yu's final assault. He had a profound fondness for passing. Perhaps this time he would indeed make the pass. Walker had just contemplated this thought when, with merely 4 seconds remaining, Zhang You suddenly sprang into action. He maneuvered once again to the familiar right side. Jameson, opting to forsake the three-point shooting capabilities of the Warriors forward Chen and directly converged into the paint to double-team Zhang You. Chen and was left unguarded. However, Zhang You chose not to pass this time. Instead, he employed the technique he favored during his time as a guard, the jump step. Boom. With a powerful leap, he directly entered the restricted area. The play was dead. 2 towering figures attempted to ensnare Zhang You. Yet, in that moment, Zhang resembled the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, effortlessly leaning into them. The hefty player was once again propelled out of bounds. Zhang soared into the air, cradling the ball high above his head. Boom. Another thunderous slam dunk erupted from his position. Beep. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle echoed. Antoine Jameson had committed a foul by pulling a player. The score escalated to 30-20. With Zhang's remarkable shot widening the gap to a 10-point difference, accompanied by an additional free throw. Only 0.1 seconds remained on the clock. The Mavericks' assistant coach, Avery Johnson, was already bellowing at the referee. That was an offensive foul. For heaven's sake. I believe it's time for you to retake your officiating exam. Johnson, stomping his foot in frustration, had turned a deep shade of red. The referee's decision seemed to have calmed Avery Johnson for a brief moment. Despite his smaller stature, he possessed great wisdom. Initially, he had intended to join the Warriors for his final season, yet now, having departed from his beloved court, his desire for victory remained fervent. Following Tim Roy's introduction of Johnson, Zhang was set to take a free throw resulting from both the technical foul and the additional penalty. In this round, he secured 4 points. The Warriors executed an inbound pass, running down the clock. By the end of the first quarter, they held a commanding 12-point lead over the Warriors, with a score of 32-20. Meanwhile, Zhang You also impressively recorded 12 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block in the first quarter. Even more astonishing was the fact that he missed only 1 shot, while also seizing an offensive rebound to complete a breathtaking putback dunk. Upon reviewing the first quarter statistics, many fans, as well as basketball commentators, were left in sheer disbelief. He is merely a high school player, and this marks his debut. The efficiency displayed is astounding. No one anticipated that this towering figure from Huaxia would make such an impressive entrance. Indeed, it is now evident what fans truly desire from basketball. They are not inclined towards defensive battles. Rather, they relish offensive showcases. They favor individual plays from guards and small forwards, while they are averse to seeing centers dominate beneath the rim. Thus, a player like Zhang You, standing over 10 meters tall, emerges, initiating plays from the perimeter and orchestrating the offense. Yet, he simultaneously embodies the attributes of a center. In 2001, the NBA introduced the zone defense and the defensive 3-second rule, heralding the decline of the era dominated by centers. After years of rule modifications, the NBA has finally phased out the much-maligned center position. Following Michael Jordan's retirement, the league's aspiration has been to recreate another player of his caliber. They are even contemplating the introduction of the no-hand rule for the upcoming season, which prohibits defensive players from placing their hands on the bodies of offensive players during defense. Such defensive maneuvers were commonplace in the previous NBA. It is foreseeable that, with the implementation of the no-hand rule and the league's encouragement of offensive play, shorter players may find it increasingly difficult to thrive. Players like Boykins, who cannot rely on physical strength or hand usage to impede their opponents, may soon become extinct in this evolving landscape. While defense is said to win championships, it does not captivate viewership. The suffocating full-court press, the intricately coordinated switches, and the visceral clashes of muscle may not resonate with fans. The NBA once embraced physical contact and robust defense, allowing a considerable amount of bodily interaction without penalties. Under the current officiating standards, the notorious bad boys of the Pistons would likely find themselves ejected before the halftime break. The league seems to believe that audiences are drawn to the dazzling dunks and the heroic scoring efforts of guards and forwards. Meanwhile, in the twilight years of the center's glory, a peculiar talent named Zhang You has emerged. He is not only capable of penetrating the paint like a guard, executing a myriad of intricate passes, but he can also, with sheer strength, overpower his opponents to deliver thunderous dunks, much like a traditional center. Zhang Yu's performance has begun to cause considerable concern for the coaching staff of the Mavericks. They anticipated an explosion from Van Axel, Richardson, and Dunleavy. Yet they certainly did not foresee a mere high school rookie unleashing such tremendous energy. He bears no resemblance to a novice. Will he emerge as the next Kobe or Garnett, a high school prodigy turned superstar? If he takes the court, we must continue to double-team him, preventing his approach to the basket. Young General Johnson, after a moment of composure, provided his own strategy. On the offensive end, Don Nelson appeared inspired by the Warriors' tactics. We shall employ more pick-and-roll plays in motion, avoiding direct confrontations with number 15, for we too possess sharpshooters. As the second quarter commenced, the Warriors finally allowed Zhang You to rest. Mourinho rubbed his face, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Glancing at the score, he exclaimed, "Oh, we are leading by such a margin." He turned his head and saw Zhang You sitting on the bench, sipping water from a thermos. "Zhang You, "Are you coming off?" Mourinho asked, somewhat surprised. Assistant coaches Mike D'Antoni and David Fizdali exchanged glances, indicating that Mourinho held Zhang You in high regard. D'Antoni nodded, which subtly suggested that his own strategies were also receiving significant attention from the head coach. However, he couldn't help but interject. "Zhang has played an entire quarter. I've allowed him to rest for 3 to 4 minutes. Has it been that long?" Zhang Yu's absence on the court significantly alleviated the pressure on the Mavericks. With such a physically gifted player possessing extraordinary wingspan in the paint, their offensive efforts had always felt somewhat constrained. Meanwhile, the eccentric strategist, Old Nelson, began to implement his Nash-centered bombardment tactics. Swish, swish. The synergy between Dirk Nowitzki and Nash began to manifest its potency. Nash's individual performance was overpowering the backcourt duo of Clay Skelton and Van Exel. His three-point shot is as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. His passing is no less remarkable than that of Zhang You and Van Exel. It is noteworthy that last season, Nash spent considerable time as Van Exel's substitute. Steve Nash is truly exceptional. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Unlike him, Nash does not possess such formidable physical attributes. Yet he has fully realized the exquisite nuances of basketball technique. Even the assistant coach on the bench, D'Antoni, gazed at this instinctive guard with increasing admiration. How splendid it would be if he were part of the Warriors. Van Exel, alas, has aged. The Mavericks have found their rhythm. What is even more concerning for the Warriors is that their rotation lacks the caliber of the Mavericks. On the Mavericks side, this year's rookie, Josh Howard, has stepped up. He relentlessly pursued Dunleavy on the defensive end, while on offense he resembled an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, darting about with fervor. Bang! Following Dunleavy's missed three-pointer, the Dallas Mavericks initiated a fast break. With a white headband adorning his brow, Josh Howard, after disrupting Dunleavy's shot, surged into the front court. Beware of his drive. Dunleavy was utterly unable to keep pace with Howard. Upon receiving a pass from Nash, he faced fellow rookie Pietrus without hesitation. Bam! After a swift change of direction, he disregarded the close defense of Pietrus, using his body to powerfully finish at the basket. Beep! A 2-1 was successfully executed, despite crashing to the floor. Howard raised his fists and roared in triumph. Who is this player? So fierce, so tenacious. The casual fans watching on television struggled to recognize him. Yet they were taken aback by his toughness. As if he had sensed the audience's bewilderment, Coach Zhang provided insight from the screen. This Josh Howard is the 29th pick of this year's draft, a player with an inspiring story. His legs were born deformed, bending inward severely. By the time he was less than a year old, he had already undergone 2 leg surgeries. While his physical prowess may not be exceptional and his technical skills not particularly refined, Howard's defensive capabilities and positive attitude are commendable. You can see his vigorous performance on the court. Josh Howard also converted his free throw. Should we call a timeout? D'Antoni inquired. Yet, Mourinho remained with his eyes closed. As if in deep meditation. No rush. Without a timeout to regroup, the Warriors found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought. The confrontation on the basketball court resembled an ancient battlefield. The ebb and flow of momentum held great significance. The Mavericks began to gain traction. Swish. Nash's three-pointer pierced through like an arrow aimed at Mourinho's heart. Unable to contain himself, Mourinho instinctively clutched his chest. Ugh. He was suffering from a hangover last night and felt nauseous. In an instant, the young bull surged with a 10 o'clock run, narrowing the deficit to merely 2 points. The composed and serene Mourinho, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, contemplated adopting a zen-like demeanor. However, after Nash sank a three-pointer, the gap was reduced to just 2 points, causing Mourinho to show signs of distress. He continued to feign indifference as he patted his trusted aide, Zhang You, on the shoulder. At that moment, he resembled a general rallying his troops for battle, delivering an impassioned pre-fight motivation. Go forth. Let not the battle cease. This valiant team, with Richardson capable of scoring and dunking, and Nick Van Exel proficient in both scoring and passing, seemed to lack the court dominance that the rookie Zhang You possessed. This was pivotal in their decision to designate Zhang You as the cornerstone of their development. Once Zhang You took to the court, the coaching staff of the Mavericks reminded the players, remember our strategy. They had not anticipated that a mere quarter of the game would prompt a tactical shift. In a surprising turn, they resorted to strategies typically employed against superstars for the sake of a rookie. The first possession after the timeout was particularly crucial. Van Exel advanced the ball into the frontcourt and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang You. Once again, they executed a simple pick-and-roll, a hallmark of the Jazz's dynamic duo. This was a remarkably executed screen. After obstructing Nash, Van Exel found himself at a disadvantage against the stout defender. After all, this rotund figure was remarkably agile and possessed decent speed. However, Zhang You faced Nash with effortless ease. Under such circumstances, Nick Van Exel could merely toss the basketball towards the hoop as if it were merely a practice drill. Dirk Nowitzki was too late to provide defensive support. Zhang You soared into the air, completely dominating Nash with his formidable presence. Boom. Another thunderous dunk reverberated through the arena. The prolonged drought of scoring was finally shattered, igniting a fervor among the Warriors' home crowd once more. Steady now, remain composed. Meanwhile, Nash was regrouping the Mavericks' offense. What an extraordinary turn of events. Their team boasts a plethora of all-star caliber players, yet they fell victim to the onslaught of a rookie. Such a scenario is remarkably bizarre. It is hard to fathom that this is merely his debut. With Zhang You on the court, the Warriors seem like an entirely different team compared to when he is absent. Their offensive and defensive efficiencies are simply not on the same level. However, after adjustments made by the venerable coach Nelson, the Mavericks made a concerted effort to avoid direct confrontations with Zhang You, leading to an improvement in their offensive efficiency. Nash once again collaborated with Nowitzki through a pick-and-roll. Subsequently, he reciprocated by allowing Nowitzki to execute a pull-up mid-range jumper, bringing the score closer once more. In response to the tightly contested scoreline, Coach Zhang remarked, "Today is truly intense. Look, the Warriors are entirely reliant on Zhang You. Pass it to him. Give it to Zhang You. Oh, still not passing. This could go awry." After passing to Richardson, he feigned an inside pass to Zhang You but opted instead for a contested three-pointer. Swish. The net responded affirmatively. What a splendid shot. Hearing Coach Zhang's commentary from the television confirmed that the shot had indeed gone in. At this juncture, it appeared that neither side was able to thwart the other's advances. Players from both teams were thoroughly enjoying themselves, engaging in exhilarating exchanges. It seemed that both sides required a catalyst to pause their passionate duel. That opportunity soon presented itself. Richardson was stripped of the ball in the front court. A 3-on-2 fast break ensued. Nash dribbled with the speed of the wind, with Finley and Howard close behind, ready to assist. Meanwhile, Van Exel and Dunleavy were present but powerless to intervene. Nash's pass was equally cunning. No one could predict to whom the final shot would be delivered. It went in. Dunleavy observed Nash making a gesture as if to pass to the left. He prepared to advance and fixate on Finley, having even leaped into the air. However, it was merely a feint. Nash twisted his body, intending to swiftly penetrate the fast break. The ball was about to leave his fingertips and graze the backboard. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed once more. A pair of enormous hands forcefully pinned the ball against the backboard. It was a block akin to the haunting specter of death. Astonishment. Terror. A chilling sensation. As the audience collectively gasped, Zhang You executed a two-handed rejection, forcefully directing the ball downwards and gaining control with remarkable swiftness. He hurled the ball to Van Exel, who stood nearby, and then sprinted forward into the field. Van Exel is known as the madman on the pitch. His speed and reaction are remarkably swift. However, due to his advanced age, he finds himself struggling to keep pace with Zhang You. Observing Zhang Yu's furious sprint, he can only grit his teeth and charge forward with the ball. This is a defensive counterattack following the disruption of the Mavericks' fast break. What was once a 3-on-2 scenario has now transformed into a 4-on-2. Fortunately, Antoine Walker and his teammates remain stationary in their half. Given Zhang Yu's current stance, it is evident that he will not attempt a shot. He and Nowitzki could only constrict towards the paint, preventing the Warriors from easily scoring 2 points with a layup. Yet, Zhang You and Van Exel, fully aware of the lurking danger, boldly ventured into the fray. The Mavericks, with Howard and others, were swiftly closing in from behind. At that moment, Van Exel faced the approaching Antoine Walker, showing no signs of slowing down near the free throw line. In a burst of speed, he leaped to catch the ball and executed a deft behind-the-back pass. Do not be deceived, he intended to score himself. Walker, disregarding the fast-breaking Zhang You, focused intently on Van Exel. However, he miscalculated. Van Exel, while in full motion, passed the ball behind him to the awaiting Zhang You. With ease, Zhang received the pass from Nick Van Exel and soared for a powerful two-handed dunk. Boom. Once again, the connection between Zhang You and Nick Van Exel dazzled the crowd. Van Exel is a remarkable blend of strength and speed, capable of changing direction at high velocity, adeptly seeking openings, and displaying considerable creativity in his passing. Yet, his flamboyant style has drawn skepticism from various critics, often labeled as ostentatious and superficial. Nevertheless, this is precisely the spectacle that captivates fans and audiences alike. He replicated the behind-the-back pass assists reminiscent of his time with the Lakers. Upon joining the Warriors, he appeared to thrive. For Zhang You, this towering figure possesses a creativity akin to his own. Following a defensive counterattack, the Warriors once again unfurled the banner of their offense. Number 15, Zhang You. He is breaking through again. This evening, the Mavericks found themselves outmatched on the boards by him alone. Walker, Nowitzki, and Jamison were unable to contend with him. In truth, his rebounding technique leaves much to be desired. It is evident that many of his rebounds stem from his height, wingspan, and sheer tenacity. Much like the madman Nick. The two appear quite frenzied on the court, yet off the court, they are remarkably composed individuals. Under the narration of sideline reporter Roy, Zhang You seems to transcend earthly limits. After entering the game in the second quarter, Zhang You and the madman unleashed their fervor. If the rhythm of the first quarter was characterized by passing, the second quarter saw Zhang You take center stage with an emphasis on scoring and defense. His synergy with Van Exel has incited a hint of jealousy in Richardson. As the first half concluded, the 15th overall rookie, Zhang You, astonishingly amassed comprehensive statistics of 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 blocks. Such figures were indeed formidable for the year 2003. Even Richardson, chuckling, remarked to Zhang You, "You aren't here to usurp my position as the star, are you?" Zhang displayed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly whites. Before the first half had fully elapsed, News about Zhang You had swiftly permeated the entire basketball community. Meanwhile, the prodigious LeBron James had also wrapped up his inaugural game. Although the Cavaliers succumbed to the Kings, James played for 38 minutes, achieving an impressive 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals from 20 attempts, making 12 shots. Post-game, reporters inquired of James regarding Zhang You, particularly since they had faced each other this season. As the 9th overall pick in the draft, Zhang Yu's halftime statistics were nearly on par with James's full-game performance. His playing style diverged significantly from that of Wilt Chamberlain and other interior players. Yet he undeniably showcased his capability to dominate the court in his unique manner. James, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "It appears Zhang will become the leader of the Warriors. Will you assume a similar role for the Cavaliers?" Upon hearing this question, James modestly replied, "This is Z's and Ricky Davis's team." The reporters chuckled, aware that it was merely a polite remark. Yet, Ricky Davis took it to heart. "Do you share the same sentiment, Ricky?" a reporter provocatively asked. During this match, James executed a fast break, with an empty front court, turning back to assist himself with a dunk, a moment that epitomized his leadership. Ricky Davis, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "LeBron provided me with numerous excellent passes today. He will be a great asset, as both of us possess remarkable physical attributes. He will complement me splendidly." Simultaneously, the New Jersey Nets, visiting Toronto, narrowly lost to the Raptors with a score of 87-90. The 4th overall pick, Chris Bosh, performed commendably, scoring 12 points and securing 4 rebounds from 8 attempts. Post-match, several veteran players turned their attention to the game featuring LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony. Indeed, LeBron lived up to his moniker as the chosen one, delivering an extraordinarily efficient performance in his debut. Despite the loss, his brilliance shone through. Conversely, many regarded Carmelo Anthony as the primary contender for the Rookie of the Year title, yet he managed only 12 points against the seasoned Spurs. All 4 top picks made their mark with double-digit scores in their debuts, with the exception of the 2nd overall pick, Dirk, who did not see a single minute of playtime. However, they uncovered another remarkable talent surpassing even James, Zhang You, the divine beast from Huaxia. In the first half, he recorded an impressive 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 70%. After the game, Jefferson and Carter engaged in a brief conversation. It was astonishing how exceptional Zhang was. "Recently, I have been playing the NBA 2004 live game, endorsed by your company, EA, but surprisingly, he is not included. Haha. Games are prepared in advance. It appears this fellow has been underestimated. You could create your own version. What a splendid idea. Remember what I told you before the season commenced." The two shared a light-hearted moment before parting ways. With an influx of new talent in the league, securing a championship title is becoming increasingly challenging. Regarding Jefferson's previous suggestion, Carter felt a slight inclination. Even though he scored 39 points tonight, leading his team to victory, his heart remained unenthused in the chilly atmosphere of Toronto. Meanwhile, the Nets made consecutive appearances in the NBA Finals during the 2001-2002 and 2002-2003 seasons, despite tonight's loss. Their prowess cannot be overlooked. At the Oakland Arena, the Warriors faced the Mavericks as the second half commenced. Zhang You remained on the court without respite. The coaching staff evidently regarded him as a more central figure than even the rookie LeBron. Under the guidance of owner Skohan, the management had begun internal discussions to revise their strategy. It was decided that they would reinforce their approach around Zhang Yu's style as the season progressed. He refrained from shooting, as he was not adept in the low post. They were cautioned not to allow him easy access to drive the ball. Young General Johnson perceived something amiss and shouted to the players, "Do not let Zhang Yu near the basket. Make his passing challenging." While this sounds simple, executing it proved to be quite difficult. When Zhang Yu stood at the three-point line, he noticed the Mavericks collapsing defensively. Antoine Walker was even positioned near the free-throw line, gesturing for him to shoot. They are opting for a strategy of perimeter shooting rather than penetrating the defense. What a condescending attitude. Reflecting on the recent intensive training with Curry, Zhang Yu took a deep breath, rose onto his toes, and gently lifted his hand. Not only Walker, but also the other Mavericks players widened their eyes in disbelief. Could he actually shoot? Impossible. Even if you had a three-point shot, he wouldn't dare attempt it. Observing the ball tracing a lofty arc through the air was absurd. Alas, the shot merely grazed the rim. The moment Zhang Yu released the ball, he sensed something was amiss. His hand had slipped. Yet, as he followed through, he slid into the Mavericks' paint like a nimble eel. Dirk Nowitzki, the silver-horned king, was taken aback and leapt to secure an airball. Little did he know that his teammates were also caught in a daze. Walker, unable to move, failed to box out Zhang Yu, who crashed in with reckless abandon to snatch the rebound. A second-chance opportunity, success. After scoring, he flashed a sheepish grin at the stunned Walker. The unexpected nature of the play was striking. Zhang Yu's shooting during training had been commendable, but under the pressure of intense competition, his first career three-pointer went awry. Nevertheless, he redeemed himself by grabbing another rebound and converting it off the glass. Was this child merely padding his stats? The Warriors fans erupted in laughter, yet for the Mavericks, this was a disheartening situation. Allowing such a play underscored the fragility of their interior defense. For Coach Johnson, who prided himself on defensive prowess, this was utterly unforgivable. However, it also indirectly validated his strategic choices. Zhang You, indeed, lacked shooting prowess, which brought them some relief. Yet, the Mavericks paid a heavy price, as Zhang You wreaked havoc both inside and outside the arc, leading to significant losses for them. Though Nowitzki and Nash were still scoring, penetrating the paint proved exceedingly challenging. In the fourth quarter, as they began to defend against Zhang Yu's drives, he adeptly transitioned to off-ball movement, collaborating with teammates to create opportunities. Positioning himself at a 45-degree angle, the Mavericks resorted to a desperate double team. Zhang You observed the open Cheney, who raised the ball high to signal a pass. Just as the Mavericks players lunged to defend, Zhang You, utilizing his elevated vantage point, executed a deceptive pass to the cutting Richardson, who effortlessly scored again. His passes appeared rather languid, as if such a hefty figure could afford to be so nonchalant. Yet, the sharpness and explosive power of his vision and passing were undeniably formidable. In the very moment of release, the speed was astonishing. So cunning, so seasoned. Zhang You also recognized that Jokic's passing was quite effective. At times, it seemed casual, yet it could unexpectedly showcase brilliance. Could it be that the formidable Mavericks were on the verge of suffering 2 consecutive defeats? With just 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, they found themselves trailing by 13 points, 85-98. However, Coach Kerr of the Warriors permitted Zhang You only a brief respite of 2 minutes at the start of the fourth quarter, before requiring him to play through. This rookie seamlessly integrated into the NBA. After the erratic Nick took a breather, should Zhang You also step off the court, the Warriors would lack their engine. In contrast to Zhang Yu's scoring, his orchestration of the offense was particularly vital. Let us examine his technical statistics for the evening. Oh, yet another assist. Remarkably, he amassed 14 assists tonight. No, he achieved nearly a triple-double in his very first professional game. Oh, he was omnipresent this evening, etching his name in history. In the incredulous tones of commentators Roy and Barnett, Zhang You had already tallied a staggering 29 points, 9 rebounds, 14 assists, and 2 blocks. Yet, the saga was not over. As the game entered its final minute, the Mavericks still trailed by 11 points. Nowitzki, upon receiving the ball at the arc, contemplated launching a three-pointer to reignite hope for his team. Today, he exhibited a commendable performance, scoring 21 points with 9 successful shots out of 18 attempts. However, this was far from sufficient. Zhang You had already discerned his intentions and swiftly blocked his advance. With a resounding clap, the fast break was initiated once more. Richardson surged forward like an untamed stallion, while Zhang You seamlessly passed the ball to him, closely trailing behind. Yet, Michael Finley was still unwilling to concede defeat. He is also pursuing Richardson. He must defend the ball. A 2-on-1 situation in the front court. Richardson refrains from forcing his way through. Finley stands nearby, ready to block him. With a single hand, Richardson slams the ball against the backboard. Subsequently, he spreads his arms wide and performs a gliding gesture towards the camera in the corner. Zhang You rushes in. He leaps into the air, soaring high, as if to grasp the moon in the heavens and catch a turtle. With both hands gripping the ball, he took off, executing a single-handed switch mid-air. His entire body unfurled gracefully. Behold, this is a ferocious onslaught from the mythical beast of Huaxia. Boom. It sealed the fate of the game. The match concluded with the Warriors triumphing over their opponents with a score of 106-95. The remarkable 18-year-old rookie from Huaxia, Zhang You, concluded his performance with an impressive tally of 31 points, 10 rebounds, 14 assists, 3 blocks, and no turnovers. In the final moments, a shot assisted by Richardson, deemed a missed attempt due to defensive interference, was credited as a follow-up dunk by Zhang You, adding another rebound and 2 points to his stats. This left Richardson visibly frustrated, his lips pursed in dismay. He lamented in a media interview, expressing his dissatisfaction. It was clear to all that joy flickered across his face. The photographer captured the moment of Zhang You soaring through the air, seizing the rebound and forcefully slamming it home, marking a classic scene from his debut. With his monumental triple-double debut, Zhang You etched his name into the annals of history. Even the legendary triple-double king, Oscar Robertson, managed only a 20 triple-double in his first game. Zhang You has thus become the first player in history to achieve a 30 triple-double in his debut, as well as the youngest player to secure a triple-double and the youngest to score 30 points in a game. He shattered a series of records as the youngest player. After the game, a profound silence enveloped the entire Mavericks team, as they had not anticipated a disheartening start to their California trip, suffering defeats in both back-to-back matches. Losing to the Lakers was somewhat acceptable, but being vanquished by a Warriors team centered around a rookie was simply unforgivable. In the post-match press conference, the venerable coach Don Nelson directly pinpointed the team's shortcomings. We conducted insufficient research on the Chinese rookie Zhang You, he admitted. Indeed, this young man disrupted our game plan, and our adjustments were sluggish, leading to offensive complications. An ESPN reporter inquired, "What strategies will you employ should you encounter Zhang again?" Coach Nelson, with a grave expression, responded, "I can now assert that he is on par with LeBron James." He expressed hope that Zhang would diligently practice his shooting, lest they resort to the hack-a-shack strategy in their next encounter. The room erupted in laughter. Yet one could not help but admire Zhang You for compelling Coach Nelson to entertain such thoughts. The hack-a-shack tactic, initially devised against the Chicago Bulls, was more famously utilized against Shaquille O'Neal and his Los Angeles Lakers, serving as a torment for players with poor free-throw shooting abilities. In his debut, Zhang You achieved a staggering triple-double of over 30 points, eliciting jubilant celebrations among Chinese fans watching from their screens, reminiscent of a festive occasion. It was worth noting that last year, when Yao Ming made his NBA debut, he did not score at all. Coach's son and Zhang were equally delighted, particularly Coach Zhang, who had met Zhang You at the Atlanta All-Star Game and had witnessed his growth and emergence. Coach Zhang wore an excited smile, brimming with words he wished to share with the audience, ultimately uttering just 3 words: truly remarkable. Coach Sun then announced, "Now, let us draw for the last lucky viewer of the day, who will receive a pair of Kobe sneakers. I will say start, and Coach Zhang will say stop." Coach Zhang affirmed, "All right. Let us begin." Coach Sun proceeded, "Coach Zhang, stop." Prior to the game, many media outlets and fans jokingly wagered whether Zhang Yu would score, speculating if he would only manage to do so in the fourth quarter's garbage time. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. In truth, Zhang Yu's performance has left many critics speechless, prompting several teams to reflect on their decisions from draft night, particularly the New York Knicks. Other teams may have simply misjudged the talent, yet the Knicks, on that fateful night, selected Zhang Yu only to immediately trade him for Dan Peeler, who claimed to be the league's best center. Owner Dolan and general manager Thomas were left lamenting their regrettable choices. In their inaugural match of the season, the Knicks were mercilessly vanquished by the Magic. The so-called premier center of the league, Dampier, was left utterly bewildered by the newly crowned scoring champion, Tracy McGrady. McGrady even showcased a breathtaking dunk over Dampier during the game. Had it not been for Keith Van Horn's impressive 29-point performance, the Knicks would have suffered a defeat by more than 10 points. Dampier is nothing but a pushover. It would be best for him to exit next season. Look at the mess you have created. One Dampier has replaced the boundless potential of the Eastern demigod. Dolan, you scoundrel, return my Eastern wizard. Passionate Knicks fans gathered outside the arena, vociferously protesting. Dolan's private inboxes were inundated with a plethora of letters expressing their discontent. The miraculous Eastern wizard made history in his debut, dazzling the NBA stage. The 18-year-old rookie scored over 30 points with a triple-double, overpowering the so-called Little Emperor. Major news outlets prominently featured this story in their sports sections. A debut performance with over 30 points and a triple-double is indeed worthy of the annals of history. Even the publisher of EA Games issued a statement, declaring that their failure to include Zhang Yu in NBA Live 2004 was their gravest oversight, for which they extend their apologies to Mr. Zhang. Of course, the conversation ends there. Should Zhang Yu excel, they would not hesitate to update the game patch, refresh the player roster, or even collaborate with Zhang Yu for endorsements. Yet, all hinges upon his performance. The recent overwhelming praise has reached dizzying heights. Zhang Yu is being exalted to the skies. This has sparked considerable discontent among many. Neither LeBron James nor Carmelo Anthony has received such fervent adulation. Fear not, for this is merely David Stern's scheme to penetrate the Chinese market. One can only hope that when our team faces the Warriors, we encounter fewer dubious officiating calls. The previous match left young General Ellie F. Johnson thoroughly infuriated. While fans engage in discussions, the owners are not idle either. Knicks owner Dolan has become the target of relentless criticism from New York fans. He is unconvinced. He seeks to show off. He wishes to make a grand statement. Will he acknowledge his mistakes? Absolutely not. That day, he stepped out of the office to engage in an interview with reporters, his countenance adorned with a smile, seemingly unfazed by any concerns. Indeed, Zhang has performed admirably. A significant reason for his remarkable debut success lies in the NBA team's lack of familiarity with him. I suspect he will soon encounter the infamous rookie wall. Moreover, his achievements rest solely upon his own efforts. The reporters exchanged curious glances, much like inquisitive children. One person? Who could it be? Dolan promptly unveiled the answer. His success is entirely attributed to coach Eric Musselman. Indeed, it is Musselman's system that has propelled Zhang to such heights. However, should the various teams conduct even a modest examination of their strategies and Zhang's technical attributes, I firmly believe the Warriors will not find it challenging to contend with him. Let us not forget, they have not reached the playoffs in nearly a decade. Dolan's analysis is methodical, coherent, and well-supported. His analysis quickly garnered media attention. Even Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, experienced an epiphany upon encountering Dolan's insights and subsequently endorsed his perspective in front of the press. Mr. Dolan is absolutely correct. I have deliberated this matter with our coaching staff. The astonishing statistics attributed to Zhang Yu are entirely a product of his integration within the Warriors system. Overall, his capabilities align with his draft position. He will not surpass Dirk. He is a system player, not a transcendent superstar like LeBron or Carmelo. Indeed, his remarkable performance is fundamentally a result of Mourinho's imaginative new tactics. Mourinho is truly an extraordinary coach. In Oakland, coach Eric Musselman was taken by surprise. He had merely stepped out to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine when he found himself surrounded by reporters, cameras flashing at him, leaving him bewildered. The first question posed by the journalist was, "Coach Eric, you are truly a genius?" At the Oakland arena, Zhang Yu was drenched in sweat as he engaged in rigorous training. His completion degree for the system task was SSS. His mid-range shooting, rebounding, long-range shooting, driving, and interior defensive abilities had all seen slight enhancements. More importantly, he had acquired Dennis Rodman's rebounding instincts, intermediate level, which was quite remarkable. The dunks of Curry, the passes of White, and Jokic's assists are all advanced skills, owing to his physical prowess that allows him to execute high-level dunks. His passing ability has surpassed 90, and he has demonstrated an understanding of advanced passing techniques. However, his rebounding skills remain somewhat underdeveloped. Primarily, as a high school player, he was a novice guard, and securing rebounds was not his primary responsibility. Presently, he has activated a rebounding instinct that is comparable to that of a moderate-level Dennis Rodman. Even though his rebounding technique is rated at 77, one must not overlook the fact that he possesses an impressive wingspan of 2.34 meters. Rodman is an exceptionally unique star, standing at merely 2.01 meters. He is renowned for his rebounding prowess. Weighing only 100 kilograms, he could withstand the formidable 150-kilogram Shaquille O'Neal under the basket. In the widely popular manga Slam Dunk, the protagonist Hanamichi Sakuragi is modeled after him, with the author drawing inspiration from Rodman's playing style and appearance. In his prime, he averaged 18.3 rebounds per game, and at the age of 38, he still averaged 14.3 rebounds per game, with a career high of 34 rebounds. Although he may not be comparable to the legendary Wilt Chamberlain and others from ancient times, his height and achievement of being a 7-time rebounding champion are indeed sources of pride. Regrettably, his peak was brief, preventing him from securing a prominent position on the all-time rebounding leaderboard. This skill is undoubtedly a significant asset for Zhang You. His rebounding ability may not be particularly high at present, yet his innate physical gifts, both static and dynamic, have already caused distress among many in the league. As long as he continues to refine his rebounding skills, Rodman's innate sense for the boards will inevitably improve. Domination on the glass will become increasingly effortless. The lengthy season has only just commenced. Following their victory over the Mavericks, which marked a triumphant start to the season, the Warriors are set to host the Philadelphia 76ers, led by Allen Iverson, on November 1st. Early in the morning, Zhang You arrived at the gym for additional training. After receiving the system's reward, he did not allow himself to relax. Upon completing the task, the system prompted him. A great beginning is merely an inception. A triple-double is but a modest milestone. In the near future, the league might witness stars debuting with near quadruple doubles and players averaging triple-doubles in the regular season, following the legacy of the great Oscar Robertson. Yet, some of these individuals later struggled to find their footing in the NBA, while others failed to lead their teams to victory. Such warnings instantly heightened Zhang Yu's vigilance. He dared not entertain even the slightest relaxation. The thought that a player, who had nearly achieved a quadruple-double in their debut, was now on the verge of being unable to secure a place in the NBA was utterly alarming. He cherishes the hard-won opportunities, and even with systematic training, he remains unwavering in his dedication. In the face of overwhelming praise from the outside world, Zhang You does not allow himself to become complacent. True excellence is not coerced by others. It is achieved through relentless self-discipline. His professional attitude has garnered the satisfaction of the coaches. During the training session, Mourinho, brimming with enthusiasm, reiterated the strategy centered around Zhang You. "Oh, for heaven's sake, I thought Zhang Yu was here to assist me," Jason Richardson lamented to the group, his expression one of frustration. However, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as everyone acknowledged Zhang Yu's commendable performance. Moreover, this young man from Huaxia possesses remarkable social skills. The coaching staff received his exquisite Huaxia wine, and after training, he invited his teammates to join him in the video room for a viewing. The video room. "Oh, what a divine scenario, how touching. Boo-hoo. Oh, Zhang, what a terrible movie you picked. It's utterly boring." After examining the game footage of their upcoming opponent, the Philadelphia 76ers, Zhang You stumbled upon a hidden treasure. It was a collection of DVDs sent by fans, which he intended to gift to his mother, Zhang Sini, to help pass the time. To his surprise, Richardson discovered them, leading the group to watch the widely popular domestic drama, My Fair Princess. Initially, Zhang You assumed that his older teammates, such as Robinson, Nick the Mad Brother, and Richardson, would not enjoy the melodramatic series. However, to his astonishment, they watched with great enthusiasm. Even Mourinho watched with wide eyes, relishing the lively scenes on screen. "You scoundrel! I shall strip you of your garments. Who sent you to seduce the emperor? Speak." Meanwhile, Richardson, who fancied himself a connoisseur of Chinese culture, could not help but provide commentary, much like a basketball analyst, incessantly chattering about the plot, which was quite infectious. Zhang Yu, however, slipped away, as it was time for his training session with Stephen Curry. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Curry's physical condition had gradually improved, albeit subtly. According to Curry, both his strength and vertical leap had noticeably enhanced. Additionally, with his father's corrections, Curry's shooting form was also undergoing transformation. Given time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable guard, possessing both extraordinary athleticism and shooting precision. You are progressing swiftly, yet your jumping ability requires gradual practice. If you cannot explode upwards, your dunks will be like this, Zhang Yu demonstrated with a failed dunk attempt. Curry laughed heartily at the demonstration. That was merely a demonstration. Zhang You insisted with a serious expression, pointing at Curry. Observing that Curry's training progress had reached level 8, he anticipated that once it hit level 10, his shooting skills would further improve. You learn to dunk, while I enhanced your three-point ability. It is a reasonable exchange. Due to the tight competition schedule, Zhang You had yet to address various matters outside of basketball, including offers from sneaker companies like Nike and the establishment of a team. Nevertheless, Nike had already consulted him and proposed a 5-year contract worth $500,000. Mr. Smith, your offer brings me great joy. Indeed, our offer has always been quite reasonable. If permitted, I think I shall wait a while longer to consider. After all, I am still just a child. Zhang You concluded the call regarding their offer. Although Nike valued the market potential of Chinese players, even the esteemed Yao Ming initially received a 4-year, $160,000 contract despite being the first overall pick. In contrast, LeBron James was granted a 7-year, $91 million contract, surpassing Kobe Bryant's deal. During Yao Ming's early career, Nike began sponsoring him for various competitions, fostering a deep connection. However, upon entering the league, Yao Ming's team perceived Nike's initial offer as disrespectful, leading him to sign with Reebok. Even after Nike reconsidered and offered a 7-year, $120 million contract, Yao Ming did not accept. Zhang You now found himself in a similar predicament. Numerous companies seeking collaboration extended their olive branches, primarily due to his skin color. Deep down, they believed that Chinese players would never truly excel. At this juncture, Zhang You needed to shatter their doubts and affirm his worth. How much is he truly valued? Though the path ahead is fraught with thorns, he must forge ahead, cutting through the obstacles and navigating the waves. Zhang Yu's focus now turned to his forthcoming adversaries, with the soul of their team being none other than the revered figure among guards, the ankle-breaking terminator of the league, the scoring champion and steals leader, Allen Iverson. As a former guard himself, Iverson stood as a godlike figure in Zhang Yu's eyes. I approach every game as if it were my last. It is well known that Allen Iverson, representing the Philadelphia 76ers, single-handedly led his team to the NBA Finals during the 2000-2001 season. His relentless spirit exemplified a commitment to winning every game, fighting for every possession. The fierce Warriors' prowess has captivated a generation of fans. Even though the 76ers have struggled in recent years under Iverson's leadership, their strength should not be underestimated. Following Mutombo's departure, their current center is Samuel Delembert from Haiti, alongside 1997's Mark Jackson. Additionally, Kenny Thomas, averaging a double-double, possesses notable interior strength. The team's captain, Eric Snow, known as the Man of Snow, is regarded by Iverson as the leader of the team. In the decisive Eastern Conference battle in 2001, Snow stepped up after Iverson's injury, hitting 2 crucial jump shots to secure their place in the finals. He's the soul of the team. Yet, the world now only remembers Iverson's relentless battles against the entire Eastern Conference, habitually overlooking the companions by his side. In this season's roster, Iverson's former rival, the 1994 first overall pick, the formidable Robinson, has joined the team. The 1990 NBA Draft's top selection, the imposing Derek Coleman, still has fuel left in the tank. The once celebrated 6th man, Aaron McKie, also retains his firepower. Before encountering the Warriors, they had triumphed over the inexperienced Heat but succumbed to the dazzling Kings of Sacramento. Overall, they performed at their expected level. At the Oakland Arena, the head coach of the 76ers, Randy Ayers, was delivering final instructions to his coaching staff before the game. Unlike his predecessor, Coach Brown, who was known for his tough demeanor, Ayers relied significantly on the free-spirited play of the team's stars. Having learned from past experiences, he understood that if these stars were not enjoying the game, his tenure would be short-lived. We have already analyzed the characteristics of the Warriors. Now, Allen, it is up to you. They can play fast, just as we can, and I believe no one can keep pace with you. Upon hearing his coach's words, Allen Iverson nodded coolly. Last season, the 76ers' inability to advance further had made the discord between head coach Larry Brown and Iverson widely known. Larry Brown was compelled to leave the team, joining the Pistons who had eliminated them. The team praised Brown's strictness. Yet it was precisely that same strictness that led to his dismissal. Without the freedom-seeking Iverson, the Pistons found what they needed: screens, passing, defense, and open shots. Moreover, those less heralded players were willing to execute his strategies. Iverson, too, sought to prove to Brown that he could still lead a team to victory in his own way. Once again, he aspired to reach the finals and contend with the Lakers. Meanwhile, sideline commentators Tim Roy and Barnett were still teasing the opposing players. Look at their starters: Allen Iverson, Eric Snow, Glenn Robinson, Kenny Thomas, and Mark Jackson. Wasn't the notorious Big Dog supposed to debut against the Trailblazers? Who knows? Perhaps he wishes to challenge our Chinese deity ahead of schedule. The Warriors' starting lineup was also revealed: Nick Van Exel, Jason Richardson, Mike Dunleavy, Calbert Cheney, and Zhang You. After warming up, this contest was about to commence. The 76ers surprisingly deployed a highly mobile and impactful lineup, while the Warriors also opted for a big man with 4 smaller players. Even the capable rebounders Clifford Robinson and Troy Murphy found themselves on the bench. Prior to the game, a reporter had inquired of Coach Mu about Zhang's performance. Was it merely a flash in the pan? Many claimed he was simply lucky. What further contributions do you anticipate from him? Can your system allow him to shine? Indeed, Zhang Yu's debut, featuring a triple-double with over 30 points, astonished many and set multiple records. Today, the arena was filled with more faces of Asian descent, with many waving banners chanting for the god of you. However, just like with the great Yao Ming in the past, whenever a Chinese player garnered media praise, the press would feign deafness and blindness. They attribute their success to the charmingly creative Mourinho. The sudden emergence of Zhang You as a system player was swiftly acknowledged by everyone. Coach Muselman merely remarked, "His dedication speaks for itself. Starting him is the best testament the team can offer." During the interview, the match commenced. At the jump ball, the 8-meter-tall center, Jackson, proved to be no match for Zhang You. His weight of 122 kilograms appeared somewhat cumbersome. Zhang You effortlessly passed the ball to the eccentric Nick Van Exel and swiftly advanced. The 76ers seemed to anticipate this maneuver from the Warriors, as Zhang You had already showcased his signature skills in the previous match against the Mavericks. It was a consensus that this promising rookie from Huaxia should not be allowed to penetrate the paint so easily. Van Exel, well aware of Zhang Yu's capabilities, quickly initiated his move, disregarding Iverson's interference, and delivered a precise pass to Zhang You, who was making his way towards the basket. Swiftly, both the formidable Robinson and the tenacious Thomas possessed remarkable weight and strength. In an instant, the two encircled Zhang You, particularly Kenny Thomas, standing at a towering height of 2.01 meters and weighing 118 kilograms, matched Zhang You in both stature and strength. This formidable combination of weight and power served as his greatest asset in securing rebounds. Under the pressure of their dual confinement, Zhang You soon found himself in a dead ball situation at the half-court. He had no choice but to lift the ball high, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Well done. It seemed he had encountered a challenge. The coach, Ayers, had his words of praise caught in his throat as Zhang You feigned a shot in the direction of Richardson and then passed to the corner where Mike Dunleavy awaited. In his sophomore year, Dunleavy had achieved an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 34.7 during his rookie season. At that moment, he showed no hesitation. Swish. Receiving Zhang Yu's pass, he swiftly secured 3 points for the Warriors. Coach Ayers took a deep breath and shouted towards the court, urging his players to be vigilant in their defense and cautious of his passing. He is entirely unlike the typical Giants. It is exceedingly rare to find someone over 2.10 meters tall who possesses such a remarkable passing finesse. Even Kevin Garnett did not exhibit this level of skill. Goodness. However, it is merely the beginning of the game. They have adhered to the strategy they established beforehand. The Warriors are capable of playing at a rapid pace. They're equally capable. Allen Iverson matching up against Nick Van Exel poses no challenge whatsoever. The frenetic pace of Van Exel is indeed swift, but can he surpass the velocity of Allen Iverson? With Iverson's rapid advancement, Van Exel exerted every effort to keep up with him. He is no longer in his prime, whereas Allen Iverson remains at the pinnacle of his performance this season. Upon reaching the three-point line, Iverson refrained from passing the ball. He sought to leverage his own prowess to shake off the aging madman, Nick. With a powerful push from his feet and a forward lean of his body, he abruptly halted, dribbling the ball beneath him, executing a crossover step, and making a sharp change of direction. With an exquisite display of signature moves, Van Exel swiftly lost his position. He couldn't withstand it. Allen Iverson, he charged in. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Iverson soared into the air, penetrating the paint. He moves with remarkable speed, his actions flowing seamlessly like water. Meanwhile, from the side, Zhang Yu rushes in to provide defense, lunging towards Iverson. Has he released the ball? Zhang Yu exerts himself in an attempt to disrupt Iverson's shot. Beep. The referee's whistle pierces the air. In the midst of the confrontation, Iverson twists his body and manages to release the ball. His mastery over body control is remarkable. All eyes are fixated on the ball as it gracefully spins a few times before ultimately falling through the net. 2-1. Yes. The formidable Robinson raises his fist in triumph as he helps his former adversary, now a comrade, to his feet. Zhang You facilitates his teammates with impeccable passes. While Allen Iverson epitomizes what it means to be the answer, Zhang You contributes to the team's score with a three-pointer, mirroring Iverson's prowess. The Warriors commentator provides an objective analysis of the unfolding situation. Due to a concurrent Rockets game, this match was not broadcasted, as he is still a newcomer. Many fans of Yoning from Huaxia can only glean insights about his performance through text updates. Commencing the game with a foul puts him in a precarious position. Another foul would see him benched. This is a common affliction among young rookies, who often play with exuberance, leading to frequent fouls. I am baffled, as an interior player. Why not focus on scoring within the paint instead of passing? In this game, one must eventually pay the price. Youngsters, it is essential to be gracious. One cannot dismiss Yonan based on a mere couple of plays. Various analysts online dissect Zhang Yonan's performance with relentless scrutiny, despite his astonishing debut. This reflects their fear that with greater hope comes greater disappointment. On the court, Iverson successfully sinks a free throw, leveling the score at 3 apiece. The Warriors seem to be struggling to find their rhythm as Iverson's aggressive drive forces Van Exel into a compulsive foul. He actually contemplated overpowering Iverson. While both exhibited exaggerated crossovers, Iverson's prowess in stealing the ball was equally remarkable. With a sharp sound, Iverson permitted only himself to dazzle, refusing to allow others the same luxury. In the midst of confrontation, his hand speed was astonishingly swift. After executing the steal, Van Exel found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to regain possession. Last season, Iverson averaged 2.7 steals per game, marking his third consecutive season as the league's steal champion. Had it not been for McGrady's emergence, claiming the scoring title, he would have achieved a remarkable trifecta of being both the steal and scoring champion for 3 successive seasons. At this moment, the formidable Robinson seized the loose ball, darting past Dunleavy like a wild dog. With a resounding thud, the unguarded paint area allowed Robinson to execute a powerful dunk with ease. Following his dunk, he shook his head and smiled, seemingly mocking the Warriors' ineptitude. Robinson's grin was radiant. This spectacle incensed the Warriors fans, who gritted their teeth in frustration. Just months prior, this individual had brutally assaulted his wife. And now he and Iverson formed a notorious duo of domestic violence. Indeed, he resembled the big bad wolf, luring his wife to open the door before storming in to unleash his fury upon her. Despite the chaos surrounding him off the court, Robinson remained undeniably talented on the hardwood. His recent performances were nothing short of dazzling. Even the formidable Dunleavy was powerless in his presence. His technical prowess is exceptionally comprehensive, having reached the pinnacle of his career from the very outset. A rookie contract worth $68 million over 10 years remains the most lucrative in NBA history, leading to the subsequent implementation of rookie salary cap regulations the following year. Van Exel appeared to be under some peculiar influence, seemingly determined to go toe-to-toe with Iverson. In the fast-paced exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Turning back, he attempted a long-range shot that failed to find its mark. However, Big Dog secured the rebound and passed it to Iverson, who surged into the paint to score. In the first quarter, the Warriors seemed to be playing somewhat chaotically. Even after an official timeout, their offense struggled to find its rhythm. Even Zhang You appeared to be practicing shuttle runs. They reverted to their previous tactics, and the score swiftly reached 8-15, with the visiting team establishing a 7-point lead. Should a timeout be called? Warriors assistant coaches D'Antoni and Fizdali glanced towards Mourinho, who, with a contemplative expression and stroking his chin, remained unfazed. Nick, he called out softly to the field. Van Exel trembled slightly. Pass the ball to Zhang You. Strike with unwavering focus. This was Mourinho's covert signal. He finally calmed down. After halftime, when the ball was passed to Zhang You, the Warriors fans stood up in unison. It was inexplicable. They felt a sense of assurance whenever Zhang You had the ball. It was entirely reasonable. Stephen Curry, who was present at the game, inexplicably felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Zhang Yu with the ball. They eagerly anticipated his powerful dunks penetrating the paint. No screens, everyone spread out. Mark Jackson sensed the impending danger. However, the team was already prepared. His shooting has reached an extraordinary level. All they need to do is tighten their defense in the paint. His prowess remained unexploited, as Zhang Yu fulfilled their expectations. He charged into the paint and executed a magnificent spin. Just as he seemed poised to leap, he found himself encircled by 3 defenders, outnumbered 3-1. The space for maneuvering had finally emerged. He intended to pass. The towering Robinson alerted his teammates. Everyone was aware of his intention to distribute the ball, and all sought to obstruct his passing lane. Yet, after his spin, Zhang You executed a seamless behind-the-back pass. Oh my! This display left the entire arena in a state of astonishment. He would not become disoriented, would he? No one knows how he managed to pass the ball, nor can anyone comprehend how he pinpointed his position amidst the crowd. The ball found its way to Richardson at the left corner. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Richardson muttered as he received the ball. He then raised his hand, aimed at the hoop, and shot. Alas, it was a misfire. One could tell from the moment it left his fingertips. It appeared that his usual prowess for dunking had been compromised. But did that matter? Not in the least. For Zhang Yu remained steadfast in the paint. Thomas, Jackson, and Big Dog were already poised, their eyes fixed hungrily on the rebound. The 3 of them leaped simultaneously. With a resounding slap, a long arm emerged in the air, and Zhang Yu deftly tapped the basketball upward with his fingertips. It was Zhang Yu once more. Thomas and Robinson exerted pressure below, while Mark Jackson took advantage of his position. Even Iverson charged into the paint, eager to snatch the rebound. Yet, Zhang Yu's large hand struck again, directing the ball to the open Van Exel outside. Good. The open shot was there. And the madman shouted, raising his hands to shoot, filled with confidence. However, clang, the shot hit the rim. A throng of players once again jostled for the rebound. Thomas swore he was mere inches away from touching the ball. Whack! It was him again, as Zhang Yu once more made contact with the ball high in the air. It ricocheted to the mid-range position where Dunleavy awaited. Yet, Dunleavy, seemingly accustomed to shooting threes, found himself in a panic with the ball in a vacant space at the free-throw line. He could scarcely believe that he occupied such an advantageous position. The gaze of nearly everyone was fixed upon him, while a group of burly men under the basket turned their heads in his direction. Notably, there was Big Dog Robinson, the very individual who had been relentlessly snapping at him moments ago, his expression utterly fearsome. In a moment of haste, he executed a mid-range jump shot. Bang! A resounding noise echoed. It was none other than Zhang You. He swiftly seized the ball from Thomas's head and valiantly hurled it to his teammate Richardson. Positioned beyond the arc, taking a deep breath, Richardson contemplated the previous attempt and resolved to try again. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and gasps. The commentator, Roy, raised his voice in exuberance. Zhang, once again. He has already secured 3 offensive rebounds in this sequence. Oh, another player from the 76ers appears utterly dazed. Stunned. They might as well kneel. What a remarkable rookie from Huaxia. Are they out of their minds? For the love of goodness, stop hogging the boards. For heaven's sake, Warriors. Is this shooting reminiscent of elementary school? Please, score quickly and spare us from this agony. Faced with Zhang Yu's relentless pursuit of rebounds, the 76ers' interior players were on the verge of collapse. Why won't the ball cooperate and bounce into the hands of their teammates? Are the Warriors' perimeter players merely assisting the Huaxia center in securing rebounds? The Warriors' sharpshooters were equally perplexed, unable to understand their misfortune. Open shots were clanked repeatedly. Almost everyone had missed, with Richardson contributing to the dismal performance. I suspect there might be an element of intent behind this, though I lack concrete evidence. Even my grandmother could shoot better than they are right now. It is evident that Zhang is primarily focused on amassing rebounds and assists. The crowd was fervently critiquing the situation. Once again, receiving a pass from Zhang, Cheney attempted an outrageous layup that failed to find the mark. Big Dog Robinson could hardly contain his frustration, feeling nauseated by the unfolding events. This rebound is mine to claim. He even raised his arm, intending to pin Zhang You down. Huh? No resistance? Playing dead, perhaps? It seemed that Zhang Yu had already resigned himself to his fate, remaining still. But suddenly, this little rascal sprang into action. He was still tugging at Zhang Yu's shirt. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, he unexpectedly struck the ball against the backboard. How infuriating. He then shook off the large dog, Robinson, and leapt into the air with Mark Jackson. He caught the ball in midair and let out a thunderous roar. With a powerful slam dunk, he hung onto the rim. At that moment, Zhang Yu looked down upon the towering Robinson, who gazed up as if seeking divine intervention. This moment radiated an overpowering aura. On the 76ers bench, Derek Coleman muttered a curse. Wasn't he merely padding his stats? Zhang Yu had just seized an offensive rebound in that play. This was a significant blow to their morale, prompting a timeout from the 76ers. Although they still held the lead, such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Remarkably, the Chinese prodigy amassed 7 rebounds in the first quarter. Honestly, it was merely a stroke of fortune. In a single play, he secured an offensive rebound. Some fans of the opposing team remained unconvinced. Indeed, there was a slight element of luck involved. Zhang Yu dominated the boards, leveraging his athleticism, wingspan, and a touch of Rodman's rebounding instinct. However, if a teammate were to make a shot, his rebounding numbers would diminish. It would be entirely inaccurate to say he was padding his stats. Zhang, it seems your rebounding skills have improved rapidly. You no longer rely solely on your physique, and your instinct for the boards has sharpened considerably, remarked assistant coach Fazdali. Visibly pleased with Zhang Yu's progress. I will continue to strive for improvement, Zhang Yu replied, feeling somewhat helpless. He is undoubtedly not a mere benchwarmer, harboring no doubts that his teammates would persist in their struggle until dawn. However, bolstered by Rodman's acute rebounding instincts and his own physical prowess, he indeed feels a heightened confidence in securing rebounds. In response to Zhang Yu's dominance on the boards, the 76ers made strategic adjustments by bringing in Dale Rumble and Derek Coleman, ensuring they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of aerial control. The Warriors' shooting touch was lackluster at the outset, yet Zhang Yu's fervent rebounding in one particular sequence invigorated the team's morale. At times, the confidence in shooting during a game hinges on just a few pivotal moments. It appeared as though Zhang Yu commanded absolute authority over the rebounding domain. With the introduction of taller players, he cautioned, you better stabilize your shooting and seek open looks. For I cannot guarantee the same rebounding dominance we had in the first quarter. Before taking the court, Zhang Yu earnestly addressed his teammates and then sprinted toward the arena. Even Coach Mu nodded in understanding, instantly perceiving the depth of his maturity at such a young age, embodying the essence of a team leader. Coach Mu then addressed the team, saying, since Zhang has spoken, with him on the floor, you can shoot with confidence. Richardson and his teammates exchanged glances. Noting the relaxed demeanor of their comrades, he chuckled lightly and nodded, conveying an understanding that resonated with everyone present. Zhang Yu's intention was unmistakably clear. This young man certainly had a flair for theatrics. It seemed as though Zhang Yu was proclaiming, feel free to shoot wildly. I shall guard the rebounds, so fret not. Consequently, a cadre of perimeter players unleashed their shots whenever they glimpsed Zhang Yu in the paint. Swish, swish. They executed an array of spectacular shots. Not only did they dare to shoot, but they also found success. However, in truth, after the 76ers adjusted their lineup, their rebounding prowess was far from feeble. Zhang Yu realized that penetrating the paint was no longer a trivial endeavor. Even with his innate talent, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of several formidable opponents. Securing rebounds was a labor-intensive and skillful task that required considerable stamina. He also needed to conserve his physical energy for organization and defense. Hey, what are you guys doing? Zhang Yu was about to unleash a torrent of curses but swallowed them back. Van Exel, under the defense of Iverson, astonishingly sank another three-pointer. Swish. Zhang Yu was left speechless. To be honest, Although Derek Coleman and Delimbert failed to secure offensive rebounds, they at least ensured the defense on the boards. Even so, they could hardly withstand the Warriors' remarkable shooting prowess. As the second quarter reached its midpoint, the Warriors had closed the gap to just 6 points, trailing 39-45. After the transition, Zhang You snatched the defensive rebound and charged forward with fervor. Quick collapse. The 76ers meticulously organized their defensive strategy. Delimbert even retreated close to the restricted area, clearly indicating their intention to allow a shot. It was not a matter of contempt. Zhang You aimed for the hoop, poised to take a mid-range jumper. But alas, not only did Delimbert rush up to contest the shot, but the formidable Robinson also lunged in. He couldn't let Zhang You shoot so easily from the free throw line. With one hand gripping the ball, Zhang You pointed towards the basket on his toes. Both defenders leaped into action. Iverson shouted, "Fake." Once again, it was a feint, quickly followed by Zhang Yu's bounce pass to the cutting Pietrus. The rookie Pietrus exhibited remarkable explosiveness. With an unobstructed path to the basket, he executed a powerful, soaring dunk. Boom. After completing the dunk, he playfully patted Zhang Yu's hand. The two rookies shared a warm camaraderie. The Warriors bench erupted, clutching their heads in disbelief. Zhang You had once again outsmarted them. Robinson, frustrated, slapped his hands together, muttering, "Damn, I knew he would just pass." Zhang Yu's passing was always so elusive that even his teammates had to be on high alert. Allen Iverson was taken aback by the tenacity of this Chinese rookie. This stretch of play felt peculiar. Zhang You seemed to exert considerable pressure on the 76ers simply by positioning himself in the paint. Although he was grabbing boards like a maniac, he had shifted into a playmaking role. It was quite vexing. By halftime, the Warriors had successfully turned around their earlier slump. They leveled the score, entering the second half at a stalemate of 52. Coach Muselman has recently appeared quite fond of engaging with reporters. During the halftime break, a TNT journalist inquired about his remarkable adjustments. "Coach Eric, your modifications are truly extraordinary. Do you possess some sort of magic?" The player's rhythm appeared to flourish entirely in the second quarter. In response to the journalist's adulation, Coach Mu exuded an air of enigmatic wisdom. "Zhang You, huh?" The reporter was taken aback. "Why him again?" Coach Mu, at times, perhaps should refrain from such humility. With a chuckle, he pulled the bewildered Zhang You, who was about to step into the player's tunnel, into the limelight. Zhang, still in a daze, could hardly comprehend the situation. Coach Mu declared, "Zhang, he is a player of great responsibility." During the second quarter timeout, he told his teammates, "Just shoot. I will take care of everything. This is the key to our perimeter players' improved shooting percentage." Zhang was left in shock upon hearing his coach's words. "Is that what I meant?" Regardless of Zhang's intentions, both the coach and teammates accepted it as such. Even if Zhang did not harbor that sentiment, his teammates energetically embraced the notion, resulting in a miraculous turnaround to equalize the score. As they continued to shoot, their confidence soared, entirely disregarding the issue of rebounds. Remarkably, by the end of the third quarter, Zhang had amassed 12 rebounds and 6 assists, including 6 offensive boards. Indeed, I heard Coach Eric's interview after halftime. Zhang is a player with a strong sense of teamwork. During the second quarter, he encouraged his teammates, "Just shoot. I'll handle the paint." Their performance garnered complete trust from their peers. Undoubtedly, his faith in his teammates was reciprocated as their shooting became blisteringly hot. Now, I believe Zhang will emerge as a leader for the team, much like LeBron and Carmelo in the future. The discussion between commentators Roy and Barnett reached the ears of fans in the Bay Area. Could it be that Zhang You is indeed the core of this Warriors team? He possesses the ability to handle the ball, facilitate assists, and equally contribute to rebounds. He transformed the support role into the central focus. He even relinquished his own scoring to fervently assist his teammates, willingly taking on the arduous and thankless tasks. Warriors fans felt a surge of emotion and inspiration upon hearing Roy's words. He is merely an 18-year-old high school prodigy, yet he possesses such a remarkable vision. It is truly delightful. Bang! Iverson attempted a long two-pointer, only to clang it off the rim. The other members of the Warriors paid no heed to the rebound and surged forward into the offensive zone. This was because the coach had informed them that Zhang You would take care of the boards. They were to concern themselves with nothing else. They solely focused on scoring. After Zhang You retrieved the defensive rebound, his teammates dashed fervently towards the front court. It was quite exasperating. He had no choice but to keep pace and take the ball himself for a counterattack. Just as he was about to make a long pass to Richardson, the imposing Robinson slapped his hand in a tactical foul. At this moment, his score remained a mere 5 points, and he had entirely devolved into a mere facilitator for assists and rebounds in this match. His swift offensive strategy has left the 76ers bewildered. The current score stands at 75-65. The previously leading 76ers not only saw their advantage diminish by halftime, but in the third quarter, they even fell behind the Warriors by 10 points. During the rotation in the third quarter, Zhang You was substituted out of the game. His playing time is the highest on the team. Only after he left the court did the 76ers breathe a sigh of relief. Although this fellow did not take any shots, his prowess in rebounding and assisting was truly infuriating. The way he snatched rebounds midair seemed almost mocking, and his assists were laden with feints, as if he were toying with his opponents. It was undeniably irritating. "Listen, after Zhang exited the game. You should entrust the ball to Nick to orchestrate the plays, employing more pick and rolls and shooting only when opportunities arise. Rest assured, coach, our hands are scorching hot this match. To me, the basketball feels like a pebble, easily tossed. Following the coach's instructions, the team was filled with enthusiasm and determination. The emboldened Warriors aimed to transform the game into garbage time prematurely. Jason Richardson had already amassed 21 points, while the sophomore Dunleavy's three-point shooting was alarmingly accurate, notching up 25 points. In the latter part of the game, Iverson's touch was faltering. Both he and the big dog Robinson were somewhat hampered by injuries. "Allen, why don't you take a rest?" Coach Ayers inquired, lifting his gaze towards Iverson. This showcased his contrasting approach with Coach Brown. Unlike the strictness of Larry Brown, Ayers respected the opinions of the team's superstar. "Rest?" Allen Iverson chuckled mockingly and shook his head. "No, I will lead the team to victory." "Very well." There was only one answer. On June 24, 1996, when Allen Iverson donned the 76ers cap, he became the shortest first overall pick in history, becoming a part of Philadelphia. It seemed the script had already been penned. His relentless offensive prowess made scoring as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Everyone anticipated that amidst the towering giants and iron-willed players of the 1990s, he would adapt his game to assist the team like a traditional guard such as Stockton. Yet, he was inherently tenacious. Some told him that failing to score 30 points would equate to defeat. Nevertheless, his rookie season featured 5 consecutive games with over 40 points and back-to-back games exceeding 50 points, effectively silencing the media. He danced past the Mamba, weaving through distractions. Forever entwined with the Philadelphia 76ers, he requires no validation from others. He merely seeks to prove his worth. The pause has concluded, and the match resumes. Iverson remains on the court. The Warriors, featuring Van Exel, Claxton, Richardson, and Pietrus, engage in relentless defensive maneuvers against Iverson, regardless of whether they are seasoned veterans or fresh recruits. While the ailing Robinson rests on the sidelines, Iverson continues to penetrate the Warriors' interior with unwavering resolve. After executing a swift crossover to break through, Iverson follows up with a graceful jump shot that finds its mark. Even the Warriors fans in attendance generously offer their applause for the answer, that is Iverson. With Zhang You absent, the impact on the Warriors' interior is significant. The once indomitable Uncle Robinson has lost a step. The advantage on the boards has vanished, as Robinson and Murphy are outmatched by Kenny Thomas and Derek Coleman, who showcase their rebounding prowess. Even when Iverson misses, they seize the offensive rebounds for second-chance points. Barely 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the score shifts to 77-75. How disheartening. The Warriors' shooting percentage begins to plummet in this final period, while the 76ers capitalize on Iverson's drives and rebounding to orchestrate a 10-2 run. In basketball, one cannot maintain a scorching shooting touch indefinitely, unless, of course, one is Michael Jordan. The situation takes a downturn. Even with Zhang You re-entering the game, Iverson's relentless assault on the perimeter proves formidable. This presents Zhang You with a glimpse of a top-tier scorer's brilliance. However, he remains undeterred. Iverson possesses his signature moves, and Zhang You has his own tricks as well. Run. This time, the 76ers' offensive effort yields no results. After securing the backcourt rebound, Zhang You launches a long pass reminiscent of a quarterback's throw, allowing Richardson to drive and score once more. The fourth quarter has transformed into a barrage of scoring. Both teams engage in an exchange of points, with neither able to gain a decisive edge. During Iverson's brief respite, team captain Snow and Aaron McKee step up to contribute points. Swish. Eric Snow utilizes a pick from Derek Coleman at the arc to effortlessly sink a long two-pointer. With just 2 minutes remaining in the game, the score reaches 90-92, as the 76ers, after a grueling half, reclaim the lead. What an arduous journey it has been. Well done. Uncle Robinson, witnessing Snow's three-pointer that turns the tide, erupts in exhilaration. At this juncture, the Warriors refrain from calling a timeout. Coach D'Antoni approaches the sideline, signaling the offensive strategy for this possession. After the inbounds pass, Zhang You gradually advances with the ball, facing the agile Derek Coleman in defense. Although he stands at a height of 2.08 meters, his weight is not excessively heavy, allowing him to keep pace with certain guards in defense. At this moment, he is thwarting Zhang Yu's sudden acceleration. Here it comes. The instant Zhang Yu makes his move, he feels a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He shifted to the left to thwart Zhang Yu's advance to the right. However, he was abruptly confronted by an obstacle. It was Deng Liwei. He set a screen for Zhang Yu. Big Dog Robinson panicked. Now it's his turn to guard this legendary beast from Huaxia. God, what an overwhelming force this is. He let out a muffled grunt as he was propelled forward by Zhang Yu. He collapsed to the ground, yet this young man soared into the air. Boom. With both hands gripping the ball, he descended from the heavens like a force of nature. At this moment, the formidable Robinson transformed into a mere pup. After being ruthlessly crushed by Zhang Yu's thunderous dunk, Robinson tumbled backward, landing on the floor with his legs flailing in the air. Not only that, but accompanied by the referee's whistle, he was also charged with a blocking foul. Zhang Yu's emphatic and overpowering slam dunk proclaimed to all that he would indeed arrive for the decisive battle. The once mighty Robinson was utterly dismantled by the rookie center's tank-like assault. Unbelievable. Not only did his teammates on the Warriors bench bury their heads in their hands, but even the players on the 76ers bench shielded their eyes. Glenn Robinson, once a prodigy. What has happened to him? He is in such a dire and wretched state now. He is a naturally gifted scorer, destined to become a generational superstar. However, his indolence and arrogance have hindered his ascent. The league is reluctant to promote him, and fans harbor a dislike for him, resulting in a failure to realize his true potential. Nevertheless, he remains an all-star caliber player, with the possibility of one day enshrining himself in the Hall of Fame. Now, astonishingly, he has been violently dunked on by an 18-year-old rookie. Has he truly aged? At this moment, commentator Roy exclaimed, "Glenn, this fellow averaged over 20 points per game in his first 4 seasons, yet he has always relied on his innate talent. Now he finds himself overwhelmed by that very talent." Indeed, during his rookie season, Glenn Robinson delivered an impressive average of 21, 6 points, 6, 4 rebounds, and 2, 5 assists per game, boasting a shooting percentage of 45, 1 and a 3-point shooting accuracy of 32, 1. He frequently offered guidance on Ray Allen's techniques. However, the inherently arrogant Glenn remains rather unpopular. Throughout various NBA accolade selections, he has consistently been overlooked. He is willing to toil diligently in training, yet relies on his innate talent to overpower others on the court. Now, he finds himself overshadowed by the prodigious abilities of the Chinese basketball phenomenon. It is a sheer battle of physical prowess. Zhang Yu's physical attributes rival those of the league's archetype, Kevin Garnett, and he certainly exceeds those of the 10 centimeters shorter Big Dog Robinson. After being dunked upon, Robinson was left momentarily dazed. He even momentarily sprang up, attempting to show off. However, upon gazing into the eyes of the Chinese center, filled with an air of superiority, and witnessing his imposing physique, he faltered. He muttered in disbelief as he passed by Zhang Yu, opting to stand aside and observe his free throw. After all, his free throw skills were notoriously poor. Basketball relies heavily on technique. Swish. Just as Robinson finished his remark, Zhang Yu converted a free throw, bringing the score to 93-92. Allowing Zhang Yu's 2-1 play to give the Warriors a narrow lead once again. The 76ers called for a timeout to strategize further. The game had entered a crucial phase, where every offensive and defensive play held immense significance. Unfortunately, as the clock ticked down to 1 minute, both teams intensified their defensive efforts, resulting in a scoreless stalemate. The rhythm of the game had been disrupted. It was a moment of fierce competition, a test of which team as players could rise to the occasion. The live broadcast captured every player from both teams, and when the camera focused on Zhang Yu, the commentator drew attention to another game featuring a Huaxia player. Earlier that evening, Yao Ming had delivered a commendable performance with 19 points and 10 rebounds in the Rockets matchup against the Grizzlies. Although the Rockets ultimately fell short at home with a score of 71-79, Zhang Yu had accumulated 9 points, 16 rebounds, and 8 assists. His scoring might not have been high, yet he seemed omnipresent. It remained uncertain whether we would secure a victory at home tonight. The game resumed, with Iverson taking the reins for the 76ers, his gaze resolute. In crucial moments, it is superstars like him who should seal the deal. In the Oakland arena, the Warriors fans rose to their feet. As Iverson launched his attack, the crowd united in a chant of defense. The Warriors players were taut with anticipation. With just 36 seconds remaining, both teams had one last possession to make. No one wanted to suffer the indignity of losing after a night of hard work. Zhang Yu chose to staunchly guard the paint, meticulously tracking the movements of each opposing player. In the paint tonight, Mark Jackson of the 76ers had only managed to score 2 points. He has entirely relinquished the notion of utilizing his height and strength to outmaneuver Zhang Yu, for it is utterly futile. In this offensive play, Iverson must exhaust the full 24 seconds. As the clock dwindles to 10 seconds, Mark Jackson unexpectedly steps up to set a screen for Iverson, effectively diverting his defender, Nick Van Exel. Oh, Allen Iverson is poised to engage in a one-on-one with the Chinese rookie. Is he about to execute a near-game winner over him? The hearts of the Golden State fans in attendance race with anticipation, with some Chinese fans even covering their mouths in disbelief. After eliminating the erratic Nick, the space has now reopened. Iverson is set to challenge Zhang Yu directly. This is a classic David versus Goliath scenario. On the sidelines, the robust Robert Horry stands with hands on hips, fully aware of Iverson's prowess. Allen Iverson is sure to maneuver past the young Chinese player with his footwork, securing 2 points and achieving a near-game winner. Zhang Yu, however, remains remarkably focused, exhibiting an unprecedented level of concentration. Iverson indeed unleashes his signature crossover. Zhang Yu strives to maintain his balance, and given his towering height of 2.12 meters, his ability to do so in this instance is commendable. As Iverson executes his move, he too senses that this towering opponent is formidable. To his astonishment, he momentarily maintained his position. This was utterly unexpected. The 24-second shot clock was rapidly approaching its conclusion. There was no time for further contemplation. Iverson opted to make a decisive cut towards the center. Zhang You was not to be outdone and closely followed suit. The two leapt simultaneously. Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the ball in Iverson's hands. He could not allow him to score a 2-1 at this critical juncture. In this moment, even the slightest physical contact would go unpenalized by the referee. As they ascended, Iverson felt as if he were suddenly confronted by an impenetrable wall. Space seemed to vanish in every direction. In the depths of darkness, he appeared to glimpse a beam of light. He spun his body and passed the ball into the hands of his teammate, this 26-year-old Caucasian player. This was the sole occasion he was substituted onto the court. His sole purpose on the court was to substitute for the fatigued big man, Robinson. Being a second-round draft pick this year, he was expected to be replaced in the next rotation. Undoubtedly, his statistics would remain unremarkable. Yet, against all odds, he received a pass from Iverson amid a critical moment. His golden locks flowed gracefully as he received the ball, and with the same composure as in practice. He took his shot with unwavering confidence. Deng Liwei had already lunged forward, yet his shooting form remained unchanged. Swish. The ball cleanly swished through the net, halting the Warriors in their tracks. A profound sigh erupted from the Warriors fans in attendance. It was an arduous moment. Allen Iverson, seemingly devoid of any chance, was outshone by this nameless player who delivered a crucial basket. Who is he? As the players of the 76ers exuberantly celebrated by patting his head, the fans at the Warriors' home court remained oblivious to the name of this obscure individual. The home announcer, Roy, promptly divulged his identity, Kyle Korver. Indeed, he hails from Lakewood, California, and is a product of Creighton University, selected by the Nets as the 22nd pick in the second round before being traded to the 76ers. This player, born in the year in question, possesses a formidable heart. He made a crucial long two-pointer. The rookie Korver, with a near buzzer beater, thrust the Warriors into dire straits. Fortunately, the Warriors still had a chance. Upon resuming play, they prepared for their final offensive maneuver. As Zhang You initiated a breakthrough using a screen, the 76ers' interior defense, as usual, collapsed. The Warriors players began to move. A block. Richardson found himself wide open in the corner. Without a shred of doubt, Zhang Yu flicked his wrist. The moment he received Zhang Yu's pass, merely 3 seconds remained on the clock. The dunk king, Richardson, lifted his hand and shot. All eyes were fixed on the trajectory of the ball, accompanied by a collective gasp and sigh from the crowd. Thud. No. The rebound. Big Dog Robinson roared. The paint was suddenly crowded with players. All they needed to do was secure the rebound, and with time expired, victory would be theirs. Smack. Zhang Yu had already anticipated the ball's trajectory. With his long arms, he deftly snatched the rebound with both hands in midair. Up. He clenched the ball with fury, preparing to rise for a second offensive strike to secure a thrilling victory. But suddenly, a jolt of shock coursed through him. The ball in his hands. It was gone. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Was it a foul? Would Zhang Yu take to the free throw line? The current score stood at 93-94. With the Warriors trailing by a single point and merely 0.3 seconds remained on the clock. If he were to step up to the line, Zhang Yu could potentially secure 2 free throws. Should he make both, he would have the chance to clinch the game with a free throw victory. Was it indeed a free throw? The referee swiftly provided an answer. It was the Warriors' sideline ball. After a brief discussion, the two referees decisively ruled it was not a foul, declaring it a sideline ball. Allen Iverson had knocked the ball out of bounds on the right sideline. The commentator, Roy, shook his head, his tone laced with melancholy. He had anticipated a promising start with 2 consecutive victories, yet, unexpectedly, this match had faced a near defeat. The Warriors fans, filled with profound regret, turned their gazes toward the big screen, clutching their heads in despair. In slow motion, it became evident. Zhang Yu had displayed tremendous strength. After Richardson's missed three-pointer, he had exerted every effort to seize that offensive rebound amidst the crowd. However, Allen Iverson, true to his reputation as the king of steals, had accurately identified the moment to intercept the ball, forcefully knocking it out of bounds just as Zhang Yu was about to unleash a dunk. With only 0.3 seconds remaining, the 76ers team erupted in cheers upon realizing it was a sideline ball for the Warriors. Iverson, too, in a fervent expression of triumph, raised his fist and shouted. In this game, he had already amassed 28 points and delivered crucial assists in dire moments, along with the pivotal steal, seemingly sealing their victory. The Warriors called for one final short timeout. All eyes were fixed on Coach Musselman. With just 0.3 seconds left, how would he devise a strategy? The winds howled, and a sense of desolation enveloped him. A poignant feeling of sorrow welled up within him. Was it truly the fate of the team he coached to remain trapped in the depths of mediocrity? The season's promising start had once ignited a spark of hope. Yet that hope now gradually transformed into despair. He possesses a superstar rookie like Zhang Yu, as well as a promising newcomer, Pietrus, who is often referred to as the French Jordan. He once dominated the interior of the 76ers with Zhang Yu. However, now he is nearly bested by an unknown second-round pick from the same team with a near buzzer beater. Just when he hoped for a counter, his aspirations were once again crushed by Iverson. Mourinho's heart brimmed with disappointment. As he took out the tactical board, he felt utterly unperturbed. At times, he seemed to be somewhat in a trance. However, To all those present at the scene, it was evident. His calm demeanor exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. The female fans present were utterly captivated by Coach Eric's composed and strategic presence. Even the anxious fan seated in the front row, who seemed on the verge of losing control, found herself mesmerized by Mourinho's unflappable grace. "Jack, I can't hold it any longer," she confessed. "Just endure it and watch till the end. Look how confident Coach Eric is." Some fans were already preparing to leave, while others clung to the last shred of hope. Coach Eric Musselman surveyed his players, his tone somber. "This final play will be orchestrated by Zhang. You must execute your cross runs and set screens without the ball." D'Antoni and the players, observing the composed Mourinho, couldn't help but feel admiration. Such is the poise of a renowned coach. Eric has matured significantly, evolving towards the stature of a master like Zen. Sighing inwardly, Mourinho reflected on the past 2 years, which had accustomed him to defeat, truly regrettable. Yet, there was no choice. Tactics must still be routinely sketched out. Maintaining composure was essential. He could not allow his players to witness his anxiety or disappointment. Zhang You was set to take the sideline throw-in, followed by Michael Pietris replacing Mike Dunleavy, and Nick was to rest. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the Warriors, the 76ers were straightforward and forceful. Coach Ayers simply instructed, man-to-man, they must shoot upon receiving the ball. Upon resuming play, Zhang You positioned himself at the center line. Many fans, feeling increasingly agitated, began to exit the venue. A game that was once within their grasp had inexplicably slipped away. At that moment, the 76ers deployed the towering Mark Jackson to raise his hands high in front of Zhang You, while the others clustered near the free throw line. In the final moments of the game, one player prepared to throw in bounds while the remaining 4 stood in a line at the free throw line. As the ball was thrown, the 4 players simultaneously darted in different directions to receive it. The advantage of this tactic lay in its unpredictability, making it difficult for the opponent to discern who would ultimately seize the ball to execute the decisive strike. Let us witness the starburst tactic. Suddenly, all players at the free throw line erupted. Accompanied by commentator Roy's voice, as the referee's whistle blew, the entire Warriors team sprang into action. Only 0.3 seconds remained. The race began. Richardson, Pietris, Chen-E, and Claxton executed their cross runs. The sideline referee commenced the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. If they did not release the ball now, it would be a violation. Throughout it all, Zhang You maintained his serene expression, chewing gum nonchalantly. Mark Jackson incessantly leaped to interfere, chattering away, "Brother, you have no chance." Zhang You raised an eyebrow at this remark. "Really? Well then, this is your kiss goodbye." The moment had arrived. Grasping the ball with one hand, his gaze fixed ahead. Zhang's hand twitched. The ball soared toward the hoop in an instant. The timing was perfect. With his towering height and long arms, he occupied the high ground for precise guidance. Whoosh! The ball shot through the air like a surface-to-air missile, targeting the center of the 76ers backboard. No, there was simply no opportunity for a shot. Richardson was entangled by snow, leaving him bereft of options, and upon seeing Zhang You attempting to pass to Pietris, his face was filled with despair. Was defeat inevitable? No. Pietris leapt from beneath the basket, perfectly timing his jump. In midair, he caught the ball and, without hesitation, flung it behind his head. He nearly touched the ball before swiftly launching it upward. As the slow-footed Glenn Robinson responded, Pietris had already flicked the ball out with a reverse motion. The shot was taken. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, and a crimson light illuminated the arena. Everyone's mouths fell agape, their eyes fixated on the ball, which hung vertically above the hoop, still ascending. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to freeze in time. They gazed as the decisive ball slowly descended from above the hoop. Thud. The impact against the rim shattered the hearts of the Warriors fans present. Was it not so? At last, swoosh. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the net, the basketball bounced once before finally settling into the basket. Oh, unbelievable. A last-second miracle with merely 0.3 seconds remaining. This was a remarkable interplay between 2 rookies. Pietris seemed to deliver a thunderous blow right over the head of the formidable Robinson. Until the lights illuminated and the ball went in, Robinson stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, caught in a daze. Then, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the entire Oakland Center. Everyone raised their arms in jubilation. Even the floor attendants joined in. The Warriors players roared and howled with exuberance. Uncle Robinson dashed from the bench, embracing Pietris and spinning him in delight. In his exuberance, he lost his grip, inadvertently sending him sprawling onto the floor. Even Coach Musselman appeared taken aback. The victory had come so unexpectedly that he hadn't even formulated a celebratory stance. Ultimately, Coach Musselman, maintaining his composure, pointed toward the court, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Beneath his dignified demeanor, an aura of intensity emanated. In stark contrast, the 76ers remained in a state of bewilderment. Stunned, petrified. What on earth had transpired? They exchanged glances, each bewildered by the other's expressions. Robinson squatted down as if stricken by constipation. Was this really my debut with the 76ers? Why did it feel as though everyone was targeting me? Despite scoring 13 points in his first appearance, he felt utterly defeated. He had been outmaneuvered for rebounds and dunked upon by the Chinese rookie. As if that was not enough, with victory seemingly assured, he was once again on the receiving end of an assist from a rookie who executed a stunning alley-oop for the game winner. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Iverson, hands on his hips, gazed up at the large screen, watching the replay time and again, eventually shaking his head. The angle, height, and precision of that pass were impeccable, and it was utterly unexpected. They anticipated that the Warriors player would execute a last-ditch alley-oop attempt. However, they were utterly unprepared for the audacious reverse layup that would conclude the game. To their dismay, the game winner came from an unheralded rookie. Coach Ayers of the 76ers felt as though he were losing his sanity. Was his luck truly that dismal? Could it be that this year's rookies were so fiercely competitive? After the game, Allen Iverson embraced the towering Zhang You from Huaxia, exchanging jerseys in a moment of camaraderie. Mr. Allen, you were my idol when I played as a point guard, but alas, my dribbling skills are still quite immature, Zhang You expressed with admiration. Iverson erupted into laughter and patted Zhang You on the back. You, a big guy, are coveting my dribbling prowess? I suspect you were joking. Nevertheless, Iverson offered words of encouragement. Your performance was astonishing. You certainly gave me a headache. Never lose faith. Always believe that your dreams can be realized. On the sidelines, rookie Mike Pietrus was engaged in an interview with an ESPN reporter. Michael, you were dubbed the French Jordan, and you sank the game winner in only your second professional match. At that moment, Pietrus was still immersed in the euphoria of his decisive shot, his excitement difficult to articulate. He gasped for breath, yet his words flowed with remarkable speed. No, the reason I was able to make that game-winning shot was due to the coach's strategy. And Jean, indeed, I have never witnessed a player of his stature perform on the court. It may sound incredible, but he truly is our floor commander. As a member of society, it appears that Pietrus possesses a profound understanding of interpersonal relationships. The reporters nodded in agreement. The new rookie is indeed extraordinary. He answered questions with impeccable precision. Zhang You scored 9 points, secured 17 rebounds, and delivered 9 assists tonight, another near triple-double performance. He played as a supporting player, and the rebounding prowess of the 76ers was simply overwhelming. Even though he did not score a plethora of points, his contributions in rebounds and assists were instrumental in securing the victory for the team, and that is of utmost importance. For players scored in double figures, exemplifying the essence of teamwork. However, we did not perform adequately in rebounding protection, and admittedly, we were somewhat lacking in luck, as they made several astonishing shots in the second quarter. At the press conference, 76ers coach Ayers shrugged his shoulders, a gesture of exasperation evident on his face. Allen Iverson, who tallied 28 points for rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, could not conceal his disappointment. We have welcomed many new players, and our cohesion still requires refinement. However, we will improve. Indeed, Big Dog Robinson has not lost his touch and still possesses considerable skill. Even rookie Korver proved his worth with crucial shots. Perhaps this year's rookie class is exceptionally strong, Iverson remarked earnestly, his eyes still reflecting a fierce determination to prevail. In contrast to the 76ers' heartbreak from a last-second loss, Warriors coach Mourinho was filled with enthusiasm. Reporters once again aimed their cameras at him. Coach Eric, what inspired you to employ that last-minute play? Upon hearing this question, Mourinho's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his smile. Well, we had no other choice at that moment, did we? Coach, I noticed your calm demeanor, and you boldly utilized Michael Pietrus. You were truly astute. Mourinho smiled, though a wave of anxiety washed over him. Goodness. If it weren't for the 2 rookies connecting for that game winner, I might have been in quite a predicament. I nearly surrendered. Indeed, this year's rookies are impressive. Zhang brings something unique to the team. He can contribute anything the team requires at any moment, Coach Musselman remarked nonchalantly. He then shifted his tone. However, the season has just begun. Remember, this is merely an appetizer. Mourinho suddenly exuded a commanding presence that left the attending media in awe. Even though the press conference featured Michael Pietrus, who had just made the game-winning shot, Zhang Yu's South performance on the court warranted the title of a core player. It is hard to fathom that this was only his second game in the professional arena, especially when compared to the consistency of scoring exhibited by players like LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwayne Wade. He led the team to victory by providing precisely what was needed. Indeed, aside from scoring, his rebounding, assists, and ability to draw defenders were paramount. You witnessed it. During the game, he even seized an offensive rebound in a single possession. I mentioned at halftime that Zhang assured everyone not to worry, as he would take care of all the rebounds, which instantly liberated our perimeter players, allowing them to unleash their full potential. The reporters suddenly understood. It became clear why their shooting from the outside had been so remarkably consistent. Unexpectedly, beyond his court vision, Zhang Yu's performance in rebounding this game left everyone in awe. Nevertheless, this is quite understandable. He is remarkably tall, with long arms and a robust physique. It is quite reasonable for him to be able to secure a few rebounds. He truly possesses a remarkable sense of responsibility. The head coach's commendation prompted the media to swiftly prepare their articles. The Huaxia prodigy delivered a last-second assist, dominating the paint. as he once again shattered records with a thunderous dunk over the formidable Robinson, overpowering the French Jordan with sheer talent. I have never encountered a player of his caliber. Remarked Zhang You. You all focus on shooting. I shall handle the rebounds. On Sunday afternoon, the dejected Huaxia fans, disheartened by the Rockets' defeat, caught wind of the Warriors' last-second victory over the 76ers. Incredible. He is indeed no fluke. He astonishingly achieved a near triple-double. Would it truly be a burden to score an additional point or secure another assist? It drives me to despair. More broadcasts of the Warriors games, please. I yearn to witness you shun. I implore you. In this era devoid of live broadcasts, yearning to watch a specific game feels like a luxury. Today, there were 13 NBA games, yet only 5 featured the Rockets match, and to our surprise, the Huaxia fans team suffered a loss. It was only after reading the journalist reports that they learned another Huaxia player, Zhang You, shone brilliantly on the court. He astonishingly snatched 17 rebounds and offered 9 assists, including the assist for the last-second shot. Is this madness? Is this truly a center? The Huaxia fans are fervently urging for increased broadcasts of the Warriors games. They are eager to witness the prowess of Yushan, to behold his breathtaking dunks, and to see how this interior player dares to play like a guard. It is utterly astonishing. This year's rookies have truly shown, not only those selected in the higher draft positions. Even the second-round pick, Korver of the 76ers, nearly executed a near-game winner. In contrast to Zhang Yu's formidable performance, Pietrus delivered a clutch shot with remarkable poise. Similarly, the Nuggets' third overall pick, Carmelo Anthony, exhibited an exceptionally high level of efficiency tonight. He scored 23 points, along with 6 rebounds and 5 assists, shooting 9 out of 14, leading his team to victory against the flamboyant Sacramento Kings. However, the top pick, James, faced a minor setback as the Cavaliers succumbed to defeat in Portland. He was targeted by the criminals of the Portland prison team, managing only 8 points and 6 assists with a shooting percentage below 30, becoming the sole starter for the Cavaliers without reaching double digits. The gang leader, Randolph, with his yellowed teeth, almost welcomed James to the NBA. In Las Vegas, while relaxing and smoking a cigar, Michael Jordan also caught wind of the day's news. As a guard, he particularly focused on the interior players. He was pleasantly surprised to see the Chinese magician deliver a near triple-double, aiding his team in defeating the 76ers led by Iverson and the Dog. Following the game, the Dog, Robinson, grumbled about his scoring ability, claiming it was lacking and that he merely got lucky with a few good passes and a handful of rebounds. Observing the basketball deity distractedly reading the newspaper while playing cards, a bespectacled figure adorned with gold chains, sitting opposite him, cheerfully reminded, Michael, if you don't have 3 of a kind, you're out. Jordan, biting his cigar, pondered and exhaled a puff of smoke, reflecting that while talent can win games, teamwork is essential for securing a championship. After Zhang Yu's consistent performance in both the preseason and regular season, agents from all walks of life could no longer remain idle. Numerous agents eagerly stepped forward, but amidst them, Zhang Yu ultimately chose to join LeBron James's agency under the guidance of Rich Paul. Zhang Yu's assistant is now Ricky Paul, a friend of LeBron. Perhaps due to their shared status as rookies, Paul, being of similar age, could speak candidly with them. What is even more remarkable is Ricky Paul's sincerity. It is said that he initially sold vintage jerseys near the airport and sparked a connection with James. Now, LeBron has brought Ricky into his current agency, Leon Rose's E2. Isn't that splendid? The 3-second defensive rule has decimated the traditional interior game. The league now craves more ferocity. Indeed, the shark has sensed the blood. Amidst the discussions of Lakers fans, the subtitles announced the starting lineup for the Warriors: Nick Van Exel, Jason Richardson, Mike Dunleavy, Clifford Robinson, and Zhang Yu. In his third career game, Zhang Yu faced the heavily favored championship contenders, the Los Angeles Lakers. What performance could he muster against the likes of the dominant Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone? Just as the calm voice of Coach Sue resonated through the television, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Bang! When it came to tip-offs, no one in the league could outmatch Zhang Yu, not even the great Shaquille O'Neal. Following the usual protocol, Zhang Yu called out and swiftly dashed toward the Lakers' front court. Van Exel, upon receiving the ball, quickly passed it to the sprinting Zhang Yu. He shook off the slightly slower O'Neal. But little did he know that the Lakers were already prepared. Boom, boom, boom. It was Malone. He had long established his position in the paint, awaiting the charging Zhang Yu. Block him, shouted the assistant coach of the Lakers. Zhang Yu was fully committed, with no turning back. But who was Malone? His knee collided with the rib of Golden State Warriors player Darnell Marshall, rendering him incapacitated with a blow to the head that knocked an Admiral unconscious, while another elbow strike left Charles Barkley with a muscle tear. This vividly illustrates the ferocity of his defense. During the preseason, he suffered a setback under Zhang Yu's command. Now, the anticipation for their second encounter has arrived with breathtaking swiftness. Malinesque's gaze was fierce, his physique resembling an impenetrable wall of steel. The sound of their collision echoed, a thunderous clash of muscle against muscle, establishing the tone of this era. In an instant, Zhang Yu soared into the paint, the two athletes colliding mid-air. Malin, with a horizontal elbow, aimed to thwart Zhang's advance. Zhang, glaring fiercely, pressed his left elbow against Malon's head while his right hand seized the ball, launching it toward the hoop with immense force. The impact sent Malon reeling out of bounds, while Zhang fell to the floor. This moment continued to evoke the bloody glory of the 1990s, a confrontation of iron elbows and flesh. Now, the battle persists. Atop the towering peaks, one witnesses the rushing rivers. Amidst the mountain ranges, the winds howl with greater intensity. After taking flight, the mythical beast descends. This was a brutal dunk delivered by the divine beast Zhang You upon the iron-elbowed Malon. The Lakers fans gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the spectacle unfolding before them. Some could not help but shut their eyes, unable to fathom the brutality of the scene. Even though Malon was a notorious enforcer wielding his iron elbow, the young prodigy from Huaxia displayed remarkable fearlessness, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Malon. In their first regular season clash, Zhang You exhibited no trepidation toward the dreaded F4. Both seasoned and rookie players showcased their toughness to the audience. Malon's dark, muscular form was indeed intimidating, exuding explosive power at first glance. It is difficult to imagine the immense athleticism he possessed in his youth. His opponents remarked that he ran like a guard, blocked shots like a center, and excelled in rebounding. Truly, there seemed to be nothing beyond his capabilities. Yet, Zhang You, merging the dynamic talent of Wilt Chamberlain, matched his strength with an equally daunting presence. His leaping ability eclipsed the waning years of Malon. In the midst of the confrontation, Zhang You harnessed his balance, executing a thunderous dunk despite the chaos of their mid-air clash. One player fell to the ground, while the other was thrust out of bounds. Even at 40, Malon averaged 20 points per game last season. The opening shot of the night was charged with intensity, the roar of the strongman, the fierce rebounds, and the collision of flesh. In a twist of fate, the youthful Huaxia rookie scored with a dunk in the manner most familiar to Shaquille O'Neal. The referee stood beside them, showing no hesitations, as silence reigned without a whistle. With a swift recovery, Zhang You returned to defense. Karl Malone's expression darkened as the transition between offense and defense took place. The fully equipped Lakers would no longer exhibit the softness seen in the preseason. Payton brought the ball up the court, orchestrating the play. They adhered to the old strategy of employing a triangular tactic. Zhang You faced off directly against the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. As O'Neal positioned himself in the low post, he bent over slightly and reached out for the ball. Zhang You, following the coach's defensive methodology, placed his hands in the appropriate position without any hesitation. Upon receiving the pass from Payton, O'Neal leaned in, executing his signature move. In the low post, he would typically back down, pivot, or make a quick dribble to overpower his opponent with sheer force, unleashing a ferocious assault. However, tonight was peculiar. He had anticipated an easy victory over the seemingly feeble high school player, yet after a couple of attempts, he discovered that he could not budge him. Such an occurrence was rare, usually only seen against players like Malone or Ben Wallace. Now, it was happening against a rookie. I had previously informed Shaquille that Zhang's bench press strength was even greater than his own, but Shaquille had dismissed it. At that moment, the Lakers' assistant coach exchanged words with Phil Jackson, who remained silent, his eyes narrowed as he observed the court. O'Neal grew frustrated. He could have showcased his footwork, but he had made bold claims before the game, and now he felt a sense of indignation within himself. After executing a back-to-the-basket move, he sensed the proximity of the hoop and was poised to execute a smooth hook shot that would surely find its mark. He even disregarded Kobe's call for the ball in the corner. Pass to Kobe, come on, pass. But the ball was not delivered. Coach Zhang was so anxious he nearly leaped into the screen. Shaquille O'Neal attempted a reverse hook. Wham! He was blocked. O'Neal could hardly believe it, but fortunately, the rejection landed back in his hands. He continued with the hook. Bam! Another block. Zhang You drew upon his strength, leaping ability, and speed. O'Neal had completely underestimated him, resulting in a series of emphatic rejections. On the third attempt, Kobe seized the rebound, leaping instantly for a mid-air jumper that swished through the net. The absence of defense left Zhang You feeling regretful. On the sidelines, commentator Mike Breen chuckled. Is Shaq about to relive history? He faced treatment akin to that of his encounters with Yao Ming, suffering back-to-back blocks at the onset. The game pressed on, setting a tone reminiscent of a 90s showdown, with the referees surprisingly refraining from interrupting play with whistles. Zhang Yu's dominant performance against the aging Malone and O'Neal reignited the Warriors' confidence. What of the tough Malone? What of the formidable O'Neal? An 18-year-old showed no fear, and neither would these seasoned veterans of the league. Both teams exhibited formidable offensive prowess. With O'Neal being drawn out of the paint, the backcourt duo of Richardson and Van Exel relentlessly attacked the Lakers' interior. Meanwhile, Kobe was scoring with an array of mid-range shots and one-on-one plays. O'Neal's response was notably delayed. In a fit of anger, he executed a thunderous slam dunk, releasing some of the frustration accumulated from being blocked. After the emphatic dunk, he feigned astonishment, gazing at his own hand in disbelief. The score quickly leveled at 12 apiece. Now, the Warriors advanced to the front court, once again passing the ball to Zhang You. This towering figure had become the most adept passer on the team, with every teammate placing their trust in his playmaking abilities. Shaquille O'Neal spread his massive hands at the top of the arc, while Karl Malone positioned himself near the free throw line, remaining vigilant for Zhang Yu's potential passes to thwart Uncle Robinson's corner three-pointer. It must be said, they had conducted thorough research on Zhang Yu's game. His drives were straightforward yet ferocious. With a swift pull, Zhang You surged through the right side. Boom, boom, boom. The Lakers immediately collapsed their defense. He would not score. They were aware that Zhang You was about to pass the ball. Malone attempted to obstruct momentarily and quickly sought to retreat defensively. But no pass was made. He is actually going to challenge the rim again. At this moment, Malone was caught off guard, as he had just decided to leap into the air to intercept. Zhang You had already soared into the air following a jump step from the restricted area. Oh, amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, Zhang You raised the ball high above his head and executed a devastating slam dunk from above. Boom. In this sequence, Zhang You astonishingly dunked over Karl Malone once more. Furthermore, this dunk soared to even greater heights. Malone was utterly powerless to retaliate. This was a ferocious aerial assault from the mythical creature of Huaxia. The players on the Warriors bench leapt up in excitement once again. The Lakers' home crowd collectively held their heads in disbelief. Mike Bryn could not contain his exclamation. This is a death-defying dunk from the mythical creature of Huaxia. Oh, he has indeed dunked over Karl Malone. If I am not mistaken, this marks the third time he has done so. Settle down, there's more to come, shouted Petrus from the bench, brimming with enthusiasm. This play also forced a timeout from the Lakers. Fans of Huaxia watching the television broadcast felt their blood surge, with many nearly shouting out in exhilaration, almost spewing their fervor. Even Coach Zhang, typically composed, began to stutter in his astonishment. Today is truly remarkable. Only teacher Su remained calm and neutral, analyzing the Warriors lineup. Does the Warriors have anyone playing center? Zhang You? He may resemble a center, but he is not one. Yes, that's right. The Lakers had studied the Warriors' gameplay, believing that when Zhang You had the ball, he would inevitably face double teaming and a collapsed defense under the basket, which would create open shots for the perimeter. This was the reason for their extensive three-point shooting practice. Yet, this particular play caught them completely off guard. Never has there been a player of such imposing stature who could charge with such speed and terrifying leaping ability, even if his drive appeared straightforward. It should not be underestimated. Zhang Yu's brutal basketball prowess thrilled everyone present, with two exceptions. The camera panned to Phil Jackson, whose expression revealed no trace of panic. Truly, the Zen master proved his mettle. However, when the camera returned to the Warriors coach, Musselman, the scene was quite different. He too, even handing the tactical board directly to assistant coach D'Antoni, stifled a yawn. Come, let us see who can feign the best. As the match resumed, the two head coaches seemed to be fishing, while the assistant coaches orchestrated the battlefield. Pull, you must learn to create space. Pass the ball to Bryant for execution. The ostentatious antics of the two coaches invigorated the players. However, the Warriors dared not let Zhang You leave the court, for the Lakers would maintain at least one of O'Neal or Malone in the paint. After the transition between offense and defense, it was time for Kobe to take charge of the attack. In an instant, he found himself matched up against his former big brother, the maniacal Nick Van Exel. Kobe even chose to disregard Shaquille's demands for the ball in the paint. This matchup evoked memories of your rookie season. Come on, Bryant. Van Exel intently stated as he focused on Kobe. With the ball in hand, Kobe assumed a triple threat position and coldly declared, no matter who you are, anyone who attempts to break me will find themselves shattered before I succumb. In a heartbeat, Kobe launched into a leftward drive, swiftly gathering the ball for a jump shot. Swish. Faced with the man who once overwhelmed him, Kobe exhibited no trace of hesitation. He is now determined to demonstrate that he has reached the pinnacle of his abilities. He fears no defender. He is a natural scorer. In the first quarter, both teams exhibited commendable stamina, exchanging high-accuracy shots in a thrilling back and forth. Could this be a match characterized by an abundance of points? In the next play, the Warriors swiftly initiated a fast break. Zhang You seized the ball and charged ahead. Malone appeared somewhat disoriented after being dunked on, now resting on the bench. The Lakers introduced the towering center, Horace Grant, standing at 2.08 meters, to form a formidable twin tower duo with Shaquille O'Neal. However, despite his impressive height, his footwork was notably sluggish. This is likely to be the veteran's final season in 1965. Our strategy is to defend against his incursions into the paint, as he lacks a shooting capability. O'Neal had just relayed this instruction. Zhang You came to a sudden halt at the free throw line. With no defender in sight, he hesitated not a moment longer. He took the shot. Clang. As anticipated, he missed. O'Neal swiftly turned to effortlessly grab the rebound. But suddenly, he let out a muffled grunt as a sudden jolt of inertia nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air decisively. Foul. Zhang You had committed a foul while attempting to grab the rebound. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could this kid knock down O'Neal while securing a rebound? Is his strength truly authentic? His power is undeniable, as evidenced by his matchup against Malone. Impossible. O'Neal was in a back-to-the-basket position. Zhang You had merely taken him by surprise. That little brat cannot handle the game. Lakers fans, witnessing this bewildering scene, could not help but engage in fervent discussion. O'Neal, momentarily stunned, lay on the floor for a couple of seconds before slowly rising to his feet, grinning at the camera beneath the basket. Referee, that was merely a normal physical contact, Zhang You lamented. Yet the referee, with a stern expression, retorted, I have already overlooked many of your fouls today. You need to rein it in. Magic Johnson shrugged and remarked, his dunks today have been quite spectacular. Though he seems a bit hasty. Perhaps he needs to find his shooting rhythm during the game. O'Neal appears quite pleased. Indeed. As O'Neal passed by Zhang You, he winked and quipped, it seems Yao is just a tad more accurate than you. I could leave you wide open all the way to the Pacific. Zhang Yu's mid-range shooting ability is rated at 78. He firmly believes he is not as weak in open situations as they imply. Well, I must shoot again next time. In response to O'Neal's teasing, Zhang Yu shot back, have you forgotten the pain the hack-a-shack strategy caused you? Hiss. This sharp-tongued youngster is nothing like the gentle and refined Yo. Good boy, you have successfully provoked me. Is Zhang Yu in foul trouble and needing a break? D'Antoni glanced toward Mourinho, but Mourinho offered no indication. In his eyes, the only one capable of standing up to O'Neal is Zhang Yu. As long as the big shark remains on the court, Zhang Yu need not rest. The first quarter concluded with a score of 24-22, with the home team Lakers holding a slim 2-point lead. Payton controlled the ball, and both teams were set for one final offensive play. O'Neal moved up to set a screen, taking Kristen with him. Gary, use your dribbling. I believe you can break his ankles, O'Neal conveyed with a glance. This kid had offended both O'Neal and Malone. A classic case of David versus Goliath. With only 6 seconds left on the 24-second shot clock, Zhang Yu stepped up to apply pressure. He was confident in his speed and close defensive strength. Payton, a master trash talker, controlled the ball while unable to resist firing the first shot. Your tight defense doesn't even compare to the girl I was with last night. Yet, truth be told, this kid's pressure was indeed formidable. However, the center was destined to have his ankles broken. No sooner had he spoken than he feigned left and right, slicing into the Warriors' paint. He had broken free. He effortlessly leaped, his fingers delicately brushing the basketball. In midair, he even contemplated how to deliver an impromptu speech upon scoring. Perhaps he should utter the words, even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could surpass you. Suddenly, a thunderous sound interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yu feigned a moment of vulnerability, waiting precisely for this opportunity. With a swift motion, he executed a side-profile slam that sent the ball soaring out of bounds. Only 0.1 seconds remained on the shot clock. Payton was utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Yu would taunt him so brazenly. You're as soft as a pile of dung. I forgot to mention, I have a stomachache tonight. At this moment, Payton felt a sharp pang in his heart. It stung. Those were the very words he once hurled at his opponents, now skillfully wielded against him by this young adversary. The modest smile on the youth outside the court was nothing but a fade. Payton fell silent, but that did not signify a permanent cessation of his banter. As long as he could successfully boast, he would surely retaliate with scathing remarks. The brief 0.1 seconds elapsed. Now, the possession shifted, and it was the Warriors' turn to execute their final offensive play. After bringing the ball up court, Clay Scudin called for a horn set. With just 6 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Zhang Yu moved to the top of the arc to set a screen away from the ball, at which point Richardson emerged open at the arc. He assumed a shooting stance, and Kobe leaped forward. This was not a wise choice for a shot. Just as Richardson was about to attempt a strong drive, he spotted Zhang Yu moving in the right direction. Seizing the moment, he sent a direct pass inside. Alas, the instant Richardson released the ball, he sensed it was a poor pass. From the crowded mass emerged a streak of yellow lightning. It was Gary Payton. Is he about to intercept the ball? In an instant, it is Zhang Yu. He seized the opportunity with alacrity. He utilized his long arm, tightly clenched his fist, and with a powerful swing, propelled the pass destined to be intercepted by Payton to the corner where Dunleavy awaited. Bang! That punch sliced through the air, narrowly missing Payton's nose. Goodness! This sudden movement startled Payton, who instinctively recoiled his head. Otherwise, it would have surely resulted in a devastating blow. He was utterly astonished. Had I merely uttered a bit of trash talk? Did he actually intend to kill me? The youth is far too impulsive. Am I truly at the brink of death? Deng Liwei could scarcely believe he received that pass. Yet, he executed a flawless shot. Swish. It was a fist assist. Incredible! Utterly astonishing. When Payton witnessed Zhang Yu executing the fist assist on defense, he even offered himself a salute. Am I dead? I'm not dead. The Warriors still managed to score? The first quarter has concluded? Payton was momentarily bewildered. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Yu salute him that he finally grasped the situation. Unbelievable. A rookie dared to show off right over me. Payton promptly approached the referee, gesturing animatedly. Did you not see that? That guy nearly knocked me out. Yet the head referee shook his head and replied, I didn't see anything, Gary. You're still alive, aren't you? For heaven's sake. You were a star in the 90s. How can you be so fearful of death? The first quarter saw the Lakers and Warriors veteran squads engaging in a spirited exchange, neither side willing to yield. The back and forth was intense, while the performance of the Eastern magician, Zhang Yu, left the fans in awe. He started by going toe-to-toe with the formidable Malone, delivering 2 thunderous strikes. Whether matched against O'Neal or Malone, facing a guard-S isolation, or encountering a double team, Zhang Yu showcased his formidable prowess. Even if his skills might appear somewhat raw at this stage, can one truly claim he lacks technique? It's worth noting that many NBA stars have established their careers on the back of just a few signature moves. Zhang Yu's ball handling, passing, rebounding, and rim attacks exhibited remarkable tenacity throughout the first quarter. In a moment of deft acceleration, he evaded his opponent and soared for a thunderous dunk, igniting fervor reminiscent of Malone. In the face of the vociferous Payton, he exhibited not an ounce of retreat. Observing their interactions on screen, it was evident that a cordial exchange transpired between the two. During the final play of the first quarter, when a turnover seemed imminent, Zhang You boldly extended his massive fist before Payton. This unexpected gesture of assistance astounded the audience, revealing that an assist could manifest in such an extraordinary manner. Payton, taken aback, protested to the referee, exclaiming that Zhang Yu nearly delivered a lethal blow. Is it not said that the people of Huaxia are known for their humility and courtesy? The perception of the yellow race as honest and straightforward seemed to falter in this instance. The two-seasoned Lakers were left in a state of euphoric bewilderment. What happened to the principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Meanwhile, Coach Su and Coach Zhang engaged in analysis during the intermission. Zhang Yu style, characterized by explosive breakthroughs, culminated in swift passes to his teammates, revitalizing the game. The Warriors must ensure that the ball finds its way into Zhang Yu's hands to orchestrate the play. Payton, still seeking a foul call from the referee, found himself outplayed by Zhang Yu. And what adjustments do you believe the Lakers should implement? Naturally, the answer lies in passing the ball to Kobe. Remarkably, Zhang Yu did not rest for a single second in the first quarter. He demonstrated remarkable efficiency, scoring 8 points, securing 4 rebounds, providing 3 assists, and executing 1 block, achieving 4 out of 5 attempts. He played a leadership role on both offensive and defensive ends. Over the course of the first 2 games of the season, his average playing time reached 40 minutes. However, this seems to be the norm in today's era, presenting no issues whatsoever. It is noteworthy that sitting on the bench was the 40-year-old veteran, Malone, whose career average playing time exceeds 37 minutes, ranking him second in historical standings. Uncle Robinson, born in 1966, also accumulated over 40,000 minutes of regular season playtime, placing him in the top 20 in history. And he even played for 40 minutes in a game against the 76ers. As the second quarter commenced, upon observing Shaquille O'Neal seated on the bench, the coach still opted to allow Zhang Yu a brief respite. The ensuing moments featured an exchange of performances between Jason Richardson and Kobe. Perhaps it was the missed 3-point shot that Zhang Yu had passed to Richardson in the previous game, a near-fatal error that almost cost them the match, which left the dunk king, Richardson, quite infuriated. He resolved to hone his 3-point shooting skills more diligently in the future, having refrained from executing a single dunk during his warm-up prior to the game. Historically, he would have felt compelled to showcase several dunks during warm-ups, especially in a nationally televised event. However, since the arrival of Zhang Yu, his mindset has undergone a profound transformation. The 18-year-old Zhang Yu surpasses him by leaps and bounds compared to when he first entered the league. He had anticipated that both Zhang Yu and Pietrus would serve to assist him, yet he finds himself in a scenario where each newcomer is increasingly formidable. He has been experiencing an unprecedented level of pressure. From the moment Zhang Yu outshone him in this year's dunk contest, his prowess has been indelibly etched in his mind. He has imparted a valuable lesson to himself regarding both talent and leadership within the team. It appears that he is, indeed, not yet a qualified leader. Does he truly believe that merely attaining the title of slam dunk champion is a reason for self-satisfaction? In this moment, he held the ball against Bryant. Undeterred by the fact that Kobe is regarded as the heir to Jordan in the current league, Richardson exhibited no fear whatsoever. He surged forth from the right side, executing a swift maneuver that would rival a violation as he overtook Kobe with a burst of acceleration. Meanwhile, Kobe's defensive prowess has intensified remarkably. He formed a backcourt duo with Iron Hands Payton, which could easily be envisioned as a nightmare for many backcourts in the league. Under the intense pressure from Kobe, Richardson suddenly had a moment of brilliance. He pulled the ball behind his back, preparing for a behind-the-back pass. No. To the astonishment of the fans, Richardson skillfully toyed with Kobe. With a feigned behind-the-back pass, he effortlessly made a layup. This move is often employed by Van Exel, considered a pioneer of this technique in the NBA. Rajon Rondo, a star player from Eastern Louisville High School, regards Van Exel as his idol and frequently studies the Madman-esque moves through video footage. Moreover, the league's white chocolate also enjoys using it. And now Zhang Yu has mastered it as well. The phenomenon of passing down skills continues, as even Richardson, the reigning dunk champion, has learned it. Hey, did you see that? I can do it too, he exclaimed, showcasing his skill to Kobe while excitedly shouting towards the bench at Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu responded with a serious expression. Focus on your assignment. Who doesn't he enjoy a feast during the new year? Richardson shrugged with a grin. You're just allowed to be flashy. Zhang Yu's advice proved to be wise. Subsequently, the Warriors, without Zhang Yu's presence in the paint, experienced the formidable strength of the Lakers, whether it was Clifford Robinson or Channing. They all sensed the formidable strength of Karl Malone. Although he turned 40 this past June, his body is a marvel of explosive musculature, akin to steel. His weight of 250 pounds is akin to steel and iron. Apart from Zhang Yu, both Robinson and Chaney have fallen victim to his overwhelming force. Karl Malone's positioning in the low post is particularly fierce. During this period, it seems as though he is intent on releasing the pent-up frustration from being blocked by Zhang Yu. He not only showcased his exceptional ball handling skills, but also forcibly seized the offensive rebound from Zhang Yu's head, roaring with triumph like Zhang You as he executed a thunderous dunk. The Staples Center erupted once again in a cacophony of cheers. Well done, Carl. Use your truck-like physique to crush them. The star-studded fans clamored for their home team. In an instant, the Lakers stretched their lead to 6 points. Coach Musselman's timeout came belatedly. Zhang, I believe your stamina is perfectly intact. Isn't that so? Musselman's calm tone sent a shiver through his teammates. Could it be? Coach Fizdali interjected. I think we should still be cautious. If stamina wanes, injuries are likely to follow. Indeed. They perceived that the physique of individuals of Asian descent is particularly susceptible to injury in such fierce confrontations, especially for tall players. Even though Zhang You appeared to possess excellent physical attributes, his weight was considerable. Just look at Yao Ming from the Rockets, who often faced injuries, and the many prodigies in history whose careers were marred by ailments. After all, he is not a freak of nature like Karl Malone. Upon hearing this, Musselman hesitated momentarily. At that moment, Zhang Yu's mythical system responded. Ding dong. Mission activated. Soaking goji berries in a thermos. Mission description: in the near future, NBA star Andrew Wiggins, starting from the first overall pick, has explosive athletic talent yet often opts for layups over dunks on the court. Fans frequently jest that he clocks in and out of NBA games as if it were merely a job, affectionately dubbing him Goji Brother, the essence of human scoring. Ultimately, Wiggins reached the age of 50, crowned as the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, with total points exceeding 40,000. He defeated the Lakers, rivaling the great Shaquille O'Neal, and earned his first Player of the Week award. Reward: health-enhancing talent. In the fiercely contested and tightly scheduled NBA arena, a cup of goji berry-infused water could instantly rejuvenate your vitality. Note: once daily, accelerates stamina recovery by 20. What? Health-enhancing talent? How formidable! With the integration of Zhang Dashuai's remarkable endurance, this talent allows him to completely disregard the negative impacts of back-to-backs and overtime, while significantly reducing the probability of injury. Surely, the Player of the Month must grant him some interior skills, right? Zhang You muttered in jest. To his surprise, the system responded. Granted, this system is truly whimsical. Mission failed, cannot be repeated. Regardless, Zhang Yu's thirst for victory has always been unparalleled. Concerning the coaching staff's worries about his stamina, Zhang You straightened his expression and assured them, Coach, I can play a full 48 minutes every game at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Despite it being merely a regular season game, the entire atmosphere was charged with intense competition. From the very first play, marked by the physical clash between Malone and Zhang You, the match seemed imbued with a chilling ambience. In the second quarter, the Warriors initially showed signs of relaxation. However, once Zhang You took the court, he demonstrated a relentless spirit that signaled to the Lakers that the battle was far from over. The teams engaged in a meat-grinder-like melee in the paint. The final possession of the second quarter remained with the Lakers, who led 43-39, a 4-point advantage. Bang! During a Lakers offensive play, Malone executed a jump step, elbowing Clifford Robinson squarely on the brow. Under Robinson's interference, his shot missed. Robinson, enduring the pain, secured the rebound. The referee did not call Malone for a technical foul. Robinson clutched the rebound tightly, his vision blurred by the blood that streamed down, a scene that stirred deep emotions. The game then proceeded into halftime. Clifford Robinson has been struck, blood pouring profusely, exclaimed commentator Mike Breen. Magic Johnson added, if we lose this guy, the Warriors' interior defense will face significant challenges. Are we to have Zhang You fend off 2 giants? In the visitors' locker room, Robinson, having received brief treatment from the team doctor, still shouted encouragement at his teammates. I'm fine. Maintain defensive intensity. Let us fight for this game. As one of the earliest players to don a headband, now his white headband was stained crimson. A 2-time member of the second all-defensive team. Known for his exceptional defensive awareness, he tirelessly fought on the court. Yet, time is relentless. After all, he was nearing 40. Blood and sweat intertwined. In the 1994 Western Conference Finals, after the Trail Blazers defeated the Jazz, Robinson showcased his dance skills post-game, earning the nickname Uncle Cliff, a moniker that would accompany him throughout his life. Now, though in the twilight of his career, his ironclad defense and fierce spirit still provided invaluable support to the team. The 18-year-old Zhang You gazed solemnly at the nearly 40-year-old Uncle Cliff, a legendary figure, steadfast against the passage of time, always ready to rise to the occasion when his team needed him, maintaining an unwavering thirst for victory that inspired those around him. Though no longer the spry, agile young man, he continued to give his all on the basketball court. Indeed, Zhang You possessed top-tier athletic gifts, yet now he was undergoing a profound mental awakening. Whether it was Zhang You, dunking champion Richardson, or other teammates, despite the exhaustion of back-to-backs, they were all invigorated by the indomitable spirit of Uncle Cliff. But how would the Lakers prevail in the second half? Although still trailing, Coach Musselman observed the players' spirited determination with great satisfaction. The Lakers were undeniably formidable, yet not without their vulnerabilities. Musselman, adopting the air of an old sage, elaborated slowly. They boasted the most glamorous star-studded roster, yet internal conflicts plagued the team. Many of their points stemmed from individual efforts rather than team play. Furthermore, that Gary Payton fellow simply could not grasp Phil Jackson's triangle offense. Moreover, their bench depth was lacking. Both Karl Malone and Peyton would be gasping for breath before the third quarter concluded. As for Kobe, those two were utterly disconnected at the moment. We have Zhang who can withstand Shaq. We just need to keep Brian at bay, forcing him to shoot from afar. As Musselman continued his analysis, the motivational fervor was palpable. He finally asked, "Do you all understand now?" The players exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Zhang You who provided the answer. "Let us play team basketball." The Warriors collectively realized the essence of Musselman's analysis. Zhang You exhibited a level of maturity beyond his years. With Mike Breen's commentary, the third quarter resumed. Clifford Robinson, refusing to rest, continued to partner with Zhang You in the paint. His resilience commanded deep respect. The Lakers' first possession concluded in a clang as Kobe's long-range shot clanked off the rim. The Warriors opted to deploy the athletic Pietrus to closely shadow Kobe. In the ensuing moments, the Warriors even decided to utilize Richardson and Pietrus along with other spry players to primarily defend Kobe. Crack. Zhang You seized the rebound and advanced with the ball. This time, he refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, he facilitated opportunities for his teammates through effective ball movement and strategic screens. Rebound, pass. He continues to showcase his talents in aiding the team. Coach Zhang, observing Zhang You handling the ball, expressed his concerns and offered his advice. It is perilous for a tall player to control the ball. Although Zhang You possesses commendable ball handling skills, he ought to position himself in the paint, which requires stamina. The perimeter players should draw defenders and then pass the ball back out for a shot. The Warriors lack a facilitator on the court. Otherwise, should Zhang You miss a shot, he would have to sprint back, leaving the center to dribble the ball. This is not ideal. While Coach Zhang was troubled by these thoughts, the Warriors, centered around Zhang You, suddenly sprang to life. O'Neal found himself matched up against Richardson in a mismatch. In an instant, Richardson hurled the ball towards the backboard. Here it comes. Zhang You swiftly entered the paint and leaped into the air. Although Kobe, who was defending Zhang You, is an exceptional perimeter defender, he found himself at a disadvantage against the soaring figure of Zhang You, akin to a giant deity in flight. He could only gaze in awe as Zhang You caught the ball and executed a breathtaking alley-oop dunk. Boom. Zhang Yu's aerial assault sent tremors through the backboard. What a splendid play. In basketball, the closer one is to the hoop, the higher the shooting percentage. Often, shots from beyond the arc lack precision. Thus, scoring in the paint holds far greater value than from the perimeter. Coach Zhang swiftly made a significant pivot, offering Zhang You his commendation. In the third quarter, the Warriors completely allowed Zhang You to take the reins. The entire team played with the cohesion reminiscent of what Mourinho would advocate during halftime. Their defense has been commendable. Indeed, both Malone and Peyton have shown signs of physical decline. Kobe's mid-range shooting percentage has also diminished, yet he continues to assertively attack. During the timeout, O'Neal expressed his discontent towards Kobe. On the offensive end, Zhang You remains relentless even when positioned deep. His strength is comparable to that of Shaquille O'Neal. Yet he possesses the ability to leap and charge. In the paint, he once again faced O'Neal and, with a fierce roar, seized the offensive rebound with the intent to dunk. This evening, even with the presence of Shaq and Malone in the paint, Zhang You has remarkably secured his 9th rebound. O'Neal, displaying no restraint, swatted him with a foul. Beep. The whistle sounded. Rubbing his shoulder, Zhang You stood expressionless at the free throw line, calmly sinking both shots. O'Neal, witnessing Zhang Yu's demeanor, seemed to see echoes of Michael Jordan and the focused Kobe Bryant. At this moment, the big shark, slightly irked, slammed the ball in frustration. In this quarter, Zhang Yu was unstoppable. He suddenly exhibited an overwhelming aggression. When his teammates were afforded no opportunities, he ceased to seek continuous ball distribution. Even against formidable opponents like O'Neal and Malone, he charged forth with unrelenting vigor. Crack. In this exchange, as Malone aimed to strike against Robinson, Zhang Yu unexpectedly surged in to double team, swatting the ball away with a decisive slap. He intercepted the ball. Charge. Zhang Yu sprinted towards the Lakers' basket. Peyton shouted as he retreated on defense. Goodness. I swear. He is moving faster than the guards. Cursing under his breath, Peyton attempted to snatch the ball from Zhang Yu, even from beyond the three-point line. Yet, his efforts were in vain. While in motion, Zhang Yu shielded the ball like a tank, leaning slightly towards Peyton. Shite. Peyton spread his arms and leaped into action, rolling on the ground like a dying swan. Zhang Yu, with a powerful three-step approach, raised the ball high above his head, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. It was the iron elbow of Malone. In midair, Zhang Yu performed a folding maneuver. Boom. Thud. Accompanied by a resounding explosion and a whistle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Commentator Mike Breen exclaimed in shock. Karl Malone, he collided with Zhang Yu during his fast break dunk. Zhang Yu crashed to the floor. Is he injured? Even Coach Zhang gasped. This is bad. Karl Malone, his fearsome nickname, Iron Elbow, strikes terror into the hearts of all. His strength undoubtedly ranks among the elite players in the NBA. When Zhang Yu attempted a thunderous dunk, the impact from behind sent him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. It was terrifying, absolutely astonishing. The atmosphere at the Staples Center became palpably tense. Even though Zhang Yu is not a member of the Lakers, his tenacity and resilience earned him the respect and support of the fans, particularly among the Asian community in Los Angeles. His emergence provided a figure for local Asian fans to rally behind, demonstrating that basketball is a sport that transcends racial boundaries. Uncle Robinson rushed over, fiercely shoving Malone. "You think I won't break your dog paws?" he growled. "Go ahead and try. Just don't forget about your head," Malone retorted with a smirk, pointing at Robinson's face. Amidst their quarrel, a voice interrupted. "Hey, while you two are busy arguing, no one is helping me out." Both Lakers and Warriors players were taken aback. Turning around, they saw the newcomer from Huaxia, wearing a humble smile as he greeted them, seemingly unfazed. The commentator Magic Johnson couldn't help but remark, "His physique is incredibly robust." Coach Zhang, with a straightforward demeanor, added, "If it were anyone else, they would be done for." Malone stood in shock. Did I go too easy on him? He cast a wary glance at Zhang You, only to find that Zhang Yu's gaze was now imbued with aggression, akin to being watched by a fierce beast, sending shivers down his spine. Malone's brutal foul on this play compelled Zhang You to approach the free throw line. In truth, the intense confrontations of the night were merely a microcosm of the game, with Uncle Cliff's bloodshed serving as testament. Zhang Yu's physical prowess was formidable, almost comparable to that of an African-American athlete. Malone, astonished to see Zhang Yu unaffected and even scoring after the foul, felt a surprise that rivaled that of the spectators. As a bloodthirsty defender, he was acutely aware of his own mercilessness. Soon, the match entered a brief intermission. In response to the inquiries from the coaching staff and medical team, Zhang Yu assured them that he was largely unscathed. The score stood at 60-58, with the Lakers leading by a mere 2 points. Such a low-scoring affair underscored the high defensive intensity maintained by both teams throughout the night. Malone's fierce defense further reflected their urgency. "Zhang, are you injured?" "It's fine. Basketball requires this kind of hard-hitting competition. I only seek to aid the team in securing victory and to retaliate against our opponents through my performance on the court," Zhang Yu resolutely replied to Coach Mu. Upon hearing these words, Mu felt a sense of astonishment. It was difficult to fathom that at the tender age of 18, Zhang Yu possessed such a grand vision and composed awareness. "All right, we shall seize this game." Malone, burdened with 5 fouls, willingly volunteered to continue playing. Despite being 40 years old, he felt undaunted. In this match, he had already amassed 15 points and 6 rebounds. Zhang Yu, facing the formidable inside presence of O'Neal and Malone, exhibited even greater effort and enthusiasm than in the previous 2 games. The young man seemed tireless. As the fourth quarter approached, the Lakers made adjustments. O'Neal and Malone no longer engaged in their usual battle for rebounds. Phil Jackson instructed one of them to position themselves to disrupt Zhang Yu, while the others focused on securing rebounds. Under this strategy, Zhang Yu found himself less dominant on the boards. Recognizing the shift in dynamics, he ceased his reckless charges. His strength is only slightly superior to that of Shaquille O'Neal. Yet O'Neal's considerable mass and stable lower body make a face-to-face confrontation challenging, resulting in a less-than-ideal shooting percentage. Thus, initiating an offensive from the perimeter and seeking opportunities to exploit the Lakers' defense with agility and speed is indeed the wisest course of action. As the fourth quarter progressed, both teams, affected by fatigue, frequently misfired their shots. In such circumstances, aggressive incursions into the paint surged once more, accompanied by the referee's whistle echoing throughout the arena. O'Neal found it difficult to overpower Zhang Yu tonight, yet he still leveraged his exquisite post skills to take advantage of other Warriors' interior players. However, the Warriors exhibited remarkable resilience. When they found themselves unable to contain O'Neal, they opted to send him to the free throw line. Clang, clang. O'Neal's missed free throws momentarily dissuaded him from demanding the ball in the low post. Frustration boiled over, and he could not restrain himself from uttering an expletive. The fourth quarter remained fiercely contested, raising the question of whether the game would extend to the final minute. Soon, the Lakers made adjustments in the latter part of the game, with Fisher replacing the winded Gary Payton. This evening proved particularly unkind to Payton, who suffered embarrassment at the hands of the 18-year-old rookie Zhang Yu, whose trash talk momentarily unhinged him. The intense competition persisted, with the 40-year-old Malone and the bloodied Uncle Robinson entangled in the paint. In the next play, Richardson intercepted Devin George near the midcourt and swiftly passed the ball to Zhang Yu. Richardson fully recognized Zhang Yu's prowess and fast breaks. Zhang Yu's drive to the basket resembled a fearsome beast, instilling a sense of dread. He was once again barreling into the paint, this time confronted by Karl Malone. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Malone had already positioned himself. Zhang Yu's aggressive assault was nothing short of terrifying. He charged forward with such fervor that there was barely time to evade. Malone stood his ground, witnessing the behemoth hurtling towards him with terrifying velocity. Even a seasoned veteran like him, who had navigated the league for over a decade, could not help but squint. In that fleeting moment of collision, Malone subtly elevated his elbow. Bang! The impact was akin to a collision between a tank and a heavy truck. Both men let out a simultaneous roar. Malone was sent sprawling backward, landing abruptly beyond the baseline. Zhang Yu sought to elevate the ball, but the referee's whistle pierced through the air. The referee called an offensive foul on Zhang Yu. In an instant, Malone sprang up, bellowing his defiance. "Let him feel my might." Yet Zhang Yu lay motionless on the ground. What happened? What is going on? Zhang You, his face contorted in agony, was the focus of anxious gazes from all his teammates. Indeed, the Warriors' front line relied entirely on Zhang You to counter the formidable duo of O'Neal and Malone. At this moment, Malone had accumulated 5 fouls, O'Neal 4, and Zhang You also had 4. The intensity of their struggle in the paint was palpable. Teacher Su Jiqing's steady voice bore a hint of tension. Fans from Huaxia and the Bay Area were on the verge of tears. I have sent Malone a death threat via email. If anything happens to Zhang You, I shall not forgive him. Why is this happening? The fans pounded their chests in frustration. It appeared from the television that Zhang Yu's injury was severe. A wheelchair was even brought to the scene, and the team doctor rushed to assist as he was wheeled away. Magic Johnson solemnly remarked, "Number 15, Zhang You from Huaxia, is deserving of respect." Despite the dual pressure from O'Neal and Malone, he managed to secure 15 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Indeed, this attested to his relentless effort. Though his fortune seemed to have faltered, perhaps a bone or ligament in his knee was compromised, indicating that he would not return to the game tonight. Lakers fans in attendance covered their mouths, feeling both regret and relief. It is often said that Asians possess a weaker physique and are prone to injuries. Even if one boasts of their athletic prowess, such limitations are dictated by biology. This is an unchangeable reality. The absence of Zhang Yu left the Warriors' interior vulnerable, affording O'Neal the opportunity to dominate. As Zhang Yu departed for examination, the Warriors appeared disoriented. Not only were they ravaged in the paint by O'Neal, but Kobe also soared into the lane, executing a breathtaking two-handed dunk. The Warriors were on the brink of a comeback. Nearly 3 minutes had elapsed since Zhang Yu left the court, and the score had widened once more. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the battle stood at 75-67. After a timeout for adjustments, the Warriors' side fell into a profound silence. But at that moment suddenly, they heard the resounding applause of the audience. Turning their heads, they beheld Zhang Yu. He strode forth from the players' tunnel, his chest held high and his countenance devoid of emotion, resembling a deity of death. He has surprisingly returned. What transpired? He stood up suddenly, just like someone unbothered. Malone, seated on the Lakers bench, was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his iron elbow. This is inconceivable. He was on the brink of collapse. Why couldn't he bring him down? I have tackled him so many times already. Malone felt as if he were on the verge of madness. He first began to question the power of his iron elbow. What? The Warriors, witnessing Zhang Yu's nonchalant demeanor, were equally astonished. How moving. The fans in front of the television felt their eyes welling up with tears. Their bodies were numb, trembling. The exhilarated Jason Richardson patted Zhang Yu on the chest. Big guy, you're still standing? Zhang Yu, with an expressionless face, murmured softly, I lay down just now solely because I almost spewed out my lunch. He was so formidable. I wept, pondering the spirit that enabled him to endure such pain and still return to the basketball court. Surely, this must be faith. Go for it. The fans of Huaxia and the Bay Area were deeply touched by Zhang Yu's return from injury. Can you imagine? Zhang Yu was merely suffering from a stomachache. A bout of diarrhea left the fans drenched. Zhang Yu's previous trash talk to Peyton was no mere jest. He is an honest child, indeed feeling a slight discomfort in his stomach. However, after resolving it, he now appears invigorated. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the match, the score stands at 75-67, and the game is far from over. Zhang Yu is resolutely determined to seize this opportunity, inspired by Zhang Yu's return. The other Warriors players are also giving their utmost effort. Following a pass from Zhang Yu, Richard successfully scores after a swift cut. Karl Malone, with an intimidating demeanor, claps his hands and admonishes the out-of-position Devin George, exclaiming, "Do not let these youngsters run rampant on our territory." As the decisive moments approach, the main players from both teams take to the court. The Warriors initiate their offensive play, while the Lakers respond with full-court pressure, intensifying their defensive efforts. The Lakers fans rise in unison, fervently chanting for defense. Stop his drive. No, we must prevent him from penetrating the paint for a rebound. No one understands Yushin better than I. He is solely a facilitator. The Lakers supporters seem to have a profound grasp of Zhang Yu's game. Zhang Yu has now incorporated the passing techniques of the illustrious White Chocolate and the future star Nikola Jokic. Coupled with his previous role as a point guard and recent exposure to NBA-level training, his court vision and overall awareness have significantly improved. The Lakers executed a half-court press. Yet the Warriors adeptly maneuvered through screens and movement to find open shots. With a delicate flick of his wrist, Zhang Yu delivered a pass to Dunleavy, stationed in the corner. Alas, Dunleavy's three-point attempt failed to find the net, but Zhang Yu seized another rebound over Malone, executing a powerful one-handed dunk in the process. Zhang Yu continues to assert his dominance over Malone. During the baseline play, Malone, visibly frustrated, slapped the rim. After Zhang Yu's second-chance basket, the score now stands at 80-79. It appears that the injury has not impacted him. Indeed, I did not even see the team physician apply a bandage to his foot, nor do I know the extent of his injury. Such concern lingers. Yet, on the court, he remains as ferocious as ever. He is truly a beast. The Warriors will not concede defeat easily tonight. Amidst the discussions between Blinn and Johnson, both teams fought valiantly until the final minute. Watching from the Staples Center, Rich Paul was taken aback by Zhang Yu's formidable return. Previously, upon Zhang Yu's injury, he had expressed utter despair. One can only imagine the plight of the interior star, already overlooked by sneaker manufacturers, as his coveted contract slipped away. Paul even approached the player tunnel to inquire with the Warriors staff if Zhang Yu was still alive and whether he was out for the season. To his astonishment, in the mere time it takes to relieve oneself, Zhang Yu made a triumphant return. He coldly reassured himself that there was absolutely nothing amiss. Observing Zhang Yu still engaging in a fierce confrontation with Ma Long, unleashing his formidable strength with powerful dunks, one could hardly believe he was a player nursing an injury. Could it be? At that moment, a terrifying thought crossed Rich Paul's mind. Indeed, Zhang Yu was feigning an injury. He grew up on this land and is well aware that the people of this beautiful nation have a penchant for tales of superheroes, such as the return of Superman. Furthermore, with the added advantage of nationwide broadcasting, the popularity he has accumulated will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. His cunning is truly terrifying. Previously, he declined a contract from Nike, demonstrating his remarkable confidence. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of excitement. As an intern agent, he even sensed that he was being led by the players. Zhang Yu possesses not only confidence but also an extraordinary depth of cunning. One might say he is remarkably mature and wise. Rich Paul trembled, his scalp tingling. The towering figure number 15 from Huaxia. This is the second individual he has encountered at such a young age, aside from LeBron James, who possesses such profound foresight. No. Perhaps his strategic acumen even surpasses that of LeBron. His strategic layout began upon arriving in the Bay Area, concealing his true power. In today's nationally televised match, it appeared that neither team was willing to concede defeat. For the ostensibly formidable Lakers, finding themselves in such a fiercely contested situation was simply unforgivable. The Warriors, seemingly weak, were performing remarkably well. After setting a screen at the top of the arc, O'Neal positioned himself in the low post, demanding the ball. Despite his dominance in the paint, the Warriors shamelessly resorted to the hack-a-shack strategy during this period. Undoubtedly, once he received the ball inside, the Warriors would double-team him and implement their fouling tactics. O'Neal, undeterred, shouted, "Give me the ball." Yet, at this moment, the one holding the ball was Kobe. Kobe waved his hand, signaling his intent to go one-on-one. He is precisely matched against Zhang Yu in a one-on-one showdown. Coach Zhang, both excited and conflicted, finds himself in a thrilling encounter between the little flying hero Kobe and the divine beast of Huaxia, Zhang Yu. It promises to be a spectacle. With less than a minute on the clock, every subsequent offensive and defensive exchange holds immense significance. Aware that the Warriors aim to overpower Shaquille, Kobe adopts a strategy of exploiting size mismatches. Shaquille, with a shrug, ultimately chooses to create space. At this moment, Kobe is affectionately dubbed the Little Flying Hero, for he soars through the air, mastering both offense and defense with unparalleled prowess. His competitive spirit instilled in him an unwavering fearlessness in the face of the physically gifted newcomer from China. As the clock approached the 24-second mark, Kobe lowered his center of gravity and executed a swift lateral dribble. To his surprise, he found himself unable to shake off the towering opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he paused momentarily with the ball, determined to drive into the paint. As he approached the free throw line, Kobe prepared for a direct jump shot, his signature move. Zhang Yu, noticing Kobe's intent to shoot, leaped to contest the shot. Alas, Kobe did not actually shoot. He merely feigned. It was only as Zhang Yu descended that Kobe executed his true jump shot. His jump shot is remarkably graceful, both in its elevation and the overall extension of his body. He suspended in midair with his legs positioned in a scissor-like formation, further accentuated by a backward lean. This made it exceedingly challenging for defenders to block him. His jump shot could easily be transformed into a poster, a picturesque sight. Swish. This pivotal shot, a one-on-one confrontation with Zhang Yu, allowed Kobe to score. With a score of 82-79, time is running out for the Warriors. In contrast to the sigh of relief from the Lakers, the entire Warriors team is on high alert once more. Only 40 seconds remain. We must swiftly secure a 2-point score. Mourinho furrowed his brow, formulating a strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors accelerated their pace. The Lakers have now become aware of Zhang Yu's passing. It seems that the only option left is to let Richardson, the team's most prolific scorer, take the lead. Facing Kobe, Richardson took a deep breath. Kobe's strength lies not solely in his offense. His defense is equally formidable. Richardson even took a moment to assess Zhang Yu's position. He was firmly watched by O'Neal, and the opportunity was scarce. The time did not permit him to ponder further. After the screen, he still could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Kobe, like a stubborn adhesive. There was no time left. He swiftly executed a jump shot from the free throw line. Clang. The sound of the missed shot echoed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu surged forward like a ravenous beast, eager to seize the rebound. Yet, O'Neal gritted his teeth, steadfastly obstructing his path. Ultimately, the rebound was claimed by Malone, who passed it to Kobe. At this moment, Kobe, possessing the ball, remained composed, intent on completing this offensive play, leaving the Warriors with mere seconds to react. The entire world recognized that Kobe was poised to take on the shot. The former veteran Van Exel fixed his gaze intently on Kobe. It was as if they had been transported back to the summer of 1996. After Van Exel departed from the Lakers, the team achieved a three-peat, while the once-crazed Knick became a nomad in the league. Unwilling to accept this fate, he thought. I am not yet so obsolete. As Kobe confidently dribbled towards the half-court, Van Exel launched himself in a desperate gamble for a steal, his entire body lunging forward. Oh. Knick, the former Laker, truly embodied his moniker of a madman at this moment. Amidst the gasps of disbelief from the crowd, Van Exel's audacious steal knocked the ball from Kobe's hands and into Zhang Yu's possession. What more is there to contemplate? Only 28 seconds remained. The team needed to score swiftly. With determination, Zhang You turned and charged towards the Lakers' territory. The prepared Karl Malone had yet to establish himself beyond the three-point line. Upon seeing Zhang You barreling towards him, he hastily retreated. Just as Zhang Yu crossed the three-point line, he leaped into the air. Is he attempting another dunk over me? Am I dreaming? Malone internally screamed, extending his arm to block Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu's speed was unparalleled. His large hand completely enveloped Zhang Yu's face, while Zhang Yu, with his right hand grasping the ball and his left arm shielding it, struck his head. The distance seemed insurmountable for a dunk. Moreover, Zhang Yu's face was entirely obscured. With a furious roar, Zhang Yu forcefully slammed the ball towards the hoop. His fingers grasped the rim, and the ball soared straight into the hoop. Boom. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed once more. Defensive foul. Malone clutched his head, collapsing onto the ground. Only the rising and falling of his chest indicated he was still alive. This evening proved to be exceedingly challenging for him. Zhang Yu, too, had been struck in the face, squinting his eyes. Yet, at this moment, he bellowed triumphantly at the prostrate Malone, declaring his dominance. Do not forget what day it is today. The mailman does not work on Sundays. Indeed, it was Sunday, November 2nd, 2003, in American time. In the first game of the 1997 finals, Malone had 2 free throws that would have sealed a remarkable opportunity against Jordan's Bulls. However, Pippen's taunt about the mailman not working on Sundays led to a complete miss, allowing Jordan to capitalize on the gift. A last-minute victory that cemented his legendary status. During the preseason, Malone had already suffered from an elbow delivered by Zhang Yu. Little did he anticipate that good and evil would ultimately find their reckoning. His dark elbows may not be as conspicuous as his own, yet they are equally difficult to withstand. What is most exasperating is, he damn well committed a foul himself. He is fouled out. Zhang Yu stepped up to the free throw line and calmly secured a point. His free throw performance has been commendable. Both players seem to have sustained injuries. A gash on Zhang Yu's face is bleeding, while Malone was assisted by his teammates and headed straight for the locker room. Clutching a towel to his head, which is now stained crimson. Oh, it appears Kobe Bryant's finger has also been struck. The intensity of this evening's contest is truly remarkable. Commentator Blinn could not help but exclaim. It is hard to fathom that this is merely a regular season game shortly after the season's commencement. Thanks to Zhang Yu's 2-1 play, the score is tied once again. With 27 seconds remaining in the game, the Lakers must manage the clock effectively to secure victory. Undoubtedly. After the timeout, Fisher brought the ball past half-court and handed it over to Kobe. At this moment, O'Neal, feeling the pressure, wisely distanced himself from the basket. Van Exel then informed Richardson, who was guarding Kobe, that Kobe's right finger seemed to have been injured earlier, advising him not to fear his shooting. Richardson nodded in acknowledgement, spreading his arms wide, prepared to thwart Kobe's drive. As the 24-second shot clock wound down, Kobe unusually drifted to his left. His teammates cleared space for him. Is he going for a drive? 3. To shoot. 2. 1. Richardson momentarily lost track of him, and in a sudden burst of movement, Kobe leaped into action. His shooting hand is surprisingly the left one. His entire body arched like a bow in midair. As he launched himself toward the lower left corner at the apex of his jump, Richardson had exerted himself in a valiant attempt to block the shot. Swish. Drip. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the basketball net and the buzzer of the 24-second shot clock, Kobe astonishingly sank that shot with his left hand. Bruin and Johnson were lavishly vocal in their praise at that moment. Kobe Bryant, despite his right hand being injured, managed to score with his left hand. Coach Zhang, previously skeptical, now exclaimed with excitement. Back in 1996, during Kobe's tryout with the Clippers, he remarked that Kobe was the finest player they had ever auditioned. However, they required immediate impact. Selecting the underage Kobe would have been perceived as a farce across Los Angeles. Little did they anticipate that, even without selecting Kobe, they would remain a laughingstock in Los Angeles for a considerable time. Teacher Su Jiqing added a poignant remark. Perhaps this year's draft will see the Clippers miss out on Zhang Yu too. Oh, I almost forgot. The rest the Knicks as well. With the score at 84-82, the Warriors called a timeout with merely 3 seconds left to execute a play. The familiar television camera zoomed in on each member of the Warriors. This included Zhang Yu and Pietrus, who had just executed a game-winning connection. Fans of the Chinese basketball community watching from their screens began to feel a surge of tension. We missed the last game. Are we getting a thrilling spectacle today? It's bound to be challenging. The Lakers are certainly not the 76ers. After their season opener, the Warriors had gone down to the wire in their next 2 games. Such occurrences are not unheard of in the NBA, yet they remain a rarity. On the Lakers bench, Zen Master Jackson adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The most probable candidate for the final offensive play for the Warriors is Zhang. We must keep a close watch on this." After Zen Master had outlined the crucial strategy, defensive specialist Gary Payton voiced his perspective. This incessant chatterbox relies solely on his physicality and brute force. He lacks shooting ability. So we merely need to prevent his reckless drives and assists in the paint. Shaquille O'Neal concurred. "Indeed. I will give him some space to compel him to pass quickly or force his way through. You all need to be ready to double team. He cannot shoot as assertively as Bryant." The Lakers' strategy was sound, especially considering the memory of the Warriors' game winner from the previous night. If Zhang You were to initiate the offense, they only need to keep an eye on the Warriors' other sharpshooters and be mindful of the interior assaults. With merely 3.2 seconds remaining, they cannot afford any superfluous actions. Indeed, it is the familiar starburst tactic, with the ever-familiar Zhang You initiating the sideline inbound. Be wary of his infernal passing. Do not dare to wreak havoc on our territory. The die-hard Lakers fans at the sidelines are vociferously shouting, attempting to distract Zhang You. At this moment, the home crowd's jeers resonate thunderously. The entire world is aware that the Warriors are eager to replicate last night's dramatic finish. But where is this? This is the hallowed ground of basketball, the Staples Center. 5, 4, 3, teammates explode from the free throw line. Zhang You effortlessly passes the ball to the retreating Richardson, then immediately sets a screen. As Richardson receives the ball, he intends to charge towards the paint. However, after the pick and roll, O'Neal anticipates his movement, and his colossal frame nudges him slightly. Damn it, time is running out. He merely returned the ball to Zhang You. There is no time left. The members of the Warriors bench have already buried their heads in their hands. After receiving the ball, Zhang You faced interference from Kobe, who had stepped forward to challenge him. He no longer had the time to penetrate the paint. Thus, he was left with but one option, to pass. Time seemed to stand still. Zhang You took 2 steps towards the arc with the ball in hand. Pietrus skillfully slipped from the corner and leaped into the air. Goodness, he wants to come again. The Lakers were evidently well prepared. Devin George and Payton firmly positioned themselves in front of Pietrus. Was Zhang You going to pass? Realizing there was no opportunity, he abruptly changed his mind in an instant. He noticed that Stephen Curry's Dunk King training bar had increased to 11. His three-point shooting ability has increased by 2, reaching a total of 72. Surprisingly, Curry had not watched him play and was instead practicing dunks. At this moment, Zhang You found himself unable to pass or drive. With time running out, suddenly he recalled Stephen Curry's unfathomable quick release. Without any forewarning, Zhang You, with his body horizontal in the air, made a shot as the final seconds dwindled, lacking any preparatory movement. He simply flicked his wrist. Zhang Yu's action was strikingly unorthodox, resembling a high-arcing relay pass. Kobe, with instinctive reflexes, leaped to interfere. Pietrus attempted to catch it mid-air but was too far away, and time was running out. A multitude of Lakers players leaped beneath the basket. Lakers fans were poised to celebrate, even finding the situation amusing. The pass was indeed outrageous. Beep. The red light illuminated. Time was up, and what was he passing for? It was a reckless throw. Michael Pietrus failed to catch it. We won. Lakers fans, with their arms raised in jubilation, suddenly fell silent, as if enchanted by a spell, petrified like Medusa. Then, shockwaves coursed through them. Zhang Yu's seemingly erratic shot hit the backboard with a resounding clap. It went in. The mouths of the Lakers fans had yet to close. Mike Breen instantly shouted, "Bang!" From Huaxia, number 15, Zhang. He has slain the Lakers with a shot that resembled a pass. The Warriors number 15. The divine beast of Huaxia, the Eastern magician. He released the shot in a mere 0.1 seconds. A backboard buzzer beater. Breen screamed in disbelief. Little Flying Kobe had become a mere backdrop. The Staples Center erupted with a tremendous sigh, followed by an eerie silence and overwhelming stillness. With sunglasses on, Hollywood's devoted fan Nicholson clutched at his thinning hair. It is well known that Wilt Chamberlain once claimed to have slept with 20,000 women. Although Nicholson may not possess the handsome bravado, media reports have suggested he has had encounters with approximately 2,000 women, even if he believed he had been with 2. He could not fathom that the seemingly invincible Lakers had been bested by the Warriors center with a 3-point buzzer beater. Without hesitation, Zhang You, who had just sunk the game winner against Kobe, ripped off his jersey. He raised his arms high, revealing his formidable biceps. His muscles, resembling an explosion, were on full display before the fans at Staples Center. Female fans and Hollywood starlets alike found themselves captivated, unable to look away. This young man is truly astonishing. Regardless of whether he faced the likes of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, the iron-elbowed Karl Malone, or the tenacious Gary Payton, he remained undaunted. He endures every violation without losing his steadfastness. Bathed in blood and madness, the demon descends upon the world. At this moment, Zhang You bears an expressionless visage, his gaze surveying all with the arrogance of a born monarch. His face bore the gruesome scars inflicted by Malone, rendering him a figure of sheer horror. Even the fans, glued to their screens, felt the overwhelming presence of his dominating aura, leaving them drenched in sweat. Oh, how magnificent are our players from the great Huaxia. Who dares claim that our guardian angel is merely a passer? Step forward. Did he not deliver a decisive blow with his pass? The Warriors erupted into wild celebrations. Jason Richardson, in a frenzy of excitement, shouted incoherently. The superstars of the Lakers, hands on their hips, shook their heads in disbelief. The Lakers, F4, who had begun the season with an unbroken winning streak, found their fortune dramatically overturned by a rookie. Everyone was glued to the slow-motion replay. Kobe Bryant, striving to defend against Zhang You, leapt with all his might. Yet, Zhang Yu's height and wingspan proved insurmountable. In a split second, he seemed to flick the ball towards the hoop. It appeared to be a careless pass intended for Pietrus beneath the basket. Yet, unexpectedly, this errant pass found its way into the net. 85-86, the Golden State Warriors dramatically defeated the Los Angeles Lakers. How absurd. Mike Breen teased the now-stunned Magic Johnson. Didn't you say something before the game? You truly are a prophet. Did you place a bet during last year's World Cup in Korea and Japan? Magic Johnson shrugged, an expression of helpless amusement crossing his face. Indeed, they did slay the Lakers with 3-pointers, although it seems it was an errant pass. Reflecting on the pregame scene, Magic felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if it were etched in his memory. We observed the Warriors practicing their 3-point shots, not just Richardson, the dunk champion, but also inside players like Clifford Robinson and Zhang You. Were they preparing to vanquish the Lakers with 3-pointers today? The thought made him wish to slap himself repeatedly. It was indeed a revelation. Coach Zhang glanced at the stats and remarked, Zhang You amassed an impressive 18 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal tonight. Truly remarkable. Teacher Su also expressed his astonishment. It's worth noting that even last year's #1 draft pick, Yao Ming, started with 0 points, and only recently managed to achieve 19-10 stats to be mentioned alongside Shaquille O'Neal at the center position, with the entire game barely surpassing 80 points. Zhang Yu's comprehensive performance and clutch demeanor left spectators astounded. It is hard to fathom that this was merely Zhang Yu's third regular season game in his career. At the post-game press conference, when asked about the heartbreaking defeat, Zen Master Jackson replied calmly, "Our players still need time to gel. Karl Malone, Shaquille O'Neal, and Gary Payton are all nursing some injuries. This season has only just begun." After the game, I inquired with Zhang, who stated that he would not engage in trash talk during matches, focusing solely on showcasing his skills. He truly is a humble young man. Upon hearing the reporter's question, Payton's brow furrowed momentarily, his tone rising in disbelief. Could you repeat that? Payton could hardly believe his ears. A humble kid? Not one to engage in trash talk. Payton nearly choked. He chuckled softly, his expression serious as he said, "Trust me, he can throw shade better than Larry Bird." Meanwhile, the press conference for the Warriors was lighthearted and jovial. Coach Eric, was your final play designed for Zhang You to execute a last-second alley-oop like last time with Michael Pietrus? The reporters remarked, "You were indeed fortunate. Zhang Yu's pass miraculously banked in." However, on a side note, if that had been a pass, time would have certainly run out. After posing the question, the journalist proceeded to analyze the situation, prompting laughter among the gathered media. Indeed, the Warriors narrowly escaped, securing a fortunate 3-game winning streak. They almost found themselves with a record of 1 win and 2 losses, which would have been more fitting for a team of their caliber. Hearing the reporter's comments, Musselman rubbed his hands across his face, inadvertently wiping the sweat from his brow. That was a close call. The final strategy he had arranged was indeed for Zhang You to pass, or for Richardson to finish. It seemed they were on the verge of losing. Yet Zhang Yu's seemingly errant pass unexpectedly found its mark. Did he have to concede? No, he absolutely would not admit that Zhang Yu's pass was a mistake. With this thought, Coach Eric Musselman flashed a confident smile and declared, "No, I specifically instructed Zhang You to secure the victory." "What?" exclaimed the reporters in disbelief. "Coach Eric, you must be joking. Zhang didn't even take a shot." They were astonished, unable to fathom that this was the game-winning strategy from Coach Eric. Surely, Zhang could not possess such 3-point capability or tactical significance. "Listen, I don't care what you think." Upon hearing Coach Musselman's assertive reply, the reporters exchanged glances. It was evidently a miscalculated pass, yet Musselman staunchly defended his protege. With such a fiercely protective coach, how could the players not strive and give their all? The journalists suddenly understood. This was the essence of the Warriors' resilience. Their victory was not solely a matter of fortune. As the ancient saying goes, "A gentleman treats me with the honor of a national hero. How could I not die for him?" With a coach who wholeheartedly believes in his players' abilities and unconditionally supports his beloved disciples, how could one not strive for excellence? Coach Eric truly loves his students as if they were his own children. Upon reflecting on this, the female reporter Alice was moved to the point of shedding tears, exclaiming, "Coach Eric, you are indeed a magnificent and exemplary coach." The reporter, with a sparkle in her eyes, was increasingly enamored by Coach Eric's charismatic persona. At this moment, Mourinho offered no further explanation, his gaze directed toward the horizon. Without a doubt, his aura was striking. The new season had just commenced, and we must reveal to everyone a completely transformed Warriors team. Even if we were to face defeat, let us fall atop the corpses of our adversaries. Hearing such a bold proclamation, the female reporters were overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing freely for this impassioned young coach, Musselman. They felt as if they were basking under the scorching sun on a Hawaiian beach, ignited with fervor, longing to strip down and cool off in the sand. On November 3, 2003, A Monday, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the sports news segment aired punctually. In the recently concluded NBA 2003 to 2004 regular season, the Chinese player Zhang Yu's Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 86 to 85, thanks to Zhang Yu's game-winning shot with just 3.2 seconds left. Many sports enthusiasts remained glued to their television screens, eyes unblinking. Fans who had been occupied with work and school during the day were captivated by the ferocious dunks of the Chinese beast and the ferocity of the shark, Shaquille O'Neal, as well as the brutal matchup with the mailman, Karl Malone, which stirred their blood. Particularly exhilarating was the moment when Zhang You executed a game-winning shot over the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, igniting a wave of adrenaline. Recently, the sports news segment had prepared an exhilarating basketball feature, and the commentators' fervor surpassed even that of the live audience. All right, let us enjoy today's game. While dunks may be commonplace, it is the exquisite passes that reveal true basketball intelligence. Watch as Zhang You discreetly assists the dunk king, Richardson, for another soaring leap. In the second play, the madman Nick intercepts the Black Mamba, connecting with the Chinese beast, Zhang You, who takes off from the free throw line for a thunderous dunk. The mailman is off duty this weekend. Even in the direst circumstances, Zhang You never forgets to embody the spirit of perseverance. His desperate bank shot three-pointer enveloped in the glow of victory. Let us witness what it truly means to reign supreme. This year, the majority of Chinese basketball fans have only been able to watch the games of Yao Ming from the Rockets on the sports channel. In comparison, Yao's style of play is much more subdued than that of the Shark and Zhang You. He often concludes his plays with exquisite shooting and graceful hooks, showcasing a completely different style of play from the new generation of towering giants in the Huaxiao basketball realm. Although he does not possess the exaggerated height of Yao Ming at 2.23 meters, his static and dynamic talents are truly astonishing. He may not possess the remarkable shooting touch and post-up capabilities of Yao Ming, yet his tenacious rebounding, shot-blocking prowess, and exhilarating aerial displays, coupled with his dazzling passing skills, are simply irresistible. Even though there are few captivating highlights of Zhang You available online, both American and Chinese basketball enthusiasts have encountered his profiles and technical analyses in newspapers, sports news, and various sports magazines. The latest issue of a domestic sports magazine features Zhang You on its cover, showcasing him in a one-handed ball grab. Furthermore, the American Sports Illustrated has immortalized a classic image of Zhang You executing a powerful dunk. He is now the second high school draft player to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated, following LeBron James, who was dubbed the Chosen One. The cover's theme proclaims the arrival of a Chinese basketball prodigy. Zhang You has created a tremendous stir within both domestic and international Chinese communities. His soaring popularity reached new heights for yet another reason. On November 4th, the NBA officially announced the Rookie of the Week honors for the Eastern and Western Conferences. Rashard Lewis of the Seattle Supersonics earned the Eastern Conference accolade with an impressive average of 37.5 points, 6 rebounds, and 3.5 assists. Meanwhile, the Western Conference award, as anticipated by commentator Mike Breen, went to Zhang You, who averaged 21 points, 14.5 rebounds, 11.5 assists, and 2.5 blocks. Perhaps it was his relentless performance that led to a clutch victory over the F4 Lakers, enabling him to surpass Baron Davis, who had played one more game, and thereby securing his first Rookie of the Week honor. This achievement also made Zhang You the second player since rookie Shaquille O'Neal to receive the honor in his debut week. It is noteworthy that O'Neal stood at an imposing height of 2.16 meters with a wingspan of 2.34 meters, showcasing immense strength. In his inaugural game, O'Neal recorded 12 points, 18 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while averaging 25 points and 16.7 rebounds in his first week. There is a saying that one should choose between Jordan and Shaq by the 2003 to 2004 season. O'Neal had already played 11 seasons and remained a formidable force at the tail end of his prime. Winning games and earning the Rookie of the Week title has allowed Zhang You to experience a taste of success that even the top pick, LeBron James, has yet to savor. Simultaneously, he has accomplished a wellness-related task, enabling him to immerse himself in training throughout the day, rejuvenated by a cup of goji berry-infused water. This not only proves beneficial during training but also enhances his performance in back-to-back games. Opening the system panel reveals, name, Zhang You speed, 98 strength, 99 jumping, 97 stamina, 100 mid-range shooting, 78 rebounding, 78 long-range shooting, 72 passing, 94 driving, 78 ball handling, 91 interior defense, 83 perimeter defense, 75 skill set, advanced dunking skill of Stephen Curry, advanced passing skill of Jason Williams, advanced passing skill of Nikola Jokic, intermediate rebounding instinct of Dennis Rodman talent, goji berry wellness long-term task, Golden State Dunk King development plan, completion, 11, though his growth may not be rapid. Zhang You is making steady progress. Team victories remain paramount. The coaching staff and team are particularly attentive to his development, striving to address any shortcomings. Zhang, your talent is unmistakable and your passing is commendable. However, you average 3.5 turnovers per game, including 6 against the Lakers. At times, You must exercise more caution with your passes. The coaching staff's statistical analysis resonates with Zhang You. He has only acquired the passing skills of the stars, while his court vision and core awareness remain at a level typical of his own position as a point guard, which accounts for his relatively high number of errors. Fortunately, he possesses the mindset of a point guard and demonstrates a quick comprehension of tactics. He needs to integrate technology into his consciousness. Zhang, listen. As an organizer of the team, you must possess not only exceptional passing skills but also a profound understanding of both your opponents and teammates. General Manager Chris Mullen is consciously guiding Zhang You. Stockton, my former teammate on Dream Team, is a remarkable organizer. When he passes, he pays attention to which teammates are in form and who is full of energy, even thoroughly studying the opponents. Of course, there are many nuances to consider. This is what makes your passing more threatening. Zhang You listens patiently, nodding. He realizes he should not be complacent. Not to mention that even the highest-rated passer has shortcomings. There is still significant room for improvement in his shooting and driving skills. However, he is only 18 years old, still just a child. The team now regards him as a court engine even more powerful than the #1 position of Van Exel. As long as he can help the team win, Zhang You gladly accepts this role. It is worth noting that during the 1960 to 1966 seasons, Wilt Chamberlain won the scoring title 7 times, but never tasted championship glory. It wasn't until 1967, when he transformed into a playmaker, that he secured a championship and regular season MVP. Thus, in his second season, the old Zhang garnered incredible assists and claimed the assist title for the 1968 season. He is passionately devoted to breaking records, often taking breaks to approach the technical bench and check how many assists he has accumulated. However, after achieving the title of assist leader without securing a championship, Lao Zhang reverted to a more all-encompassing playing style. It seems that sometimes, in basketball, one cannot adopt an extreme approach. Moderation is key. Ding. Task initiated, born to win. Although the system provides every possible avenue for enhancement, you are a natural-born champion, and failure is not an option. Even Zhuang Zhou would commend this. Along with the reward of the star skill package featuring Julius Erving's extraordinary layup technique, advanced. It is posited that if there could only be one Erving in the basketball realm, it would undoubtedly be Julius Erving, for divine beings are beyond our discussions. Amidst the external commotion, Zhang You remained unfazed. After training, he even invited Richardson to drive him home. With Zhang Yu's newfound fame and fortune, his mother's small shop was in the process of expansion. The two took the opportunity to visit his mother's shop in San Francisco, indulging in the nostalgic joys of the Little Tyrant gaming console. The moment the gaming console was powered on, a frenzy ensued. What in the world? Why are you hitting me too? Hey, buddy, this is blood basketball. Just pick up items and mercilessly attack your opponents. Oh. And don't forget to dismantle your own hoop to prevent them from scoring. Zhang You instructed the clumsy Richardson on how to play. Stephen Curry also arrived, clamoring to perform the meteor dunk featured in blood basketball. Before long, a knocking sound echoed through the room. Knocking, knocking. Zhang Yu opened the door to find his breathless black friend leaning against the door, gulping down water. Mr. Richpaul, how did you find me here? Oh, my apologies. I was engrossed in gaming and completely forgot that we were supposed to discuss business. Zhang Yu inwardly lamented the lapse in memory due to his gaming distraction. Yet he maintained a faint smile. Paul's astonishment was palpable as he gazed at the composed face of this young man from Huaxia, taken aback by his composure. Did he truly not realize the significance of the moment? He exhibits an astonishing level of composure, does he not? This is by no means the behavior one would expect from a child. The effect he seeks to create is already sufficient. His popularity is on the verge of exploding. Is he not satisfied with this? Hiss. Isn't his arrangement rather grand? Gazing upon the refined and youthful visage of the young man, Paul found himself at a loss for words. With a business worth tens of millions of dollars at stake, what are you doing? Excitement, joy, exhilaration? He exhibited no discernible expression. Observe the dismal little shop he occupies, where he engages with childish gaming consoles, surrounded by a clutter of slam dunk manga. One might mistakenly believe him to be a mere child of 18, innocent and naive. Yet, the intricacies of his planning are utterly astonishing. According to his sources, several companies in the United States, coveting the Chinese market, have already presented him with contracts that align with the draft order. But what of Zhang Yu? He disregards Nike entirely. Pray tell, you are merely a sinner. Sinners have never been able to peddle shoes. Moreover, who can ascertain whether you are a genuine talent? In 1992, Reebok signed the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal, only for the partnership to dissolve later, leading Shaq to establish his own dunk brand. Do you aspire to stand alongside the shark? Initially, Rich Paul perceived Zhang Yu as ambitious yet lacking in substance. However, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed the depth of Zhang Yu's cunning and strategic prowess. He possesses an overabundance of confidence in his own abilities. Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but during the Lakers match, he orchestrated a remarkable comeback narrative. At this pivotal moment broadcasted live across the nation, he successfully captured the attention of the audience. He stoops to feigning injury to extract tears from gullible fans, even staging a heroic solo effort to secure victory. This is a blend of skill and fortune. Do you believe that this is the end? Not at all. After the match concluded, the media and various brands eager for his endorsement went into a frenzy. Yet, where is he? Quietly training and returning home to indulge in video games. Let the dust settle for a while longer. Does he truly remain oblivious to the affairs of the world? Ricky Paul once believed that his client was a fool. What nonsense is this? I am the emperor. And yet it is the eunuch who is anxious. However, it was not until Tuesday that he realized the magnitude of his error, an egregious mistake indeed. He astonishingly remains composed and continues to wait. He is eagerly anticipating the honor of being named the Rookie of the Week in his inaugural season. Following in the footsteps of Shaquille O'Neal, Paul watches in astonishment as his shoe manufacturer repeatedly raises their contract offer. In contrast to LeBron's straightforward and lucrative shoe endorsement deals, Zhang Yu's approach resembles that of a cunning merchant, methodical and gradual, akin to a frog slowly being boiled. He feels an overwhelming sense of numbness. As an up-and-coming talent yet to achieve recognition, he is often dismissed by the industry elites. Rich Paul perceives in Zhang You the key to ascending to success: meticulous planning, strategic positioning, and bold actions. The question remains, which shoe company will Zhang You ultimately choose? Zhang You examines the proposal presented by Paul. His phone has been incessantly ringing over the past few days. To minimize distractions during training, he has entrusted all matters to Rich Paul, especially since he currently has only one client. Reviewing the proposal, Reebok offers 7 years for $7 million, Nike proposes 7 years for $100 million, and Adidas presents 5 years for $5 million. Additionally, prominent domestic brands such as Li-Ning, and Ta, and Peak have also extended generous offers. Choosing Nike seems prudent. They maintain a favorable partnership with LeBron and their offer is exceedingly generous. This is the advice given by Rich Paul. He believes that Zhang You has no reason to overlook Nike. The thought of earning his first substantial income in his career excites Paul as well, especially considering Zhang Yu's remarkable performance. His sneaker contract price astonishingly surged from a typical annual sum of 100 to an extraordinary tenfold increase. It is truly terrifying. Yet, Zhang You maintained an air of calmness as he meticulously reviewed the contracts in Rich Paul's hands. Ultimately, he selected 2. Let us go with these, he declared. Upon seeing the contracts, Rich Paul's eyes widened in disbelief. Ta offered a 3-year deal worth $3,000, while Libo proposed $1,500 for the same duration. What on earth? Both are domestic brands, and carbonated beverages, no less. This hardly aligns with Zhang Yu's burgeoning status as a world-class superstar. Is he out of his mind? Rich Paul shook his head in disbelief, incredulous at the notion of foregoing lucrative opportunities. Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. His choice of these 2 brands was rooted in nostalgia, as during his academic years, his mother's friends from China would occasionally bring these products for him. Although he resided in a foreign land, his mother insisted that using domestic goods would instill a sense of belonging. The offers were indeed substantial. His professional career had just begun, and endorsement opportunities were plentiful. Reflecting on this, Zhang You recalled a recent news article and calmly told Paul, some matters should not be judged superficially. Paul appeared utterly bewildered, while Zhang You solemnly elucidated the truth. My commercial value is significantly tied to the support of Chinese and Asian fans. According to credible sources, Ta Sports will commence sponsorship of the Chinese Men's Basketball Professional League next year. Thus, the brands I endorse will be linked with the domestic league. Furthermore, I do not require contracts of excessive duration. In the future, when my influence expands, I could establish my own brand, much like Jordan or O'Neal. Nike may not be as formidable as it seems. I might even overshadow it. After all, Wilt Chamberlain thrived in canvas shoes. One cannot blame the footwear for poor performance. Zhang Yu's words sent a shiver down Rich Paul's spine. A flash of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He had learned it. Rich Paul was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing. He embraced his client, his life mentor. Zhang, you truly are a genius in the realm of business. His strategy has even extended several years into the future. It is profoundly far-reaching. Rich Paul was practically in awe. Even after parting ways, Rich Paul could hardly believe that his first client was so formidable. What sport should he play? He would be better suited as a businessman and mastermind. Richardson and Curry were equally taken aback by the conversation unfolding between the two. Although Richardson had earnings from his sneaker contract, it paled in comparison. This season's salary amounted to merely $279. Richardson was flabbergasted. This young prodigy from China, for years his junior, was truly remarkable. Zhang, you are indeed a formidable individual. Richardson's expression was completely contorted. Curry was also left speechless. Zhang You held a gaming controller in his hand, yet he was unaware that while playing, he had negotiated a deal worth millions. At this thought, Richardson delivered a sharp critique to Stephen Curry. What are we doing playing games? We should be practicing basketball. Curry, equally astonished, did not argue back. Zhang You observed the dazed expression on Curry's face and playfully tapped his forehead. Silly brother. Zhang You chuckled. I merely wish to earn money to pamper my mother, to buy her clothing, style her hair, and allow her to indulge in her passions. Just as she did for me in the past. When she says, that's wonderful, I'm glad I didn't raise you for nothing. That would bring me immense satisfaction. As Zhang You uttered these words, Zhang Sini happened to pause at the doorway, overhearing him. That cheeky boy. During the 2-day rest for the Warriors, the NBA continued with over 10 thrilling matches. The beloved Rockets, featuring the great Yao Ming, performed admirably, triumphing over the Bulls and the Nets in back-to-back games. Yao's consistent performance and Francis's dazzling plays brought joy to every fan, as victories filled the air with happiness. On November 2nd, the Lakers, who suffered a home defeat, experienced a remarkable resurgence on November 4th. Kobe Bryant exploded with 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Shaquille O'Neal contributed 23 points and 14 rebounds. Malone achieved a double-double, and 6 players scored in double figures, mercilessly dominating the Milwaukee Bucks on their home turf. If it weren't for the unbelievably fortunate Warriors, the Lakers would undoubtedly be sitting atop the Western Conference. Legendary journalist Dirk, following the game, inquired of Malone, "With both the Warriors and Timberwolves on 3-game winning streaks, do you believe the team that handed you your first defeat this season, the Warriors, will overcome the Hawks tomorrow?" Malone cast a sidelong glance at Dirk, refraining from providing a definitive answer. He remarked softly, "I hope that by the end of the season, the Warriors will have the opportunity to challenge us for the 8th position in the West. Additionally, I wish that the young talents from Huaxia could have a close encounter with me and Rodman." Perhaps the fierce clashes during the preseason and regular season have left Malone feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He unexpectedly called out to Zhang You, suggesting that he should engage in an e-fight reminiscent of Rodman's encounters. It is well known that in the consecutive seasons of 97 and 98, the Utah Jazz, hailing from Salt Lake City, met their demise on the grand stage of the finals. Malone and Rodman frequently clashed fiercely on the court, yet they chose to challenge each other during the off-season. While their e-fight may appear to be a brutal exchange, its impact is undeniably less formidable compared to other combat sports, leading to the conclusion that their antics might be viewed as mere theatrics. Upon hearing that Malone had issued a challenge to the revered Chinese beast, Rodman gleefully fanned the flames with the media, suggesting that perhaps Malone would retire next season if he fails to secure a championship, thus resorting to such gimmicks to capture public attention, ultimately for the purpose of earning a living. On November 5th, local time in the beautiful nation, at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, a match unfolded at the Oakland Center, where the Atlanta Hawks faced off against the Warriors. The players were still warming up as commentator Roy, with a broad smile, engaged in conversation with TNT's special guest analyst, the renowned Charles Barkley, about the refreshing aura brought by the Warriors in this new season. "Charles, behold our vibrant home crowd. It's so loud it's almost deafening. They are all here to support the Chinese beast, the Eastern magician." Barkley exaggeratedly covered his ears. The crowd erupted in chants of Zhang You. "Zhang You, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice." This song, reportedly composed by a mainland Chinese internet singer in honor of Zhang Yu, resonated through the arena. A multitude of Chinese fans were in attendance, causing Barkley to feel overwhelmed. "It's unbearable. The decibel level is truly distressing. Yes, you've indeed played some commendable matches." However, after the Lakers dispatched the Milwaukee Bucks yesterday, Karl Malone boldly predicted the Warriors' season ranking during a press interview. He forecasted that the Warriors would finish 8th in the West while the Lakers would claim the top spot. Tim Roy chuckled heartily. "Regardless, tonight we may very well achieve our 4th consecutive victory." Malone's prediction aligns with the forecasts of many industry experts. They believe that the Golden State Warriors' initial 3 consecutive victories stem from a blend of fortunate circumstances. Besides the well-known strokes of luck that led to miraculous last-minute passes in 2 of those games, another significant factor is the league's scheduling, which has been particularly favorable for the Warriors. This month, the Warriors have a multitude of home games, while their away match against the Lakers is conveniently close in Los Angeles, eliminating the burden of lengthy travel. The schedule throughout November appears relatively relaxed. However, come December, they will face a grueling stretch of away games. Their back-to-back triumph over the formidable Los Angeles Lakers has undoubtedly invigorated the team's morale. Indeed, in the NBA, even the weakest teams possess the potential to topple the top contenders. "Charles, are you still interested in discussing the prowess of our Chinese players?" Roy jestingly inquired. It is widely known that due to Yao Ming's wager, Barkley and the infamous donkey but have been entwined in an unavoidable narrative. Upon hearing this, Barkley chuckled. "No, I'd much rather discuss the color of your underwear. But in all seriousness, I truly detest a big man who indulges in erratic passing. If he doesn't mind, I could teach him how to use that ample backside, though I must charge a fee for my expertise." As the two engaged in playful banter, the game commenced. The Hawks fielded a starting lineup comprising Jason Terry, Dean Glover, Steven Jackson, Sharif Abdurrahim, and Theo Ratliff. The Warriors made slight adjustments, allowing the previously injured Robinson to come off the bench, with the starting 5 consisting of Van Exel, Richardson, Dunleavy, Channing, and Zhang You. In contrast to the Warriors' serendipitous 3-game winning streak, the Hawks faced an unfortunate start, having secured victory in only one of their first 4 regular season matches. Nonetheless, it remains true that there are no absolute weak teams in the NBA. While the Hawks may lack depth in their roster, they refuse to succumb easily. On November 3rd, they triumphed over the streaking New Orleans Hornets. Now, facing another team on a 3-game winning streak, they are undeterred and aim for their own consecutive win. Every NBA player, whether a superstar or an underdog, carries a unique story. The moment they step onto the court, surrender is not an option. Zhang You faced off against Ratliff in the jump ball, who had reached the finals alongside Iverson in the 2000-2001 season and was the league's leading shot blocker. Even though he missed the entirety of the 2001-2002 season due to injury, he still managed to average 3.2 blocks per game the previous season, earning the title of shot blocking champion. With a resounding thud, Zhang You, with his height and reach, maintained an undeniable advantage during the jump ball. He effortlessly passed the ball to Nick. The pressure he faces in the paint this time is no less than in the previous game. One is the king of blocks, and the other is the third overall pick of the iconic 1996 draft class. I believe Barkley on the commentary desk has yet to finish his thoughts. Zhang Yu received a low post pass from Dunleavy, swiftly spun past Ratliff, and followed it with a powerful two-handed slam. Boom. His sudden turn caused Trelaf's steps to falter slightly. His shot-blocking ability can be described as among the very best. However, the sudden burst of acceleration caught Trelav off guard. This individual's ball-handling skills, agility, and strength are no less impressive than those of a prime Shaquille O'Neal. Although Trelav was astonished, he felt no fear. After all these years, he has weathered countless storms. How could the illustrious shot-blocking king be intimidated by a mere youth who has just come of age? Following the shift from defense to offense, Raheem of the Hawks ventured into the paint, opting to overpower Cheney. Boom. He showcased his prowess against Cheney with a decisive step, executing a powerful one-handed dunk. The initial 2 points of the game, both scored by interior players, underscored the combative nature of this match. The Hawks, evidently unwilling to succumb to another consecutive defeat, vowed to reclaim their dignity. The Warriors, methodically, allowed Zhang Yu to orchestrate their offense. On the offensive end, after receiving the ball in the low post, Zhang Yu's teammates commenced their tactical maneuvers. Here it comes. Grasping the ball with one hand, Zhang Yu directed his teammates into action. Once Richardson maneuvered into position, Zhang feigned a shot and delivered a precise bounce pass. Richardson effortlessly received the ball. The reigning dunk champion was poised for a reverse dunk. Wham! A colossal hand emerged. With immense force, the ball was swatted out of bounds. It was Trelav. He would not permit Richardson an easy dunk for 2 points. As the guardian of the paint, he vehemently disagreed. Following this emphatic rejection, Trelav arrogantly nodded, affirming his dominance. He shouted furiously at Richardson, "Are you back again? Is this place unguarded?" Richardson's already dark face grew even darker, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Zhang Yu subsequently passed the ball to Richardson again from the baseline. Back again. Richardson, having received the ball, still intended to attack. Talari's eyes sparkled with interest. Was this not an opportunity for me to gather data? However, the reigning block champion did not leap into action hastily. Instead, he keenly observed Richardson's next move. As expected, the dunk champion faltered when confronted by the block king. He passed the ball back to Zhang Yu with deft precision. Richardson may have faltered, but he did not. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Yu slammed it fiercely onto the floor, channeling his strength through his shoulders. Trelav was completely overpowered in the paint, nearly stumbling to the ground. This confrontation evoked memories of the fierce battles of the 90s, reminiscent of the era of pure physicality and brutal collisions. The referee remained resolutely silent. It was open. Zhang Yu was poised to unleash a powerful dunk. The Warriors fans responded in unison, arms outstretched in anticipation. Zhang Yu assumed a leaping posture. It appeared to be a thunderous reverse dunk. Raheem would not allow him to score so effortlessly. He leaped forward, aiming to swat the ball away from Zhang Yu. As Raheem launched himself towards Zhang Yu, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh, what a spectacle! With his back to the basket, Zhang Yu arched his body midair, gripping the ball as he prepared to slam it down behind his head. Thud. The ball was deftly caught by Cheney in the opposite corner, who stepped forward and leaped into the air, facing an unguarded hoop. Like a spring, Cheney soared upwards. Boom. Two-handed slam. Meanwhile, Raheem, attempting to block Zhang Yu's reverse dunk, could no longer control his own momentum. Weighing over 200 pounds, he crashed into Zhang Yu's body. Teacher Su, observing from the sidelines, squinted in disbelief. Oh dear. Zhang Yu's pass was astonishing. He was beset from both front and back. Ruthless. Brutal. The Hawks' interior defense was in disarray. In this single play, Zhang Yu had dismantled 2 of the Hawks' formidable big men. He first nearly toppled Latrieve, then skillfully faked out Raheem. The entire world anticipated a dunk from Zhang Yu, but in that split second, he managed to pass. A powerful behind-the-back bounce pass. The speed and accuracy of the pass were impeccable, allowing Cheney to effortlessly dunk the ball after its rebound. Beep. Zhang Yu, hunched over and bearing the weight of Raheem like a heavy bomb, crashed to the floor almost simultaneously with his opponent. Boom. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. The cameraman in the corner nearly mistook the incident for a minor earthquake. It was nothing short of a wrestling match. As a player from the 90s, Raheem displayed a relative gentleness. Even in his fall, he was concerned about the potential harm to the younger player, fearing he might inadvertently crush him. This play not only cost the Hawks 2 points, but the Warriors also earned a foul shot, always opting for a smooth score rather than a hard-fought one. Zhang Yu demonstrated his prowess. I can only rate that pass a 9. Onward. The fervent battle in the paint thrilled the Warriors fans in attendance. Zhang Yu's beastly physique seemed as solid as reinforced steel. He masterfully executes fluid team basketball while simultaneously transforming into a steadfast support, ready to invigorate his team as the situation demands. In the first quarter, the Hawks appeared intent on utilizing their two exceptional interior players to contain Zhang You and seize control of the paint. However, their efforts seemed somewhat ineffective. Zhang Yu, seemingly unperturbed by fatigue, immersed himself completely in both offense and defense. Once again, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. As Qian and I delivered the ball from the baseline to Zhang Yu, he took one step, then another, even leisurely glancing at the ball. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his small hand, the basketball traced a splendid arc through the air. In that moment, even the commentator Yang Jian, who was narrating the game, was swept away in exuberant exclamation. Behold, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky of Oakland. Zhang Yu, the quarterback, delivered yet another pass. Having practiced this synergy with his teammates countless times on the training ground, now executing it with remarkable ease, the exuberant Van Exel, already in sync, sprinted to the front court to receive the ball, pressing the accelerator to the floor. It was a one-on-one situation, confronted by the diminutive guard Dean Glover. The audacious Nick, upon initiating his move, executed a mesmerizing behind-the-back maneuver. Unlike the playful antics favored by ordinary basketball enthusiasts, this move was performed by the extraordinary Nick. Before Dean Glover could even extend his hand, Nick deftly banked the ball off the glass and scored. Once again, Zhang Yu's precise guidance illuminated the court. Steady now. Remain composed. With his headband in place, Jason Terry resolved to step up. Indeed, the Warriors' number 15 proved to be quite a formidable opponent. He is now the offensive engine of the Warriors. Yet, the Hawks are not to be underestimated, as their lineup boasts some notable figures. Apart from Dean Glover, who has a somewhat subdued presence, the other starters are well-known names in the league. Since the Warriors' rapid-fire offense is difficult to contain, let us engage in a fierce showdown. Let's embrace the madness together. Last season, Jason Terry averaged 17.2 points per game and ranked 7th in the league with an average of 7 for assists. Moreover, he sank 193 pointers, also placing him 7th in the league. His prowess is evident. Steven, he called out to Steven Jackson, the man nicknamed Captain Jack, who found an open spot through a simple off-ball screen and a crossover maneuver. Swish. Terry may not possess exceptional athleticism, yet whenever there is a sliver of space, he seizes the opportunity. He pierced the Warriors' net with his precise three-point shots. In previous matches, he consistently collaborated with Jackson to score 30 to 40 points each night, while also providing substantial defensive support to the team. He is now the undisputed commander on the field for this team. However, at times, he prefers to assume the role of the scorer rather than orchestrating the team's play. When matched up against the renowned dunking king Richardson, he shows no hesitation. With a resounding clap, just as the Warriors stretched their lead to 20 to 15, Terry made a defensive steal from Richardson and surged forward with the ball, akin to a jet in full flight. Boom. He responded to the Warriors' formidable strength with a swift two-handed dunk. After executing a magnificent dunk, he followed it with a pull-up, passionately shouting to his teammates, "The Hawks will never surrender." Regarding Terry's exceptional performance during this period, commentator Tim Roy remarked, "Jason Terry has 10 siblings, and he is the second eldest among them, each sibling born of 4 different fathers. Throughout most of his childhood and adolescence, he assumed the role of the family's cornerstone, responsible for changing diapers and embodying a temporary maternal figure. Thus, we witness in Terry a fervent desire for victory on the court, as he is always prepared to shoulder the responsibilities on both offensive and defensive fronts." In the first and second quarters, both teams played with exuberance while their energy levels were high. The interior led by Razum and Ratliff proved to be far from fragile. As the third overall pick of the illustrious 1996 draft class, even though Razum's defense may draw criticism, his offensive prowess is undeniably formidable. He exhibited remarkable agility. It was inconceivable for Zhang Yu to single-handedly contend against 2 formidable interior players. At this juncture, as Treyliv devotedly shielded Zhang Yu, his nimble footwork allowed him to effortlessly outmaneuver Qian and I and score with grace. Razum, not particularly tall or robust, relied solely on his technical prowess and finesse to excel. This fact left Zhang Yu both intrigued and envious. In the NBA, if one lacks exceptional physical attributes, one must master a few unique skills. As one of the finest power forwards of his era, Razum wielded his signature one-handed turnaround shot with aplomb, reminiscent of the legendary skyhook. Alas, Qian and I, lacking the resilience and valor displayed against the Lakers, was thoroughly outmatched by Razum in the paint. During the brief respite Zhang Yu took while Qian and I partnered with Robinson, the Warriors' interior defense suffered yet another devastating blow. Even Barkley shook his head in disbelief, remarking that it seemed the Warriors' frontcourt would have to rely on the diminutive monster from Huaxia this season. Indeed, not only Barkley but also the fans could discern this reality. Although Uncle Robinson remained a formidable presence, known for his durability, his advancing age inclined him towards the perimeter for shooting. Standing at merely 2.01 meters and weighing less than 190 pounds, Qian and I struggled to hold his ground against the dominant interior players, barely managing to keep up as a power forward. By the end of the first half, the Warriors, who had initially held a 10-point lead, found themselves pursued relentlessly by the Hawks. They merely held a slender 5-point lead of 53-48. As the second half commenced, Captain Jack executed a swift maneuver, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer in the face of Dunleavy. Swish. With a flick of his wrist, he exhaled, a palpable intensity enveloping the atmosphere. The Hawks closed the gap to 2 points. Beep. The Warriors could no longer contain their excitement. The mythical creature of Huaxia was about to be unleashed. The coach signaled for him to prepare. Zhang You leisurely rose from the bench, cradling a thermos, and took a long, satisfying gulp. In that moment, he resembled a venerable elder, rising at a languid pace. Goodness. As you got back on the court, he barely had 3 minutes of rest during the rotation. One must be cautious of potential injuries. Both the fans waving banners for Zhang You in the stands and those watching at home were filled with apprehension. After all, it is well known that athletes from Huaxia are prone to injuries. Assistant coach D'Antoni shared some of that concern. Eric, you need never worry about Zhang. He possesses boundless energy. Coach Musselman maintained an unperturbed demeanor. D'Antoni nodded, understanding. Musselman knows Zhang You far better than himself. He held a profound belief in Zhang Yu's abilities. Upon this realization, a twinge of guilt washed over him. Coach Musselman had imparted the lesson that one must possess a thorough understanding and unwavering trust in their players. However, it seemed that Musselman was merely putting on a fade. There was no alternative. If Zhang You did not take the court, he felt utterly adrift. Latif, who had not rested for long, was taken aback to see Zhang You preparing to enter the game once more. Taking a deep breath, Latif steeled himself, ready to heed the coach's call, fearing he would have to face Zhang You again. This is unbearable. Can't you take a moment to rest? Sure enough. The coach called his name next. Theo, you're up. Latif stretched and warmed up, giving himself a motivational pat on the chest as he readied himself to return to the fray. After all, the 3-meter-tall rookie center, Boris Diop, stood little chance against Zhang You without facing a disastrous outcome. It must be said that Zhang Yu's impact upon entering the game was immediate and striking. As long as he is present on the court, he emanates vitality. Initially, Zhang Yu's integration of Zhang Dashui's endurance capabilities is already formidable. Coupled with his innate talent for health rejuvenation through goji berries, this empowers him with remarkable stamina on the NBA stage. Even the Iron Man, Uncle Robinson, upon witnessing Zhang Yu's performance, remarked, "Even I, a freak of nature, find you extraordinarily exceptional." Born in 1973, Theo Ratliff is a generation older than Zhang Yu, and he finds himself thoroughly overpowered by Zhang Yu's stamina. Moreover, Zhang Yu possesses the advantage of rapid recovery through goji berry tea infusion. His physical recovery surpasses that of others with alarming speed, more terrifying than a mere 2-hour phone call. To Ratliff, Zhang Yu resembles a colossal bear, oblivious to fatigue. How astonishing. What an extraordinary physique he possesses. How is it that he can sprint at full speed? Ratliff has not even witnessed Zhang Yu break a sweat. Huffing and puffing, Ratliff is already gasping heavily. He failed to keep up, as Zhang Yu skillfully maneuvered past him in the midfield, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Is he about to dunk? Barkley raised his voice. Oh no, he opted for a layup. Zhang Yu glanced back and saw no defenders in sight. Thus, choosing to play it safe, he leisurely placed the ball into the hoop. Barkley chuckled. This kid has toyed with me. Indeed, the current league is rather soft. Centers no longer dunk. They merely play conservatively, akin to Shaquille O'Neal in his twilight years. Following the transition, Ratliff also received the ball in the low post. He not only covers a vast defensive area but also possesses a keen sense of anticipation. Similarly, his offensive prowess surpasses that of his counterpart, with impressive skills in both turnaround hooks and jump shots. In this particular play, he skillfully maneuvered through a pick and roll with his teammate, leaving Zhang Yu trailing behind. It was time for a backdoor cut. After a decisive step, Latrieve soared from the restricted area. He gripped the ball tightly with both hands and soared towards the hoop, determined to make a powerful statement with this shot. He roared, venting his dissatisfaction. Just as this furious blow was about to land, a resounding boom echoed through the air. With a deafening crack, the obstructed Zhang Yu exerted all his strength to break free from the grasp of Captain Jack. After shaking off Jackson, he took off right behind Ratliff. A powerful slam dunk. He deftly swatted the ball held by Ratliff, sending it soaring off the rim. Meanwhile, Ratliff's immense strength rendered his hands futile in a solitary attempt at a dunk. The rebounding ball descended vertically, poised to touch the ground. After a moment of bewilderment, Ratliff swiftly regained his composure, ready to seize the opportunity for a second-chance offensive play. He held a positional advantage at the front, yet behind him, Zhang Yu's speed surpassed his own, complemented by a greater height and wingspan. With a decisive thud, Zhang Yu snatched the rebound right off Ratliff's back, securing the defensive board. In the process, Ratliff was propelled out of bounds by Zhang Yu's forceful shove. My goodness, what did I just witness? He managed to block the league's leading shot blocker in this play. Not only that, but he also robustly protected the rebound from behind. Now, he initiated a fast break. Amidst the astonishment of the audience, Zhang Yu swiftly launched a defensive counterattack. The fast break unfolded with a 5-on for advantage. Zhang Yu's gaze fixated on Richardson on the left. as he deftly directed the ball to Dunleavy in the right corner. Was this yet another no-look pass? Steven Jackson believed he had deciphered the play. He attempted to intercept Dunleavy's pass mid-flight. However, with a snap, like a street ball maneuver, he dribbled the ball once, letting it bounce back up. And with a flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball straight to Richardson. A celestial guide. Swish. Richardson's three-pointer from the corner found the net. Tonight, his three-point shooting percentage reached 60, with 2 of those assists coming from Zhang You. Their synergy has grown increasingly harmonious. The third quarter swiftly concluded, with the Warriors establishing a 12-point lead at 78-64. Following Zhang Yu's entry into the game, the Warriors swiftly quelled the downturn with a breathtaking offensive surge. Even though players like Terry from the Hawks attempted to respond, they were unable to reverse the score, and the gap widened once more. As a rookie who entered the NBA in the 2001-2002 season, the slam dunk champion Richardson showcased his true worth. Although he is yet to become an all-star, he continues to elevate his game each year. Now, he has the finest partner by his side. Tim Roy remarked while presenting their specific statistics. In 3 quarters, Zhang You amassed 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists, along with 2 blocks. Richardson contributed with 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Statistical data indicates that the team's offensive efficiency peaks when the two are on the court together. The Hawks arrived on the warm West Coast buoyed by their recent victory in New Orleans, believing their strength was comparable to that of the Warriors. They too faced the pressing issue of insufficient bench depth and aging players. Yet, they were ultimately mistaken. The debut of the youngest Chinese interior rookie, who achieved a triple-double with over 30 points, left them in a challenging predicament. Despite their thorough study of game footage from the Lakers and Warriors, it proved futile. In the fourth quarter, the Hawks' confidence was again shattered. Lattimore could no longer endure. After a season absent from play, the sudden shift to playoff intensity was overwhelming. Against the Hawks, too, 3-meter backup center Boris Diaw, Zhang You exhibited his fierce prowess on the court to the fullest extent. He showed no mercy whatsoever. During the offensive sequence, Zhang You soared into the air to receive a pass from Clay Skeeton. Diaw was unable to interfere due to a height disadvantage. In desperation, he resorted to subtle maneuvers, attempting to push Zhang You outward after his jump. However, Zhang You maintained his forward momentum, even as he lost his balance in the air. Despite the daunting presence of 1,000 foes ahead, he steadfastly directed his sword towards the heavens. With an impassive expression and an aura of lethal intent, he exhibited a jaw-dropping leap. One hand pressed against Diaw's head, while the other lifted the ball above his head. With a thunderous smash, the basketball was forcefully driven into the hoop. As he descended, Zhang You collided headfirst with Diaw's brow, blood erupting in a vivid display. The foul was called on Diaw, who lay motionless on the ground for a considerable time, suffering from a concussion. The Warriors fans erupted in a fervent roar, witnessing a visceral dunk from the mythical beast of Huaxia. Even Barkley, who often scoffed at the increasing softness of the current league, trembled with excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 90s. This is explosive. Absolutely explosive." Even Barkley could not contain himself, rising with arms outstretched, cradling his head. For Charles Barkley, who experienced the gritty battles of the 90s, where one could easily witness a game alongside a boxing match, the current NBA seemed to be softening. The league even contemplated the unfortunate idea of implementing stricter rules on physical contact next season. Would this not be akin to handing candy to those perimeter players who frequently charge into the paint seeking fouls? Would this be entertaining? The spectators were uncertain. Yet, witnessing Zhang Yu's savage dunk left the fans both exhilarated and apprehensive. Such a brutal slam stirred the passions and ignited the blood. Zhang You triumphed even under the weight of that foul, forcefully completing the dunk. He soared into the air, his momentum crashing into Dior's face. With his defensive maneuvers proving futile, Dior found himself at a disadvantage as Zhang Yu's powerful header struck him, resulting in a fractured brow ridge. He lay on the ground, having fainted at one point. The commentator kept shouting, D. Could it be that he has passed away on the spot? Dio, bloodied and unconscious, prompted the broadcasting station to briefly cut the signal. Fortunately, in the end, Dio gradually regained consciousness and asked, "Where am I?" He experienced a brief episode of amnesia. The Warriors left no opportunities for the Hawks. Zhang Yu's powerful slam dunk seemed to invigorate the team's morale. In the fourth quarter, the Hawks, lacking sufficient bench depth, ultimately succumbed to a crisis of stamina. Their efficiency in both shooting and defense has significantly diminished. In contrast, the Warriors have astonished everyone. Zhang You, seemingly unfazed, continues to battle on the court. He grew increasingly relaxed as the game progressed. Faced with an open mid-range shot, he showed no hesitation. Swish. A rare mid-range attempt does not imply that one will refrain from shooting when given the opportunity. The Warriors extended their lead to 18 points. Unyielding, Captain Jack turned back after a pick-and-roll, seeking to challenge Zhang You. Selected by the Suns as the 14th pick in the second round of the 1997 draft, he was released without having played significant games. However, 3 years later, he made a triumphant return to the NBA, carving out a name for himself. And last season, he celebrated a championship with the Spurs' legendary trio, known as GDP. He undoubtedly possesses his own pride, even if Zhang Yu is exceptionally dominant. He intends to showcase his agility against the towering interior players. Yet, reality has dealt him a harsh blow. This fiery competitor, Jackson, opted for a head-on confrontation without fully bypassing Zhang You. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was far from favorable. Wham! The ball was emphatically swatted out of bounds by Zhang You. He presented Zhang You with tonight's cap. Ratliff sat on the bench, his expression as immovable as stone, observing Zhang You evolve into the guardian of the Warriors' paint this evening. Ordinarily, it should have been Ratliff fulfilling that role. After a dead ball, Zhang You was substituted amidst the cheers of the crowd. The Hawks ultimately surrendered, leading to a flurry of exchange between the rookies. Zhang You amassed an impressive tally of 19 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists, and 5 blocks, filling every category on the stat sheet. Particularly during the latter half of the third quarter and into the fourth, the Hawks' lack of bench depth and waning stamina were brutally exploited by the Warriors. Under Zhang Yu's vigilant defense, their interior seemed fortified by an impenetrable steel wall. Coupled with fatigue in the fourth quarter, the Hawks managed to score a mere 8 points, while the Warriors soared to 22. Ultimately, the Hawks, hoping to ride the momentum from their victory over the Hornets to claim another win against the Warriors, were left to lament their defeat in Oakland. The Warriors triumphed at home with a score of 99-72, marking their 4th consecutive victory. Hawks head coach Terry Stotts gazed incredulously at the Warriors bench. How could a rookie center play for 42 minutes in such a regular season game? I would call it sheer madness. Eric, this fellow, truly seems to disregard the well-being of his players. Ratliff, Razum, and rookie Dio found themselves utterly helpless against this formidable force, perhaps in 1 or 2 possessions. Ratliff and Razum could find some advantage against Zhang You. Yet, as the battle wore on, they realized that this newcomer from Huaxia was unfazed by intense confrontation, radiating vitality throughout the night. Not only could he rebound, jump, and dunk, but he also possessed an astonishing passing ability and extraordinary stamina. He even managed to sink 3-pointers. How could coach Eric Musselman unearth such a prodigy? Why would he permit a center to handle the ball, lead fast breaks, pass, and shoot from beyond the arc? Moreover, the opposing player was also a rookie like Dio. It was truly absurd. At that moment, Coach Stotts observed Coach Musselman smiling politely at him, igniting a fiery indignation within. The defeat was so devastating. Aside from defense and stamina, the absence of a genuine playmaker was critical. He muttered to himself, if only there were a player like Zhang, capable of passing and controlling the ball. Just then, he heard the bloodied and bandaged rookie Dio, having regained his composure, say to him, Coach, please believe in me. I can pass too. Dio's expression was forlorn, yet his glistening eyes were filled with an insatiable thirst for basketball. Boris Dio, the 3-meter Frenchman, selected by the Hawks with the 21st pick in the first round this year. In his previous 3 professional seasons, he had assisted his team in claiming 2 league championships and a cup title. After securing the French League Championship this year, Dio was voted most valuable player by fellow league players and subsequently entered the NBA draft. Witnessing the resilience of this rookie, who remained undeterred despite being humiliated by Zhang You, Coach Stotts felt a surge of emotion. He then cast a glance at the self-satisfied Eric Musselman. Coach Stotts had an epiphany. No wonder the media has been extolling Musselman's coaching prowess in recent days. He managed to lead the struggling Warriors to an impressive 4 consecutive victories at the outset, even delivering a stunning last-second triumph over the star-studded Lakers. This remarkable achievement is entirely attributed to a shift in strategy during the offseason. He was no longer the mere drunken fool lost in his vices, but rather a sagacious coach who possessed unwavering faith in his players. Observing the somewhat anxious and pitiable figure before him, Stotts hesitated. It was indeed unreasonable to demand playing time directly from the head coach in such a manner. However, Stotts' perspective had shifted. His expression turned grave as he placed a reassuring hand on Dio's shoulder. Boris, your resilience against Zhang's formidable defense has truly impressed me. Though you may be a towering figure, you possess an impressive shooting range, exceptional court vision, and adept ball handling skills. I have faith that your abilities extend far beyond mere physical prowess and are comparable to Zhang Yu's. Coach. Upon receiving such heartfelt encouragement from Stotts, Boris Dio, a member of the team, was instantly moved to tears. The mingling of sweat and tears released a potent surge of emotion. Having transitioned from domestic leagues to the NBA, he had once been heralded as the French magician. Yet, he found himself overwhelmed by the harsh realities of the NBA. Suffering through 3 consecutive losses with minimal impact during his limited playing time, and being outmatched by a cadre of athletic opponents. What perplexed him further was how even players of average physicality could dunk over him despite his fierce defense. In a moment of desperation, he expressed to his coach that if Zhang You could achieve it, so too could he. To his astonishment, the coach did not question where he found such audacity, but instead chose to place his complete trust in him. How could he not be moved by such faith? Just as media reporters prepared to interview the players from both teams after the match, they witnessed the Atlanta Hawks rookie Boris Dio tightly embracing the 47-year-old head coach, Mike Stotts, to the point of nearly suffocating him. The media and fans were left in a state of shock, trembling with disbelief. It seemed that Boris Dio, who had been overwhelmed by the prowess of the Chinese beast, was on the verge of tears. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths, struggling to conceal their astonishment. Fans in the front row shouted, incredulous at the sight, The Chinese beast has actually brought the Hawks rookie center to tears. Can you believe it? The Golden State Warriors, who had only managed a record of 38 wins and 44 losses last season, with a win percentage of 46.30, had unexpectedly surged to the top of the Western Conference with 4 consecutive victories since the season commenced. This remarkable turnaround came under the leadership of head coach Eric Musselman, who had faced the specter of being dismissed during the offseason. Following the previous season, many in the media and experts had mocked Coach Musselman, suggesting that he had inherited his father's penchant for mediocrity, considering his father, Bill Musselman, had a dismal record coaching the Cavaliers in the 1980s and the Timberwolves in the 1990s. Over 4 years with 2 teams, he had managed a mere 78 wins against 180 losses, yielding a disheartening win percentage of 32. Despite the ridicule from the media, Eric Musselman demonstrated remarkable resilience, opting not to respond to the jibes, but instead dedicating himself silently to his work. His temperament is gentle, and he maintains a sufficient passion for his work while placing ample trust in those around him. Apart from his fondness for a modest drink, he is the epitome of a perfect man. Until now, Mourinho has delivered a resounding slap to all who mocked him through his exemplary performance in leading the team. They have comprehended. Coach Musselman. This signifies a resurgence from the depths. His assistant coaches resemble the legendary duo of yin and yang, one orchestrating the offense while the other fortifies the defense. He stands as the captain at the helm. Perhaps it is too early in the season to draw definitive conclusions. Yet the Warriors' style of play and their performance are evident for all to witness. One might argue that he achieved miraculous victories over the 76ers and the Lakers through sheer luck, but one cannot deny that he has indeed secured triumphs. What is even more astonishing is the remarkable surprise brought forth by the relatively obscure Chinese center they selected prior to the draft, with the 9th pick. Observe the extraordinary feats he has accomplished since the season's commencement. His debut showcased a remarkable triple-double with over 30 points, shattering numerous records pertaining to young players. By the end of his first week, he was honored as the Player of the Week. Do you think this is the end? Far from it. He appears to have never known what the rookie wall is. He delivered a decisive assist, a seemingly erroneous 3-point pass that turned out to be a game winner, showcasing the tenacity of O'Neal and Malone in a fierce battle. This all unfolded before the eyes of the spectators during the match against the Hawks. He unexpectedly brought the rookie Boris Diaw from the same grade to tears. Although the Hawks head coach later explained that Diaw was moved to tears out of inspiration, few believed his words. News of the Chinese prodigy reducing a fellow rookie to tears was once again fabricated. In China, the admiration for him is growing exponentially. Is he not more enticing than LeBron or Anthony? To satisfy the fervent thirst for basketball knowledge and information among fans, particularly the immense impact of Zhang Yu's entry into the NBA, a new program titled Basketball Park was launched at 1835 on the 5th. This program provides comprehensive coverage of the NBA and related basketball events, along with corresponding television specials. The inaugural segment of their new column is titled The Next Big Shark. The program revisited several thrilling NBA games since the season commenced, featuring the explosive performances of Zhang You, dubbed the Eastern Magician and the Chinese Prodigy. Notably, his back-to-back buzzer beaters and the intense showdowns against Yu Sha have left fans exhilarated. His fast-break slam dunks, ferocious blocks, and brutal rebounds have left his opponents in tears. He is a towering figure whose passes are imbued with artistry and imagination, effortlessly executing street ball passes that are whimsical and free-spirited. This juxtaposition of extremes is simply unimaginable. Is he the next great Yao or Shaq? Not in the slightest. His playing style is utterly delightful. He embodies the subtlety of the Huaxia nation while exuding the majestic charisma of a true king. He commands the court with unparalleled prowess. With every dunk and block, he shows no mercy. After the announcer concluded the exhilarating highlights of Zhang You, the production team delved into his life beyond the basketball arena. They arrived at the residence of Zhang Yuping to gain insight into his audition experience. They learned of the poignant yet inspiring ordeal he faced during his trials, where he was compelled to stay on the sofa at the home of his close friend, the slam dunk champion Richardson, with her consent. His mother cheerfully allowed the program's reporters to tour Zhang Yuping's bedroom in his rented apartment in San Francisco. Unlike the typical disarray found in the rooms of most 18-year-old boys, his space was notably different. His bedroom is impeccably tidy, yet adorned with an array of posters featuring the beloved anime Slam Dunk and Naruto, alongside some NBA stars. Zhang Yu, much like any ordinary high school student, enjoys watching anime. Oh, we also noticed he possesses a little Commander learning machine. Curiosity piqued? We opened his computer to discover it brimming with real-time strategy games such as StarCraft, and he shares a fondness for the classic game Legend. Next, we explored his musical tastes, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a red Quick B software on the screen. The reporter subsequently opened Chan Chan Jingting, with a melody that evokes distant memories. Even if tomorrow brings 1,000 songs, they drift along the path ahead, as your eyes squint with laughter. As you sip on cola and revel in the excitement, the fans speak of Yushin. His story is merely beginning. Following the broadcast of the Basketball Park program, Zhang Yu's influence within the Chinese basketball community has burgeoned, extending even into the American basketball realm. Remarkably, even the prodigious LeBron James and the scoring machine from Syracuse University, Carmelo Anthony, have not exhibited performances as astonishing as his. It can be said that he embodies a crucial attribute of a superstar, consistency. Yet, life inevitably presents both victories and defeats. On November 8th, in American time, the Warriors narrowly succumbed to the visiting Utah Jazz, who had previously achieved a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. They suffered a narrow defeat against their opponents, with a score of 87-90. It is widely acknowledged that Jerry Sloan's Jazz no longer possesses the once-renowned duo of black and white. However, everyone recognizes that the soul of the Jazz lies in the legendary coach, Jerry Sloan. As long as he remains at the helm, the Jazz will not be deemed a weak team. The defensive specialist Andrei Kirilenko, known as AK-47, along with the formidable Rajabel, both achieved over 20 points, while other players also delivered a commendable performance under Sloan's strategic guidance. In stark contrast, the Warriors appeared to be out of sorts. Although Zhang You exploited his height and extraordinary physical prowess to dominate the Jazz's paint, basketball is ultimately a team sport, and the Jazz showcased the essence of collective play. 6 players scored in double figures. Kirilenko's performance is commendable. He showed no signs of retreat when faced with the physically imposing Zhang You. Moreover, he effectively stifled the Warriors' leading scorer and dunk champion, Richardson. He is an unstoppable force, excelling in steals and blocks. Even though Zhang You posted impressive statistics of 21 points and 15 rebounds, he could not awaken the slumbering Warriors. Following a narrow defeat to the Jazz, the Warriors were set to face the Phoenix Suns at home on November 10th. Prior to the game, the league announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the second week of the NBA season. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang You outperformed the equally outstanding Andrei Kirilenko. Despite both teams sharing the same record, Zhang Yu's individual performance surpassed that of Kirilenko, with an average of 19 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks. Zhang You claimed the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Even the league journalist OJ remarked that perhaps Kirilenko should seek companionship to relieve his frustration, as despite his team's victory over the Warriors, the honor had been snatched away from him. His wife would surely understand. It is well known that NBA players face immense temptations. Hence, Kirilenko's wife, Masha, publicly stated in an interview that she allowed her husband 1 infidelity per year. Despite Zhang Yu's consecutive accolades as Player of the Week, even surpassing rookie sensation Shaquille O'Neal, the losses left him despondent. This melancholy drove him to spend 2 consecutive nights at the gym until the early hours, where he honed his rebounding and driving skills to impressive heights. On November 10th, the Phoenix Suns were set to challenge the Warriors. During a pre-game interview, an ESPN reporter congratulated Zhang You on his recent achievements. However, he humbly stated that team victories held greater significance than individual accolades. Appearing composed, Zhang Yu's primary adversary in this matchup was the previous year's Rookie of the Year, the talented Amare Stoudemire, who had outshone the first overall pick, Yao Ming. Stoudemire, the first high school player to receive such honors, confidently assured his teammates and coaches in the locker room, "Leave him to me, I will handle him." Moreover, Zhang Yu's consecutive Player of the Week titles had earned him a task reward, Born to Win. With the extraordinary skills of Julius Erving's signature up and under technique, Zhang Yu swiftly grasped the essence of this maneuver. This newfound understanding would allow him to navigate through double teams without recklessness, executing layups, thunderous dunks, and even precise passes following the up and under. Dr. J can be regarded as the progenitor of this exquisite technique, embodying an indomitable spirit on the court. He had fractured his brow bone during the match. However, due to his insistence on continuing the game, the coach called for a timeout and summoned the team doctor to perform a brief hemostatic dressing. The intense pain caused Dr. J to keep his head lowered, gasping for breath. To facilitate the dressing, the doctor instructed him to lift his head to expose his brow, saying, "Jay, raise your brow." At the Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, a reporter inquired, "Hey, LeBron, Zhang has finally lost. Do you still think he is better than you?" The question caught James somewhat off guard, and he secretly exhaled in relief, as the pressure from Zhang Yu had indeed been considerable. Nevertheless, maintaining a serious demeanor, James acknowledged Zhang Yu's prowess, stating, "He is quite exceptional. Each game presents an opportunity for both him and me to improve and gain invaluable experience. Every NBA game is a high-intensity competition. Some players fit seamlessly into a system, while Zhang brings his own system, inspired by Zhang Yu's extraordinary performance this month. LeBron and his fellow rookies have stepped up their game with remarkable intensity. Now preparing to assist Ricky Davis, LeBron James is gradually finding his rhythm. He has recently entered a near triple-double mode in his last few games. Regarding Ricky Davis's position as the leader, whispers from the Cavaliers management suggest that LeBron is indeed the future of this team. This sentiment has become increasingly evident. Even Boris Diaw, who has faced off against Zhang Yu, showcased impressive performances once he was granted playing time, revealing the imaginative passing skills of this towering figure. He has demonstrated, through undeniable facts, that he is indeed a genuine French magician, gradually acclimatizing to the NBA. Furthermore, players like Korver and Josh Howard, who were drafted in later positions, have also made significant contributions to the team. As for Zhang You, he is focused on tonight's match against the Suns. Compared to his ability to connect and assist the team, his current scoring methods are rather limited, primarily relying on aggressive drives and second chance points or rebounds. More and more teams are beginning to devise strategies to counter his strengths. If his teammates cannot perform, his contribution to the team will be constrained. Coach Sloan capitalized on this aspect to secure a victory against the Warriors. Fortunately, Zhang You has acquired a new skill, the astonishing pull-up technique of Julius Erving. With Zhang Yu's physical attributes, he can fully unleash his top-tier potential. As one of the pioneers of acrobatic dunks in the NBA, his hang time and vertical leap could make Newton question his own theories. When Michael Jordan entered the league, he was heralded as Irving's successor. The legendary trash talker Larry Bird, throughout his 13-year career, was only once physically confronted for his words, and that was by Julius Erving, surrounded by 6 Hall of Famers. With Bird demonstrating the proper positioning for a pullback, he was met with a friendly display of Erving's prowess. Irving's most extraordinary move is undoubtedly his superlative pull-up layup after hang time. In competitive play, apart from Jordan, no one has achieved such elegance and perfection as he has. In the pregame media coverage, statements claiming that Zhang You surpasses Shaquille O'Neal seem to incite animosity. Even Sun star Stephon Marbury mentioned in an interview prior to the game his eagerness to face off against the new Chinese center once more. Stephon, I recall you left the rookie Yao Ming on the floor last season with a textbook crossover. Will you attempt the same today? Chuckled Marbury. I feel sorry for Yao. I was quite embarrassed. After I crossed him up, my teammates couldn't stop laughing. Tonight, they hope I can show some restraint with Zhang. Amare said he would handle him. In the stands, Warriors fans are discussing the shifting dynamics of the league. This rookie class is truly remarkable, rivaling the legendary class of '96. Hey, buddy. I think I heard a reporter mention Marbury saying he plans to cross up our Zhang God, just like he did to Big U last year. He must be dreaming. The Suns finished last season in 8th place in the West. Insider info suggests he and Hardaway are headed to New York. Their center, Amare Stoudemire, is not to be underestimated. He outperformed Yao to win Rookie of the Year last year and has been exceptionally strong this season. He even claimed he should have been the first overall pick. Amidst the discussions among fans, the game officially commences. The Suns starting lineup: Stephon Marbury, point guard; Joe Johnson, shooting guard; Sean Marion, small forward; Amare Stoudemire, power forward; Jake Voskuhl, center. The Warriors maintain their previous starting lineup. At the outset, Zhang You once again triumphantly wins the jump ball. However, Van Exel, receiving the ball, attempts to score on his own. Clang. Warriors general manager Mullen furrows his brow at this. Van Exel's team insists that Nick has been the primary ball handler for years. Now, upon joining the Warriors, he often finds himself playing as a center, which is a challenging adjustment for the core player. This transition has hindered Nick's statistics. Mullen has also discussed lineup adjustments with Coach Mo. The management initially planned to tank, but Zhang Yu's emergence and the team's impressive performance have shifted perspectives. Even the team owner is contemplating a strategy centered around Zhang Yu rather than continuing to tank. With the current salary cap being quite favorable, aside from Zhang Yu, everyone else could be used as trade assets, necessitating changes during the season. I must find Zhang Yu a suitably skilled partner. With Zhang, we lack for organizers. What we need most are super scorers and defenders. Mullen squints, suddenly struck by an idea. Perhaps before the All-Star break, or perhaps after. In the first half of the first quarter, both the Suns and Warriors seem to be cautiously testing each other. Warriors' primary ball handler Nick Van Exel and the Suns' Marbury are locked in a competitive duel. Assistant coach D'Antoni calls for quick ball movement to orchestrate the offense. The offensive flow for both teams appears somewhat disjointed. Mu observes the unfolding scenario, stroking his chin, and ponders, Michael, why did Nick produce 18-10 yet the team still lost? Mu is contemplating strategies. D'Antoni responds without hesitation, I understand Nick's team expressed a desire for him to take on a more significant tactical role, but Coach Eric, wouldn't that disrupt our previously established chemistry? What should we do? In truth, Mu is also troubled. Nick is a crucial part of the team, with the highest salary. How can we utilize him to complement Zhang Yu better on the court? He unconsciously posed a question to Coach D'Antoni. As one assistant coach focused on offense while the other specialized in defense. When he saw Mourinho's enigmatic expression directed at him, D'Antoni felt a sudden tremor. Could it be that the team intended for Nick to produce impressive statistics, thereby enhancing his trade value to acquire a more formidable star? Was this part of Mourinho's and the management's strategy? The challenge of winning while simultaneously ensuring Nick's statistical output seemed daunting. Was this a test from Coach Eric? Nevertheless, I am not without preparation. With this thought in mind, Coach D'Antoni solemnly declared, Coach Eric, I understand. Musselman responded, to maximize Nick's potential, let us proceed with this approach. Taking a deep breath, D'Antoni confidently announced, Pistol. The pistol offense. This was a series of plays specifically devised for backcourt players, also referred to as the 21 offense. It involved the point guard initiating a handoff screen with the shooting guard, serving as the foundation for the offensive strategy. The initiation was straightforward. Yet the variations were intricate and defensively challenging. In truth, he already had the ideal candidate for this strategy, albeit he was currently with the Mavericks. However, by the summer of 2004, he would become a free agent. I must advocate to the management for his acquisition. For now, let us utilize this strategy to help Nick achieve some statistics and elevate his trade value. During the first quarter's timeout, D'Antoni implemented the pistol offense practiced in training. Essentially, the point guard needed to accelerate even further, which meant that Zhang You and Richardson would have to work in tandem with Nick to execute the strategy. This approach placed high demands on the point guard, highlighting his pivotal role. Van Exel expressed his satisfaction with D'Antoni's arrangements. As a promising rookie, Zhang You also stated, "As long as we can win, I am willing to play any position." Following Zhang Yu's affirmation, the other players expressed no dissent. This style of play would merely reduce some of Zhang Yu's assist statistics. With the cornerstone of the team, Zhang, on board, they decided to give it a try. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, the score stood at 8-10, with both teams struggling with their shooting percentages. Upon returning from the timeout, everyone noticed that the Warriors, known for their fast-paced play, had accelerated their tempo even further. They substituted the slower Robinson and commenced a rapid offensive. Their offensive plays in a single round scarcely took 7 seconds. The relentless Nick surged forward with fervor during the latter half of the first quarter, feverishly engaging with his teammates for screens and deftly passing the ball. Zhang You seized the opportunity to benefit from Nick's setup during a fast break. The Suns' marginal center posed no threat to Zhang You whatsoever. Boom. In a fluid motion, Zhang You executed a reverse dunk under the basket with ease. Meanwhile, the Suns were equally tenacious. The player known as the Little Emperor, Stoudemire, also attacked the rim with the same vigor as Zhang You. Channing Frye was simply overmatched in that position. Once Zhang You was drawn away, Stoudemire effortlessly crushed the defense, executing a thunderous dunk. At this moment, it appeared that neither the Warriors nor the Suns could defend against the other. Moreover, the quality of this year's rookies is remarkably high. Not only Zhang You, but also Pietrus and the Brazilian prodigy Barbosa selected by the Suns showcased dazzling performances on the court. His fast breaks were like a flash of lightning, a gust of wind. They're engaged in a fierce competition. Nick Van Exel has developed a profound affinity for the current tactics. This approach allows him to launch his attacks with greater ease and facilitates the accumulation of impressive statistics. However, he had not anticipated that he is no longer in the prime of his youth. His physical stamina has declined rapidly. In this round, after dashing to the front, he was unable to find an opportunity. However, in a moment of inspiration, he leaped in front of Marbury. What is he about to do? Marbury was somewhat bewildered by Nick's actions. There, Nick Van Exel leaped into the air as if contemplating the very essence of life. After executing a full 360-degree spin, he hurled the ball towards the basket. Swish. Remarkably, that three-pointer went in. How absurd. Haha. Nick Van Exel has replicated his shooting style from the early days of his career. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, Van Exel astonishingly sank an incredibly distant 360-degree turnaround three-pointer. It was a time when youth was unafraid, a period brimming with fervor. Nick disregarded defense, defied all established norms, and unleashed an arsenal of firepower upon every stronghold. Among this battalion of daredevils, the madman undoubtedly led the charge. His long-range three-pointers, equally unfathomable as his passing, left spectators in awe. After making that shot, Nick wore a smile, yet a hint of bitterness lingered within him. That was close. He almost made a fool of himself. Compared to his youthful precision, he felt the weight of age upon him. The Suns called for a timeout. "Steven, do not underestimate Nick. This guy is no ordinary player." Understood. Marbury's expression darkened upon hearing the coach's admonition. Unexpectedly, at this juncture in his career, Van Exel demonstrated that he still wielded his skills with finesse. At 32, a guard could indeed still compete. Yet, Nick was acutely aware that it was time for him to rest. Even though the team was trailing 15-20, he had already put up commendable statistics in the first quarter. Just as the Suns prepared to focus their defense on Van Exel, they were taken aback to find he had decided to sit out. It was perplexing. D'Antoni had meticulously regulated Nick's playing time to ensure his physical condition before the trade. Nick accepted this arrangement with grace, knowing he must gradually recover before contributing his energy once more. As the timeout concluded, it was now the Suns' turn to mount an offense. They deliberately slowed down the pace of their offense. Marbury's return to face Claxton once again brought him a sense of relief. The Knicks are indeed living up to their reputation. Although Marbury has developed a penchant for isolation plays, he remains the primary playmaker of the team. During this phase of his professional career, he has adeptly refined the team's offensive strategies. Last season, he averaged 24 points and 8.1 assists per game, a testament to his innate scoring ability and his role as a facilitator. The first quarter of this game reflects the Knicks' tempo. Indeed, he is about to take over the match. Jack Voskuil mentioned that after going online, his teammates successfully took Claxton away. He intends to replicate last year's strategy against Yao Ming, executing a small versus large maneuver. Observing the established small against large dynamic, the entire team instinctively spread out. The teammates on the Suns bench could no longer contain their excitement, shouting out, "Shake this rookie." They seemed to vividly recall the moment from last season when they outmaneuvered Yao Ming. At this moment, Marbury also slightly distanced himself, seeking to penetrate his defenses and savor the challenge posed by this center. Even the first overall pick from 1996, Allen Iverson, faced setbacks against him. Should he, ranked fourth, be timid? Absolutely not. Every player steps onto the court not with the intention of conceding defeat. Observing the earnest expression on the face of this youthful center, he too lowered his center of gravity and focused intently. Gradually, he accelerated the rhythm of his dribbling. A swift move to the left, a sudden pause. Oh! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhang You momentarily lifted his foot, nearly leaping into action. He was outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Marbury seized the opportunity and penetrated the paint. Indeed, Zhang Yu's perimeter defense was currently rated at 75, still in need of refinement. Marbury's entire sequence of movements was executed with precision and fluidity. There was no room for error. Although he did not shake off Zhang You, he managed to exploit the size differential. He was through. As Marbury prepared for a three-step layup, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, his scalp prickling. Hadn't he just leaped? How could he chase back so swiftly? Was he attempting to block me? The pressure he felt from behind was palpable, and the terrifying visage of Zhang You seemed to imprint itself in his mind. Zhang Yu's perimeter defensive skills might not be particularly strong, yet his formidable physical attributes and proactive defensive stance commanded respect. Marbury was compelled to abruptly slam on the brakes. Adjusting his strategy, he launched a floater with his right hand. Simultaneously, Zhang You had already taken flight. Marbury's hesitant floater, born of his sudden retreat, allowed Zhang You to capitalize on the moment. With a ferocious slap, bang, Zhang You swatted the ball midair, his hands firmly pressing against the backboard. The immense force seemed to reverberate through the rim. The 24-second shot clock echoed loudly, crashing down. Hesitant and fearful, Marbury was met with a two-handed rejection from Zhang You. The sheer force exerted by Zhang You had caused the timer to collapse. Young Marbury was momentarily startled, then couldn't he help but let out an exclamation of frustration. Oh, the power of Zhang You was truly terrifying. Staff rushed over with a ladder to repair the 24-second shot clock. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the spectators, the game was halted due to this unforeseen interruption. The score remained 15-20 following Marbury's unsuccessful offensive attempt, as the first quarter drew to a close. While Van Exel was on the court, Zhang You primarily focused on scoring opportunities, defense, and battling for rebounds. He only managed a single assist throughout the first quarter. This was far from Zhang Yu's usual style of play. Now the entire league was aware that the Golden State Warriors had an unusual center who relished orchestrating plays, fast breaks, and driving to the basket. Unconventional as it may be, it proved remarkably effective. As the final attack of the first quarter unfolded, the 2.8-meter-tall Stoudemire began to guard Zhang You from the backcourt. These two ninth overall picks were set to commence their inaugural duel. Judging by the performance in the first quarter, Stoudemire had already secured 6 points and 4 rebounds, slightly outpacing Zhang You. The standard power forward stature of Stoudemire allowed him to competently play both the 4 and 5 positions. Simultaneously, he possessed the speed akin to that of a small forward, coupled with a formidable physical presence. His explosive first step was aggressive and fierce, and his acceleration was among the elite in NBA history. For the Suns, deploying last year's Rookie of the Year, with his robust physique, to defend against this Chinese prodigy was indeed the most fitting choice. One merely needed to be cautious of his passing, as his offensive prowess was rather lacking. Marbury conferred with his perimeter teammates, intensifying their pressure and interference on others. Their focus now was to thwart the Warriors' attack, entering the second quarter with a 5-point lead. Zhang You aimed to run down the clock. Even before crossing half-court, Stoudemire commenced his relentless pursuit. Compared to last season, his improvement was evident. He was more aggressive and intimidating, feigning a steal. Zhang You, boasting over 90 in ball handling, was not easily susceptible to a theft. He shielded the ball with his body, advancing at a measured pace. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of their movements was considerable, and in a future context, both would undoubtedly be deemed guilty of fouls. Yet, at that moment, the referee remained silent. Had an ordinary individual been subjected to such a collision and pressure from Stoudemire, they would have been sent sprawling. However, Stoudemire himself took a step back. He resolutely pressed on, refusing to yield. The situation on the court had taken on an unusual intensity. Typically, such relentless pressure is only seen when a defender is controlling the ball in the backcourt. However, it was unexpected to witness two formidable centers igniting sparks from the backcourt. The raw collision of flesh and muscle sent the hearts of the front-row spectators racing uncontrollably. They even found themselves pondering what it would be like if two humanoid tanks were to collide with them. Goodness, the strength was considerable. When Stoudemire clashed with Zhang You, he immediately recognized that he was up against a formidable opponent. Zhang You seamlessly transitioned to the arc, consuming time as he prepared for the final offensive play. At that moment, Zhang You embodied the undeniable core of the team, while his Warriors teammates spread out entirely. They are aware that, given Zhang Yu's propensity, he would drive into the paint to attract double teams, allowing his teammates to receive the ball comfortably and execute their shots with the precision honed during practice. He is indeed capable of passing, isn't he? Even Uncle Robinson on the bench was engaged in conversation with Nick Van Exel regarding this. Meanwhile, the Suns had already devised a strategy in anticipation of this. This player's explosiveness appears to be remarkably formidable. They have meticulously targeted every warrior capable of shooting three-pointers. Even if one manages to break past Stoudemire, the team would instruct the formidable White to abandon the perimeter, where the unskilled Chinny resides, and instead converge on Zhang You within the paint for a suffocating defense. Regardless of the circumstances, employing a compact defense must prevent him from scoring so effortlessly. Here he comes. Zhang You gradually maneuvers to the 45-degree angle at the arc. As anticipated, with the shot clock nearing its expiration, Zhang You explosively dribbles the ball, igniting his momentum. Upon entering the paint, he audaciously initiates his colossal three-step move. His explosive power even caused Stoudemire, known as the Demon King of the Paint, to shudder. However, Young C is no pushover. Without a moment's hesitation, White from the Suns charged in to obstruct him alongside C. A united strangulation. He had no chance to pass the ball. Suns head coach Frank Johnson clenched his fists. Indeed, even though Dunleavy and others were ready to receive the ball, there was simply no angle for Zhang You to make the pass. At this moment, Zhang Yu's focus was solely on the hoop. He positioned his left hand against the formidable defense of Stoudemire, maneuvering along the right baseline. His large right hand grasped the basketball entirely. As he surged from the right towards the left, he penetrated too deeply, reaching beneath the backboard. Faced with the obstruction from Stoudemire and White, the trio leapt simultaneously. Unlike before, he did not opt for a pass. Zhang You soared into the air, taking on two opponents simultaneously. Oh, it was utterly insane. The spectators held their breath, mouths agape, as if the very air had stilled in that moment. Stoudemire and White stretched their arms desperately to block the shot. Yet, as Stoudemire began his descent, a sense of dread washed over him. How was he still airborne? He could not possibly defy gravity for this long. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. From the audience's perspective, Zhang Yu's height and vertical leap seemed to defy the laws of gravity, as if he were floating in midair. Every driver in the Bay Area heard the commentator Roy's astonished tone. He glided, maneuvered, and executed a wrist flick in the air. In that moment, I beheld the youthful brilliance of Dr. J. Unbelievable. The century's signature hook shot re-emerged. Zhang You launched himself behind the backboard, his head fully surpassing its height. In a position devoid of offensive advantage, he executed a reverse hook shot with one hand, astonishingly contacting the board. As he released the ball, it soared perilously close to the top edge of the backboard. Swish. It fell into the net. A buzzer beater. Accomplished. Zhang You propelled himself horizontally through the air. He surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, delivering an astonishing goal. After falling to the ground, Zhang You quickly rose, his expression inscrutable, resembling a deity of death. The decibel level in the venue erupted. During the intermission, both the live audience and television broadcasts incessantly replayed Zhang Yu's breathtaking reverse layup following a last-second rebound in the first quarter. The rapid acceleration, impressive leap, and his large hands grasping the ball were indelibly etched in the minds of the fans. Some older spectators began reminiscing about the iconic moment in Game 6 of the 1980 Finals between the 76ers and the Lakers, when Julius Erving executed his legendary layup with 6 minutes left in the final quarter. Today's fans can only savor the astonishing footage of Dr. J's remarkable play in less than HD highlight reels. Exceptional goals may occasionally occur, but those that are worthy of being dubbed legendary are exceedingly rare. Zhang You, the 15th player of the Warriors, executed a gravity-defying reverse layup that seemed entirely fitting for his towering height of 2.12 meters, thanks to his extraordinary vertical leap. His shoulders were nearly brushing against the rim. This play vividly showcased his astonishing hang time and remarkable vertical leap, not to mention his deft handling. The players on the Warriors bench feigned being utterly terrified after Zhang Yu's earth-shattering layup. Richardson dramatically sprawled on the floor, clutching his head in mock death. Uncle Robinson bellowed, "I feel like I'm 15 again." Indeed, when Dr. J executed this move that left the basketball world in awe, Robinson was only 15 years old. A nostalgic moment. Zhang Yu's reminiscent play whisked him back to his youth. It is foreseeable that after this game, Zhang Yu's gravity-defying layup will be showcased alongside the highlights of Jordan and Dr. J. He is not merely a passer, he possesses such finesse. Number 15, Zhang You exhibited his talent to the fullest. It was truly formidable. That layup was astonishing. Do not be deceived by his imposing stature. It is not surprising that he can deliver such precise passes and execute such technical moves. Is this prodigy really just a passer? Amidst the fervent discussions among fans, the second quarter commenced swiftly. The visiting Suns were equally stunned by Zhang Yu's play, leaving them in a state of awe. Even Anthony Hardaway, once heralded as Jordan's successor, was shaken by Zhang Yu's aerial prowess. Yet, in that moment, every professional player stepping onto the court harbored but one conviction: to win. Stoudemire was not disheartened by Zhang Yu's buzzer beater that had rendered him a mere backdrop in the first quarter. Instead, the visiting Suns seemed to be ignited with a fierce determination. Humiliated by a high school rookie, they were resolute in their pursuit of victory. On the perimeter, Marbury and Nick Van Exel continued their back-and-forth duels, each making their mark. Under D'Antoni's tactical adjustments, Van Exel frequently assisted Zhang You with timely passes. Boom. Alley-oops and fast breaks came in rapid succession. Moreover, Zhang Yu's violent dunks boasted an impressively high success rate. The Suns' interior players, including Stoudemire, couldn't quite match Zhang Yu's prowess in the face of the Warriors' relentless pick-and-roll defense. Little did anyone anticipate that the Warriors, after just a few games, would alter their playing style once more. At times, they allow Zhang You to orchestrate the play, while at others, they rely on Van Exel as the focal point, which can be quite exasperating. Despite being a rookie, Zhang You has managed to excel without holding the ball, relying on opportunistic scoring and rebounding to achieve impressive statistics. Although his assists have diminished, he astonishingly recorded 15 points and 10 rebounds by halftime. The two teams were nearly evenly matched at the break. During halftime, Mullen approached Coach Musselman. "Coach Eric, I never anticipated our synergy would be so harmonious. It seems we are in perfect accord." Mullen's profound tone left Musselman perplexed. "What is this all about?" Mullen took a deep breath, patted his old friend's shoulder, and said, "It's time for the team to evolve. Let's give it our all." Musselman tilted his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Van Exel, having enjoyed the game and taken a breather while accumulating impressive stats, felt satisfied with the team's strategy. Evidently, his team had provided some useful insights to the management. Indeed, Zhang You and those young players are formidable. As the highest-paid player in the team, he must demonstrate his prowess. He cannot allow them to underestimate him. The strategy centered around him has been exhilarating, and he has delivered commendable statistics. The team also led at halftime. Rather than focusing on passing, he relished showcasing his exceptional scoring ability. Richard, who could typically score around 20 points, saw his numbers plummet in these past two games. However, the Warriors' coaching staff showed no signs of giving up. "Nick, let Zhang handle the ball. Conserve your energy and focus on offense." "No problem, coach." As the relentless back-and-forth continued, they entered the final quarter. At the beginning of the fourth, Zhang executed a handoff pick-and-roll, setting up Richardson for an alley-oop. Boom. After the slam dunk, Richardson seemed to feel a sense of relief. However, the same great opponent he faced tonight, Joe Johnson, might instill a bit of fear in him. After averaging only 9.8 points last season, Johnson appeared to have found his rhythm this season, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage since the start. The Suns seemed intent on nurturing his talent, granting him ample opportunities to shine, which bolstered his confidence. Another one-on-one showdown with appear ensued. Although Richardson had positioned himself well defensively, Johnson lowered his center of gravity and executed a smooth step-back jumper that swished through the net, feeling like a dagger to Richardson's heart. "Ouch. Brother, you love to isolate. I shall henceforth dub isolation Joe." While retreating on defense, Richardson playfully patted Johnson on the back. The score stood at 75-80, with the Warriors trailing by 5 points on their home court. The margin between the two teams was slim. Stoudemire fiercely contested Zhang You on defense and on offense. He did not shy away either. Despite facing challenges against Zhang You tonight, he was not entirely subdued. He observed that although Zhang You possessed an astonishing physical prowess, his defensive skills were not yet of the elite level. After Zhang You swiftly penetrated the defense for an impressive score, Stoudemire, utilizing a screen, executed an aerial connection with Marbury and delivered a thunderous one-handed slam. Boom. Following his dunk, Stoudemire roared at the front-row Warriors fans who were booing him. He interpreted the phrase "the sky is your limit." This was the final message his father imparted to him before passing away. Now, he has fulfilled his innate potential. He must also prove himself before any interior presence in the league. He is truly the formidable weapon of this era. Little C possesses undeniable proof. While Zhang You will not retreat an inch, he gazed at the currently formidable Little C, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He is a formidable opponent deserving of respect. With a resounding clap, Zhang You seized the baseline pass from his teammate and launched an offensive attack. He swiftly aimed to diminish the vigor of the Suns. Utilizing the screen set by his teammate, Zhang You surged into the paint with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he took flight. A swarm of Suns players began to converge upon him. Is he about to attempt a layup while being double-teamed again? No. The moment is electrified as Stoudemire, following closely, narrows his gaze. Amidst the crowd, Zhang You executes a graceful 360-degree spin in midair before delivering a behind-the-back pass. The dunk king, Richardson, soars into the sky with an explosive slam. Boom. The rim trembles as the dunk king roars with unbridled passion. Come on. The essence of life lies not in evading storms but in dancing amidst the rain. As the final skirmish of the fourth quarter unfolds, the tension from the previous 3 quarters will culminate in this decisive moment. With fatigue setting in, both teams' shooting percentages begin to wane. The battle increasingly shifts to the paint, for that proximity to the basket offers the greatest chance of scoring. During this period, Stoudemire for the Suns and Zhang You for the Warriors emerge as pivotal forces for their respective teams. In contrast to Stoudemire's methodical work in the paint or on the block, Zhang You displays a more reckless abandon. He began his sprint the moment he received the ball from the baseline. At the midcourt position, Robinson executed a moving screen for Zhang You. Without Stoudemire's obstruction, Zhang You surged forward with an audacious confidence. Stop him! Stop him! Stoudemire bellowed, having been thwarted. I understand now. The Phoenix Suns all-star forward, Shawn Marion, displayed no hint of disdain. As the team's pivotal figure, Shawn Marion, affectionately nicknamed the Matrix, earned this moniker during his rookie season when Kenny Smith marveled at his extraordinary athletic prowess. He is capable of playing both small forward and power forward positions. Occasionally, he can even hold his ground as a center without much trouble. This evening, while his offensive incursions into the paint were limited, he demonstrated a commendable vigor on the defensive end. Even the impressive Van Exel fell victim to one of his resounding blocks. Now, the formidable Hua Xiaobi's charged forth on a fast break. In a one-on-one scenario, Zhang You fears no adversary when afforded space. He relies not on flamboyant dribbling maneuvers. As he approaches the three-point line, Zhang Yu begins his ascent. He takes flight. Marion, attempting to contest the shot head-on, meets him in midair. A graceful yet dynamic maneuver. Marion swore that his little finger grazed the ball. But why, despite his earlier leap, did he find himself touching down last? Absurd. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. The Oakland Center erupted once more. Tim Roy, the commentator accustomed to the Warriors' forlorn performances over the years, exclaimed fervently, "Zhang." He executed a breathtaking penalty line dunk over the Mavericks' Shawn Marion. Witnessing this spectacle, fans of Huaxiao in front of their screens could not contain their exuberance. The electrifying dunk ignited a surge of passion. Moreover, it was a star player from the Suns who was on the receiving end. Be it the dunk, the block, or the rallying points, such moments significantly bolster the team's morale. Following Zhang Yu's magnificent dunk, the Warriors managed to level the score. They halted the assault, leaving the Suns ensnared in stagnation. Coach Frank Johnson of the Suns felt the beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he involuntarily glanced towards the Warriors bench, where Coach Eric Musselman presided. The media's assertions rang true. Coach Musselman had undergone a remarkable transformation this season. Initially, he utilized guard Nick to invigorate the scoring within the paint, and as we adapted, he shifted to establish an offensive strategy centered around the rookie big man. Their team's comprehension of basketball offense is, indeed, formidable. How should I adjust to secure victory in this match? Taking a deep breath, Johnson sensed it was time to showcase his own strengths. He set down the tactical board, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, and addressed his teammates. What has happened to you? Have you lost your confidence after being outplayed by a rookie just twice? Reflect on why you stand upon this court. Recall everything from your past. Remember the moments of being marginalized and doubted in your youth, and think of the instant you became an NBA star, a celebrated all-star. Shawn, remember the moment you earned your first significant income to buy a home for your mother. And you too, Anthony, Stephen, Amare, Joe. The newcomers from Huaxia are undeniably talented. Do you not possess genius within yourselves? Do you wish to remain mere bystanders, overshadowed by their brilliance? Unleash your true potential and show them your might. The clock shows just 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, with the score tied at 87. In the face of being equalized and the players left in disarray, Suns head coach Johnson delivered an impassioned speech. Come on, let's show Oakland that we are not to be trifled with. Damn it, the Suns players, invigorated by their coach's fiery words, felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through them, as if they could strike down anything in their path. At this critical juncture, every possession bore immense significance. They steadied themselves, prepared to focus on each play. The outcome could hinge on just a few moments. As the timeout concluded, Marbury took control of the ball and advanced into the front court. Van Exel extended his arms wide. His defense is remarkably diligent. Zhang You Richardson and Deng Liwei are still young. Now is the time for him to showcase his leadership. Yet, the youthful Marbury, as the team's orchestrator, remains composed. Confronted by the Knicks' defense, Marbury attentively observes the movements of his teammates. Following an off-ball screen, an opportunity arises. The Chinese beast has been drawn out by Stoudemire. The cutting Anthony Hardaway finds his moment. Marbury suddenly passes with his right hand. Bang! The threading of a needle amidst the crowd elicits gasps from the audience. Anthony Hardaway shakes off Richardson's grasp. This bounce pass allows him to receive the ball effortlessly. Without hesitation, Anthony faces the unguarded hoop, his body forming a perfect arc boom. The single-handed, extended slam dunk stirs the crowd's emotions. Over the years, people have grown accustomed to his absence. As he runs and leaps with his battered knees, the spark of his former self is long forgotten. The memory of that graceful, agile youth donning the Magic jersey is forever sealed in the past. God has been cruel, bestowing upon him unparalleled talent, only to shatter his future with injuries. Just as he was poised to soar, his wings were cruelly clipped. This individual, once heralded as Jordan's successor, showed no deference to the basketball deity upon Jordan's first retirement, joining forces with the Big Shark to decimate Jordan's Bulls in the playoffs. His incisive drives and unanswerable mid-range shots earned him the title of Jordan's first successor. Farewell, young archer, unafraid of the passage of time and the winds. Even if he no longer jumps as high, he remains unwilling to leave the court beneath his feet. This dunk, a nostalgic echo of youth, evokes memories of the past. The Suns players roar in unison. In this decisive moment, Hardaway's soaring dunk seems to lift them from the shadows cast by the Chinese beast. Witnessing the spirited Suns, Coach Musselman abruptly rises from the bench. There was not a trace of fear upon his face. The final moment had arrived. He also stood up and roared at the Warriors players on the court. Let the decisive battle begin. Oh, youthful wind chasers. The fierce contest continued with a score of 87-89. In this critical moment, Van Exel entrusted the ball to Zhang You, who orchestrated the play with precision. He has delivered impressive statistics of 18 points and 9 rebounds in the last 2 consecutive games, as if he has returned to his peak form. However, he is also aware that entrusting the ball to Zhang You is currently the most effective strategy. Due to Coach D'Antoni's offensive arrangements, Van Exel's performance has seen an enhancement over these 2 games. Nevertheless, aside from a slight decrease in assists, Zhang Yu's statistics remain commendable. In this match, he has thus far achieved a remarkable tally of 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists. He repeatedly penetrated the paint with remarkable accuracy in his offensive endeavors beneath the basket, and his rebounding prowess remained formidable as ever, even without refined footwork in the post. Zhang Yu's scoring and passing following various breakthroughs from the perimeter posed significant challenges for the Suns. Throughout the match, he relentlessly attacked the rim. Julius Erving's signature layup was executed with finesse by him, and he even elevated it to the level of a dunk. He astonishingly transformed a layup into a thunderous dunk, even posterizing Marion in the process. With Zhang You controlling the ball, both Stoudemire and Marion, stationed in the Suns' interior, heightened their vigilance. This evening, one of them found himself merely an unwilling spectator. None of them wishes to be second. The interior duo of Stoudemire and Marion stands as the Phoenix Suns' most formidable bastion. They awaited Zhang Yu's fierce assault. Indeed, he has arrived. Bang. Zhang Yu accelerates, pushing through Stoudemire towards the paint. As he nears the free throw line, he swiftly wraps the ball behind his back while taking 3 steps to the left. Oh, at this pivotal moment, his dazzling footwork leaves the entire arena in astonishment. The formidable Stoudemire is sent sprawling to the ground by Zhang Yu's deft maneuver. Although Zhang Yu momentarily loses his balance, he cannot interrupt the fluidity of his movements. Is he about to attempt a reverse layup? Stoudemire's physical obstruction is not in vain. Marion, stationed in the paint, is no novice. He extended his large hand and leaped forward. The ball was about to be pinned against the backboard by Marion. Thud. Marion's soaring block was reminiscent of Zhang Yu's earlier rejection of Marbury. His hand struck the backboard with a painful resonance. But where is the ball? One could see Zhang Yu executing a reverse layup, yet the ball soared directly into the center of the hoop. Approaching was none other than the slam dunk champion. Number 23, Jason Richardson. Richardson, suspended in midair, received Zhang Yu's alley-oop without a moment's hesitation, exploiting a screen to surge through the center with determination. He soared vertically just outside the restricted area. At this moment, Richardson's head had already surpassed the rim. Even the commentators exclaimed, "Be careful not to hit your head." Boom. A spectacular windmill dunk executed in midair. After completing the dunk, Richardson flaunted his biceps while striding back, exuding an air of dominance. The audience at the home court was treated to a visual feast, cheering, "Is this game a dunk contest?" Throughout the match, players such as Zhang Yu, Marion, Stoudemire, and Richardson delivered electrifying dunks worthy of highlight reels. Roars, shouts, and flair filled the arena. Even the once fleeting Penny Hardaway graced the spectators with a nostalgic moment. As the game approached the 2-minute mark, both teams were once again tied. The Suns, after an offensive play, executed a pick-and-roll strategy. Marion found an open opportunity in the corner. His shooting tonight was quite precise. Unfortunately, he missed. On the other side, the Warriors employed a similar pick-and-roll tactic, with Van Exel facing Stoudemire in a size mismatch. Van Exel drove towards Stoudemire but failed to score. Meanwhile, the ever-persistent Marbury was applying pressure on Zhang Yu, preventing him from offering support. However, he underestimated Zhang Yu's strength and athleticism. Just as the Suns celebrated their successful switch, Marbury had already been shaken off by Zhang Yu. With a resounding clap, Zhang Yu snatched the offensive rebound. Grasping the ball with both hands, he slammed it down before leaping off 1 foot. Stoudemire, who was in charge of guarding Van Exel, attempted to jump and block Zhang Yu's second attempt, but was ultimately futile. Faced with the airborne Zhang Yu, he had no recourse, watching helplessly as Zhang Yu swung his arm, grasping the ball and smashing it into the hoop. Boom. The Warriors fans erupted in jubilation, once again seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. Zhang's hands were enormous. With a single hand, he could slam the ball into the basket using his long reach. Had he been inspired by the highlights of Michael Jordan and Dr. J? The fans were filled with admiration for Zhang Yu's one-handed dominance tonight. With time running short, and just 54 seconds remaining, the Warriors needed to maintain their slender 2-point lead, while the Suns still had at least 2 opportunities to attack. The chances remained significant. Both teams held their breath, focused entirely on the game. Upon resuming play, the Suns opted for a methodical approach, consuming precious time. Marbury continued to control the ball along the baseline to set up a screen. In response, the Warriors implemented a blue defensive strategy. This tactic is typically employed to counter screens initiated from the sidelines, anticipating and neutralizing the pick and roll to create defensive traps. Van Exel intentionally blocked the path of Stoudemire, who was attempting to set a pick for Marbury. At this moment, Zhang You slid down to protect the rim, preventing Stoudemire from sneaking in for a score. The Warriors' strategy was effective. As Marbury penetrated, he fell into the trap, with Stoudemire unable to shoot a three-pointer due to the double team. He was forced into a corner where passing could easily lead to mistakes. Just as it seemed Marbury would falter under the pressure from Zhang You and Van Exel's double team, he executed a deceptive pass to the corner, finding Joe Johnson. Time was running out. Without hesitation, Richardson leaped to block Joe Johnson's shot. Johnson, equally resolute, sidestepped in the corner before launching a shot. Swish. A three-pointer. As contemporaries, Richardson possessed superior physical attributes and accolades compared to Joe Johnson. He was merely selected for the all-rookie second team during the 2001-2002 season. However, as a formidable wing player, his ball handling skills are exceptional, and his shooting accuracy is precise. Most importantly, Joe Johnson consistently rises to the occasion when his team requires him. In a mere 30 seconds, anything can transpire. With the Warriors trailing by a point at 91-92, both teams are poised for a final possession. As the play unfolds, Nick advances the ball to the front court, seeking a low-post position. This prompts Coach Mourinho to devise an offensive strategy on the tactical board. Eric Musselman is deeply invested, and the spectators once again feel the palpable tension in the arena. Following the timeout, Zhang You securely receives Van Exel's pass in the low post. He assumes a back-to-the-basket stance. Stoudemire is resolutely holding his ground against him. At this moment, teammates begin to reposition. Yet, Coach Johnson of the Suns issues a stringent command for aggressive defense, rendering his teammates momentarily unable to free themselves. It falls to him. In a rare display, Zhang You executes a back-to-the-basket maneuver and pivots. Marion abandons his assignment and rushes in for a double team. The opportunity appears lost. Even the Warriors bench players are clutching their heads in despair. Chaos reigns beneath the basket. Even Marbury attempts to intercept the ball, forming a triad of defenders. Just as he is about to lose possession, Zhang You, with his back to the basket, lofts the ball off the backboard. Bang! He then fiercely shakes off his defenders and leaps into the air. With explosive speed and power, Zhang You barrels past Stoudemire and ascends skyward. Grasping the ball with his right hand while firmly securing it with his left, he descends with a thunderous reverse dunk. The resounding impact echoes. Unable to pass? Why not create my own opportunity instead? Zhang Yu's breathtaking off-the-backboard dunk is indeed perilous. There is undoubtedly an element of fortune involved. The trio of defenders had nearly forced him to relinquish the ball. Yet, Zhang You creatively tosses it over his head, relying on his professional demeanor and natural athleticism. Bolstered by the rebounding instinct reminiscent of Rodman, he fortuitously seizes this challenging opportunity to complete the follow-up dunk. The Warriors hold a slim lead of 93-92, but the Suns still possess ample time to execute their final attack. The brief, 20-second timeout swiftly concludes. The players wear solemn expressions, each drenched in sweat, having expended considerable energy. In the opening 6 games of this season, the Warriors have executed 2 last-second victories against their opponents. Now, the adversary also has the chance to deliver a decisive blow against them. The broadcast camera captures each player on both teams. For the Suns, who will be entrusted with the final shot? Marbury, Stoudemire, Joe Johnson, or Marion? The 4 of them are undoubtedly the most formidable players on the Suns roster at present, and the likelihood of their success is exceedingly high. Meanwhile, the Warriors must exert every ounce of their strength to thwart the Suns' final offensive maneuver. Regardless of who is on defense, the challenge remains the same. However, a peculiar sight emerges as the camera focuses on the Warriors. Nearly all the players are drenched in sweat while diligently wiping their brows. In stark contrast, the agile and dynamic newcomer from Huaxia, Zhang You, appears completely dry, seemingly unaffected by the intense exertion around him. Fans watching from their screens can't help but exclaim, "What an unusual physique." Moreover, while absorbing tactical instructions, he nonchalantly sips tea from a thermos. This is indeed perplexing. While others are consuming energy drinks, he opts for tea. One can't help but worry. Will he face scrutiny from the league for his lack of perspiration? Is he merely feigning exertion to avoid the impression of slacking off? His neck remains dry, not a single bead of sweat in sight. The previously tense atmosphere is now diverted as fans engage in discussions centered around Zhang Yu's thermos. Is he indulging in self-care? Does this indicate a lack of professionalism? Absolutely not. Zhang Yu's commitment to his profession is beyond question. He contests every ball with an unwavering spirit and a fervent enthusiasm for basketball, often immersing himself in the training facility for an entire day. In later years, the springy James White struggled to find his footing in the NBA. Similarly, the extraordinarily gifted NBA player, Akutabani Haigu, who could touch the top of the backboard, merely lingered as an undrafted player, rarely seeing the court. It is worth noting that in the era of video, he might be the only one to witness such moments, as others, like the legendary player who dominated Jabbar and the big-ticket Kevin Garnett, lack video evidence to substantiate their prowess. It can be asserted that the NBA has never lacked individuals of remarkable talent. Skills, a fierce desire to win, and sheer willpower are all crucial components. As the timeout concludes, only 7.5 seconds remain. The Suns require just a 2-pointer to secure a dramatic victory. Thus, The Warriors shift their defensive focus to the paint and mid-range shots, a prudent decision indeed. The question now is who will take this final shot. The Suns have summoned Stoudemire, Joe Johnson, Marion, Marbury, and the lightning-fast rookie Barbosa to the court. This lineup is bursting with dynamism. The Suns coach boldly entrusts the critical moment to the rookie. On the Warriors' side, Zhang You, Murphy, Pietrus, Richardson, and Nick Van Exel are tasked with thwarting the Suns' last offensive push. Marion inbounds the ball, delivering a bounce pass to Marbury, who, with time running low, swiftly drives towards Nick Van Exel. However, the Warriors' interior defense is well prepared, and the opportunity appears bleak. He directly passed the ball to Barbosa in the corner. A rookie. This diminutive talent from Brazil possesses remarkable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a deceptive maneuver, leaving Pietrus in his wake. Alas, Pietrus was momentarily airborne. The Brazilian lightning struck from the corner, penetrating the defense with fierce determination. Time was of the essence. Could it be that the Suns rookie was poised for a game-winning layup? Murphy instantly abandoned his mark, Stoudemire. Barbosa had already leaped. Would this be a decisive floater? Murphy raised his hand high in an attempt to obstruct. Yet, the shot was still not taken. Thud. In midair. Barbosa delivered a bounce pass to Stoudemire. Time was slipping away. A shot had to be taken. The pass was impeccably timed. And Stoudemire caught the ball with poise. Without a moment's contemplation, he soared into the air. The winds roared, and the clouds surged, as an indomitable spirit filled the arena. Stoudemire, like a fierce warrior of old, raised his hands with formidable strength, eyes ablaze with intensity. His two-handed slam appeared destined to seal the game. The sheer force of his momentum seemed insurmountable. A dunk to clinch the victory? Zhang You would not allow it. He moved laterally into the small restricted area, closely shadowing Stoudemire as he leaped. In the air, an absolute clash of strength ensued. Over the course of this season, Stoudemire has undoubtedly dunked over countless NBA stars, leaving many as mere victims of his ferocious slams. Even the towering Yao Ming was not spared. What audacity! Witnessing Zhang Yu's reckless attempt to obstruct him, Stoudemire's momentum remained undiminished. Boom. The two titans collided in the paint. Zhang Yu's face twisted in determination as his powerful hand surged forward. With the force of a volleyball spike, Zhang Yu summoned all his strength to meet Stoudemire's charge, delivering a resounding slap. Whack! The ball soared beyond the three-point line, sending the audience into a frenzy, their excitement palpable. A shiver ran through the crowd, terrifying. Upon striking the ball, Zhang Yu's palm instinctively connected with Stoudemire's head. Stoudemire's body continued its assault, crashing into Zhang Yu, and the two colossal figures thudded against the floor. Thud. As Zhang Yu swatted the ball away, the arena lights illuminated the court. The referee did not call a foul. This signified that Zhang Yu had executed a near-impossible block against Stoudemire's decisive dunk. Concern lingered over whether Zhang Yu would be injured by Stoudemire's onslaught, yet he sprang to his feet, standing beside Stoudemire, bellowing with fervor. This is my territory. The Warriors' home court erupted in madness. We won. We won. The fans screamed in ecstatic frenzy. If a decibel meter were present, it might have exploded. Commentator Roy could no longer hear his own voice. Zhang Yu has thwarted Stoudemire's game-winning dunk. Unbelievable. The crowd went wild. With his very flesh and bone, he had obstructed Stoudemire's final attempt. Amidst the uproar, Stoudemire exited the player tunnel without a backward glance, even skipping the post-game press conference. He has always harbored a question in his heart. Is the sky truly my limit? In this match, Zhang Yu executed moves comparable to Dr. J's legendary maneuvers from the new era, which reverberated throughout the entire NBA by halftime. It is anticipated that following this game, the fervor surrounding Zhang Yu's extraordinary performance will surge once more. The absence of a broadcast for today's game was a significant oversight. Fortunately, the evening sports recap provided fans with a visual feast. Spectators felt a thrill every time they watched Zhang Yu play for the Warriors, as if goosebumps were inevitable. Moreover, it appeared that Zhang Yu was dominating the court tonight. The announcer's voice was charged with excitement, more invigorating than ever before. Charge forward, never retreat. Soar past two defenders with an extreme maneuver. Watch as the Chinese prodigy Zhang Yu demonstrates that the sky is not my limit. Is that a game winner? The young powerhouse exudes unparalleled strength. Yet, Zhang Yu shows him the meaning of true dominance. In the Warriors' home game against the Suns, the high school sensation Zhang Yu repeatedly faced off against the formidable Amare Stoudemire, delivering astonishing shots. He concluded the match with an impressive stat line of 26 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Notably, his homage to Dr. J with the extreme maneuver and his assertive block against Stoudemire were highlights. Following the block, Zhang Yu's jubilant roar beside Stoudemire sent shivers through the crowd. Such dominance, such exhilaration. It is worth noting that last year, Stoudemire edged out Yao Ming for the Rookie of the Year title, and he once harbored resentment over being the 9th pick instead of the 1st. After Yao was outmaneuvered by Marbury, Stoudemire's joy was akin to celebrating the new year. He even plans to deliver a resounding dunk over Yao Ming the next time he faces the Rockets. Now, all fans have witnessed how last year's Rookie of the Year was overwhelmingly dominated by the formidable high school center from Huaxia. This match left Stoudemire utterly humiliated. After the game, a meddlesome reporter pressed him for his thoughts and reflections on the future. He merely wished to utter a phrase. I engage, you engage. Zhang Yu's new Millennium Reverse Dunk has instantaneously drawn comparisons to the legendary Dr. J and the second-generation icon, Michael Jordan. In terms of the exquisite extension and vertical leap of this remarkable dunk, it stands on par with the illustrious predecessors. It is hard to fathom how someone of such height can execute such an exaggerated maneuver. Even Dr. J himself was left incredulous. It brings to mind the series from 1980. This rookie is utterly captivating. It is essential to recognize that such feats are not solely reliant on talent. This year's rookies have truly opened our eyes, and if I were compelled to select a successor, the 9th pick, Zhang, is currently leading the pack. Jordan, while on holiday, commented on this. It appears that this seasoned veteran has taken quite a liking to the young talent, succinctly offering his advice. Participate in this year's dunk contest alongside LeBron. Whether it was the explosive 360 slam during the All-Star weekend in Atlanta or the one-armed windmill against the Suns, Zhang You has indeed brought astonishment to the fans. When LeBron James, having triumphed over the Knicks alongside his teammates, heard Jordan's suggestion, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? You want me to join him in the dunk contest? This monster even shatters the rim on rebounds. I nearly got dunked on. Reporters relayed Jordan's suggestion to LeBron James, who chuckled. I am quite familiar with Zhang. We share the same agency. In the November games, you'll see me consistently sharing the ball with my teammates, continually learning and contributing to the team's victories. You know, I have no interest in dunking. I didn't even participate in this year's McDonald's All-American Dunk Contest. Zhang enjoys passing, and so do I. The reporters appeared somewhat perplexed. How can you claim disinterest in dunking when it seems you dunk more than anyone else during games? However, there is a semblance of truth to this. A dunk counts as 2 points, while an assist can sometimes be 3. Warriors Training Facility. After a period of intense competition and daily training, Zhang Yu's previously lower skill attributes have seen improvement. Particularly, his interior defense has risen to an impressive 85, and his perimeter defense has reached 78. These enhancements have elevated his abilities to a mid to upper tier within the league, coupled with his innate physical talents. He is now far less susceptible to being easily scored upon by star players in both the interior and perimeter. His emphatic block against Stoudemire serves as a testament to this growth. However, his mid-range and long-range shooting abilities remain stagnant, and one could attribute this to Stephen Curry. Thus, as soon as training concludes, Zhang You insists on increasing the intensity of his practice sessions with Curry. Upon witnessing Zhang Yu's two-step three-point shooting, executed with even greater precision than his own form, Curry could not help but exclaim, "Zhang, your three-point shooting seems to be improving." Zhang Yu simply smiled. His shooting technique exemplifies the quintessential two-step jump shot taught in textbooks, a style favored by contemporary basketball stars. He is no exception. However, he discovered that although Stephen Curry's shooting form does not adhere to the conventional two-motion style, it is remarkably swift, precise, and effortless. Your strength and jumping ability seem to have improved significantly as well. You must return home tonight to practice more. Okay. I will definitely make it to the NBA and dominate you. I intend to dunk over you. Upon hearing Curry's audacious declaration, Zhang Yu chuckled, "I await your arrival. I will pierce through you." After the training session, Zhang Yu accompanied Stephen Curry for a while. They agreed that Curry could only score by penetrating the paint, while Zhang Yu would only shoot three-pointers. The outcome revealed Curry's inability to breach the defense, resulting in a resounding rejection. Zhang Yu fared slightly better, as he disregarded Curry's height and sank a three-pointer despite clanging a few off the rim. The influence of his idol invigorated Curry's commitment to the subsequent training. By the way, Zhang, why have you yet to find a girlfriend? You know Richardson is already on his way to his second marriage. The star from my hometown, Akron, LeBron, is the same age as you, and his wife is expecting a child. I heard they have even chosen a name, Bronny. In response to Curry's curious inquiry, Zhang Yu found himself at a loss for words. As a handsome young man, particularly now that he has showcased the qualities of a rising star, he harbored no doubts that the zealous female fans would eagerly pursue him. The nightlife in the Bay Area has made it clear that the ladies are open to welcoming Zhang Yu at any hour, day or night, for 24 hours of exuberance. The thought of the exhilarating artistic films stored on his computer made him feel slightly bashful. Noticing Zhang Yu's demeanor, Stephen Curry quickly interjected, "I have a stepsister, Cameron Bringle, who is also a player, and a cousin as well." Zhang Yu squinted, seemingly reminiscing about his youth. Who hasn't had a few girls in their teenage years? As someone who once devoted himself to basketball and video games, with a schedule of 3 to 4 games per week in the NBA, the prospect of romance feels distant. If he were to accompany his teammates to a strip club, that might be more feasible. Undoubtedly, his mother, Zhang Xini, would likely mete out severe punishment. Ding. The system prompted. Numerous NBA stars have suffered catastrophic fates due to their indulgence with women. Some have seen their lives unravel, acquiring over 10 illegitimate children and facing bankruptcy, while others have had their jerseys retired in Houston strip clubs, achieving infamy as part of the Nightclub Hall of Fame. There are even those who narrowly escaped death after offending the formidable defender, the Kardashian matriarch. Gasped. The system's reminder compelled Zhang Yu to take a deep breath. It appeared that after playing a couple of games, he had begun to feel invincible, even with the physique of the legendary player. It is crucial to remember that although he claims to have been with 20,000 women, he has never divulged details about any illegitimate children or scandals. Even if he enjoys group activities with several women, the figure of 20,000 seems rather far-fetched. Later, the elder Zhang refuted such claims, asserting that as a contemporary of supercenters, Russell has 11 championships, while he possesses only 2. Feeling somewhat irked, he fabricated such stories to validate his superiority over Russell. The elder Zhang humorously remarked that 2,000 is already astonishing. He was surprised that fans believed the number 20,000. In reality, the elder Zhang is quite devoted, having maintained a stable relationship with his athlete girlfriend, Linda, for 28 years. Contemplating this, Zhang You suddenly felt a surge of ambition and proclaimed to Curry, "The aspirations of a true man should surge forth like the Yangtze River rushing into the sea. Why linger in the tender homeland?" Stephen Curry appeared to grasp the sentiment, albeit partially. Just as they were discussing girls, an unexpected influx of Chinese girls entered the training facility, swiftly encircling Zhang Yu. "You, God of you. I want to bear your child," exclaimed one petite girl. "Step aside," shouted another. "First come, first served. Do not covet my husband." This was the designated fan reception day, and many Asian female fans had registered to participate. Zhang Yu was instantly engulfed by the fervent admirers. Fortunately, his towering height and robust physique prevented him from being overwhelmed. The organizers even proposed a one-on-one challenge between Zhang Yu and a multitude of female fans. As the competition commenced, Zhang Yu found himself facing 10 opponents. Despite being ensconced in the crowd, he navigated the pressure with ease, skillfully dribbling through the tight defense. In the end, with a powerful leap, he soared past 3 girls attempting to encircle him, executing a breathtaking two-handed slam dunk. Ah, what exhilaration! The female fans, jubilant and ecstatic, erupted with joyous shouts as they flew out of bounds. Perhaps the system, fearing he might inherit the commendable legacy of the legendary Zhang, hastily issued a new task. System task initiated, to achieve 2 objectives with 1 action. The Rookie of the Month award often serves as a precursor to the season's Best Rookie accolade. As a prestigious honor, the Player of the Month award frequently signifies the most formidable athlete. By securing the Rookie of the Month award, the team must triumph in the remaining games this month to randomly match up against a star player's talent, earning the historic player card of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and his signature skyhook skill. Oh, setting aside the skills of the opposing star, this unconventional system has finally bestowed upon him a devastating inside move. Abdul-Jabbar possesses an unparalleled hookshot technique, with a height and range that no contemporary player has yet been able to replicate. To pass him the ball is to guarantee a secure 2 points, a feat widely regarded as one of the most reliable 2-point shots in NBA history. With his formidable height and impressive wingspan, he executes a remarkably stable hook shot that is nearly impossible to defend against. Even in his 40s, he continues to score with consistent efficiency, elevating the hook shot to an art form. The only way for defenders to hinder his accuracy is to engage him physically, akin to a rugby tackle, relentlessly challenging him at his lower body. He continues to hold the record for the highest score by a significant margin. Playing against such a formidable opponent is truly an experience devoid of thrill. Of course, securing the title of Rookie of the Month is not overly challenging. However, achieving the accolade of Western Conference Player of the Month presents a substantial challenge for Zhang Yu. This month, the Warriors are set to face teams such as the Pistons, Clippers, Spurs, and Rockets. Excluding the Clippers benchwarmers, he will be up against towering giants like Ben Wallace, Yao Ming, and the legendary Tim Duncan. Yet, in pursuit of this remarkable skill, Zhang Yu feels invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm. He is ablaze with determination. With his gaze fixed on a line of petite girls standing at a height of 1.6 meters, Zhang Yu charges towards the paint from beyond the 3-point line. Leaping over 2 defenders, he soars above them to deliver a thunderous 2-handed dunk. Boom. On November 12, 2003, at the Oakland Arena, the audience was in awe. Did you know? Zhang Yu is incredibly approachable. We had a close encounter with him yesterday. Wow, really? Did you all go together? Yes, all 10 of us were present. And his strength is astonishing. Even Kitagawa-chan was sent flying by him. He truly is something else. He lacks tenderness. How annoying. So, how is Kitagawa-chan? Is she upset? He's so handsome and kind. Of course, she forgives him. What a pity. I should have gone with you all. After today's game, you should wait for him in the Players' tunnel. You're so charming. He will surely like you. The female fans in the stands were chattering excitedly among themselves. Nearby, the reporters perked up their ears and observed these delightful young ladies. They were astounded. Their scalps tingled with shock. Some bore bruises on their faces, while others had scraped knees. It seemed they had been lamenting their close encounters with Zhang Yu. Each one proclaimed how fierce he was. The reporters couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. An 18-year-old high school player from Huaxia. So remarkable. It's unbelievable that 10 of them had shared a close experience with him. Does he truly consider himself the modern-day Wilt Chamberlain? How terrifying. The young ladies appear to be delicate, youthful maidens, now utterly ravaged by Zhang Yu. A horrifying sight. Robert, a reporter from the Golden State Daily, swallowed hard as he observed the young athletes warming up on the court. Typically, he presented himself with utmost politeness and kindness in front of the media. On the court, He exuded vitality and displayed remarkable leadership qualities. However, to his dismay, he found that he was no different from the other NBA players. A twinge of jealousy twisted Robert's expression. He hastily scribbled notes, pondering whether 10 female companions were insufficient and whether the Chinese rookie would be fatigued. This brief article, composed in a mere 10 minutes, flowed more swiftly than the works of some lesser writers. When he presented it to the editor-in-chief of the Golden State Daily, the editor's eyes lit up. It was approved in an instant. Thus, while the Warriors and Pistons were still warming up, news broke of the Chinese rookie's nocturnal escapades with multiple female friends. Even more alarming, the article vividly depicted Zhang You as a veritable brute in such encounters. Each girl left with indelible scars after a night spent with him. Strangely, however, every girl seemed entranced by their intimate interactions with Zhang You, with even those untouched by his affections expressing regret. The article concluded by addressing the issues surrounding Zhang You, questioning whether he could still summon the energy to compete in the NBA, having devoted himself entirely to nightlife and women. Did he consider himself the new Wilt Chamberlain? The report continued to gain traction, prompting speculation about whether Zhang Yu's recent performances, coupled with his home city's allure, contributed to this behavior. The NBA schedule is indeed demanding, with little time beyond games and practice. At home, there is a bit more leisure, while away games involve constant travel. To find entertainment in visiting cities requires meticulous time management. Soon, the Warriors would embark on their own away journey. The game between the Warriors and the Pistons was about to commence. The starting players took to the court. The Pistons fielded Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, and Eldon Campbell. The Warriors maintained their previous starting lineup, which appeared set to remain unchanged for some time before any trades. The Pistons ranked among the top tier in the Eastern Conference, having advanced to the playoffs as the first seed last season. Although they ultimately fell to the then-dominant Nets, Pistons fans remained hopeful, drawing parallels between Chauncey and the legendary Smiling Assassin, while also recalling the formidable defense of All-Star Ben Wallace and the emergence of Hamilton's resilience alongside Prince's rise. Prior to their encounter, the Pistons held a record of 5 wins and 2 losses, while the much-discussed Warriors boasted 6 wins and 1 loss. Due to a lack of a suitable power forward, the Pistons were compelled to shift Ben Wallace to the 4 position, allowing the 2'13" veteran Eldon Campbell to continue as the starting center. As the first quarter commenced, both teams struggled to find offensive rhythm. The Pistons' interior offense was already weak, and their perimeter shooting had yet to warm up. The Warriors, faced with the Pistons' formidable defense, found their outside players faltering. Hamilton clamped down on Richardson, providing no opportunities. Billups, Prince, and others worked in seamless collaboration to stifle Nick and Dunleavy. Under the guidance of seasoned coach Larry Brown, this already tenaciously defensive team seemed to elevate their defensive prowess to new heights. They have donned their armor down to the tips of their toes. Not to mention that last season, Ben Wallace recorded an astounding average of 15 for rebounds and 15 blocks per game, leading the league in rebounds and ranking second in blocks, a terrifying statistic. Even the veteran Eldon Campbell, born in 1968, has his blocks placed 27th on the all-time leaderboard. The game, however, continues. The relentless clang of missed shots has lulled the fans into a stupor. The Warriors wish to capitalize on this. Now it is Ben Wallace defending the paint. Indeed, Zhang Yu's offensive performance in the low post has proven quite lackluster. As the commentator calmly narrates, Zhang Yu's shot against Ben Wallace clangs off the rim. In truth, Zhang You has been subconsciously training his footwork and offensive techniques in the post. Yet, training is one thing. Facing the league's most formidable interior defender, his skills seem somewhat underdeveloped. Moreover, Zhang You makes a startling discovery. His strength when backing down Ben Wallace feels akin to facing the might of Shaquille O'Neal. It is said that Wallace's bench press exceeds that of O'Neal, both reaching an impressive 205 kilograms. At the end of the first quarter, the score stands at 13-16, with the visiting Pistons leading by 3 points. The atmosphere is somber, the audience subdued. D'Antoni's pistol offense and Mourinho's horn set plays seem ineffective against such a tight Pistons defense. Even when Zhang You is tasked with ball handling and playmaking, scoring remains a challenge for his teammates. Although he possesses the passing finesse of White Chocolate and Jokic, the Pistons' perimeter pressure is overwhelming. How to break the deadlock? At this moment, after a brief interview with reporters during the intermission, Coach Muserman, with an unusual expression, inquires about Zhang Yu's stamina. Zhang, are you feeling all right? Zhang You, puzzled, simply smiles and replies, "Of course, coach. I've mentioned before, I can play a full 48 minutes every night." Coach Muserman then calmly states, "This Pistons team's defense is not without its flaws. I now need you to do something. I know you enjoy playing team basketball, but at times, a superstar must step forth to score. These players are often referred to as superstars." Muserman begins to adjust the strategy, brutally simple. "I need you to emerge as a scorer. Become the superstar of the Warriors." During the intermission, Muserman learns of a shocking revelation. The cornerstone of the team, their starting center, and a future superstar, Zhang You, has reportedly gone 1-on-10. Will this impact his stamina during the game? The Warriors fans appear quite concerned. No, I don't know if it's true. But he assured me that he can handle 48 minutes without issue. Eric, the coach, promptly responds to the reporter's inquiry. Thus, during the intermission, Coach Muserman discusses Zhang Yu's stamina and informs the players of the Pistons' vulnerabilities, encouraging Zhang to activate his superstar mode. Coach Larry Brown is formidable. His philosophy dictates that the core players of the opposing team must not be allowed easy shots or passes. Hence, whether it's Nick S. or Zhang's passing, or Jason S. drives, they face considerable difficulty. They apply intense pressure on the ball handler, closely contesting every move. Although they provide openings for Nick and Jason to penetrate, the defensive help comes from none other than Ben Wallace, which is problematic. Prince, Hamilton, and Billups form a formidable perimeter pressure group, while Wallace anchors the interior defense with remarkable agility and toughness. However, the Pistons' most significant vulnerability lies in their center, Campbell. While Campbell can block shots, his foot speed is notably sluggish. Now, I need Zhang Yu to handle the ball from the perimeter, exploiting mismatches against smaller defenders or charging into the paint, utilizing his speed to challenge their interior players. As Coach Muserman elaborates on the strategy, D'Antoni nods in agreement, supplementing the plan. Zhang Yu's performance in the first quarter was far from stellar. Aside from matching Wallace and rebounding, he faced obstacles in orchestrating the offense, which is his forte. To ascend to superstar status, one must resolve the team's predicaments. The team desperately needs to shatter the scoring drought. As the second quarter commences, Zhang Yu takes it upon himself to advance the ball from the backcourt. Ben Wallace claps his hands, standing poised at the arc's top, awaiting the young player. "I shall remain here, Eastern Magician. You may attempt to pass," remarks Wallace, his expression impassive as he faces Zhang Yu. His dark visage uttering such words instills a palpable sense of menace, evoking an aura of terror. As a player overlooked in the 1996 draft, he transformed from averaging a mere 1 points and 7 rebounds to becoming a formidable rebounding machine and a shot-blocking virtuoso. Ben Wallace harbors no fear of any adversary, be it the legendary Michael Jordan or fellow elite scorers of his era such as Allen Iverson or Kobe Bryant. He stands undaunted, let alone this rookie lad. He is now attempting to destabilize Zhang Yu's mindset with his words. Zhang Yu, gazing at this retro hairstyle with a terrifying expression, remains undaunted by the power forward, who is considerably shorter than him. He responded assertively to Ben Wallace's trash talk on the court. "Dare to place a wager with me? If this shot goes in, you owe me 50. Otherwise, I shall give you 50. At that moment, Ben Wallace was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to react to Zhang Yu. He initially intended to agree. However, what if? I feel a twinge of regret. After all, it is 50. How absurd. Even the rookies dare to take risks. What do I have to fear? Just as he was wavering, Zhang Yu began to showcase his guard skills at the top of the arc. Although the system did not grant him the superstar dribbling moves, his exceptional ball handling ability, exceeding 90, was sufficient to execute the techniques he had mastered flawlessly. Every guard has nearly learned the art of the between-the-legs crossover. He lowered his center of gravity and pulled to the sides. Ben Wallace demonstrated commendable defensive prowess in the paint, effectively providing support against perimeter players. However, this does not imply that he is impervious to the speed and footwork of outside players. Even though Zhang Yu's strength may not entirely overpower him, the moment Zhang unleashed his set of guard skills, Ben Wallace found himself momentarily at a standstill. Just as a gap appeared in Ben Wallace's defense, Zhang Yu accelerated, stepping decisively into the paint. In the next instant, he leaped with a powerful jump, akin to a standing long jump, into the lane. Subsequently, he launched himself towards the hoop with both feet off the ground. Campbell, who was attempting to rotate and provide help from the corner, was regrettably slow. By the time he reached Zhang Yu, it was too late. Zhang Yu had already lifted the basketball high above his head, ready for takeoff. Boom. He executed a thunderous two-handed dunk, the sound reverberating as if shattering the silence between both teams. Zhang Yu's footwork was impeccably clean, entirely free from the possibility of being flagged for a traveling violation. This was quintessentially the maneuver of a guard. The commentator, Smith, exclaimed. "We often witness guards like Allen Iverson employing such moves, but to see a big man execute, it is truly astounding." In the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA, the diminutive Iverson faced formidable defensive intensity in the paint. Such a drive, with both feet landing before leaping, afforded Iverson a significant advantage in physical confrontations, particularly given his relative lack of size compared to most opponents. Zhang Yu, with a dazzling behind-the-back step-back dunk, proclaimed his scoring prowess even in the presence of the league's most formidable interior defender, Ben Wallace. Wallace, not one to engage in trash talk, found himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of a tactic he seldom employed. Yet, he took solace in not having accepted the wager of 50. When the Pistons resumed play from the baseline, Zhang Yu, after completing his dunk and returning on defense, playfully winked at Wallace, saying, "Hey, brother, care to say something? Is the next shot still 50? Wallace, adopting a stoic demeanor, remained unfazed by Zhang Yu's banter, resolutely unresponsive. "Who the hell are you calling brother? His salary for this season is merely $5 million. However, upon reflection, one realizes that Zhang You is also quite impoverished. He is truly a reckless gambler. Yet, he does not engage in a single word of rebuttal. Internally, he cannot help but indulge in a fervent tirade. What a prodigal child. Has he lost his mind in poverty? You gamble with those high-salaried superstars. Just silence your lips. Zhang You responded to Wallace's critique of his soul-passing ability with a powerful drive and score. Even Larry Brown adjusted his glasses, harboring an ominous premonition in his heart. He gestured for Campbell to focus on Zhang You, instructing Ben Wallace to assume the 4 position. Should Zhang Yu make an aggressive move, Big Ben was to provide support. On the offensive end, Hamilton of the Pistons eluded Richardson through deft movement, and upon receiving a pass from Billups, the masked man scored with a mid-range jumper, securing 2 points for Detroit. After the Warriors advanced the ball past half-court, they passed it back to Zhang Yu, stationed beyond the arc remarkably. The Warriors had recklessly opened up the interior space entirely, adopting an offensive strategy where all players positioned themselves on the perimeter. Furthermore, once the players completed their movements, they remained steadfast in their positions, avoiding chaotic shifts reminiscent of a disorganized tactical board. This strategy demanded a high 3-point shooting percentage from the perimeter shooters. Zhang You now enjoyed the unrestrained freedom to shoot, fully sanctioned by the coaching staff. He possesses an unwavering confidence when facing any player from the Pistons. The Warriors fans in attendance rose to their feet, exuberantly chanting, "Zhang, go forth and score wildly." The atmosphere at the Oakland Arena, the home ground of the Warriors, was electrifying. As both teams struggled with their shots in the first quarter, the question lingered. Who would provide the answer? The Warriors unveiled their offensive strategy, creating space in the paint for Zhang Yu to exploit, allowing him to charge to the basket with his footwork and physicality. Zhang Yu could opt to pass out of double teams or draw fouls himself. Their only concern was his stamina. Could he maintain such relentless aggression for an entire quarter? This was the apprehension echoed by the commentators and the Warrior supporters. Yet, they need not dwell on this, for they were once again treated to Zhang Yu's extraordinary prowess on the court. What defines a leader? It is the ability to step up and deliver what the team needs in times of adversity. Now, it is clear to all that Zhang Yu is a masterful ball-handling center. He may not be the most proficient scorer on the team, yet he relishes in assisting the team through his passing, rebounding, and defensive prowess. However, in the face of his teammates' repeated inability to score, Zhang Yu now lives up to the expectations set by the team's management. He commenced to switch into an offensive mode, employing his erstwhile defensive prowess to inflict damage relentlessly. In the second quarter, the game was equally punctuated by the sound of whistles. Zhang Yu of the Warriors frequently approached the free throw line. While many believed his shooting to be subpar, in the midst of fierce competition and lacking open shots, his current performance might not be commendable. However, as a former guard, his shooting skills are undoubtedly of an acceptable standard. Swish, swish. Zhang Yu continued to sprint, engaging in a relentless battle with Ben Wallace. The Pistons, not to be outdone, witnessed Hamilton nearly exhausting Richardson with his relentless pace. His agile cuts and movements pose a significant threat. The two teams are neck and neck, with the second quarter witnessing a resurgence from both sides. As the first half concludes, the Warriors find themselves trailing by 4 points, with a score of 42-46. During the second quarter, the Warriors collectively scored 22 points, 15 of which were contributed by Zhang Yu. Additionally, he managed to convert 7 out of 10 free throws. Clearly, tonight's game is a clash between offense and defense, and we are currently facing some challenges. I harbor a strong disdain for the defensive strategies of the Pistons and Spurs. They are as tough to crack as bone. Zhang Yu and Hamilton are the two players who have covered the most ground on the court, and they are also the highest scorers for their respective teams. I am genuinely concerned for Yushin. I cannot believe he exerted himself so intensely yesterday only to have to fight relentlessly on the court again today. My heart aches for him. With his current condition, does the coach not allow him a moment's respite? He is truly remarkable. Some fans are lamenting the Pistons' suffocating and unpleasant defense, which has rendered the game rather unattractive. Meanwhile, female fans, witnessing their idol Zhang Yu being besieged by multiple defenders and relentlessly pressured by the robust Pistons interior, clutch their chests in distress. The pain is so profound it feels as though they cannot breathe. During halftime, the Warriors' home crowd was graced with a performance by a Mandarin pop star, singing hits from 2003. If those 2 words had not trembled, I would not have realized my discomfort. What are those 2 words that evoke such a tremor? Is it breakup? No. A taxi driver, late at night, picked up a passenger who turned out to be his girlfriend from a decade ago. Despite 10 years of separation, the driver recognized her instantly. Yet, he chose not to acknowledge her and silently drove on. After more than 10 minutes, the ex-girlfriend took out her phone and began chatting with a friend about her life over the past decade. The driver listened in silence, memories flooding his mind. Upon reaching their destination, the woman hung up and, with a quivering voice, addressed the driver. I have shared my 10 years of experiences with you. And you can't even muster a hello? The driver hesitated for a moment, his voice trembling as he replied, hello. The passage of time allows fans to appreciate that each song carries an indelible story. 10 years. A decade later, what will tonight's energetic 18-year-old from Huaxia become? Or rather, where will you be 10 years from now? As the third quarter commences, Zhang Yu has yet to rest. he roared as he battled beneath the basket against Ben Wallace. Although Ben Wallace was not particularly tall, his positioning awareness and strength were unparalleled. Zhang You had to exert every ounce of his energy to contest the rebounds with Wallace. Zhang You sensed that this individual was formidable not only in offense but also in defense and rebounding. With a resounding clap, Zhang You seized an offensive rebound over Wallace with his long arms and sprang up with determination. The sound echoed as Wallace clung to Zhang Yu's body. Yet, Zhang You was equally formidable, although he was caught by Dabin with one hand. He skillfully managed to grasp the ball with his left hand and score in the second offensive attempt. Many were left in astonishment. It was said that Zhang You had spent the entire night reveling in the flower gardens, and one would assume he was utterly exhausted. Moreover, he had indulged to such an extent that several lovely young ladies were left with bruised faces. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he still performed remarkably. He astonishingly remained so formidable the following day. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Even Robert, the editor who pens short essays for the Golden State Daily, was taken aback. He must have mastered the extraordinary martial arts of China. Glancing once more at the support group for Yushin across the stands, Robert observed that their legs appeared to have grown weak, yet they continued to cheer passionately for Zhang You. He could hardly believe the extent of his charm. What secrets does he truly harbor? It was only during the pause that Robert observed Zhang You, seated on the bench, lifting a thermos and sipping on herbal tea for wellness. He appeared to be untouched by perspiration, a most peculiar sight indeed. Suddenly, an answer dawned upon him. It was not merely him. Even the players of the Pistons were rendered speechless. The exhausted Campbell, panting heavily, remarked, with such a massive physique, "It seems he hasn't taken a moment's rest. I believe we ought to petition the league for a urine test." An investigation was imperative. In truth, he, along with Ben Wallace and even the backup center Oker, took turns defending against Zhang You. Yet, he was simply too swift. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, Jason Richardson was gulping down water fervently. "Coach, I think we should request the league to conduct a urine test on Richard Hamilton. My tongue feels as if it has been run off." Not only was he thoroughly exhausted by Hamilton's relentless pressure on the defensive end tonight, but he was equally drained by the entanglement of his movements on the offensive front. His shooting percentage tonight was merely 30%, and Nick Van Exel was not much better. Fortunately, the Pistons' accuracy was similarly low. However, under the orchestration of Chauncey Billups, both Prince and Hamilton managed to score 15 points each. Meanwhile, the relentless Zhang You has already amassed 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists. As the third quarter concluded, both teams remained evenly matched. One must admit that the Warriors have indeed achieved an unprecedented start to the season. Nonetheless, many of the games have been heart-stopping until the very end. Against the 76ers, the game concluded with a thrilling alley-oop from Pietrus to Zhang You, while against the Lakers, Zhang You nearly committed a turnover before executing a last-second three-pointer. In the match against the Suns, Zhang You delivered a decisive block against the formidable Amare Stoudemire. Each victory has been intricately linked to the prowess of the legendary Zhang You. His remarkable performances and consecutive accolades as the player of the week have solidified his position as the linchpin of the team. Meanwhile, on the Pistons bench, 2003 draft sensation Malisic rests his chin on his hand, observing the 9th overall pick, Zhang You, dominating the court with an air of desolation. Perhaps, Larry Brown is indeed an adept coach. However, his stringent management, scrutinizing every minute detail of his player's performance, may not be conducive to the development of a newcomer like myself. The Pistons' formidable fortress of defense poses a significant challenge for many teams across the league. As the fourth quarter draws to a close, both sides prepare for one final offensive play. Amidst the raucous chants of the home crowd urging for defense, the Pistons initiate their attack. Billups utilizes a screen from Ben Wallace, executing a deceptive move before taking a shot. His countenance remained impassive as he executed his shot with unwavering precision. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The Pistons have finally registered a score. Indeed, in the fourth quarter, they managed to score a mere 7 points. Yet it was during this critical moment that the indomitable spirit of Billups shone through as he deftly executed a pivotal shot to reclaim the lead. All they needed to do was hold on to this ball to secure victory. The Warriors, who struggled to score in the fourth quarter, managed a mere 10 points. The score stood at 77-79. Only 8 seconds remained. At this crucial moment, the Warriors astonishingly did not call a timeout. In the corner, Robinson passed the ball to Zhang You, who charged forward with fervor. Eric was exceedingly cunning. He executed such a strategy. Everyone anticipated a timeout from the Warriors, but Mourinho did not oblige. The Pistons bench erupted with exclamations about the deviousness of the Warriors coach. Zhang Yu's rapid advance took them completely by surprise. The Prince, tasked with the screen, was unceremoniously toppled by Zhang Yu. However, this screen allowed Ben to retreat into the paint. They are aware. Zhang Yu is about to charge. A swift 2 points are imperative. He advanced like a formidable war chariot, unstoppable in its relentless charge. Yet, Ben remained unafraid. Upon stepping beyond the three-point line, Zhang Yu began his swift ascent. He completely disregarded the towering presence of Big Ben. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Zhang Yu elevated the ball high at the free throw line, simultaneously leaping off one foot. Big Ben roared in defiance, attempting to intercept in midair. The spectators erupted, exclaiming, "There he goes, soaring through the air once again." Boom. With a deft maneuver, he executed a gliding slam dunk right over Big Ben. The tremendous impact sent Big Ben crashing to the ground with a thud, like snow falling without a trace, subtly nourishing the earth. Zhang Yu seemed to ride the winds. Soaring towards the heavens, suspended in the air, he folded and unleashed a ferocious dunk. The formidable Big Ben, a paragon of strength, crumpled heavily to the floor as the shot clock lit up. The sheer force of the play even caused the cameraman in the corner to squint in disbelief. Yet, Zhang Yu's breathtaking buzzer beater, amidst fierce competition, was still forcefully executed. Commentator Su, after exclaiming, "What a shot!" was soon joined by Coach Su, who enthusiastically praised Zhang Yu's clutch fast break basket. "Look at that." He faced defenders on both sides, yet Zhang Yu, with the finesse of a feather, managed to score against two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Truly a blend of brute strength and delicate skill. Indeed, Ben Wallace has been awarded the league's best defensive player for 2 consecutive seasons and has been selected for the all-defensive first team in the same span, illustrating his leadership role on the defensive end. At times tonight, he galvanized the team's overall defense, thwarting the Warriors' guards as they aimed for the basket. However, the sudden change in strategy by the Warriors to surge with their center left him bewildered. This was nothing short of an inhumane tactic. A center charging towards the basket like a shooting guard? Is that reasonable? The score stood at 79-79. The regular time concluded in a deadlock. The suffocating defenses and fatigue from both teams resulted in a low-scoring affair in the fourth quarter. Yet, unexpectedly, neither side yielded in the critical moments, remaining evenly matched. The core players of both teams stepped up, embodying true leadership. The usually composed coach Larry Brown rose to promptly devise strategies for overtime. In the overtime jump ball, Zhang Yu effortlessly outjumped the less towering Ben Wallace, securing possession for the Warriors. During this phase of overtime, some players had nearly reached their physical limits, unable to replicate the vigor of the first half. Thus, every single basket became exceedingly precious. Yet when everyone witnessed the performances of Hamilton and Zhang Yu, they were left in a state of awe. On the offensive end, Zhang Yu once again showcased his leaping ability and strength, snatching an offensive rebound from a teammate's missed mid-range shot. With a resounding slap, he followed up with a bank shot, giving the Warriors an early lead in overtime. Coach Larry Brown could no longer contain his frustration. He positioned himself on the sidelines, personally orchestrating the offense and defense, his voice incessantly reminding the Pistons players of their rightful positions. Chauncey, indeed, the tactics. Under the fervent urging of Coach Larry Brown, the Pistons were equally resolute. Chauncey Billups utilized a screen to draw Zhang Yu away from the perimeter. Was this a strategy of exploiting size? Zhang Yu sensed that the opponent before him was quite formidable. Indeed, it proved to be the case. He compressed the time to nearly 24 seconds before choosing to change direction and break through from the right flank against Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu closely followed with his footwork and body. The ball was dead. Billups made a shooting motion. Zhang Yu was not deceived, raising his hands high. However, Billups executed a bounce pass to the cutting Hamilton. The masked man scored again with a layup. Richardson, who was guarding Hamilton, angrily slammed the ball to the ground. Billups has already recorded 14 assists tonight, contributing significantly with several crucial shots. Chauncey Billups, the 191 centimeters player selected by the Celtics in 1997, who was nearly labeled a bust. Will this seemingly unremarkable guard become the ultimate commander of the Motor City? He has now delivered a performance that perfectly aligns with the team's aspirations. Judging by his ordinary career and the fact that he has never been selected as an all-star, he nearly failed to justify his 3rd overall pick, risking the label of a draft bust. However, the late-blooming Chauncey has showcased a level of play in these past 2 seasons that is entirely distinct from his earlier career. In Zhang Yu's perspective, Ben forms the defensive bastion of the Pistons. Yet, it is this individual who embodies the very soul of the team. He solely engages in the tasks that are his responsibility, deftly delivering the ball to Hamilton, who cuts around the screen, or to players positioned beneath the basket. As the shot clock dwindles, he makes his attempts with precision, often driving towards the basket with the intent to draw fouls. His gameplay is seasoned, composed, rational, and undeniably lethal. During defensive plays, Billups vociferously directs the team's movements. Observing Billups perform, Zhang Yu perceives 2 words: rationality. The tension of the overtime period is thick with the sin of competition. At this moment, every fan is acutely aware that it is the time for the 2 teams' pivotal players to shine. Chauncey Billups versus Zhang Yu. Go, go, go. Double team, double team. P.S. right here. The shouts from the coaching staff invigorate the players on the court. Sweat soaks their jerseys, and the sound of heavy breathing fills the air. Zhang has only rested for 2 minutes during the second quarter. He is utterly exhausted. This is the most crucial phase of the match, and the team will not allow him to leave the court. The anxiety of the fans is entirely justified. Many stars have succumbed to injuries due to physical fatigue. Sometimes, One cannot help but ponder whether it is worth sacrificing health and a career for the sake of victory. At this moment, Zhang You has no time for such thoughts. He possesses considerable weight and has a high level of activity, which naturally leads to rapid fatigue. However, thanks to his innate talent for health preservation, his stamina replenishes swiftly. Coupled with the endurance he has assimilated from Zhang Daxuai, a stamina rating of 100 is more than sufficient for him to endure 2 overtime periods. The score on the court remains tied. After 2 rounds of deadlock, neither side has managed to gain an advantage. Surprisingly, the Pistons have altered their defensive strategy. When Zhang You holds the ball, they allow Billups to match up against him directly. It appears that Billups is aware of Zhang Yu's shooting struggles, as he refrains from applying pressure, instead opting to give him a step to facilitate a drive. He waits for Zhang You to penetrate, anticipating the impending double team from the formidable duo of Ben Wallace and Oker in the paint. Here it comes. Indeed, faced with such a favorable opportunity, Zhang You has no reason to refrain from driving. As Zhang You accelerates, Billups attempts to intercept the ball. Alas, he never anticipated that the towering Zhang You possessed dribbling skills comparable to that of a guard. He charged in. Ben and Oker quickly closed in. He cannot get through. Ben bellowed in rage. Zhang You smirked. Standing there in a daze, he thought I was going for a layup? The mid-range jumper from the free throw line is not guaranteed, but the nearly open shot from the front is his sweet spot. In fact, in the NBA, there are very few big men who can consistently make mid-range jumpers with no one around. He abruptly halted, leaping into a 2-part layup shot. Good lad. This one is in, Robinson shouted with excitement. Zhang You released the shot with precision. Swish. The crisp sound of the net sent the crowd into a frenzy. Zhang You actually made a 2-point layup. Damn. Ben cursed under his breath. No need to worry, stay composed. Billups called the players together to emphasize offensive and defensive tactics. With less than a minute remaining, Billups opted for a fast break to secure an additional offensive opportunity. He forcefully maneuvered past Nick Van Exel to penetrate the paint, subsequently delivering a behind-the-back pass to the high-positioned Oker. The Turkish center Oker, with poise, confidently unleashed a shot. Alas, the referee indicated that it was a long 2-pointer due to stepping on the line. The score stood at 83 with just 32 seconds remaining. The Warriors were determined to exhaust the final 24 seconds of their offensive play. Billups and the coaching staff continuously urged their teammates to maintain their positions on the court. There was no time to lament that the previous long 2-pointer was not a 3-pointer. Their expressions revealed no trace of panic. They must exert every effort to defend against the shot, and then execute the decisive strike. In the Oakland arena, an atmosphere laden with a sense of impending doom permeates the air. The Warriors fans hold their breath, seemingly too afraid to move. Zhang You begins to advance the ball forward from the backcourt. At this moment, his expression was devoid of emotion. No one could predict the manner in which he would execute this final offensive. Stick to our defensive strategy, just like before, Larry Brown shouted from the sidelines. Indeed, if Zhang You charged in and opted to pass, they intended to have the swift-footed Ben cover Robinson. If he chose to drive for the basket, the congested paint would make it far from easy for him to score. The female Warriors fans in attendance even bit down on their hands in anxiety. How heart-wrenching. Why won't you allow Yushin to rest? Zhang Yu's repeated assaults on the enemy stronghold, akin to a man carrying explosives, had completely captivated a large throng of male and female fans alike. Upon reaching the front court, Billups similarly created distance from Zhang You, extending his hands wide. He can allow Zhang You to break through, yet he will not permit himself to lay down his arms. Billups possesses commendable skills in the low post, and he is equally confident in his well-established territory. Even in the face of the formidable Huaxia giant spirit, he remains unfazed. Come on. Billups' gaze is resolute. Despite Zhang Yu's remarkable speed and strength, the pressure will only facilitate his breakthrough. However, granting a slight distance will enable Billups to utilize his footwork to impede Zhang's advance. Because Zhang You has not taken a shot, Teacher Su, observing the situation, is once again analyzing the scenario. Billups' decision is astute, for he is certain that Zhang You will charge into the paint. Thus, he concedes a step to allow for a potential breakthrough, enabling him not only to obstruct, but also to invite the possibility of encountering multiple defenders should Zhang penetrate. Will the Pistons allow Zhang You an easy pass? Will his teammates convert? Let us await the outcome. This analysis is not solely confined to the commentators. The coaching staff and players of the Pistons have drawn similar conclusions. Now, it remains to be seen whether Zhang You can successfully navigate their pocket strategy during his breakthrough. Will any of the other Warriors step up in this possession? As Zhang You watches the clock dwindle, he lowers his center of gravity once more. It is coming. Everyone is on high alert. All are aware that this signals Zhang Yu's intent to break through. Now, the anticipation surrounding his advance is palpable. He does not possess the intricate and varied dribbling styles of Allen Iverson or Stephon Marbury. Instead, his breakthrough is characterized by an incredible force and a lightning-fast first step. In fact, it bears a resemblance to the explosive first steps exhibited by Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. At that moment, everyone's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Zhang You observed Chauncey Billups retreating at the top of the arc. Meanwhile, the Pistons' interior defenders lay in wait to ensnare him. Should he pass the ball? Suddenly, a phrase spoken by Mourinho earlier echoed in his mind. I know you enjoy playing team basketball, but at times, a true star must step up and score for himself. Such players are often referred to as superstars. As if to fulfill that notion, Zhang You executed a move to break to the right. Billups and the Pistons' Ben Wallace instinctively shifted a step in Zhang Yu's direction. Come on. This time, you won't make the shot. Ben was fixated on Zhang Yu. At the arc, Zhang Yu adhered to his usual method, bulldozing his way into the paint. Here we go. Ben and Oker converged simultaneously. They were ensnared by 3 defenders. In the next instant, astonishingly, Zhang Yu leapt into the air. He has taken off, missing the chance to pass. Yet in the air, Zhang Yu faces a blockade from 2 opponents, with Billups pressing from behind. Suspended in midair, he contemplates his options. And then, he forcefully slams the ball against Big Ben's backside. A self-pass. My goodness. The spectators are gripping their hair in disbelief. What an incredible display. The ball ricochets off Big Ben and back into Zhang Yu's hands, followed by a deceptive fake pass. Uncle Robinson in the corner, expecting to receive the ball, instead finds nothing but air. Another feint. Don't fall for it. Billups shouts and immediately rushes in to disrupt. Big Ben reacts swiftly, attempting to push down on Zhang Yu's shoulder. Too late. He cannot hold him back. Zhang Yu leaps with a powerful thrust, executing a magnificent windmill dunk. The arena reverberates. The Golden State fans collectively gasp in astonishment. Stunned, the players on both the Pistons and the sidelines are left bewildered, unsure of what just transpired. The DJ at the venue erupts. Zhang Yu. The Warriors fans in the stands can no longer contain their excitement. The Pistons are utterly flabbergasted. Beep. 2-1. As Zhang Yu steps up to the free throw line, an overwhelming chorus of cheers fills the air. P. Ben Wallace's face darkens. His gaze fixed menacingly on Zhang Yu at the line. He cannot miss. He cannot miss. Zhang Yu casts a calm glance at the fearsome Wallace. Should this shot still be a 50? He steadies himself and releases the ball. Swish. 87, 83. Zhang Yu has clinched the game with a decisive 2-1. During the Pistons' timeout, the players seem to have lost their voices, appearing numb, unable to speak or find strength. Only Billups can be heard shouting. There are 8 seconds left. Defense. Defense. Can we still win? Upon returning from the timeout, Billups provides the answer. He swiftly sank a 3-pointer in response to Nick Van Exel's sudden stop. He demonstrated his resilience to the fullest. Unfortunately, time was running out. With a tactical foul, Nick Van Exel sank both free throws. The Warriors ultimately triumphed over the visiting Detroit Pistons in overtime, with the home crowd erupting in a celebration of victory. Zhang Yu faced the relentless double team with unwavering tenacity. Had it not been for Zhang Yu's decisive layup in regulation and his miraculous 3-pointer in overtime, the Pistons would have departed Oakland with a well-deserved victory. He seized numerous ball-handling opportunities this evening, culminating in an impressive tally of 36 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists, unequivocally demonstrating his prowess to all. He is a truly remarkable superstar. Billups exhibited extraordinary resilience, achieving 19 points, 16 assists, and 5 rebounds. His performance tonight truly exemplified the essence of a team leader. Following the defeat, he proactively sought out Zhang Yu for an embrace as a gesture of respect. We underestimated you, towering giant of Huaxia. Thank you, Brother Changxi, for allowing me that space, enabling me to execute mid-range shots as I do in practice. Zhang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As Wallace was swiftly exiting the player tunnel, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yu and had no desire to acknowledge him. He had already demonstrated sufficient tenacity this evening. Yet, this giant of Huaxia seemed to regard himself as something beyond human. It felt as if he was sprinting even more than that fellow Richard Hamilton. Who would have thought? Zhang Yu would call out to him, "Hey, next time, make it 50. Upon hearing this, Ben felt as though his explosive hairstyle might just burst open. He chose deafness and strode away. Hey, Ben, shall we exchange jerseys? Zhang Yu shouted once more. Ben simply took off running. Don't call me. I'm heading to take a shower. He now feels quite vexed upon hearing the number 50. Pistons head coach Larry Brown, during the post-game press conference, exhibited no trace of disappointment. I take immense pride in our team. Each member has demonstrated remarkable selflessness, embodying the essence of team basketball. At times, we have been a tad unfortunate. Simultaneously, we have a few shortcomings in our defense that we will address. Larry Brown's remarks cast a shadow over the journalists present, leaving the league executives with a sense of foreboding. The Pistons' defense, which has become impenetrable, is undeniably disheartening. Are they out of their minds? They actually intend to bolster their defense. The Warriors have completely imploded. They commenced their campaign with an astonishing record of 7 victories and 1 defeat. The team's head coach, Eric Musselman, has had his strategic prowess and impassioned statements revealed during various competitions. Although he has faced scrutiny for allegedly mistreating the legendary Chinese beast, his fervor for basketball has undeniably ignited a fervent support among a substantial number of middle-aged women. He is now acclaimed as the Cougar Slayer of Auckland. His quotes have once been revered by young women as a sacred text. We need not pause. We must resolutely strive to score. Let the battle commence. O youthful wind chasers! Even if we must face defeat, let us fall upon the corpses of our adversaries. At times, a certain athlete must rise and score for themselves. Such athletes are often referred to as superstars. On the court, he repeatedly uttered these electrifying phrases. Even some college coaches could not help but emulate these words as motivational mantras for their young prodigies. And Zhang You surpasses even Mourinho. He captivates audiences of all ages and genders, with his fan base growing exponentially. Numerous brands are once again seeking his endorsement. His performance in these 7 matches has overwhelmingly surpassed all other rookies of his caliber. Even LeBron James, the first overall pick, has consciously begun to emulate Zhang You by sharing the ball with his teammates. The atmosphere within the Cavaliers has become rather intriguing. Ricky Davis observes the burgeoning sense of urgency from the newcomer who has only been with the team for a month. Frequently, during post-game press conferences, the head coach brings LeBron along for interviews. Indeed, you all know that Zhang is my good brother. Like Zhang, I'm also the kind of player. I can deliver many excellent passes. This will enable me to integrate better into the team. Chauncey Billups, the core playmaker of the Pistons, also acknowledged Zhang Yu's maturity in a media interview. He is unquestionably the leader of this Warriors team. He understands when to pass and when to score. More importantly, he seamlessly integrates into the team, bringing his own system, brimming with energy and seemingly impervious to fatigue. Yes, impervious to fatigue. Not only Billups, but everyone has noticed this. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yu has become the sensation of this commercial league. The Warriors owner and management are overjoyed to witness the rise in the team's market value, with ticket sales soaring. The entire NBA is abuzz with excitement. Zhang Yu is the next Wilt Chamberlain. I am not referring to his basketball prowess, but rather his extraordinary talent akin to Chamberlain's. Indeed, I cannot ascertain the veracity of Chamberlain's tales. Yet there are those who have witnessed Zhang laboring tirelessly through the night, only to sprint across the court the following day. Our reporters have observed that Zhang brings a thermos to each game. Could this be his secret? Many are intrigued by this. Ultimately, even Zhang Yu himself had to step forward to dispel the rumors. What the reporters claim is not true. Please refrain from making baseless assertions. In fact, I do not even have a girlfriend. Zhang Yu does not have a girlfriend? The reporters exchanged glances upon hearing this response, suddenly enlightened. He certainly does not require a girlfriend. A player as extraordinary as Zhang Yu would find no fulfillment in a mere romantic relationship. Have you not seen the photographs captured by reporters? Which of the girls who had close encounters with Zhang Yu is not left with bruises? Zhang Yu helplessly remarked. Those images are not genuine. They are somewhat exaggerated. We were merely engaging in a normal exchange of basketball skills. The enthusiastic female fans accidentally stumbled into my elbow. Listen to that. Are these the words of a rational individual? Regardless, Zhang Yu's robust physique and ball-handling skills have attracted the attention of the league. The league conducts occasional drug tests, albeit infrequently, as basketball differs significantly from individual sports like athletics and swimming, which are primarily driven by physical endurance in short-term competitions. Basketball games extend for several hours and involve team play, with frequent player substitutions, rendering the impact of performance-enhancing drugs on this sport quite limited. Nevertheless, to quell public skepticism, the league conducted a drug test on Zhang Yu. Moreover, based on leads, they investigated his thermos cup. Ultimately, it was found that there were no issues with Zhang Yu's drug test results. What he had in his thermos was, surprisingly, goji berries. Many Chinese individuals have begun to disseminate knowledge about the health benefits of goji berries. Unexpectedly, this sparked a fervor for goji berries within the league. Even numerous young and veteran players have eagerly sought to emulate this trend. Observers noted that Cavaliers rookie LeBron James also placed a thermos on the bench before the game. However, many experts still contend that this is a matter of psychological influence. Zhang Yu's astounding stamina is believed to stem from his genetic makeup. It is noteworthy that the Pistons' Richardson nearly ran Hamilton to the point of exhaustion, attributing his running prowess to his lineage. His father and uncle were both long-distance running experts. During his high school years, he was an athlete in the mile race, never having lost a competition, which speaks volumes about his extraordinary running talent. The Golden State Warriors faced a particularly demanding schedule in November, though fortunately, most of the games were at home. On November 14th, the resplendent Warriors triumphed once more, defeating the Los Angeles Clippers 104-98. Ben Exel and Zhang Yu combined for an impressive 55 points, while Zhang Yu secured an astounding 17 rebounds, utterly dominating the Clippers' frail interior defense. Rookie Chris Come-On managed only 4 points and 1 rebound in his matchup against Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's terrifying prowess evoked comparisons to the rookie dominance of Shaquille O'Neal, prompting thoughts of that fateful draft night. With the 6th pick, they could have easily selected Zhang Yu. Now, numerous fans and experts mockingly reminisce. In 1996, they overlooked high school talent and missed out on Kobe Bryant. Now they have again erred in dismissing high school player Zhang Yu. Regret consumes them, a deep-seated remorse. If only they could turn back time. The Clippers' general manager wishes for a dagger to end his despair. In Oakland, on a day of respite, aside from attending a brief endorsement event, Zhang Yu summoned the game-obsessed Curry to the gym that evening. Yes, it was all for the sake of indulging in the Nintendo Entertainment System. Curry deceived his father into believing it was a device for studying computer science. Del Curry, seeing the endorsement by a Hollywood martial arts star, was easily convinced. Unfamiliar with the Chinese language, he found the notion of an endless gaming machine quite impressive. beneath the moon resting amidst the clouds, with starlight cascading over the earth. The open park court was remarkably tranquil. This training session was truly a delight. Swish, swish. The sound of the net being brushed echoed continuously. Zhang You was astonished to discover that Steven's shooting ability had significantly improved. His hand shape gradually transformed, and his shooting speed increased significantly. Simultaneously, his training progress reached 15. He became considerably stronger, perhaps a reason why his father promised to buy him a little tyrant. Zhang You made a decisive three-pointer in the game against the Pistons. This was partly due to Billup's carelessness, but also thanks to Stephen Curry's diligent training. Zhang You took another look at his attributes. Name: Zhang You. Speed: 98 strength, 99 jump, 97 stamina, 100 mid-range shot, 79 rebounding, long-range shot, 74 passing, 94 breaking, ball control, 91 interior defense, 85 exterior defense, 78 skill set. Stephen Curry's dunking skill, advanced. Jason Williams' passing skill, advanced. Nikola Jokic's passing skill, advanced. Dennis Rodman's rebounding instinct, intermediate. Julius Erving's unbelievable layup package, advanced. Talent: Goji Berry Health Long-Term Mission, Golden State Dunk King Development Plan, completion rate, 15, compared to his earlier days at Westchester High, where he was merely a mediocre player. He has accelerated his growth after integrating Chamberlain's techniques and systematic training. Although he still has weaknesses, he believes he can continue to improve. As long as the team maintains a sufficiently high winning percentage this month, along with consistent data levels, Zhang You feels increasingly confident about completing the system's dual objectives. As they prepared for an away game, Coach Eric Musselman began to motivate the players. Hey, brothers, we once had the likes of the God-given left hand, Chris Mullin, and the Beatle, Tim Hardaway, yet we never managed to perform well. We have created an embarrassing record of nearly 10 seasons without making the playoffs since 1995. But today is different. I see your resilience, your strength, and the vitality of youth. In the upcoming games, we may face tough opponents. But you need not respect any old-timer. Just dunk over them, because we need victory. With a few cups of celebratory drink in him, Eric Musselman felt even more invigorated. He feels that this team of Warriors has the power to conquer the entire earth. He regards the upcoming away games against the Kings, Spurs, and Rockets as insignificant as ants. In the wild expanse of the Western Conference, what is there to fear? On November 16, 2003, the Warriors embarked on their first extensive road trip of the season upon their arrival in Sacramento. Following a training session, the team engaged in community service activities within the local area. However, what caught the Warriors by surprise was the organizers' decision to bring in a multitude of young women. Their skin tones varied, ranging from dark to light, red to yellow. They were also quite tall, with some of the darker-skinned ladies being particularly robust. We heard that Zhang is quite fond of spending time with girls, and the female fans in Sacramento are equally enamored with him. Thus, this arrangement was made. This caused some murmurs among the Warriors' public relations team, who speculated whether this might be an underhanded tactic to exhaust Zhang's stamina. The organizers' explanations left the Warriors with little room to comment, and they ultimately sought Zhang Yu's opinion, as he is indeed the most beloved star of the team. It is hard to fathom how a center can display such flamboyant basketball skills, making Zhang Yu's style of play all the more understandable in its popularity. Shall we play basketball together? A shy female fan inquired of Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu recalled a previous friendly interaction with female fans and felt it inappropriate. After all, when he plays, he tends to lose control, and it would be a pity to injure such lovely girls. Let me perform a talent for you, Zhang Yu said with a slightly bashful smile. The organizers felt a heaviness in their hearts. The girls they invited this time were exclusively members of the local girls' school basketball team, and some were even substitute players from the NBA. It is said that Zhang Yu particularly enjoys playing 10 against 1 with girls, which prompted them to wish for him to engage in such a game with them. As his stamina is truly formidable, they certainly do not wish for the home team to succumb to the Warriors tonight. However, to their astonishment, this cunning new talent from Huaxia has unexpectedly declined. What kind of extraordinary talent is he about to showcase? Aside from basketball, does he possess other skills? This revelation astonishes a multitude of girls. Are you suggesting that you will sing? It's truly surprising that Zhang Yu can both sing and dance. Zhang Yu shyly smiled and then retrieved a wooden guitar from his luggage. He possesses a modicum of musical talent and initially intended to pursue a career in music. His prowess in singing and dancing is quite remarkable, and he has a fondness for basketball. Unexpectedly, circumstances have taken a different turn, reflecting on the innocence of his youth. Zhang Yu sits on a chair, cradling a wooden guitar, as he gazes at the delightful young ladies before him. He cannot help but reminisce about the vibrant days of his youth. He wore a sorrowful yet warm expression, his voice resonating with a magnetic gentleness. That laughter reminded me of my blooming flowers, quietly flourishing in every corner of my life. A slanting sun cast its golden rays, heralding the arrival of autumn's embrace. Beneath the fading glow of the setting sun, classmates sang and danced, mingling laughter with tears as they bid their final farewell to graduation. Those sweet, verdant years were filled with beauty, yet time slipped away like sand through fingers. In the blink of an eye, we all embarked on our separate journeys, leaving behind only the indelible memories of joy. And how could the dashing Zhang Yu, radiant in the sunlight, not ignite the hearts of the young maidens. As the days of youth receded into the distance, he concluded his song and emerged from the reverie of the past, embracing each girl present at the event. Yet, he was taken aback to see them all weeping profusely. Mr. Smith, the event organizer, approached in disbelief, his body trembling in shock. What on earth is happening with Zhang You? I called out for these players, and yet they only listened to him sing a single song. Why is everyone in tears? And you, my dear sisters, how can you cry when you don't even understand what he is singing? It was truly a marvel. One of the tearful sisters explained. I was overwhelmed with emotion just to see Zhang You alive. Moreover, when he embraced me, it was so tight that I couldn't help but cry. These basketball players, who had come with a special mission to spar with Zhang You on the court, had never anticipated being brought to tears by this remarkably enchanting giant. They were engulfed in a profound sorrow, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming emotion. Oh, Zhang You, please embrace me. It hurts so much. His strength is immense. Yet it feels so comforting and warm, truly moving. A large group of female basketball players concluded their heartfelt session with their idol in tears. Meanwhile, the media reporters from Sacramento were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging puzzled glances. What on earth had transpired? The rising star from Huaxia was indeed formidable. Eventually, an elder journalist pondered and grasped the situation. Do you know his nickname? It was at this moment that everyone comprehended. The Eastern Magician? The seasoned reporter furrowed his brow. It should be referred to as the Eastern Chamberlain. Indeed, his physical prowess is remarkable, and he has a way of enchanting the girls. Even when the local girls from Oakland suffered bruises because of him, they remained utterly devoted to him. Now, astonishingly, even the girls from Sacramento have fallen under his spell. His melodious voice seemingly drove them all to the brink of despair. Is the emergence of such a peculiar talent akin to basketball's emperor, Wilt Chamberlain? A stroke of fortune for the league? With such an intimidating figure, can one be certain he does not pose a threat? The coach on the sidelines has yet to commence. Unexpectedly, the battle beyond the court allowed Zhang You to secure an early victory. At 8 p.m., the match between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings officially commenced. In their previous encounter against the Clippers, the Warriors were hampered by fatigue. However, the Clippers roster was indeed lacking, enabling Zhang You to dominate within the paint. Yet, the Sacramento Kings are no pushover. After years of effort, Coach Adelman has assembled the most fitting players, crafting a Princeton offense for the team. The Princeton system diverges from other offensive strategies. Unlike others that aim to create mismatches, such as having smaller players exploit larger ones on the perimeter or vice versa, the more eccentric triangle offense facilitates indiscriminate one-on-one matchups for the team's most prolific scorers. The Princeton system, however, mandates that every player on the court continuously engage in cutting, backdoor runs, and relentless ball movement. Whenever a brief opportunity arises, players must be present and ready. This is why it is imperative for all participants to possess exceptional passing skills and a selfless demeanor. In the 2001-2002 season, the Kings achieved an impressive record of 61 wins and 21 losses, surpassing the Lakers to claim the top spot in the West. They ranked second in scoring while limiting opponents to the fewest points in the league. Yet, during the sixth game of the playoffs against the Lakers, the teams entered the fourth quarter tied at 75. In the ensuing 12 minutes, the Kings were subjected to a barrage of fouls. The Lakers were awarded 24 free throw opportunities in that single quarter, while the Kings managed only 15 across the entirety of the game. Following the match, public outcry ensued, with many believing the league was covertly manipulating the outcome to thwart the Kings, deeming numerous fouls utterly unfounded. Even today, Weber remains haunted by the incident, and Kings fans have repeatedly alleged that referee Donaghy was subtly influenced by the league to call more fouls against the Kings to aid the Lakers. This is because the NBA operates as a commercial entity. After Jordan's retirement in '98, viewership plummeted, and following the Lakers' acquisition of 2 championships with the Shaq-Kobe duo, the public eagerly anticipated a three-peat to establish a dynasty. Consequently, even though injuries plagued the Kings that season, they were not regarded as a weak team. Tonight, the Warriors faced a significant setback in Sacramento. Zhang You exhibited remarkable strength against the 2.16-meter center, Divac, delivering an impressive performance of 20 points and 18 rebounds, nearly achieving a double-double. However, if Zhang You records fewer than 5 assists, the quality of the Warriors' offense noticeably declines. Even with Chris Webber hampered by injuries and unable to contribute much, the Kings played with tenacity. The new king, Peja Stojakovic, was on fire. He made 11 out of 12 attempts, achieving a free throw percentage of 91, accumulating 33 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists. This month, based on the statistics, he will emerge as Zhang You's most formidable contender. The contributions of players such as Mike Bibby, Brad Miller, Bobby Jackson, and Gerald Wallace were significant. Gerald Wallace soared to deliver a thunderous dunk over Robinson, eliciting jubilant cheers from the home crowd. Ultimately, the Warriors suffered a narrow defeat to the Kings, with a score of 104-106. Although they faced a loss, the Warriors nonetheless exhibited remarkable resilience. They indeed present a formidable challenge. However, in the subsequent match against the Spurs, the Warriors endured a severe defeat, akin to being trampled by 3 chariots. Zhang You, facing the soaring Demon Duncan, failed to gain significant advantage despite achieving a career high of 20 rebounds. Yet, as he poignantly stated, securing impressive statistics holds little value in the face of a loss. The synergy of GDP proved formidable as they toppled the Warriors with a decisive 10-point margin. This marked the first instance of back-to-back defeats for the Warriors this season. During the post-game press conference, Coach Eric was confronted with the question, is this truly the authentic strength of the Warriors? Was the Chinese rookie Zhang hindered by the delightful night spent in Sacramento? Perhaps the reigning champions are simply too formidable, and the Warriors' stroke of luck has reached its conclusion. ESPN's renowned female commentator, Dirk, observed Coach Eric Musselman, who was subjected to the media's sharp and unrelenting scrutiny during the press conference. It was painful to witness. A deep desire arose to embrace him and offer solace. With tears in her eyes, she struggled to find the comforting words that were trapped in her throat. To her astonishment, the previously despondent Coach Eric Musselman suddenly rose to his feet. His tone was unyieldingly resolute. His gaze is profound, akin to a sky adorned with countless stars, and his tone is resolute and unyielding. I have a dream, as long as one does not succumb to defeat. Failure shall not be an inevitability. Perhaps I am not a born champion, yet within my veins flows the blood of tenacity. Having tasted both victory and defeat, I have never known fear. Losing has only served to mature us further. In the upcoming away games, no one shall easily vanquish us. Just watch. Zhang will lead the team to triumph. Coach Eric Musselman's commanding declaration has stirred a flurry of excitement among the media. Ms. Burke trembles with exhilaration, her fervent heart igniting with passion. Although defeat may cast a shadow of sorrow, shall we allow a single setback to extinguish our resolve? No one is invincible forever. No one is born a champion. Zhang, is the Warriors' goal this season still the championship? Might that be a tad ambitious? You have played over 40 minutes in every game this November. Is that not excessive? When a reporter posed such questions, Zhang You cast a fleeting glance in his direction and replied calmly, I am undeterred. I yearn to explore a broader world. That is why I strive. Despite enduring 2 consecutive defeats, Zhang You remains unwavering in his confidence. Even if we did not triumph in the first encounter against the reigning champions, the Spurs, what of it? Even if I faltered in my initial matchup against the soaring demon, Duncan, what of it? In light of the 2 consecutive losses, the coaching staff and management of the Warriors have conducted a thorough analysis. They have established a foundational strategy for team building centered around Zhang You. The contracts and finances of the players have been meticulously organized. Mullen has also engaged in discussions with owner Scohen. Chris, how is our trade developing? We have already submitted our offer, as some players who joined this summer have not yet completed 3 months. We will be able to finalize the trade by December. Excellent. Your approach to team construction is quite astute. Building the team around a center has long been my aspiration. This is largely thanks to our coaching staff, whose tactics are remarkably sound and have elevated the players' market value. On November 18th, the Warriors' chartered flight landed in the aviation city of Houston. Under the watchful eyes of countless fans, the highly anticipated Huaxia Derby was about to commence. Early the next morning, every Huaxia fan found themselves filled with anticipation before their televisions. Following Yao Ming, another super center, Zhang You, selected 9th overall by the Knicks, successfully made his entrance into the NBA. Meanwhile, Zhang You, who was traded to the Warriors on draft night, has repeatedly delivered surprises since the season's inception. In contrast to Yao Ming's steady ascent, Zhang You has enjoyed a dazzling start reminiscent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Although he plays as a center, he predominantly assumes the role of a defender. Such a playing style has injected a refreshing vigor into the once lackluster Warriors, who had languished for nearly a decade. The Warriors' dazzling array of dunks, alley-oops, intricate passing plays, audacious three-pointers, and swift counterattacks have exhilarated fans during this otherwise monotonous era of half-court battles. In truth, this is not the first encounter that could be deemed a true Huaxia Derby. The inaugural derby featured the likes of Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming. Yet the significance and prestige of this current matchup between Yao Ming and Zhang You far surpassed that of their predecessors. Leading up to the game, the media heralded this contest as the Huaxia Derby, pitting the seasoned all-star Yao Ming against the rookie Zhang You, who has recently ignited a fervor among fans. The question lingered, who truly deserves the title of the foremost center in Huaxia? Is this a clash between traditional and modern big men? Despite the media's sensationalism and the fans' anticipation, there is no denying that both individuals stand as paragons of contemporary Chinese basketball. However, as the elder statesman, Yao Ming welcomed Zhang You into his home upon the Warriors' arrival in Houston, treating him to a hearty meal as a warm-up. By 8 p.m., the Toyota Center was filled to capacity, with over 18,000 spectators creating a vibrant sea of red. Since last year, the Rockets' home arena has become a sanctuary for millions of devoted Huaxia fans. Prior to the game, Zhang You and Yao Ming posed for photographs together, basketballs in hand. The Warriors retained their previous starting lineup, while the Rockets unveiled a starting 5 consisting of Stephen Francis, Coutinho Mobley, Jim Jackson, Kevin Cato, and Yao Ming. With the towering U standing at 2.29 meters and Cato at 2.11 meters, they have formed a true twin tower. Alongside them are the backcourt duo of all-star guard Francis and Mobley. This season, they have achieved an impressive record of 7 wins and 3 losses, mirroring that of the Warriors. Coach Jeff Van Gundy, with his arms crossed sternly across his chest, exudes an air of seriousness from the sidelines. Before the jump ball, Zhang You playfully remarks to his jump partner, the towering Yao Ming, "Brother Yao, I want to go easy on you just because I've had your meal." Yao responds with a calm smile, "Bring it on, Xiao Zhang." At this moment, they embody the hopes of countless fans in China for the representation of Asian players on the NBA stage. Their presence shatters the biases held by the league and the beautiful nation against Chinese athletes, regardless of the outcome. This moment fills the hearts of Chinese fans watching on television with immense pride. The sports channel commentator, Yu Jia, passionately declares, at this moment, "The light of dreams shines upon you. May you carry this legacy into the future," as the main referee tosses the ball high into the air. The Chinese derby officially commences. Although Yao is tall, Zhang Yu's wingspan and explosive jumping ability surpass his own. After leaping to secure the ball for his teammates, Zhang Yu energetically begins to reposition himself. Receiving the ball in the low post, he faces Yao without a hint of trepidation. It was as if he had eyes at the back of his head. In the midst of Yao Ming's defense, he tossed the ball behind him. The cutting Richardson arrived just in time to slam dunk the ball. Subsequently, the Rockets similarly focused their attack on Yao Ming. This season, under the guidance of the coaching staff, Yao began to gain weight to enhance his presence in the low post. Zhang Yu closely monitored Yao's every move. Just a step before the free throw line, Zhang raised his hands high to guard the final line of defense. Yao, finding himself unable to move past Zhang, feigned a maneuver. With a half-turn and a lean back, Yao executed a shot. Despite Zhang's tight defense, Yu still managed to sink the basket. Swish. His touch is truly terrifying. Zhang Yu has played with numerous teams, yet he has never encountered an interior player whose precision surpasses that of a guard. His shooting is remarkably steadier than that of many NBA guards. The duel between the two has only just begun. Zhang Yu subsequently showcased his skills beyond mere passing. He frequently scores through direct assaults from the perimeter and counterattacks, executing layups and powerful dunks with remarkable skill. Yao Ming, undeterred, contributes to the scoreboard with his signature hook shots and the effective screens set by his teammates. His hook shot is executed with such finesse that even Zhang Yu is left defenseless. The only way to diminish Yao's shooting percentage is through relentless physical pressure. The interior play of both teams has proven pivotal, while their perimeter shooters also refuse to be outdone. Nick Van Exel's long-range three-pointer finds the net. Yet the Rockets' backcourt duo is even more formidable. Before Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, the Rockets, despite their annual struggles, boasted a backcourt presence with Mobley and Francis that instilled fear across the league. Unlike other scorers, Mobley rarely opts for forced shots. However, when presented with an open opportunity, he seizes it without hesitation. The Rockets exhibited remarkable three-point efficiency in the first half, and Stephen Francis's destructive capability was nothing short of astonishing. He overwhelmed Van Exel with his speed and strength, compelling Van Exel to summon his teammates for assistance. Rather than shooting, Francis excelled at driving to the basket. His technical prowess and physical attributes meld seamlessly. Following a defensive switch, Francis executed a crossover that left Uncle Robinson in his wake. Just as Zhang Yu prepared to contest the shot, Francis had already taken flight, delivering a signature tomahawk dunk. Boom. Through his performance, Francis unequivocally demonstrated the genuine prowess of a primary point guard in the NBA Western All-Stars. The Rockets' display of such strength ignited a fervor within Zhang Yu. He yearned for Yao's hook shot and shooting style. Now, a singular conviction resided in Zhang Yu's heart, to conquer them and master the Elder's hook shot. Although the Rockets led 45-40 at halftime, this iteration of the team was not without its flaws. In the second half, the Rockets exhibited a noticeable lapse in focus. Yao's stamina and shooting accuracy began to wane. Their defensive quality has evidently declined. Even the fervent shouts of coach Jeff Van Gundy from the sidelines prove futile. This Rockets team is inherently suited for a half-court game. However, during this period, the Warriors have drawn the Rockets into their accustomed, fast-paced play. In the fourth quarter, Zhang Yu not only consistently scored on second-chance opportunities, but also executed a spectacular reverse layup after outpacing Yao Ming in the low post. This elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd. Zhang, in this fierce Sino-American showdown, showed no signs of inferiority. He resembled an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine, leaving the Rockets' interior defense utterly unable to keep pace with him. As the commentator described the unfolding action, the Warriors gained a significant lead in the fourth quarter. As the game approached its climax, Francis opted for a pick-and-roll, aiming to inject a surge of energy into the team by targeting Zhang Yu. However, as he surged towards the basket for a layup, he felt a gust of wind behind him. With a resounding smack, Zhang Yu leapt in to block the shot, sending it crashing against the backboard. Subsequently, Richardson received the ball and swiftly passed it to the racing Zhang Yu. Yao Ming and Kato, the two towering centers, were already panting heavily from their relentless back and forth, completely unable to keep up. As Zhang crossed the three-point line, he commenced his signature moves. With a single-arm clutch, he took 3 decisive steps and unleashed a spectacular windmill dunk. Boom. Victory was secured, accompanied by Zhang Yu's magnificent one-armed clutch dunk. the suspense of the match was extinguished. The Warriors ultimately triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 96-89 in an away game. Their journey through Texas concluded without leaving empty-handed. The inaugural Huaxia Derby has finally reached its conclusion. This victory also signifies that the Warriors have surpassed the Rockets, reclaiming the coveted position atop the Western Conference. Zhang You has undeniably demonstrated to the fans that in the face of the Great Wall of Huaxia, his name as the mythical beast is well-deserved. He amassed a staggering total of 25 points, 19 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 blocks throughout the game. Of course, Yuming also contributed with 23 points and 8 rebounds. Even more astonishing is the fact that Zhang You, at merely 18 years of age, has just entered the league. His arsenal of weapons continues to expand. This indeed reveals that he is a talent comparable to the rookie Shaquille O'Neal. In late November, the NBA games are in full swing. Upon returning to their home court, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 101-91 against the visiting Miami Heat. The Miami Heat are not particularly formidable at present, as they are in a phase of rebuilding. However, their newcomer Dwayne Wade is gradually finding his rhythm, and his synergy with Lamar Odom is maturing with each passing game. His prowess in both offense and defense is truly remarkable. Captain Haslam exhibits an impressive tenacity. However, as a defensive stalwart, he finds his effectiveness limited when faced with a versatile center like Zhang You, who excels at both penetrating the defense and distributing the ball. Oftentimes, Zhang does not engage in overpowering him in the low post. Instead, he orchestrates plays through his drives or post-drive passes. Following their victory over the Heat, the Warriors continued their momentum by defeating the visiting Trailblazers. After the game, Randolph jovially remarked, "I hope young Zhang will come to Portland next time so we can converse a bit more." Subsequently, the Warriors also managed to reclaim a victory against the Suns on their home court. As the season progresses, injuries have begun to plague various teams. Yet this has provided ample opportunities for newcomers like Zhang You to gain valuable experience. This year's draft class has seen numerous first-round, second-round, and undrafted players showcasing their talents. In the rookie rankings, Zhang Yu's statistics remain unparalleled among his peers. Meanwhile, the Warriors stand at a commendable 10 wins and 4 losses, temporarily holding the second position in the Western Conference. The championship-favored Lakers are beginning to feel the heat, as they currently lead with a record of 13 wins and 3 losses, having played 2 more games. The Dark Horse Warriors are hot on their heels. On November 29th, the Warriors were presented with an opportunity for revenge. After a loss to the Spurs on the road, they were eager to deliver a profound lesson to the defending champions on their home turf. Currently, the Spurs sit at 9 wins and 7 losses, indicating that the reigning champions have yet to reach their peak performance. On the Warriors' side, the triumvirate of Van Exel, Richardson, and Zhang You is in exceptional form. With adjustments from the coaching staff, Nick Van Exel has been playing as a pseudo-bench player in recent games, consistently scoring over 25 points with astonishing shooting accuracy. Meanwhile, Zhang You is poised to once again challenge the legendary Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. Indeed, this month, he triumphed against formidable centers such as the Great White Shark, Big Ben, and Yao Ming, but ultimately fell to the hands of Duncan. Now, an opportunity for vengeance has arisen. Duncan's height is comparable to that of Zhang You, with an impressive wingspan reaching 2.3 meters. Can you fathom that? This formidable individual initially pursued swimming, but out of fear of being devoured by sharks, he opted for basketball instead. Yet, once he took to the court, his prodigious talent became undeniable. In his senior year, the entire NBA engaged in a frenzied tanking strategy to welcome him. The illustrious Celtics, under the guidance of the enigmatic Red Auerbach, devised an ambitious plan to secure a top draft pick from the onset of the season. Players and fans alike found themselves exuberantly celebrating even in the face of defeat, creating a spectacle of its own. Ultimately, the Celtics concluded the season with an impressive record of 15 wins and 67 losses, languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. However, unexpectedly, Popovich emerged, transitioning from general manager to head coach to orchestrate the tanking efforts, forcing Admiral Robinson into an injury that sidelined him. The woeful Spurs, by sheer fortune, secured the first overall pick and selected Duncan, while Red Auerbach, having wagered everything, resigned in frustration for failing to obtain a top draft pick. Tonight, the Spurs starting lineup features Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and Rasho Nestorovic, ready to tip off at center court. Zhang You faces off against the Spurs center, Rasho Nestorovic, for the jump ball. Yet he knows that his true adversary tonight stands beside him, that stoic figure devoid of expression. He, like himself, had overwhelmed the veteran players during the first day of training camp. However, the distinction lies in the fact that while Zhang You had merely outperformed the formidable Dampier, Duncan had decisively dominated the illustrious Admiral Robinson during his initial tryout. Gazing up at these prodigious talents who soared to greatness from the outset, Zhang You now found himself at that very pinnacle. It was time to prove himself. Come on, fly, you devil. The match between the Warriors and the Spurs was underway at the Oakland Center. Both teams started the first quarter somewhat cautiously. The Warriors did not accelerate the tempo immediately, instead opting to give Zhang You the opportunity to contend against Nestorovic. This white center, selected 17th overall by the Timberwolves in 1998, had seemingly always been relegated to a role player. He diligently performed his duties, contributing energy to the team through relentless offensive pursuits and vigorous ball recovery. However, his innate talent was indeed limited. Faced with a similarly sized Serbian center, the Warriors instinctively directed Zhang You to exploit this matchup from the outset. Nestorovic was unable to match Zhang Yu's footwork. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Zhang You opted not to back down. Instead, he executed a swift drive towards the basket. Even as the Spurs defenders leaped to contest, Zhang You ascended with such grace that he bypassed the need for evasive maneuvers. A powerful dunk concluded the offensive sequence. While the Warriors capitalized on Zhang Yu's prowess, the Spurs were far from surrendering. Having recently triumphed over the Warriors, they remained composed. Even though Zhang Yu had already begun to showcase talents rivaling those of Duncan and O'Neal in their rookie seasons, the first quarter progressed with both teams locked in a fierce contest, the Spurs leading by a mere 2 points at 12-10. Remarkably, 8 of the Warriors' 10 points were scored by Zhang Yu, who utilized his speed to penetrate the Spurs' interior defense. "Tim, it's your turn." At Popovich's signal, the team made substitutions during the timeout. Zhang Yu was eager to match up once again against Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan, it should be noted, was not a conventional power forward. Most of the time, he merely bears the title of a forward while performing the duties of a center forward. When he partnered with Admiral Robinson, Duncan frequently occupied a lower position. He primarily defended against the opposing center and occupied the center position during offensive plays. He possesses a more solid fundamental skill set at the center position than most of his peers, with quicker footwork and a significant advantage in height and wingspan. Thus, in this match, following Zhang Yu's successful incursions into the paint against the imposing Nestorovic, Duncan inevitably found himself matched up against Zhang. Although the Spurs have had a rocky start to this season, seemingly overshadowed by the brilliance of the Lakers and the Warriors' fast-paced gameplay, even the Houston Rockets boast a better record than them. Yet, everyone understands that the defending champions are not to be underestimated. Coach Popovich is renowned for his understated approach. Those who have witnessed the Spurs play during this era are likely aware that they do not rely on exhilarating dunks or dazzling offensive maneuvers. At times, their gameplay may even induce drowsiness. Nevertheless, despite this, they meticulously execute each play, and before you know it, they have ascended to the pinnacle of the league standings. Their greatest strength lies in their ability to rise above, in stark contrast to the Rockets, who faltered at the end. Last season, Duncan averaged 25 points and 12 rebounds per game, along with 7 assists and 5 blocks, ultimately securing the championship and shattering the Lakers' dreams of a 4th consecutive title. He undeniably embodies the cornerstone of the team on both offensive and defensive fronts. Indeed, following the Spurs' timeout adjustments, Duncan positioned himself in the low post, demanding the ball. Although Zhang Yu's defensive prowess may not be considered elite, his physical attributes allow him to pose a challenge to most players, both interior and perimeter, throughout the league. Aware of Zhang Yu's strength, Duncan opted to utilize footwork to outmaneuver him. His footsteps are unadorned and unpretentious, yet they seem to shimmer with the echoes of greatness. However, he remains remarkably inconspicuous. Zhang Yu stands firm in his position, raising his hand high. Seeing that he would not engage, Duncan finally took 3 steps forward. With a sweeping motion, he executed a powerful shot that struck the board with precision. In this initial confrontation of the match, Duncan scored first, taking the lead. Zhang Yu felt no discouragement. In the NBA, it is impossible to defend against every shot, particularly when faced with these legendary superstars destined for the annals of history. While an individual may achieve commendable statistics through a single ball, the victory of a team cannot hinge solely on one person or one shot. Such a notion is evidently unrealistic. Here we go. In this play, Zhang Yu sprinted from the backcourt to the front, executing a seamless pick and roll. He closed in on Jin Billy, while Richardson swiftly eluded Tim Duncan, who remained at the arc. Without even glancing, Zhang tossed the ball towards the backboard. Here comes the moment. The dunking champion Richardson shouted as he soared into the air. Boom. A breathtaking alley-oop ignited the home crowd. Coach Popovich, known for his stringent demands, was displeased with Richardson's airborne display. Subsequently, the Spurs responded from the perimeter. Richardson's defense was pierced through by Manu Ginobili's feint. His path to breakthrough is not conventional. It appears crooked and meandering. As he soared towards the hoop, he had already lost his balance. Yet, in that moment, you could not fathom from whence he emerged, nor from where he executed his layup. The blade unsheathed, words became superfluous. After Duncan maneuvered Zhang Yu to one side, Ginobili similarly secured 2 points within the Warriors' paint. The contingent of Spurs bench players, witnessing Ginobili's response, rose in unison, fists clenched in celebration. The score at the end of the first quarter remained modest, standing at 17-18 after Nick Van Exel connected on a long-range three-pointer following an assist from Zhang Yu, leaving the Warriors trailing by a single point. With 23.2 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Spurs embarked on their final offensive play, intent on draining the clock. Following Van Exel's respite, rookie Pietrus found himself matched up against his fellow countryman, Tony Parker. The collision of the French speedster and the French Jordan was palpable. Pietrus's performance this month had been commendable, particularly his agility and defensive prowess, which invigorated the team. When Van Exel and others required a breather, he was always ready to step up, infusing energy into the squad. However, Parker, as a seasoned champion, welcomed the challenge posed by his younger counterpart, eager to impart wisdom. As Parker faced Pietrus, he executed a sudden change of direction, accelerating forward like a Ferrari, just as Pietrus was on the verge of catching up. And while confronting Robinson in the paint, Parker deftly established a position that obstructed Pietrus behind him. When Pietrus attempted to close in, Parker executed a rapid spin, akin to a spinning top. This maneuver was not only swift but also effectively trapped Pietrus with his footwork. He has outmaneuvered countless defenders with this remarkable skill. His spin is a masterpiece, a flawless amalgamation of innate talent and honed craftsmanship. Confronted with the hoop just within reach, Parker, after evading his opponent with a deft turn, nearly exhausted the clock. He releases the ball. This is a shot that is almost certain to succeed. The moment he made his move, the 24-second timer illuminated. Yet at that instant, a shadow surged in from the side. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the city. This colossal figure, once airborne, resembled a towering mountain, insurmountable. Hiss. All spectators present gasped in astonishment. Both the commentators on site and those at the broadcasting station momentarily forgot to breathe. Their gazes were fixed intently upon the towering mountain that rose abruptly from the earth. A sharp crack echoed. He showcased the inhuman terror of his leaps and the remarkable span of his arms with extraordinary flair, like a celestial being reaching for the moon. As the ball ascended to its zenith, it was embraced by Zhang You, akin to grasping the moon itself, nestled securely within his arms. Tony Parker gazed at Zhang You, who appeared as if descended from the heavens, his expression one of sheer astonishment. His infallible turnaround jump shot was unexpectedly blocked. Zhang You demonstrated to Tony Parker that this path is impassable. In the ancient era of the NBA, only Wilt Chamberlain could consistently thwart Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's unanswerable skyhook. Zhang Yu's ability to execute such a block showcased his extraordinary, almost otherworldly talent to the fullest extent. It is noteworthy that Zhang You can effortlessly leap to touch a height of 4.05 meters, surpassing the rim by 10 centimeters. In the modern era of video, only a Nigerian rookie could achieve such a feat. Tony Parker was completely unprepared for the interference Zhang You posed to his shot. He has consistently underestimated Zhang Yu's terrifying explosive power. His towering stature enabled him to surge forward and leap, seizing the moment in this ultimate display of athleticism. It was truly astonishing. Even Duncan, who had been steadfastly guarding Zhang You, wore a look of sheer disbelief. Zhang Yu's extraordinary block showcased his role as an impenetrable fortress within the Warriors' interior defense. Likewise, his frontcourt partner, Uncle Robinson, was thumping his chest and roaring with enthusiasm. Well done, young man. The home crowd of the Golden State Warriors erupted in an exuberant cheer. Warriors fans crave such exhilarating basketball. They need not endure the monotonous and rigid offense and defense exhibited by teams like the Spurs and the Pistons. They yearn to witness the exhilarating dunks, to behold the mythical prowess of the Huaxia divine beast showcasing their extraordinary talents. They desire to experience the dazzling three-pointers and the fierce collisions between muscles. Yet, is the Spurs team truly intimidated? What Popovich excels at is not merely the multitude of strategies at his disposal, but rather his adaptability and progressive mindset. He possesses the ability to promptly adapt his cards based on his opponent's playing style. To illustrate, while Greg Popovich can transform an ordinary player into a star, Phil Jackson has the remarkable talent to elevate a star into a legend. He prioritizes the team above all else. During the era of Admiral Robinson, he and Duncan formed a formidable duo, rendering the team the slowest in the league, primarily focusing on their interior game. They moved with the deliberate pace of elderly gentlemen, so slow that it elicited derision from others. Now that Robinson has retired, Popovich has realized through a month of experimentation that this approach is no longer viable. He is gradually altering his mindset. What to do? Parker and Ginobili have arrived. Duncan remains at his peak. The synergy of inside and outside play has commenced. The pace has accelerated. The Spurs' offense and defense have become increasingly balanced. Therefore, during this period, despite the Warriors' impressive performance against Zhang You, who has been scoring prolifically alongside Van Exel, the Spurs continue to score through fundamental tactics such as cross movements and screens. Both Zhang You and Duncan are exemplifying the vital roles of their respective teams' core players. Zhang You blocked Parker, while Duncan swatted Van Exel's shot. Zhang You executed a fast break dunk, and Duncan similarly scored with a bank shot in a half-court setting. During this phase, they are evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, there is one aspect that Coach Popovich has overlooked. When Duncan left the court, he paused momentarily to glance at Coach Eric Musselman. What is happening? Is Zhang You not subject to substitution? Even Robinson has been replaced by Chun-Yi. Yet Zhang Yu remains on the court, sprinting tirelessly. A sense of foreboding washed over Popovich. It seemed he had overlooked something significant. Please show me the playing time of the Warriors players for this month. He instructed his assistant to bring forth the league's statistical data. Upon closer examination, it was revealed that Zhang You played for 50 minutes against the Pistons, 46 minutes against the Suns, and 47 minutes against the Kings. Is this possible? He gazed vacantly at Coach Musselman of the Warriors bench, yet the latter wore an air of arrogance, seemingly unfazed. Coach Eric's expression conveyed a sentiment akin to, "I let him play for 48 minutes. What of it? Even on back-to-back games. The youth must toil. Even the mules in the production team do not dare to rest so." In the end, Popovich stroked his chin contemplatively. What he was unaware of was that this was also a strategy meticulously tailored by Coach Eric for Zhang Yu's formidable physical prowess. Whenever faced with a formidable opponent, Coach Eric Musselman would resort to this tactic when the game reached a stalemate. The 48-minute strategy. Essentially, it meant allowing Zhang Yu to contend for a full 48 minutes. Impossible. We usually rotate players. During this tense period, when his stamina wanes, it would present our finest opportunity. Ultimately, Popovich resolved to proceed. Yet, as time inexorably ticked away, did Zhang Yu, as a dominant big man, lag on the court? Not in the slightest. He is as swift as a frenzied bull. He was even compelled to assign Duncan, Robert Horry, and Rasho Nestorovic to attend to him in turns. During the period when Duncan was resting in the second quarter, the Warriors seized the opportunity presented by the Spurs' diminished interior defense. They unleashed their familiar fast break, drawing the Spurs into their own rhythm. By the end of the half, the Warriors had managed to take the lead. They achieved a score of 29-21 in the second quarter, leading the defending champions, the Spurs, by 7 points at halftime with a score of 46-39. We must exhibit a robust defense. Our performance in the second quarter was utterly lackluster. During the intermission, Spurs defensive linchpin Bruce Bowen vociferously reprimanded the players. Coach Popovich remained silent. He was aware that at this moment, his players could handle everything. Bowen was notorious as a villain within the league. Countless stars had suffered injuries at his hands throughout his career. He had a late start, going undrafted in 1993 and struggling to make an impact until 1997, when he finally played his first NBA game with the Heat. This individual, who instilled fear and disdain among his opponents, became the Spurs' most reliable defender, and his infamous reputation spread far and wide. In a game last year between the Spurs and the Timberwolves, before Sesbiak could even release his open three-pointer, Bowen executed a flying kick that nearly sent the opponent to meet their maker. His defense has been labeled by league commentators as the dirtiest in the association. Yet, he has been selected for the all-defensive second team for 3 consecutive years, and his presence is consistently felt in discussions regarding the best defensive player. Perhaps his prolonged tenure with the Spurs is not due to a reluctance to play for other teams, but rather a fear of having his Achilles tendon severed. As the second half commenced, Bowen indeed fulfilled his promise of tenacious defense. He not only forced Richardson to the ground, desperately appealing to the referee, but even Zhang Yu, upon receiving the ball, recognized his extraordinary nature. Zhang Yu observed that as he drove into the paint, he was met with a double team from Bowen. This scoundrel was exceedingly cunning, resorting to using his knee to impede Zhang Yu's lower body. Ding. Instant system task. Justice will ultimately prevail. Task description in the future. The league's fans will compile a list of the NBA's most notorious villains in history, with Bruce Bowen prominently featured. They include Bruce Bowen, Bill Laimbeer, Karl Malone, Dennis Rodman, Andrew Bogut, Zaza Pachulia, Draymond Green, and Patrick Beverley. Feel free to add more. The task requires embodying the essence of a player, allowing the nefarious to recognize the harsh realities of society. Reward: 5 and perimeter defense. In the league, some players are known for their tenacity, often labeled as tough guys. However, the toughness of some can border on the unsportsmanlike. Although Bruce Bowen is an exceptional 3 and D player, at times his defensive tactics veer into the realm of malicious intent, provoking ire among opponents. Bowen's close marking of Zhang Yu conjures memories of the notorious Karl Malone. Undeniably, Malone is a legendary player. Yet his signature elbow maneuver has caused considerable strife. Opponents' disdain for Bowen stems not merely from being outplayed, but from his penchant for inflicting harm. Zhang Yu has heard of Bowen's reputation, particularly after being invited by Carter to the All-Star game in Atlanta. He shares a cordial friendship with Carter. During the 2000 season, Carter suffered a severe ankle injury due to a treacherous foul from Bowen, which kept him sidelined for an extended period. In the 2002 season, the two met again, and Carter found himself injured once more after another encounter with Bowen, requiring 3 weeks of recovery during which he even had to rely on crutches for mobility. During the third quarter, Zhang Yu was instructed by the coaching staff to rest, although Duncan was also taking a breather. The Spurs quietly began to close the gap in the score. It was utterly uneventful, devoid of passion. Defend your position, execute the pick and roll. Mid-range shots, layups. It resembled a mere practice session, mechanized and seamless. The familiar formula invoked a sense of nostalgia. The Spurs launched a mini-run, scoring 6 unanswered points. With a swift motion, Bowen executed a fierce steal from the young Pietrus, completing an uncontested fast-break layup. Bowen nodded and exchanged high-fives with his teammates. Finally, the Warriors called for a timeout. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, preparing to warm up for his entry. Pietrus grimaced in pain, clutching his hand as if wearing a mask of agony. Bruce is utterly despicable. I suspect he has not truly engaged in the game. Fear not. Bruce is flesh and blood too. We must demonstrate greater resilience than he does. Although Zhang Yu was younger than Pietrus, his words resonated with the wisdom of a seasoned veteran on the court. Pietrus felt reassured by Zhang Yu's calm demeanor. just as he had asserted he could handle everything. Understood, Zhang. I will exhibit my own toughness. Let them know that rookies are not to be underestimated. Indeed. That fellow is merely an undrafted player. You must boldly make your moves in front of him. Remember, do not be afraid. Pass me the ball. Zhang Yu's words invigorated Pietrus. Indeed, his complaints would go unheard by the referees, reflecting only his own weakness. Coach, I no longer require rest for the remainder of the game. Observing the fiery determination in Zhang Yu's eyes, Mourinho nodded. He felt a sense of pride as he watched Zhang Yu step forward to inspire his teammates, willingly embracing the forthcoming responsibility. This is the core of the Warriors they need to cultivate. This is the emergence of a burgeoning superstar. As the game advanced toward its latter stages, the score stood at 71-73, with the Warriors falling behind by 2 points once more. Player substitutions were made, and Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. In this match, not only was victory paramount, but it seemed imperative to impart a profound lesson to Bowen. Clay Claxton brought the ball up the court and handed it over to Zhang Yu to orchestrate the play, with Nick Van Exel absent. The role of the backup guard Claxton was to facilitate the ball's movement forward, entrusting it to Zhang Yu for organization. He must wholeheartedly dedicate himself to defense and support his teammates. As a former championship backup guard for the Spurs, he possesses a clear understanding of his role as a role player. Number 2 strategy. Zhang Yu stands at the top of the arc, clutching the ball with one hand behind his back, calling out. His ball handling and passing abilities are of the highest caliber in the NBA. Through systematic tactical training, he has developed a commendable overall vision of the game. Both the coaching staff and his teammates firmly believe that entrusting the ball to Zhang Yu is the wisest decision. As Zhang Yu begins to dribble, the players on the Warriors court spring into action. Pietrus is also making his move. Bruce Bowen closely trails him, taunting, "Kid, you can't escape." As he delivers his banter, he sticks to Zhang Yu like glue, applying relentless pressure. Meanwhile, he does not relent, creating a palpable sense of urgency for Pietrus. Zhang Yu discreetly signals to him with a glance, and Pietrus realizes that the ball is destined for him. He felt a twinge of apprehension in his heart. Am I destined to be overwhelmed by Bowen? Aren't you the French Jordan? Is this all you can muster? Bowen, noticing that Pietrus was ignoring him, became increasingly aggressive. Pietrus gritted his teeth, determined to extricate himself from Bowen's relentless pursuit. Yet, Bowen continued to pursue him without relent, sensing